In the East Blue on a pirate ship, a young man clutching a sword was forced to the edge of the deck, staring in fear at the pirates surrounding him. What? What are you doing? I'm your comrade. Ha ha ha. The pirates burst into mocking laughter. You want to be our comrade? You're daydreaming. A waste should go back where wastes belong. But you took all my money and said, kid, we're pirates. How can a pirate's words count? Hearing this, Chen Feng's face was full of regret. He should never have trusted these pirates. Not only had they swindled all his money, but now even his life and death were beyond his control. How I hate this. A mouthful of blood rushed up. Chen Feng collapsed to the ground and fainted, the sword in his hand tumbling a short distance away. How boring. He fainted before we even laid a hand on him. Tie this kid to the deck until he wakes up. Yes. Several pirates dragged the unconscious Chen Feng and took out ropes to bind him. Sensing himself being dragged, Chen Feng groggily opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked at the ship's structures and the oddly dressed pirates holding weapons around him. After coming to his senses, Chen Feng felt a numbing tingle in his head. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his brain as countless memories flooded in. Chen Feng, of unknown parentage, had learned blacksmithing and sword forging from a blacksmith in his town since childhood, which sparked a deep fascination with swordsmen. Having heard that Gold. Roger left countless treasures on the Grand Line, he was tricked by pirates into boarding a pirate ship to search for Gold. Roger's hidden treasure. However, Chen Feng had never systematically learned how to use a sword. All he knew was blacksmithing. Anyone with half a brain could tell that such worthless amateur skills would never be wanted by anyone, let alone by the pirates who had tricked him aboard. So after boarding the pirate ship, the pirates finally revealed their evil true faces. On the first day, the pirates robbed all the money Chen Feng carried. From then on, he lived in the storage hold below deck, forced to do heavy labor every day. Until today, he broke the captain's beloved cup. Thus the scene came to be. The original owner, forced onto the deck, was overwhelmed by regret and fury and died on the spot. So it was Chen Feng who came to inherit this body. Hey, the kid woke up. Don't tell me he's scared of being thrown into the sea. The pirates laughed loudly. Having become pirates, they had long lost their conscience. Even though the previous Chen Feng had just died, no one present felt any sympathy for him. Kid, you broke my cup. It's not too much to make a new one out of your skull, is it? The pirate captain stared at Chen Feng, saying these spine-chilling words in a casual tone. Chen Feng shuddered. Even with the original owner's memories, he still felt dazed. He knew he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece, where the strong preyed on the weak and pirates were the kings of the sea. But when he heard the pirate captain's words about making a cup from his skull, he finally snapped out of it. Fight back. Only by fighting back could he have a chance to live. Chen Feng told himself he must not be scared to death like the original owner. But he also knew he had never received professional training. How could he possibly match these seasoned pirates? Fight back. Fight back. If you don't, death is the only way out. Chen Feng kept telling himself in his heart. He walked to the longsword, bent down, and picked it up from the deck. Want to resist? The more you resist, the more excited I get. The pirate captain stared at the silent Chen Feng with a sinister look. He disliked prey that didn't know how to resist. It would rob him of the thrill of being a hunter. Moreover, this kid who always clung to a sword didn't even know how to use it. He didn't worry at all that this sword-ignorant boy could hurt him. Ha ha ha, I'm ready, kid. The pirate captain tore off his cape and threw it to the ground, revealing the clown tattoo on his body. Chen Feng gripped his sword tightly and assumed a fighting stance. Yes, he had steeled himself to fight to the death. However, the next second, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Compatible host detected. System auto-binding in progress. Ding. Sword god sign in system bound successfully. System manual, you may sign in once per day. The more special the location, the greater the reward. Signing in repeatedly at the same place yields no reward. Secret tip, try challenging the strong. You may gain great rewards. System. Sign in. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Soon ecstasy spread across his face. Web novels never lied. Transmigration and a system were indeed a standard package. The Transmigrator's cheat code had finally arrived at the critical moment. Heaven never seals off all exits. Today was not Chen Feng's death day. It was the death day of the pirates aboard this ship. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. Open. Chen Feng thought expectantly. Ding. Opening newbie gift pack. Congratulations. Host Chen Feng has obtained the divine weapon Jingzhi sword. It has been placed in your system backpack. You may retrieve and use it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained divine grade swordsmanship. Divine grade swordsmanship. Before Chen Feng could react, the next moment his body felt as if wrapped in warm sunlight, as countless images poured into his mind. In an instant, he transformed from a clueless ordinary man into a top-tier swordsman. Perhaps because of those memories, his eyes held a maturity beyond his age. He stared at the pirate captain before him, a small flame flickering deep in his eyes. This guy, it was as if he had become a completely different person. The pirate captain sensed the pressure emanating from Chen Feng, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. This kid had changed as if in the blink of an eye. If he hadn't known this guy was an ignorant ordinary man, he might have actually taken him for an expert. But the weak were simply weak. No matter how deliberately one pretended, the facts didn't change. At this thought, he relaxed considerably. Take this. The pirate captain charged at Chen Feng wielding his axe. Perhaps because of Chen Feng's changed demeanor, a hint of uncertainty stirred deep in his heart, a feeling even he hadn't noticed. The pirate captain rarely took the offensive first. A light smile curved at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. The next second, an axe fell from the sky and slammed deep into the deck. The pirates looked over and saw the axe embedded in the deck, while a piercing scream burst from the captain's lips. The pirate captain knelt on the deck, clutching his arm and screaming. This, impossible. The pirates present all stared at Chen Feng in shock. Ding. 388 points for slapping the pirates' faces. Ding. Pirates shocked, 688 points. Ding. Pirates terrified, 688 points. Friendly reminder: the point system activates when the protagonist humiliates others and shows off. Points are very useful. They can be used to purchase items in the system mall and increase the value of daily check-in rewards. Oh, not bad. This feels great. Chen Feng immediately understood the use of points as long as he kept showing off and humiliating others, creating enough psychological contrast before and after he could trigger this reward system. So, what if he used this mechanism on the pirate captain? At the thought, a sinister smile curled on Chen Feng's face. Hey, Captain Aji-san. Your strength is really lacking. How can you not even beat someone like me who doesn't know how to use a sword? Ding. Captain Self-Doubt, 288 points. Ding. Captain Anger, 388 points. Ding. Captain Fear, 488 points. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the point reward system worked. But what the heck was Captain Self-Doubt? Could it be that his sword strike had shaken the captain's worldview? At the thought, Chen Feng laughed out loud. The pirate captain stared at him fiercely, his face full of disbelief and unwillingness. How? How could this be? Ever since he became a pirate captain, he had never experienced anything like this. A kid who knew nothing had suddenly turned into a top-notch swordsman in an instant. Who would believe this? Could this kid be hiding some secret treasure? Suddenly a thought flashed through the pirate captain's mind. Yes, that's right. That kid must have something good he hasn't revealed, otherwise how could he become a strong fighter in an instant? If that's the case. The pirate captain leaped up from the ground and charged fiercely at Chen Feng. If that's the case, he could attack this kid again. As far as he knew, most secret treasures contained too much energy and could only support one attack because they would drain most of the user's physical strength. Such treasures were extremely valuable and hard to buy on the market. Hee hee. The pirate captain revealed a twisted smile on his face. If that's the case, I'll gladly take it. Ah. The pirate captain couldn't help but reveal a maniacal grin. What's going on? Chen Feng frowned at the captain's maniacal smile. His gaze fell on the captain's half arm that was still bleeding. Damn, this guy isn't a pervert, is he? How can he get excited after losing a palm? Chen Feng couldn't figure it out. Ding. Pirate captain suspicion, 388 points. Ding. Pirate captain excitement, 288 points. Ding. Friendly reminder: the pirate captain is currently in an excited state. If you kill him and then check in, you will have a higher chance of getting high-quality rewards and points. So that's it. Chen Feng nearly laughed out loud. With his years of experience reading novels and watching anime, he could roughly guess what the captain was thinking. It was nothing more than the captain thinking Chen Feng had some good treasure, causing him to ignore his physical pain and fall into excitement. The pirate captain guessed right. Chen Feng did have something good that people in this world didn't have: the system. Devil fruits, animal type, Logia type. None of them were a match for the system. At the thought, a faint smile curled on Chen Feng's face. He raised his long sword and gently slashed at the pirate captain. The next second, blood burst from the captain's body. This. Impossible. The pirate captain stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng in utter disbelief. Even a secret treasure couldn't do this twice. As he spoke, the pirate captain realized his body had been cut in half at the waist like a slice of bread. This. Impossible. The pirate captain spat out a mouthful of blood. His severed body could no longer support itself and fell to the ground. Impossible. 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 The barely alive pirate captain stared wide-eyed, repeating the word. Even if it was a secret treasure. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't have known that Chen Feng had inherited god-level swordsmanship in that instant. So even if he attacked 110,000 times, the result would still be the same. There were not many lucky people in this world, so much so that everyone believed only through day after day hard work could one become strong. However, there was one person who broke the rules. After dealing with the captain, Chen Feng turned to look at the dumbfounded pirates. Ding. Pirates fear, 388 points. Ding. Pirates shock, 388 points. Ding. Pirates pee their pants, 488 points. Pirates peeing their pants. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes searched among the pirates to see which one was so cowardly that he had peed his pants. Sure enough, he found the pirate who had peed his pants among the crowd. What a surprise. Wasn't this the pirate who had tricked him into boarding the ship from the town? The captain's first mate, Barry, Hey Barry, you actually peed your pants. Chen Feng smirked at Barry, who was hiding among the crowd. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Barry felt as if he had heard the call of death. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Chen Feng. Please don't kill me. I was forced. It was all the captain's doing. Looking at Barry begging for mercy, Chen Feng showed no sympathy. If this guy hadn't tricked the original owner onto the pirate ship, the original owner wouldn't have been scared to death. So all of this was because of Barry. From the original owner's memories, Chen Feng knew that first mate Barry was an utterly evil person. There was no such thing as being forced. He had robbed the original owner of all his money and forced him to do heavy labor on the ship. And the original owner was only a 16-year-old child. Such a person didn't deserve forgiveness. Barry, I'll give you a chance to choose your own death. Do you want to be chopped to pieces by my knife, or have your skull peeled off and made into a cup? Chen Feng said cruelly. Indeed, the idea of the pirate captain using the original owner's skull as a cup was Barry's bad idea. And now Chen Feng would make him taste his own bitter fruit. Ding. Barry fear, 388 points. Ding. Barry despair, 488 points. I. Barry looked at Chen Feng in despair, knowing Chen Feng would not let him go. He closed his eyes in despair and charged onto the sword in Chen Feng's hand. The sharp sword pierced through his chest, and within seconds he was dead. Man, you sure were quick. Chen Feng kicked Barry's corpse aside and turned his gaze to the pirates. The pirates looked at Chen Feng in fear. Every step he took, they stepped back. You? Stay back. The pirates stared at Chen Feng in terror. This was no longer the man they had bullied and berated at will. At this moment, he was simply an avatar of death. At this critical juncture, no one wished to cross him or provoke his wrath. Every one of them had to varying degrees abused the man before them. If he were to settle accounts, none of them would escape unscathed. Ding. The pirates are consumed by absolute terror, 1,000 points. Ding. Rebellion detected. Host, be prepared to harvest points. Oh ho. As expected of pirates. Even at a time like this, they still contemplate resistance. Chen Feng halted in place, surveying the pirates who had been driven to the railing on the outer edge of the deck. Anyone who wishes to resist, come ahead. I have no intention of letting those who once bullied me off the hook. Every single one of you who has wronged me is etched in my memory. As he spoke, he saw as expected expressions of regret emerge on the faces of some pirates. A faint, enigmatic smile crept over Chen Feng's face, while a delicate trace of melancholy spread around him, accentuating a stark contrast to his bearing. That sorrow did not belong to Chen Feng, but to the original owner of the body. Damn it. Death awaits us either way. Let's charge. Several pirates grabbed their weapons and rushed at Chen Feng. Tisk tisk tsk. You haven't even heard me out, but you can't wait to deliver your last meals. Very well, don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Feng casually grasped the sword hilt. I'll accept your packages. The next instant his body vanished, leaving only a trail of light darting among the pirates. In a flash he returned to his original stance. He rose and sheathed his sword. The movements were completed in one seamless flow. Then a spine-chilling scene unfolded. On the deck, the handful of pirates who had charged at Chen Feng moments ago were now lying motionless, devoid of breath. Long streak-like wounds on their backs caught the eye. Seconds later, torrents of blood burst from the wounds on their backs. The unconscious pirates and their scarlet blood formed an intensely jarring visual spectacle. The remaining pirates were startled and recoiled in fear. I haven't even finished what I wanted to say. Why are you so eager to send yourselves to death? Chen Feng nonchalantly glanced at the pirates who had died on the ground, then turned his gaze back to the survivors. I'm a rather vindictive person. What you've done to me cannot be settled so easily. I'm only asking for one palm from each of you. That's not too much, is it? Chen Feng laughed lightly, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. The pirates present were all stunned. Having witnessed the gruesome deaths of the captain and several crew members, they should have breathed a sigh of relief upon learning they wouldn't die. Yet the additional condition was too much for many of them to accept, who would willingly chop off their own palm. It appears you're unable to make a choice on your own. Very well then. I'll count to 3. Anyone who hasn't made a move by then, I'll do it for you. Ding. Extreme terror enshrouds the pirate group, 1238 points. Ding. A pirate faints from fright, 488 points. Ding. A pirate wets his pants in fear, 288 points. Chen Feng swept his eyes over the pirates on the deck and pressed a finger to his lips. 1, 2. Before Chen Feng even reached 3, the deck was filled with the pirates' agonized cries rising one after another. Chen Feng swept a glance around. Good heavens. Since they couldn't bring themselves to harm their own hands, the pirates had actually cut off one another's palms. It was plain to see how desperately they craved survival. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. It was obvious the pirates' will to live was tenacious. This time they would certainly remember the dread of being at the mercy of a stronger force. Having vented this vindictive fury on behalf of the original owner, Chen Feng sensed that the resentment coiled around him had lightened considerably. He knew that the grievance harbored by the previous owner had finally been resolved. Since you've done as I asked, then get out of here. After all, Chen Feng was a modern man who had received a higher education. He could not kill as casually as the pirate captain had. The pirates breathed sighs of relief and threw themselves into the sea, one after another, swimming away in a frenzy. Even with their severed palms, they moved with astonishing speed, terrified that the demon on the ship might abruptly change his mind. At this moment, only Chen Feng remained on the pirate vessel. He exchanged points for a cleaning solvent from the system store and sprinkled it onto the deck. In a short while, bloodstains and corpses vanished without a single trace. Good heavens! This is practically a miracle tool for destroying all evidence, more effective than sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, at least some bloody residue remains. This thing simply makes people disappear entirely. Indeed, whatever the system produces is bound to be a masterpiece. Chen Feng raised his head in admiration, then suddenly caught sight of the flag overhead, symbolizing the pirate crew. The entire pirate crew has been wiped out by me. Why keep the flag hanging? As he finished speaking, Chen Feng leaped, drew his long sword, and slashed at the flag. At the instant the flag hit the deck, Chen Feng's body landed gracefully. Simultaneously, a swell of memories from the original owner rushed forth, causing him to crouch in place for a moment while he processed them. I see. So you've always longed for a pirate ship of your own. Chen Feng straightened up, took out a piece of cloth, and drew a whirlwind on it with a pen. Then let me fulfill your wish. Chen Feng unfurled the cloth, sprang up, and tied it to the sail. The pirate crew will be called the Wind-Chasing Pirates. The name, Wind-Chasing Pirates, came from the character Feng in Chen Feng's name, carrying a twofold meaning: to commemorate the late original owner Chen Feng, and to carve a formidable mark upon this world like a raging tornado. To this end, Chen Feng had deliberately redeemed a piece of supreme-grade cloth from the system. Fire could not burn it, water could not drench it, and any attack proved futile against it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully helping the original owner Chen Feng pass on and gaining complete access to the body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 warship accelerator. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 288 points. Warship accelerator. What's that? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Ding! A warship accelerator, as its name suggests, is an auxiliary device capable of providing acceleration for vessels. This series also includes the warship light cannon, the warship iron wall, and more. Once the warship series equipment is fitted onto a ship, even the most simplistic vessel can emanate tremendous might. Damn, that's impressive. If I fully armed the pirate ship, wouldn't it become a mobile military fortress? Ding! One could understand it that way, but to gather a complete set of warship series equipment, the host will need unrelenting efforts. Of course I understand. How could something so powerful be so easy to acquire? It's like a lottery in a game. You need enough draws and enough skill before you can hit the jackpot. Ding! Friendly reminder: the host has not checked in today. Please check in as soon as possible. Check in. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained an energy protection shield. Ding! In the world of pirates, dangers abound everywhere, and ordinary humans cannot possibly withstand them. The energy protection shield provides the ultimate defense. No attack can pierce it. However, this protective effect can only be used once. Ding! The energy protection shield can only be used once. After that, it will be destroyed. The host must use it at a crucial moment. This is incredibly powerful. This could be passed down as a family heirloom. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this check-in reward. By the way, there are still several items in the space I haven't examined yet. The Jingjia sword obtained from the novice gift pack, and the warship accelerator acquired from purifying the original host. He hadn't had time to inspect either of them. He opened the control panel, accessed the system backpack, and spotted the Jingjia sword and warship accelerator among the inventory slots. Chen Feng first took out the Jingjia sword and tested it in his hand. As expected of a divine-grade treasure, the moment he drew it, a sharp and formidable aura radiated from around him. The Jingjia sword was entirely black, a massive broadsword. It was exceedingly heavy. Even Chen Feng found it somewhat strenuous to lift. In typical novels, the protagonist's sword is always something like a dragon-slaying blade or a dragon-proud sword, but in his hands he held a tremendously majestic and weighty Jingjia sword. Jingjia marks the beginning of the Mao month in the sexagenary cycle. Mao corresponds to mid-spring, its trigram situated in Zhen, where all things emerge. From Zhen arises the image of growth and vitality. Spring thunder first resounds, awakening the hibernating insects sheltered underground through winter. An excellent name, extraordinarily domineering. Chen Feng waved the Jingjia sword, unable to bear setting it down. I, Chen Feng, am the spring thunder in the heavens. My arrival shall surely terrify all the hibernating creatures of this pirate world. Yet a blade this formidable would be recognized for its value by even an ordinary person. He understood the principle that an innocent man bears no fault, yet possessing a treasure becomes his crime. Moreover, Chen Feng did not consider himself particularly powerful, so he could only draw out this sword in moments of dire danger. He returned the Jingjia sword to the spatial dimension. Chen Feng retrieved the warship accelerator from the system space. The moment he took it out, it automatically floated into the air. 2 launch tubes assembled themselves to either side of the vessel. Ding! The warship accelerator can enhance the vessel's movement speed. The speed is controllable. The host can adjust it. The maximum speed of this accelerator reaches 1.5 times that of ordinary ships. The accelerator cannot be transferred and responds solely to the host's commands. 1. 5 times isn't bad. At least it's significantly faster than ordinary people. Chen Feng was a rather laid-back person. In truth, he did not favor a life of violence and conflict, though he admitted it was somewhat thrilling. If he could pilot his own pirate ship across the seas traveling wherever he pleased, wouldn't that make for a rather lovely existence? Ding. Detected an unfamiliar life form in the ocean suspected to be a young girl. Oh. Chen Feng gazed toward the sea surface and saw a little girl clinging to a piece of driftwood floating on the water. Her complexion was pale and her eyes were tightly closed. She appeared to be unconscious. How could such a young child be alone in the sea? If left unattended, she certainly would not survive long. Chen Feng leaped into the ocean, grasped the little girl by her collar, and hauled her aboard the pirate ship. Ding. Faint life signs detected from the young girl. System. Exchange for 1 vial of Vitality Elixir. The Vitality Elixir was a 50 milliliters green potion whose primary function was to instantly restore the user's vitality. As long as the user still drew breath, there was a high probability of revival. Such a potion did not even exist in the rapidly developing 25th century. It was unique to this system, found nowhere else in the entire world. He pried open the little girl's pale lips and poured the potion inside. Soon the Vitality Elixir took effect. A faint green radiance surrounded the little girl. Her lips and cheeks regained their rosy color, and her water-swollen, wrinkled body recovered its firmness and elasticity. The little girl half opened her drowsy eyes and saw Chen Feng's handsome face looming close above her. It's you, it's really you. The little girl was overjoyed and excited. She sat up and grabbed Chen Feng's arm tightly. Brother Chen Feng, please hurry back. A group of pirates came to the town. They not only looted all the food, but also captured your master. Observing the little girl's face more carefully, Chen Feng finally remembered. She was the daughter of a farming family in the town. He had once accompanied his master to help them shoe horses and had glanced at this little girl then. He never expected she would actually remember him. When did this happen? Judging by her condition, the little girl must have been drifting on the sea for quite some time. 2 days ago, I went to play at the blacksmith's house. Suddenly some pirates arrived. They seemed to be searching for something and turned your place completely upside down. I was hiding in the wardrobe when the blacksmith uncle found me and sent me out. After I ran out, I discovered a massive fire had engulfed the entire town. Terrified, I hid inside a cargo ship. When I woke up, I was drifting on the sea. Pirates came to his master's house, searching for something. What could they be looking for? In his memory, his master was merely an ordinary blacksmith. He possessed no martial arts, no hockey, and even needed Chen Feng's help to carry rice. What on such an unremarkable man would pirates care about? Chen Feng could not fathom it, and had no time to dwell on the matter. Time was pressing. He had to rush back to the town and rescue his master. If his guess was correct, the pirates had not yet found what they sought. He had to return to the town before the pirates killed his master. Fortunately, the ship was equipped with the warship accelerator, which reduced what would normally be a full day's journey by more than half. Warship accelerator engage at 1.5x speed. Ding. The accelerator has been activated. There is no need to worry about seasickness. The accelerator has automatically adjusted to balance mode. You only need to enjoy the tranquil sea voyage. Small town blacksmith shop. Master Chen was bound to a large tree outside the blacksmith shop, his clothes stained dark red with blood. The blood had dried. His face was ashen and his body was covered with numerous blade wounds. It was a terrifying sight. Splash him awake. Tear. A large bucket of cold water was thrown onto his face, jolting him back to consciousness. Old man, won't you tell us where the item is? A burly man with a clown tattoo on his arm glared at Master Chen. I don't know what you're referring to. How could I tell you where it is? Master Chen pretended not to understand. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take us for fools? The man pointed to the clown tattoo on his arm. Who am I? I am Buggy, the clown captain of the strongest pirate ship in the East Blue, and Edgar, the former vice captain. Edgar. Master Chen raised his eyes, feigning contemplation. Never heard of that name. Why you? You old fool. Edgar stamped his foot in fury. He gestured to the crew beside him. It seems this old man hasn't suffered enough. Go ahead and teach him a proper lesson. And no matter how you torture me, I don't know, and that's that. I'm old and can't keep up with you young folks. Why must I know everything you want me to know? Master Chen's face was covered in wounds, yet he still wore a smile he fancied handsome. That smile was utterly at odds with his identity as a blacksmith, and instead made him look like a wise man who had weathered great storms. So you talk back to you, keep it up. Edgar directed his crew to whip Master Chen without pause. Master Chen felt he had reached his limit. He curled his lips in self-mockery. Alas, once a man is old, his body can never compare to his youthful days. Following the rhythm of the whip, Master Chen shouted, put more force into it. With that little strength, I might think you were massaging a newborn baby. That's infuriating. Beat him hard. Beat him to death. Edgar was so angry, he jumped up and down. He directed the crew, forgetting that he was supposed to search Master Chen for something. Enduring the pain, Master Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. In his daze, the shadow of a red-haired man seemed to appear in the sky, and his eyes became moist. See, Captain, I'm sorry I can't keep the promise to meet you again. Is that all the strength you have? Trying to tickle me? Master Chen roared. The shout of dying man's last burst of strength startled Edgar and his crew. After a brief daze, Edgar snapped back to his senses, a cruel smile spreading across his face. If you're so eager to die, then I'll do you the favor. Edgar snatched the whip from the crewman's hand, swinging it himself again and again across Master Chen's body. Master Chen closed his eyes. Captain, goodbye. Stop. A familiar voice reached Master Chen's ears. He snapped his eyes open and looked toward the source. Chen Feng, why are you back? Run quick. Chen Feng stood outside the shop, long sword in hand, his face full of fury. Oh ho, here's another one courting death. Edgar stopped whipping and looked at Chen Feng, standing outside the shop with great interest. Don't tell me this is that worthless disciple of yours. Edgar mocked Chen Feng mercilessly. I thought you'd already died out at sea, ha ha. Since you're back, you should keep your master company. It's lonely walking the road to the Yellow Springs alone. Edgar shouted wildly, looking exactly like a clown. Master Chen looked at Chen Feng, his face full of anxiety, and shouted, Chen Feng, go now. Don't worry about me. The sea holds countless opportunities. You'll find yours. Your master believes in you. You will become the person you want to be. Master, I can't give up on you. Seeing Master Chen, emotions surged inside Chen Feng, making it impossible for him to stay calm. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to slaughter the bastard before him, who had tormented his master. Hey, what's your name? Chen Feng's voice was low. Before I kill you, let me know your name, so at least I won't be killing a nameless nobody. With that, Chen Feng drew his longsword and took an offensive stance aimed at Edgar. Haraha you. Edgar's face was full of disbelief and disdain. I am Edgar, former first mate of Buggy the Clown's crew, the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea. Edgar. Chen Feng silently repeated the pirate's name. The next second, a faint smirk curved at the corner of his lips. Never even heard of you. Why you? Edgar flailed in fury, glaring at Chen Feng with sinister eyes. Ding. Detected anger, 388 points. Ding. Detected hatred, 388 points. Ding. Detected irritation, 388 points. By now it was night, with no more than 4 hours left before the next day. After killing this fellow named Edgar, he could sign in one more time, and he was determined to make full use of this opportunity. In ancient times, people played music while raising pigs to make the meat more delicious. In the present, there is a tactic of enraging a man before killing him, so as to sign in more smoothly. At the thought, Chen Feng deliberately showed a contemptuous expression. I've never heard that Buggy the Clown had someone like you aboard. Don't tell me you're some fellow who was cast out of the crew. Chen Feng's words struck Edgar's sore spot. Yes, he had indeed been expelled from Buggy the Clown's pirate crew. He had never been a first mate, he had only been the lowliest shore boy. But he dreamed of becoming Buggy the Clown's first mate. In his eyes, Buggy the Clown was the strongest in the East Sea. So he always told everyone that he was Buggy the Clown's first mate, and with that identity, he succeeded in establishing his own pirate crew out on the sea. Ding. Edgar's resentment, 1888 points. Ding. Edgar's frenzy, 1888 points. Ding. Edgar's irritation, 1888 points. The mechanical voice of the system rang in Chen Feng's mind, and he showed a satisfied expression. This Edgar was truly easy to provoke. One tiny prod sent him into a frenzy. Now it was time. Chen Feng swung his longsword, and a razor-sharp sword chi shot from within the blade toward Edgar's body. So fast, so intensely dense sword chi. Master Chen's eyes shone as he stared intently at the sword chi radiating golden light. It had been a long time since he had seen such keen sword chi. The last time was aboard the Rock's pirate ship. Then a hint of comfort surfaced on his face. Good lad. I had thought that shielding you from this cruel world too early was for your own good. But now I realize I protected you too much. In just a few short months, you've grown into a swordsman who can stand alone. Very good. Master is gratified. Master Chen's face was streaked with tears. To see his disciple, who was like a son, grow stronger before his death, he would have no regrets in this life. Aya! The golden sword chi plunged entirely into Edgar's body. He stiffened and screamed in agony. Chen Feng sheathed his long sword and watched the agonized Edgar coldly. This was a unique killing method he had created, inspired by all kinds of anime and manga. The essence of it was forcing sword chi into the opponent's body and using the sword chi's destructive power to shred their internal organs, causing them to die in excruciating pain. This method was too malicious. Had he not seen his master tortured to the brink of death, he would never have used it. In fact, this killing technique of forcing sword chi into an opponent's body to lethal effect was not originally invented by Chen Feng. Only someone who had reached the pinnacle in a certain domain and comprehended sword chi could wield this move. It also drained one's stamina enormously, which was why nobody ordinarily used it. For Chen Feng, however, the issue of stamina consumption simply did not exist. There were so many stamina-restoring potions in the system. When one ran out, he'd just drink another, and they worked like a charm. The time arrived exactly at 12 o'clock. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring god-level medical skills. Hint on tranquil seas: one always encounters troublesome troubles that no potion can cure. Perhaps the arrival of someone possessing god-level medical skills could turn peril into safety. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 388 points. The system voice fell silent. Chen Feng felt as though a gentle breeze lifted him from the ground and countless fragments of memories flooded into his mind, enabling him to comprehend god-level medical arts in an instant. Confidence. Certainty. Chen Feng now radiated this aura throughout his entire being. Since ancient times, China's legendary physicians have been versed in both astronomy and geography, some even understanding the realm of rebirth. And what Chen Feng had obtained was precisely the 6,000-year inheritance of China. After absorbing the memories, he approached Master Chen. Master Chen, tears streaming down his aged face, looked at Chen Feng. Good child, good child. Master Chen's words made Chen Feng's eyes redden. This man who had raised him since childhood was the one he cherished most. Having also been orphaned in his past life, Chen Feng could now profoundly feel the warmth and kindness emanating from Master Chen. Master cannot stay with you anymore. From now on you must face things alone. Having spoken these words, Master Chen closed his eyes peacefully and departed. You think leaving is so easy? Chen Feng rubbed his swollen eyes, swung his sword to sever the ropes binding Master Chen, and carried him to a flat open space. Secret technique, Hua Tuo's acupoint hand. Chen Feng pressed his index and middle fingers together and rapidly tapped several acupoints on Master Chen's body. Secret technique, Bien K's pupil. Chen Feng activated the secret art, his eyes turning golden as his gaze swept over Master Chen's body. Strange. Why are Master's meridians completely blocked? Chen Feng was somewhat puzzled. However, the most pressing matter was to pull Master back from the gates of hell. Secret technique, Shinnong's bone-mending art. Cold mist rose from Chen Feng's palms as he pressed them against Master Chen's body, continuously kneading and manipulating the bones. Soon, all of Master Chen's meridians were restored. What is this? Hockey. Chen Feng's eyes widened as he witnessed a crimson energy mass coursing through Master Chen's body. Could it be? Had Master once been a master warrior upon the seas? Hockey is the latent power inherent to all humanity, momentum, killing intent, and fighting spirit. When these formless emotions are wielded, willpower itself becomes a weapon. The crimson hockey continuously circulated within Master Chen's body, repairing his damaged meridians. Before long, Master Chen stirred awake. His first sight fell upon his long-awaited disciple. Is this hell? Master Chen asked groggily. Uff. Chen Feng laughed through tears. No, this is your blacksmith shop. But I, clearly, already died. Master Chen whispered weakly. I brought you back. Chen Feng helped Master Chen sit up and showed him Edgar's lifeless corpse sprawled upon the ground. Master Chen gazed at the scene in utter disbelief. Only then did memories of his final moments flood back. What he had believed were deathbed hallucinations had in fact been real events. Good child, good child. Master Chen tightly grasped Chen Feng's arm, his face brimming with relief. You must have endured great suffering during these months away. If not for these hardships, how could I have comprehended the profound essence of swordsmanship? Hearing this, Master Chen fell momentarily speechless. He gently patted Chen Feng's arm several times, and after a long pause spoke again. Child, I always knew you were gifted. From childhood, I had great hopes for you. By the way, Master, what exactly were Edgar and the others searching for? Master Chen regarded Chen Feng's bewildered expression and sighed. I was originally a sailor under Captain Rox. After a certain battle, I was severely injured and could no longer use hockey. Captain Rox settled me here, saying he would one day return to find me, and entrusted a fruit to my care. A fruit? Could it be a devil fruit? Indeed. Who could have guessed that such a rare treasure as a devil fruit would surface in an obscure small town in the East Blue? Devil fruits were extraordinarily precious. Were it not for Chen Feng's system, even he would have struggled to remain composed. No wonder. No wonder. But how did this news reach the ears of an insignificant pirate? It may be connected to former crew members of Captain Shanks. Over the years others have come searching, but I managed to deceive them all away. I see. Chen Feng rose and approached the pirates' corpses. He retrieved several vials of cleaning potion from his system and sprinkled them upon the bodies. Within seconds the corpses vanished, leaving not a trace behind. How miraculous. Master Chen abruptly stood and hurried to Chen Feng's side. The corpses simply disappeared. What was that vial you just sprinkled? This is a cleaning potion. Chen Feng handed the vial to Master Chen. This is a potion I invented myself. When sprinkled upon any object, it instantly cleanses it. If applied to a corpse, it can purify even the bones, leaving absolutely no trace. Child, you must never reveal this to others, or it will bring death upon you. This single vial is worth tens of thousands of berries on the black market. Assassins who thrive on murder and plunder will surely come after you. Chen Feng patted Master Chen's back reassuringly. Do not worry, Master. I know what I am doing. Come, let me give you something wonderful. Master Chen pulled Chen Feng's hand and led him around to the clearing behind the blacksmith shop. He ran his hands across the ground, feeling for something. Seconds later, an iron door materialized in the clearing. Chen Feng stared in astonishment. Having grown up here, he had never known a secret chamber lay beneath this very ground. Child, you have grown up. It is time I entrust to you the treasure I have guarded all along. Master Chen led Chen Feng into the underground chamber. The spacious cellar was entirely empty save for a treasure chest placed at its center. Master Chen approached and opened the chest. Within lay a devil fruit and a book crafted from parchment. Uninterested in the devil fruit, Chen Feng casually picked up the parchment book and opened it. Strange, there is nothing written inside. Ha ha, truly worthy of being my disciple. Ordinary people would be unable to tear themselves away from a devil fruit. In truth, the most vital element here is this parchment book, for it concerns your very origins. However, this book appears to be enchanted. With my current strength, I cannot read it. Perhaps only when you grow truly powerful will you possess the qualification to peruse it. You must protect it faithfully, for this book belongs to you. Master. A trace of emotion flickered across Chen Feng's face. Master, how did we really meet? That is a rather long story. 16 years ago, when I was fishing by the seaside, I found you. You were placed in a wooden basin, and beneath you lay this parchment book. I saw how pitiful you were, so I carried you back home. At that, a trace of reminiscence flickered across Master Chen's face. I know your origins are unusual. A book made from sheepskin is extremely costly. More importantly, parchment is an excellent medium for conducting magic, and words written with magic are extremely difficult to detect. So that's how it is. Chen Feng gripped the parchment book. Although he was not a man of this world at this moment, he felt a faint sense of belonging. Master, I will definitely find out my true origins. I have great faith in you. Master Chen patted Chen Feng's hand. I can see that you are very powerful now. But no matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger, and there is always a sky beyond the sky. Remember, never reveal all your trump cards. I'm an old bone now. The things out on the sea no longer bring me the joy I get from peacefully hammering iron. Master, try releasing your haki. Chen Feng looked at Master Chen with confidence. Release my haki. A useless man like me can't. Master Chen gave a self-deprecating laugh. Of course he wanted to use haki. After so many years, he still dreamed of those bygone days every night. In those days, he had been full of vigor and spirit, one of the crew members most trusted by the captain. But now he could only hide in this small town and eke out a meager existence. He did not want that. He truly did not want that. Master, please try your haki. I guarantee it will make you happy. Chen Feng looked at Master Chen with certainty, and an inexplicable smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Master Chen looked into Chen Feng's eyes and could not help believing him. He raised his palm and began to channel his power the same way he once had when unleashing haki. The next second, ecstasy burst across his face. This is impossible. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ding. Master Chen was overjoyed, 188 points. Ding. Master Chen was stunned, 188 points. Ding. Master Chen was puzzled, 188 points. Chen Feng. Look, your master's haki is back. I'm not dreaming, am I? Master Chen suddenly tightened his grip on Chen Feng's hand. Realizing he might be in a dream, he fiercely pinched his own arm. Ow. The pain was intense. This was not a dream. But why had his meridians suddenly returned to normal? In the past, he had visited renowned physicians everywhere, yet none had been able to cure him. Now he had suddenly recovered, thinking back, it was all simply unbelievable. How could it be a dream? I repaired your meridians with my own hands. Chen Feng looked at Master Chen with amusement. Apprentice. Master Chen stared blankly at Chen Feng, at a momentary loss for words. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Good child, I never dreamed your fortune would be so great. You have awakened your insight into swordsmanship and even learned the art of medicine. I never imagined I would one day become so powerful either. That was the truth. Chen Feng was nothing more than an ordinary college student. Usually the most he had done was play tower defense games. Everything he had experienced in the pirate world made him feel as if it were all unreal. A week later, carrying his travel pack, Chen Feng boarded the Windchaser pirate ship under the villagers' watchful gazes. Before leaving, he turned back to look at them. Master Chen waved to Chen Feng with tears in his eyes. Lowering his gaze, Chen Feng saw the little girl holding Master Chen's hand. When the pirates had raided the village, many people had died, and her parents were among them. The little girl had been adopted by Master Chen, so Chen Feng no longer worried that Master Chen would be alone and bored in the village. Before setting off, he took one last look at Master Chen. Master Chen stood confidently beside the little girl, his entire bearing as different from when Chen Feng had first returned as heaven is from earth. With his power restored, Master Chen radiated the imposing aura of a strong one. Chen Feng was not worried that anyone would cause his master trouble. Most of the pirate crews in the East Blue were nothing to be feared. His master alone could defeat an entire crew. Brother Chen Feng, you must remember what I asked you to do. The little girl formed a trumpet with her hands around her mouth and shouted toward Chen Feng. I won't forget. Don't worry. Chen Feng shouted back to the little girl. Before leaving, she had come to his room. He had thought she was simply too sad over losing her parents and wanted to pour her heart out to him. Unexpectedly, the little girl had asked him to help her find her younger brother, who had been abducted by pirates 2 months earlier, because that boy was her last remaining family in this world. This little girl was very optimistic and strong, and she firmly believed that he could help her find her younger brother. In fact, Chen Feng really could. Chen Feng was very fond of the little girl, so he agreed without a second thought. According to her description, Chen Feng guessed that the person must be with the rogue pirate crew roaming the East Blue, the Alvida pirates. From the little girl's description, there was a pirate ship covered in hearts and a plump middle-aged woman with a swan head. The Alvida pirates, a crew Luffy defeated right after he appeared. With Chen Feng on the case, why worry that he could not handle it? After bidding farewell to the villagers, Chen Feng sailed the pirate ship away. The sea was perfectly calm, with not a ripple or breeze. Seagulls wheeled over the ocean. Sunlight poured down, and everything looked peaceful and serene. Chen Feng lay on the deck, enjoying the afternoon sun. Bang! A deafening sound came from the stern. Chen Feng got up and looked toward the stern. Thick smoke kept him from seeing what had happened there. It seemed something had fallen onto the deck at the stern. Chen Feng walked over and saw an obese woman lying face down on the deck unconscious. Wasn't this Alvida, the character who appeared in the early episodes of the One Piece anime? Before he had even gone to find her, she had delivered herself to him. Chen Feng approached and saw that Alvida had taken a gunshot wound to the abdomen, and the spiked club from her hand had dropped onto her head. Good grief, she is far uglier than in the anime. Judging by her condition, she had been attacked, or rather ambushed. Could she have been betrayed by her own crew? Chen Feng cupped his chin in thought. He should revive her first, after all he had business with her. Secret art Shinnong, I. Chen Feng activated the secret technique. His pupils turned golden, and his gaze swept back and forth over Alvida's body. Since it was a gunshot wound, there had to be a bullet inside her body. Chen Feng decided to perform a surgical operation to extract the bullet from Ariel's body. System. Exchange for a set of surgical instruments. Ding. The surgical instruments have been exchanged, and the corresponding points have been deducted. Note these instruments can only be used once. After use, they will be discarded. Please be aware, host. Understood. Anyway, this won't cost many points. There's plenty in the system shop. Well then, I'm about to perform my first surgical operation in my life. There's a trace of excitement in his heart. Chen Feng picked up medical scissors and cut open Ariel's clothes, exposing the fat on her upper body. The doctor's memories told him that performing surgery on an obese person is extremely difficult. Their excessive body fat creates too much resistance, and the accumulation of fat makes it hard to locate the bullet's correct position. However, with the blessing of Bien K's pupil, none of these were issues for him. The only real problem was the feel of all this fat was simply unacceptable. Then let's see this through to the end and scrape off all the fat from her body. Chen Feng picked up a scalpel, cut into Ariel's skin, and scraped away layer after layer of fat from within her body. Before long, Chen Feng had scraped off all the fat from Ariel's body. Good heavens, this fat weighed over 20 caddies, enough to fill a large barrel of lard. Chen Feng then picked up forceps, removed the bullet from her body, and stitched her wound. After finishing all of this, Chen Feng returned to his room, took out a small notebook, and began calculating the damage Ariel had caused to the pirate ship, whom the surgical fee should also be counted. Thinking of this, Chen Feng added another line to his notebook. That makes a total of 5,000,000 berry. Chen Feng stood up with the notebook and walked out of the room onto the deck. He looked toward Ariel's direction, but the deck was completely empty. Good heavens, what recovery ability. Clearly Ariel had taken the opportunity when Chen Feng left to escape. Chen Feng looked out to sea. A pirate ship covered in red hearts was approaching from the side and rear of the wind-chased pirate ship. Meanwhile, Ariel, who had been lying on his deck moments ago, was walking into a room. After Chen Feng had scraped off over 20 caddies of fat, Ariel had changed so dramatically that she was barely recognizable. The fat scraping and facelift surgery had successfully reduced Ariel's figure to under 90 caddies. And for aesthetic purposes, Chen Feng had specially performed a fat grafting procedure for her. He transferred the fat from her body to her chest, buttocks, thighs, and certain areas of her face. The effect was striking. Ariel had transformed into a graceful beauty with a stunning appearance. I think I could open a clinic specializing in cosmetic procedures for female pirates dissatisfied with their figures and appearance. That would be an absolute goldmine. Hey, kid, our captain invites you aboard. Ariel's pirate ship pulled alongside Chen Feng's vessel. Several pirates used grappling hooks to secure the two ships together and climbed up the ladder onto Chen Feng's ship. Kid, come with us. Several pirates pulled ropes from their backpacks and bound Chen Feng without giving him a chance to resist. Chen Feng did not resist. He wanted to see what Ariel's true intention was behind this invitation. Chen Feng was led into Ariel's room by the pirates, and he casually glanced around. Pink, absolutely everything was pink. Pink walls, pink windows, pink curtains, and a pink bed. At that moment, Ariel was sitting on her pink bed, holding a mirror and constantly checking herself. Her face was filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that a teenager had performed surgery on her to make her beautiful? Kid, who are you? Ariel asked in confusion. Actually, while unconscious, she had sensed someone performing surgery on her. a procedure that still sent chills down her spine when she thought about it now. During her unconscious state, she had felt someone use a scalpel to cut open her skin, peel back her entire body, and scrape away at something bit by bit. Then she had felt the bullet removed from her body by the boy using forceps. After that came the facelift, suturing, and cutting. Strangely, there was no pain throughout the entire process, yet the feeling of being helplessly at their mercy filled her with deep dread. Could this kid be a devil fruit user? He didn't look like one. Ariel had lived in the East Blue for many years and had never heard of such a person. If there were, the bounty posters would already be plastered all over every street and alley. I am merely a traveler of the seas. I am neither a pirate nor a marine. Before leaving the town, his master had spoken with him once. Pirates may be the overlords of the seas, but so are the marines. Whichever side he chose, he could not afford to provoke either at this point. But to Chen Feng, pirates and marines were essentially the same breed of people. Not all pirates were bad, just as not all marines were good. Could one call the world nobles righteous? Certainly not. After much deliberation, Chen Feng decided to follow his heart's choice. He had renamed the Windchase Pirate Crew to the Windchase Travel Corps. He did not wish to tread paths others had already walked. Instead, he wanted to carve out his own new road. Neither a pirate nor a marine. Do you know that on these seas, only pirates are true overlords? Without the protection of a pirate crew, it is nearly impossible to survive here. Why not join my travel corps and serve as my exclusive assistant? An exclusive assistant was in reality nothing more than a servant devoted to her. Ariel had made up her mind to keep Chen Feng aboard, convinced that he was a weakling with no strength. Oh, should I understand this as serving as your exclusive slave? Chen Feng's eyes held a smile as his gaze drifted past Ariel to someone behind her. Behind Ariel, two young boys in servant attire knelt on the bed, each holding a fan to cool her. Chen Feng knew one of them was the girl's younger brother, and the other he recognized immediately. It was Kobe Luffy's companion, who desperately wanted to become a marine. Ha ha ha. Ariel laughed recklessly, and after finishing, she looked at Chen Feng standing nearby. You could understand it that way, young doctor. You're quite clever, aren't you? Look at yourself. Do you think you can escape? Once you set foot on my ship, there is no way you'll ever leave. What exactly did I do to make you see me as a penniless youth? Chen Feng smiled, applied slight pressure, and broke free from the tightly bound ropes. What? Yelita's pupils contracted, the arrogance that had marked her expression earlier completely gone. This? How did you do this? After all, those ropes could withstand a force of several hundred caddies. Just some mere ropes, easily done. This is impossible. Those ropes could hold hundreds of caddies, yet you broke free so easily. Probably bought a fake. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. He stretched his sore neck and turned to look at Yelita, who was staring in disbelief. Have you finished? Now it's my turn. The damages to my ship plus the cost of your facial reconstruction comes to 5,000 berries. Settle the bill immediately, or I'll calculate it with usurious interest. Preposterous. I am Yelita. I'm the one who collects money from others, never the reverse. Yelita's expression darkened as she glared at Chen Feng, then signaled to the pirates below with a wave of her hand. Bepoke, highboke, bobok, go handle him. Just keep your blows away from the face and hands. Yes, Captain. The pirates closed in around Chen Feng. Hey kid, let us teach you a lesson first. The three drew their axes and swung at Chen Feng. Sigh. Chen Feng murmured. I only came to take what's rightfully mine. Why must we resort to such violence? Chen Feng drew his sword and vanished in an instant. Where did he go? The three looked around in confusion, while Yelita, seated on the bed, scanned the area for any sign of him. Right behind you. A low voice echoed from behind them. They whipped around to see a blur of motion so swift it barely registered. Then their arms lay severed at their sides. The three let out ear-splitting screams of agony. Chen Feng sheathed his blade, watching them with cold detachment. Scram before I change my mind about letting you live. If I see you on my ship again, you won't walk away. We're leaving. The three pirates scrambled out of the bedroom on hands and knees, diving into the sea. Run away. You useless fools. Yelita burst from the bed and shoved aside the two boys who'd been kneeling behind her, fanning her. Let me handle this myself. She grabbed her spiked mace and charged at Chen Feng. I'd advise against it. You just had surgery and have no chance against me. Truth is, even without the surgery, you still couldn't defeat me. Chen Feng casually sidestepped her attacks while taunting her. Big talk from a punk like you. Yelita gritted her teeth. He was right, her body wasn't suited for combat right now. Having just undergone liposuction, Yelita felt unbearable pain coursing through her entire body. Far worse than any wound she'd ever suffered. But she couldn't back down now. What poison did you use on me? Poison? You. Do you think you're worth wasting a bottle of poison on? Chen Feng's words cut deep. Enraged, Yelita swung her mace with all her strength, ignoring the pain and striking blindly at Chen Feng. Yet when she saw what Chen Feng did next, she froze. He stood perfectly still before her. Momentum carried her forward uncontrollably. Just as she was about to reach him, Chen Feng finally moved, but not with his sword. His fingers were pressed together in a blade-like stance. You insult me. Yelita's face contorted with fury. You won't even draw your sword against me. My mace could shatter your skull in an instant. Chen Feng chuckled softly. You. The next moment Yelita's body was launched forward like a tattered kite caught in a storm. Her form smashed into the wall and became embedded within it. Impossible. This can't be. Blood spewed from Yelita's lips as her eyes bulged with disbelief. Your life force is draining away. In 3 hours you'll be dead. Chen Feng walked over slowly and crouched to meet her gaze. Do you wish to die? Or live? A demon's smile curled Chen Feng's lips. I don't want to die. Blood continued to pour from Yelita's mouth as desperation etched across her face. I am the most beautiful woman on the great seas. How can I possibly die? Chen Feng tapped his chin thoughtfully, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. In that case, beg me to save you. Please. Save me. I don't want to die. Easy enough. System mark her. The demon's mark has been exchanged and is now active. Mark application complete. Yelita, the marked subject, shall serve host Chen Feng for 1 year until she earns 5 berries, at which point the contract will terminate. What is this? Yelita stared at the demonic brand that had suddenly appeared on her arm, confusion writ across her face. This mark signifies our agreement. You, Yelita, must earn me 5 berries within 1 year before you regain your freedom. Now close your eyes. Yelita obediently obeyed. Chen Feng exchanged for a vitality potion through the system and held it to her lips. Drink this. A delicate fragrance wafted into Yelita's nostrils. She parted her lips and consumed the entire contents of the vitality potion Chen Feng offered. A miraculous sensation enveloped Yelita. Paradoxically, it was far from painful. In fact, it felt extraordinarily soothing. That damn kid. I'll make him regret this once I recover. Yelita fumed internally. Yet what she didn't realize was that such thoughts would remain nothing more than idle fantasies. With the demon's mark in place throughout the contract period, she would never be able to harm so much as a single finger of Chen Feng's. Chen Feng stepped out of the room and spotted the pirates looting the ship's treasures. The pirates had long heard Yelita's screams, and with Bepok, Hybok, and Bobok having just fled the room, they had already deduced that their captain had lost. Their captain was defeated, the crew was leaderless. Staying on this pirate ship served no purpose, it was wiser to flee with the plundered treasure. Chen Feng paid no attention to the pirates scrambling to seize the treasure. Behind him, 2 little boys stepped out. Kobe walked over to Chen Feng and bowed. Thank you so much for defeating the she-devil Alvida. To show our gratitude, we are willing to be your slaves. I don't need 2 children as my slaves. Chen Feng looked at Kobe and the little boy. I will take you home. Home. The little boy's eyes lit up. He took Chen Feng's hand gratefully, then began making gestures over his chest. Watching the little boy's gestures, Chen Feng became even more certain that this was the younger brother the little girl had asked him to find before he left. I'm sorry, sir, he cannot speak. Kobe looked at Chen Feng, apologetically afraid that any misstep would displease him. I know. I came aboard this ship to find him. Go pack your things. I will send you home tonight. Sir, I don't want to go home. Please let me stay a few more days. Once I find the enlistment office, I will leave. Having read the original One Piece, Chen Feng knew that Kobe had not come to sea to become a pirate, but to join the Marines. Fine. Go back to your room and rest. With me here, no one will dare bully you. The 2 little boys returned to their room. Chen Feng leaned alone against the railing, gazing at the sea. Dolphins leaped through the waves, seagulls soared across the sky, and the evening sunlight was enchanting. Alvida stepped out of her room. Her eyes swept the ship for a few seconds before finally finding Chen Feng admiring the view in a corner. A perfect chance. Alvida tightened her grip on the dagger and crept silently behind Chen Feng, ready to strike him with a fatal blow. A violent pain burst through her head. She fell to her knees and cried out involuntarily. It's useless. The demon's mark makes it impossible for you to harm me. Come back after you've earned me 5 million belly. I'll use the treasure on the ship as payment. Is that so? What a pity. Your crew just ran off with the treasure. Hearing this, Alvida slammed the ground several times with her fists. Damned bastards. Chen Feng crouched down and helped Alvida, who was kneeling on the ground, to her feet. From now on, we are companions. Please take care of me. A gentle breeze ruffled Chen Feng's hair, and his eyes seemed to contain stars. For a moment, Alvida was completely dazed. A blush spread across her cheeks. Well, then start by giving the ship a thorough cleaning. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled into a mischievous smile as he commanded Alvida. This. Alvida's body turned against her while picked up the broom from the ground and began sweeping uncontrollably. This insensitive oaf has no human decency. Can't he tell I'm still recovering? And he still talks about being companions. Alvida pouted angrily, her face full of displeasure. Yet the image of Chen Feng standing on the deck just now kept flashing through her mind. It had to be said that after the cosmetic surgery, Alvida was extremely beautiful. Having just taken the vitality potion, her body was restored to its best condition. Night. A small town. A pirate ship approached the town. The gangway came down, and a little boy walked off. He waved toward the ship. On the pirate ship, Kobe reluctantly waved back. Goodbye. I'll miss you. Taking a few steps and looking back repeatedly, the little boy vanished from Kobe's sight. On the deck, Chen Feng was looking at a map. He found Marine Island and drew a circle around it. Is the next stop Marine Island? Alvida sat down wearily beside Chen Feng and looked at the map in his hand. She knitted her brows, wearing an expression of reluctance. Marine Island is not a fun place. It's under Marine jurisdiction, ruled by Marine Captain Morgan and his son Helmeppo. We'd better not go. Alvida looked at Chen Feng with concern. That place is really awful, and we know very little about Marine Island. Let's not ask for trouble. There's a new crew member waiting for us there. With my strength, I have no need for information, Chen Feng said confidently. Looking at Chen Feng's confident face, Alvida blushed again. She quickly turned away so he wouldn't see her reaction. Marine Island. A ramen shop. Chen Feng, Alvida, and Kobe were eating ramen together. The proprietress of the ramen shop came out wearing an apron. She handed a packet of rice balls to a little girl. Take this to him to eat. Make sure you do it in secret and don't get caught. The little girl nodded seriously. Auntie, are these rice balls for a cat? Alvida asked curiously. They are for the town's great hero. He was taken away by Marine Captain Morgan for protecting us, and he was imprisoned under the scorching sun with orders that he be given no food for a month. A month without food, wouldn't he starve? Kobe set down his chopsticks and looked at the proprietress. Yes, that's right. That's why the children in town secretly throw food to him. Then he really is pitiful. I heard he is a very skilled swordsman, right? Chen Feng, who had remained silent all along, spoke up. Why you? How did you know? The proprietress looked at Chen Feng in surprise. He really is a very skilled swordsman. He often helps the townspeople, and we are all grateful to him. Then what do you say if I rescue him? Chen Feng finished his ramen, took out a handkerchief, and casually wiped his mouth. Why you? Can you really rescue him? The proprietress was startled by Chen Feng's words. Of course. Then please, you must rescue him. She pulled the little girl down to kneel with her. We are willing to trade this shop for his freedom. No need for the shop. Take me to the place where he is imprisoned. Inside the towering walls in the middle of the empty grounds, Rorinoa Zoro was tied to a stone pillar. The sun was blazing, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. His eyes were closed. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he had died long ago. Thud! Something hit the ground at his feet. Zoro opened his eyes and looked down. It was a rice ball tied to a stone. Zoro only glanced at it, then closed his eyes. On the wall, Chen Feng was observing Zoro, green spiky hair and a resolute face. He was indeed exactly the same as the iron-willed tough guy from the anime. Chen Feng was very satisfied. Hey, aren't you going to eat? A low voice reached Zoro's ears. He opened his eyes and looked toward the source. What's it to you? Zoro gritted his teeth, and a hoarse sound like a beast's snarl escaped his throat. You really are a fool. Chen Feng's figure landed lightly on the stone monument where Zoro was bound. The breeze stirred his clothes, giving him an air of otherworldly detachment. Hey, you wouldn't understand. If I don't stand up, the innocent villagers will be the ones who get hurt. Zoro looked down at the rice ball at his feet, his expression unreadable. So this is what you call standing up. A beast should never be caged. The words drifted down lightly from atop the stone monument, and Zoro froze, his pupils contracting. Yes. This version of myself bound by the Marines is like a lion trapped in a cage, bereft of dignity and unable to protect the people I care about. Zoro smiled wryly and looked into the distance. Several people were walking toward him. You'd better go. Helmeppo and his men are coming. Zoro looked up at the stone monument. The man who had just been crouching there was already gone. Only a leaf remained drifting down from the stone. That guy moves pretty fast. Zoro smiled wryly. Ha! A shrill laugh rang out, and Zoro looked ahead. Helmeppo and his men caught the little girl who hadn't been fast enough to flee. If you want to bring him food, you have to accept my punishment. Tie this little girl up as well. But Lord Helmeppo, she's still a child. Helmeppo's men looked at the girl, momentarily unable to make a move. Are you trying to defy my orders? Helmeppo stared darkly at the Marines. The Marine under his gaze had a fearful expression. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll do it right away. The little girl was tied up by the Marines, bound together with Zoro. Zoro, how does it feel to be starving? You promised that as long as I survived 1 month, you wouldn't hurt the villagers. There are only 10 days left. I can do it. Ha! Am I the kind of person who goes back on his word? Don't worry. If you can survive those 10 days, I'll never bully the vile commoners in that village again. And I'll release both you and the little girl. Fine. It's a deal. As for this, don't even think about eating it. Helmeppo stomped the rice ball at Zoro's feet, flattening it, and ground it hard under his boot. Helmeppo left in satisfaction, laughing wildly as he walked along the road. The Marine behind him asked curiously, are we really going to let Zoro go? Ha ha ha. Not a chance. Today is that Zoro's death day. Go make preparations. He'll be beheaded tonight. At that moment, on the wall, a girl with a bandana and short orange hair was watching closely. So they were going to execute the imprisoned swordsman tonight. That would be the perfect time for her to make her move. Treasure. Nami is here. Nami rubbed her hands together, her face excited. She had long heard that Captain Morgan of Marine Island was an exceedingly wealthy man. They had long extorted the people's hard-earned wealth and piled up a tremendous fortune. Humph, this kind of ill-gotten wealth. Let me, Nami, take it off your hands. Let's go in and scout the way first. Nami leaped down from the high wall. Her body was extremely agile. Twisting left and right, she slipped through one opening after another into the heavily guarded marine base. Hey kid. Zoro, tied to the stone monument, called out coolly, I know you're there. Chen Feng walked out from a dark corner and stood in front of Zoro. Pick up that rice ball on the ground. I want to eat it. This one. Chen Feng picked up the rice ball that had been trampled into mush and fed it to Zoro. Without the slightest distaste, Zoro chewed it in big mouthfuls, his gaze falling on the little girl tied up behind him. Please take her away. I can't do that. The words were casually spoken from Chen Feng's mouth. Zoro was stunned. You clearly have the strength to save her. Why won't you? Are you just like Helmeppo, taking pleasure in tormenting ordinary people? I clearly have the power to save 2 people, so why should I save only 1? I came here today to take you away too. Don't be naive. No matter how strong you are, you won't get away with me in tow. Besides, I still have a promise to keep with Helmeppo. Zoro was agitated, shouting at the top of his voice at Chen Feng. You're the foolish one. Do you really think Helmeppo will ever let you go? This? Zoro's mind reeled. Yes, he had been too naive. How could someone like Helmeppo ever stop doing evil? Chen Feng was pleased to see regret on Zoro's face. His thin lips curled into a faint smile. The best way to make him stop doing evil is to defeat him. Chen Feng's words awakened Zoro, and Zoro's face burned with battle intent. In that case, I'll be the one to defeat Helmeppo. Whoosh. The ropes binding Zoro and the little girl were severed with a single slash of Chen Feng's blade. These are your swords. Chen Feng tossed Zoro's 3 katanas to him. This. How did you find them? Never mind how I found them. My only goal is to take you away with me. What do you mean? Zoro was baffled. I want you to join my travel crew and be my shipmate. But I only like strong people. You have to defeat me first. Fine. After we take care of Captain Morgan and Helmeppo, I'll have my duel with you. If you lose, you'll come with me. Deal. Chen Feng and Zoro split up, determined to defeat Captain Morgan stationed on Marine Island and his son Helmeppo. In the corridor, Chen Feng collided with a woman with short orange hair and a bandana. Ow. Who was that? You nearly knocked the wind out of me. Nami fell to the ground, then looked up and met Chen Feng's eyes. Could this be Nami? Chen Feng stared blankly at Nami, who was sitting on the ground. Today he had finally seen the real Nami. But there are more important things to do. Chen Feng barely glanced at Nami and was about to leave. Half the day had already passed, and he had to find Captain Morgan and fight him. For no other reason than to make today's sign-in yield a jackpot. Hey you. You bump into someone and don't even apologize. Sorry, I am in a hurry. Chen Feng had other matters to attend to and had no time to bother with Nami. He still had not completed his daily check-in, intending to do so after defeating Monk. How could he let a woman hinder his progress at such a critical moment? What kind of attitude is that? Really chauvinistic, treating a beautiful girl like that. Nami pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, with no intention of pestering Chen Feng further. She was not the type of brainless beauty who would wander into Admiral Monk's headquarters alone. What a clueless man. I guess I'm just unlucky to have run into you. Nami shot Chen Feng an irritated glance, then turned and marched into the room. According to the treasure map, the treasure and the route should be in this room. But the next moment she froze. Belmir, the son of Admiral Monk, was in the room, forcing himself on a maid. Hearing Nami's door opening, he turned around and caught her red-handed. Carry on. Nami gave an awkward smile and turned to flee. Where did this little thief come from, disturbing my business? Let this young master teach you a lesson myself. Belmir picked up a subordinate's machete and walked toward Nami. Young master, didn't your mother teach you to yield to ladies? Nami retreated step by step, trying to stall Belmir with words. What you say actually makes a lot of sense. Belmir paused, pretending to think. Yes, girls are the most lovely creatures in this world, so can I go now? Nami forced a smile, secretly scanning for the best angle to escape with her peripheral vision. What a pity, I've never heard of that. Belmir raised an exaggerated laugh, hoisted his machete, and swung it down toward Nami. At the last moment, Nami closed her eyes and felt a gust of wind rush past from behind. Strange, why is there wind in the room? Nami thought to herself. The anticipated pain never came. Opening her eyes, Nami saw a man standing in front of her, shielding her. That man was none other than Chen Feng. You're the one from just now. Nami looked at Chen Feng's back in astonishment. Sunlight streaming through the window fell upon Chen Feng, casting a golden glow across his face and neck. Perhaps moved by being saved, tears welled up in Nami's eyes. She had thought she was going to die at Belmir's hands today, yet this stranger had saved her. Thinking of this, Nami called out loudly, "Darling, I'll leave this to you, then make sure to slay this guy." A cunning smile spread across Nami's face. She twisted her body and vanished in a flash. This guy really knows how to pass the buck. Chen Feng felt somewhat exasperated. So you're in league with that guy? Belmir growled through gritted teeth. I hate nothing more than people who interrupt what I'm doing. I'll chop your head off. Then come and try. Chen Feng looked at Belmir with an indifferent expression. He didn't want to waste time on such a weakling. He should deal with this guy quickly and then go find Monk. Are you looking down on this young master? Seeing Chen Feng's indifference, Belmir's sensitive pride was offended. I'll show you today what a true strongman is. Belmir gripped his machete tightly and swung it viciously at Chen Feng. This strike was lethal. If it connected, no one could survive. Child's play. Belmir's attack was effortlessly deflected by Chen Feng's one hand without even drawing the sword at his waist. See this? How strong is he? Belmir was thrown onto the floor by Chen Feng. Rubbing his dazed head, he tried to locate Chen Feng. Stars seemed to circle above his head, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. Strange, why are there two of you? Belmir looked toward Chen Feng and stood up unsteadily. I was careless just now. This time I won't let you find any opening. Chen Feng wanted to leave and had no desire to tangle with this rookie. Stop right there. Belmir raised his machete and charged at Chen Feng again. I don't believe it. Can you dodge this time too? Chen Feng had no interest in playing games with Belmir anymore. What mattered most to him now was finding Admiral Monk and fighting him. Get lost. Chen Feng struck at Belmir with a single palm strike without even glancing at the man attacking him. Bang! Oh! Belmir's ribs were broken by Chen Feng's palm strike. He knelt on the floor screaming in agony. Chen Feng left. In the open field, after returning the little girl to the ramen shop, Zoro made his way back to the naval base. Admiral Monk passed by with his subordinates and collided face-to-face with Zoro. What's this? Reporting to the Admiral, this is the swordsman imprisoned in the training ground. The young master has ordered his execution at dusk. He must have escaped on his own. Useless. You can't even guard a mere swordsman. What good are you to me? Admiral Monk backhanded the nearby naval officer, sending him flying. He turned to look at Zoro. Those who escape without authorization shall be executed immediately. He extended his arm modified into an axe and slashed at Zoro. Zoro leaped into the air, dodging Monk's arm axe. To Zoro at this point, Admiral Monk was an unbeatable opponent. Surviving each day only thanks to the little girl's provisions, Zoro had little stamina left. Yet as a true man, he had the duty to protect this town. Only by defeating Monk and ending his tyranny over the island could the people truly be free. You brat, no matter how you dodge, you can't escape. No one can evade my arm axe. Monk saw through Zoro's attempt to flee and preemptively swung his axe toward his escape route. Bat! Zoro held both swords to block. The harsh sound of the axe colliding with the katana rang out, sending vibrations through Zoro's arms. With the hilt of another blade in his mouth, his gaze continuously scouted around Admiral Monk. An opening. Zoro spotted the flaw in Monk's movements and used his agility to dodge the next strike. Child's tricks. Monk once again anticipated Zoro's escape direction. This time his speed was 10 times faster than before, his axe appearing simultaneously with Zoro. Too late. Zoro could only watch helplessly as Monk's axe descended upon him, his body unable to react due to momentum. Was he destined to die beneath Monk's axe like this? Zoro's mind went blank. Child's tricks. How could a mere swordsman ever stand against me, Monk? Monk laughed arrogantly. Suddenly he stopped. His eyes opened as he looked at the hand that had been transformed into an axe. The attack had been blocked by something. He swung again, still unable to break through. Who's there? Captain Menka sensed a strange barrier protecting Sualong on all sides, and he realized that Sualong's accomplice had appeared. Yes, without a third person's help, how could this fellow have slipped past the Marine's watch in broad daylight and escaped on his own? How dare you look down on me, Menka? Menka glared in one direction, his face burning with fury. None of you will escape today. Menka charged toward the hidden figure. When he got closer, however, he could see clearly that it was a young man holding a sword, and the blade was aimed directly at Menka's throat. A suffocating aura coiled around the sword in the young man's hand, compelling Menka to halt his charge. Ding! Menka's fear increased by 288 points. Ding! Menka's confusion increased by 288 points. Ding! Menka's lingering fear increased by 288 points. Phew! That had been close. His neck had nearly brushed against the blade's edge. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Menka's forehead. Though this man appeared very young, he gave off the oppressive pressure of a true powerhouse. Yet Menka had never seen this brat on anyone a poster. Could the sword in his hand be some kind of treasure? At the thought, a greedy grin spread across Menka's face. Hee. I'll gladly take it. Menka suddenly struck, knocking the sword from Chen Feng's hand. He snatched it up and leaped back to a short distance away. Chen Feng looked at Menka, his face blank with confusion. Is this the treasure sword you're talking about? Holding the golden longsword, Menka studied it carefully. No, this is wrong. Judging by its craftsmanship, this sword does not look like a precious blade at all. It looks like a piece of cheap junk you could buy anywhere. But just now he had truly seen a radiant glow emanating from the sword. No. Where exactly is the problem? Menka examined the blade even more closely. Could the sword contain a hidden mechanism? He was certain it must conceal some secret, because he simply refused to believe that a mere teenager could release such dense energy from his own body. Yes, energy. It was something different from hockey. It was equally invisible and intangible, yet far more terrifying. But if it had been emanating from the sword, everything made perfect sense. Hey, old man, what are you looking for? Chen Feng was puzzled. This was supposed to be a battle against Meng Ka, but Meng Ka's actions left him unsure whether to make a move or not. It seemed Meng Ka had mistaken his novice village longsword for a treasure. Captain Meng Ka of the Marines was indeed exactly as the anime had described him. All brawn, no brains. Where is the mechanism? Meng Ka demanded with a menacing glare. Mechanism? What mechanism? Chen Feng pretended not to understand, though he had already guessed what Meng Ka was thinking. Still trying to deceive me. I've already discovered it. Meng Ka looked at Chen Feng with perfect confidence. No one can escape the eyes of Meng Ka. I am the god of this island. Even if you don't tell me, it won't matter. This sword has already fallen into my hands, and you're a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I can eat you however I like. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng feigned surprise. Then what should I do? Very simple. Tell me where the mechanism is, and I'll give you a quick death. No, that won't do at all. Aren't you afraid of death? Meng Ka was rather dissatisfied with Chen Feng's reaction and demanded with a dark face. Who in this world isn't afraid of death? Are you? I'm not. Meng Ka answered without hesitation. It was not that he had no fear of death, it was simply that he was not afraid this youth could kill him. The closest Meng Ka had ever come to death was when Luo Ku had ambushed him long ago. Now Meng Ka was already a marine captain. With such power and standing, who could possibly be his match? What a pity. Chen Feng seemed to sigh with regret. Pity? Pity what? Meng Ka was utterly baffled. At this moment he still did not take the young man before him seriously. In his eyes this boy posed no threat. Just like Suolong earlier, he could easily predict his every move. What a pity that you don't know yourself. As he spoke under Meng Ka's gaze, Chen Feng drew the Jingzha sword from his system. What are you? Before he could finish, Meng Ka saw him produce a giant black sword. He was stunned. The jet black greatsword exuded a chilling aura that was impossible to ignore. Although it was black, it gleamed with such luster that even broad daylight could not dim its radiance. This sword, it was no ordinary object. Everyone present thought exactly that. Even Suolong's eyes betrayed a look of fascination. Perfect. Utterly, indescribably perfect. Yes. Yes. This is the sword Meng Ka must have. Meng Ka threw away the long sword in his hand and fixed his gaze on the Jingzha sword. No wonder he hadn't found the mechanism after searching so long. The true treasure was still on the boy. Hee. Meng Ka, what incredible luck you have. With this sword, promotion would be all too easy. What Meng Ka wanted was never merely the title of Marine Captain. He wanted to dominate this world and make it kneel before his authority. Power was everything, strength was everything. That was the only creed he believed in. Such a fine sword is wasted in the hands of a little brat like you. Only someone with my authority and ability is worthy of wielding it. Even as he spoke, Meng Ka was gathering his power. Suolong, standing not far away, noticed that something was wrong and shouted urgently, Chen Feng, be careful, he's up to something. Hee. Too late. Meng Ka's body swelled several times over like a balloon. Well, the anime never showed Meng Ka turning into a balloon, Chen Feng remarked in wonder. After all, it was his first time seeing a man turn into a balloon, and he wanted to enjoy the spectacle a little longer to see exactly how much bigger Captain Meng Ka could get. Unfortunately, just when Chen Feng was most interested, the man stopped growing. I thought you were going to turn into some kind of giant. Like the Titans in Attack on Titan. But the Meng Ka before him had merely swollen to a few times his size. How boring. If that's your signature move, you might as well end the performance now. The light, casual words echoed across the empty ground, shaking Meng Ka with rage. Of course that's not my signature move. My real signature move is this. Meng Ka raised the arm that had been modified into an axe. Naturally, as his body changed, the axe had also grown enormous. This is my true signature move. Guillotine. Meng Ka bellowed, swinging his modified arm toward Chen Feng. In his enlarged form, his physical power had multiplied several times over. If that blow truly landed, Chen Feng's body would not even have remained intact. Too weak, a faint male voice echoed across the clearing. The next moment, Meng Ka's attack was halted. This is impossible. Meng Ka stared at Chen Feng beneath his axe, his face filled with shock. The enormous axe had not even come close to Chen Feng's body before it was stopped by the hilt of his weapon. Unless one had absolute confidence, who would use the hilt of his weapon to block an enemy's attack? Yet Meng Ka believed his indomitable body state was something no one could resist. Ever since he developed the indomitable body state, he had never met his match. Without exception, all who opposed him had died at his hands. Thus no one had ever known what his ultimate move was. But today he had used his ultimate move in front of everyone, and yet he had still been defeated. Could this brat actually possess some real strength? Or was that sword so powerful that it could be wielded without any ability at all? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Meng Ka refused to believe that this brat could surpass him. You little bastard, that was just luck. Now I'm going to get serious. Meng Ka leaped and strengthened his body once more. This time he did not inflate his physique, instead he hardened his muscles. This ultimate technique was his own creation, born from a chance discovery. One day while fishing at sea, he hauled up a pufferfish. The fish swelled up the moment he touched it, and that inspired him. From then on he experimented with special potions to make his body expand to several times its size. Through repeated trials he discovered that by using his power after enlarging, he could render his body virtually indestructible. You little bastard, what are you going to do this time? Meng Ka landed on both feet and glared at Chen Feng with ill intent. Chen Feng noticed the change in Meng Ka's body and raised an eyebrow. It had to be said that Navy Captain Meng Ka was not without wit. He had actually managed to grasp the rudimentary secret of the indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body is a traditional martial art of Huaxia. Its power has 9 levels and Meng Ka had only reached the first level. There were still 8 levels beyond that. Had he not just witnessed Meng Ka's transformation, Chen Feng would almost have forgotten that he had once read books about this subject in the system. Hey old man, looks like you've gotten a lot stronger. Of course, once I use this move no one can beat me. Oh really? Then today I'll let you taste what it feels like to be defeated. Chen Feng put away the Jingzhi sword. If he used it to defeat his opponent now, there would be no challenge. He had once seen a method in Assassin 568 for overcoming the indestructible golden body. Today he suddenly felt like trying it. I'll make my move then, Chen Feng said lazily. Meng Ka did not care whether Chen Feng made his move or not. He raised his axe and slashed wildly at Chen Feng. Man, you have no martial honor at all. Chen Feng was not annoyed. He dodged the attacks again and again, always just a split second before the axe would have struck him. He had only one target 3 inches below Meng Ka's navel. That spot is the most vulnerable point on a person's body. Even the 8th level of the indestructible golden body cannot protect it. A strike to that spot could shatter one's defense at the very least, or leave one crippled for life at worst. Chen Feng was searching for the perfect position to deliver a fatal blow. Good chance. A flaw appeared in Meng Ka's movements. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed his fingers together and drove them fiercely at the point 3 inches below Meng Ka's navel. Yeah! The agonized scream echoed across the clearing, so piercing that the Navy soldiers coughed up blood. Of course it posed no threat to Chen Feng. To him, it was nothing more than a tickle. Sua Long lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Chen Feng again and saw that Chen Feng was completely unmoved by Meng Ka's scream. A look of admiration appeared on his face. This guy is strong. At that moment those words kept echoing in Sua Long's mind. Even Navy Captain Meng Ka was no match for him. Then how could he himself ever defeat him? Sua Long's heart sank into deep self-doubt, yet the very next moment a flame reignited in his heart. Chen Feng was a powerful fighter, the exact kind of powerful fighter he had been longing for. As long as he stayed by Chen Feng's side and kept challenging him, one day he would surpass him and become the greatest swordsman of the sea. He looked at Chen Feng again, and the more he looked the stronger his fighting spirit grew. Join your travel crew. All right, Sua Long murmured to himself. Meng Ka knelt on the ground staring at Chen Feng in disbelief. Who exactly was this guy? He had actually broken with such ease the ultimate technique that Meng Ka had spent years mastering. He felt his energy draining away. You brat, what did you do to me? Meng Ka shouted weakly at Chen Feng. By now he was already too pained to speak properly. Perhaps that scream had consumed the last of his energy. Now Meng Ka seemed to have aged more than a decade, and the muscles on his body had been dissolved by Chen Feng's attack. Why is this technique so powerful? Meng Ka finally realized that Chen Feng had not relied on some hidden weapon, but had used his own ability. This young man really was a genius. It's simple. I merely struck you lightly at the point 3 inches below your navel. Chen Feng walked over to Meng Ka. The so-called indestructible golden body, this ultimate technique you've realized, has a fatal flaw, and that is the dantian. The dantian is where all your energy gathers, and yet you failed to protect your weakness. Have you never realized that the point 3 inches below your navel is your most vulnerable spot? Meng Ka was stunned. He had never thought about it, never noticed it. A seemingly insignificant navel could be so fragile. I lost. Meng Ka lowered his head and said gloomily. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. Chen Feng turned and prepared to leave. Today's duel had already given him more than enough to strike a major deal. There was no longer any need to use Meng Ka as a pawn. Of course Meng Ka had no idea what was going on in Chen Feng's mind. He suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Found it. Meng Ka suddenly lunged toward Chen Feng. He yanked hard at his left hand, which had been transformed into an axe, revealing the second layer of weaponry hidden beneath the axe in front of everyone's eyes. What was that? Sua Long's face showed shock. Meng Ka's modified left hand held 2 layers of weapons. The first was an axe, and the second was a hidden weapon, a weapon that no one had ever seen before. Even Chen Feng had only seen it on television. It was a hidden weapon capable of taking a person's head from a distance, connected by a chain of unknown material. Once used, the hidden weapon would automatically lock onto the enemy's head, allowing the user to reap lives swiftly. Everyone present had experienced real combat, and when they saw Meng Ka's hidden weapon, their faces involuntarily froze. Such a weapon was far too cruel. Even those who had weathered many storms could not accept it. This was not a normal duel, but a coward sneak attack, a shameful act. The sailors present gazed at Meng Ka with disappointment, yet as their commander, he held authority over them. They could not abandon him or defy military orders. Chen Feng, run. Meng Ka is about to use a hidden weapon. At the critical moment, Zoro suddenly shouted aloud. Chen Feng turned his head. In truth, he had already noticed Meng Ka's movements long before. But what startled him was that Meng Ka had concealed such a sinister device within his own body. You asked for it. I suppose I must test this on you first. Meng Ka hurled the hidden weapon towards Zoro. With death seconds away, Zoro closed his eyes, facing an attack without resisting. That is not the way of a swordsman. Behind him, a man's voice echoed. The anticipated pain never came. Zoro opened his eyes to find a black greatsword standing between him and oblivion. Abandoning the field in the midst of battle is the greatest taboo for a swordsman, Chen Feng said languidly, as he casually retracted the black greatsword. It is nothing more than a toy. Do you truly believe it could end a life? The hidden weapon Meng Ka wielded was an assassination device developed by an emperor from ancient times known as the Blood Dropper. Resembling a birdcage, it could snatch a life from a distance. Legend held that the Blood Dropper consisted of a leather pouch housing several sharp blades controlled by a mechanical device that would envelope a person's head without warning before the mechanism severed it cleanly. In his youth, he had nurtured many fantasies about the Blood Dropper. Yet seeing it now in Meng Ka's hands made Chen Feng want to laugh. This could only be considered a model toy, hardly worthy of being called a genuine hidden weapon. The chain used to propel the Blood Dropper in Meng Ka's hand was crafted with exquisite precision, yet the main mechanism appeared utterly powerless. Chen Feng dares to say he could sever it with a single swing of his sword. Uncle, did you find the wrong craftsman? What do you mean? Meng Ka glared at Chen Feng with hostility. This mysterious youth who had appeared out of nowhere possessed formidable martial arts and a divine sword, making him deeply wary. Your hidden weapon is clearly flawed. Nonsense. I summoned the best craftsmen from nearby towns to forge it. In the next moment, both the naval officers and Zoro were stunned. Years ago, the town was home to many craftsmen who had voluntarily formed a guild. Since the townspeople's craftsmanship was renowned, residents from neighboring towns frequently commissioned them to forge weapons. However, one day, without warning, all the craftsmen vanished without a trace. After that, no one ever saw them again. The villagers had assumed the craftsmen had simply left town, collectively never imagining Meng Ka was the one who had taken them. Meng Ka, so you are the one who took the disappeared craftsmen, Zoro shouted. Release them immediately. Ha ha ha. Release them? Impossible. The day after the weapon was completed, I executed them all. After all, they had seen my blueprints. Over a decade ago, Meng Ka had stumbled upon an extraordinarily intricate hidden weapon design. He had consulted numerous craftsmen, all of whom confirmed the weapon's devastating power. Consequently, Meng Ka forcibly assembled every craftsman in the village, ordering them to complete it within a month. After obtaining the weapon, and to prevent the blueprints from leaking, Meng Ka ordered their execution. The naval officers glared at him with fury, desperate to rush forward and kill him. Some among them were the children of those craftsmen, others had been customers at their workshops. Meng Ka's actions had completely shattered their loyalty. Seeing the expressions on the naval officers and Zoro's faces, Chen Feng understood that Meng Ka must have been responsible for the craftsmen's deaths. If that is the case, then let me be the one to eliminate this scourge. Chen Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, his face displaying an uncommon seriousness. This was his first time wielding the Jingzha sword, and a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Impossible. Meng Ka struck first, hurling the Blood Dropper toward Chen Feng. Humph. Child's play. Chen Feng swung the Jingzha sword and struck directly at Meng Ka. Aha! Too easy. Evading was far too simple. Colonel Meng Ka sneered at Chen Feng as he sheathed his sword. Not going for another strike. That blow didn't even scratch me. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng returned the Jingzha sword to its scabbard, studying Meng Ka with an enigmatic expression. Chen Feng's confidence proved infectious to Zoro. Despite missing his strike, he sheathed his sword with such assurance. Was this entire encounter part of Chen Feng's plan? Zoro could not piece it together, but he sensed something far more complex beneath the surface. His gaze fixed on Meng Ka, watching his every movement intently. He trusted that Chen Feng had already set something irreversible in motion. As expected, the very next moment, splat! Meng Ka's body was cleaved in two, intestines and viscera spilling across the ground, yet his legs remained planted firmly where they stood. What are you looking at? Still processing what had happened, Meng Ka noticed everyone staring at him. Feeling his authority challenged, he barked, "Keep staring, and I'll have you all executed." Ha ha ha. The naval officers, Zoro included, erupted in laughter. Why don't you look at yourself first? You're still hoping to kill us. One naval officer pointed at Meng Ka and shouted. In this moment, they finally found the courage to resist him. Meng Ka now resembled a fish just slain, still capable of movement and thought, yet fundamentally dead. System. Check-in. Chen Feng ignored the crowd around him and silently summoned the system within. Ding. System check-in in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the bone-piercing nail. Note, the bone-piercing nail is an extraordinarily potent hidden weapon capable of assuming any form. Upon contact with an enemy's skin, it burrows into their flesh and bone, leaving them unable to die in peace nor find relief in suffering. So formidable. It can even mimic forms. Ding. Indeed. The bone-piercing nail can replicate any object of equal size. Activation requires only a mental command from the host. After penetrating the body for 24 hours, all biological functions will be completely compromised, leading to death 7 days later. The host should exercise caution. Such a powerful weapon must be reserved for critical moments. It seemed that checking in after battling strong opponents yielded significantly better rewards. High atop the surrounding wall, Nami watched every movement unfold below. This youth is far more powerful than I realized. Will he come after me for revenge? Fear flickered through Nami's heart. Yet beneath that unease, her instincts whispered that Chen Feng would prove to be a remarkably dependable ally, especially when he blocked a blow for Zoro using his black greatsword. Nami grew even more certain that this man possessed an unwavering sense of justice. I really want to join, but I just blamed him for the pot. Will he still let me join? Nami's face showed hesitation. Let's observe for now. But that greatsword of his is truly a magnificent weapon. Nami had never seen a sword like it before. The entire blade was pitch black, yet it shimmered brilliantly even under sunlight. It looked incredibly imposing and domineering. What amazed Nami most was that he could easily defeat Minka. Who was Minka? He was a marine captain. A marine captain who had participated in countless battles. She had initially assumed this young fellow would be thoroughly dealt with after encountering Captain Minka. She had even prepared smoke bombs, intending to rescue him at the most critical moment. But now it seemed those smoke bombs would never be needed because this youth could have killed Minka with a single strike. Overall, everything today had gone smoothly. Unfortunately, the route map she was searching for had been taken by Buggy the Clown one step ahead. Under everyone's gaze, Minka fell to the ground dead. His son Baimeibo witnessed the entire scene. This is impossible. Baimeibo rushed over, fell to his knees on the ground, and looked at his father's corpse with hatred in his eyes as he glared at Chen Feng. How dare you? You actually dared to strike at Marine Captain Minka. What can you do about it? Chen Feng merely glanced casually at Baimeibo. What surprised him was that Baimeibo's spine had already been set right. However, even so, running from the room to here still required considerable physical exertion. This boy could endure remarkably well. I'll kill you. Baimeibo picked up the long sword on the ground and swung it toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not move, watching his actions coldly. Stop. The Marine Vice Admiral walked over and restrained him. Why? Why won't you let me take revenge? Revenge? Those civilians killed by your father, Minka. By whom shall revenge be sought for them? The Marine Vice Admiral shouted loudly at Baimeibo. My father is the ruler of this island. Killing a few craftsmen is no big deal. Baimeibo shouted defiantly at the Vice Admiral. I think you've been poorly taught by your father. Someone drag him away. I will personally teach him a lesson. The Vice Admiral spoke with profound sorrow. Once he and Captain Minka had come to this island together, they had been very close brothers. But gradually Captain Minka's personality began to change, becoming arrogant and obstinate. More often than not, he wanted to stop the other man's extreme behavior, but the vast disparity in their strength made it impossible. He didn't even have the authority to intervene when Minka erected a statue of himself in the town. Now that Minka is dead, Captain Minka no longer exists. Someone go destroy his statue. The marine island does not need a monument representing tyranny. Yes. Several Marines departed. The Vice Admiral approached Chen Feng, gazing at him with admiration. At such a young age you already possess such cultivation. You will surely accomplish great things in the future. You flatter me. Chen Feng replied calmly. I am not flattering you. Your contribution to Marine Island cannot be erased. As the Vice Admiral of this island, I can grant you one wish. A wish? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. With the system at his disposal, there was nothing he truly desired. Items from this humble marine island did not interest him in the slightest. I have no wishes. Everyone wants something, gold, jewels, whatever. If I can provide it, I certainly will. I don't have any personal wishes, but one of my friends very much wants to join the Navy. The Vice Admiral paused, then understood. Oh, this is simple enough. Is it that bespectacled child with pink hair? How did you know? Chen Feng's expression showed surprise. He hadn't even mentioned who it was yet. Yet this Vice Admiral had already guessed correctly. Earlier I spotted a pink-haired, bespectacled little boy climbing the wall. After some questioning, I discovered he wanted to come inside to find his companions. I could see he desperately wanted to become a Marine, so I arranged for him to rest in the lounge. Oh no, I forgot to bring Kobe down from the wall. Chen Feng groaned and punched his own head in annoyance. He hadn't realized that this seemingly timid and fearful boy was actually capable of climbing a wall dozens of meters high. What a promising prospect. The Vice Admiral recalled the scene when he first encountered Kobe, and a smile of appreciation spread across his face. In that case, just let him stay in the Navy. That boy has always wanted to become a Marine. Absolutely. I would never let go of such a fine talent like him. Just then Zoro walked over. Chen Feng, let me fight you. Zoro assumed his three-sword style stance, holding a katana in each hand and another clamped between his teeth. He looked at Chen Feng with intense battle fervor. Though I know I can't possibly defeat you, I still want to test my skills against you. Very well. The Vice Admiral stepped back, clearing a sufficiently large space for the two of them. Chen Feng put away his Jingzhi sword and instead picked up the golden longsword from the ground. Seeing this, Zoro furrowed his brows. He too desperately wanted to battle Chen Feng wielding that black greatsword. But he knew that at present he lacked the strength to even resist the power of that sword. Take this. Zoro struck first, hoping to gain even the slightest advantage before Chen Feng could act. Too slow, Chen Feng murmured softly. In an instant his body vanished, reappearing behind Zoro the very next moment. In all martial arts, speed is paramount. As a swordsman, merely possessing good swordsmanship is far from enough. You must also master incredible speed. Zoro turned around belatedly, but Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared before he could even look back. So fast. Sensing a fierce gust of wind at his back, Zoro instinctively raised his dual blades to block. Not bad. It seems you have remarkable comprehension. A pair of hands wreathed in chilling mist firmly grasped the sword blade. What? Zoro looked at Chen Feng's hands in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Feng's hands tightly gripped the blade, and the moment his palms touched the edge, a metallic resonance rang out, as if cold iron were striking steel. When he first engaged Zoro in combat, Chen Feng had suddenly thought to try catching a blade with his bare hands. However, catching a sword blade with bare hands was far too simple for him. He had directly grasped the edge of Zoro's sword. I have lost. After a long silence, Zoro finally spoke. He was thoroughly subdued. In his more than 10 years of life, he had never seen anyone grasp a blade with both hands without sustaining a single wound. Chen Feng was simply too strong, so overwhelming that Zoro conceded defeat wholeheartedly. I have one condition for joining your travel party, Zoro said solemnly. What condition? Every week I will challenge you to a duel until the day I defeat you. Inside the ramen shop, the proprietress joyfully carried a bowl of freshly made noodles to the table. Seated around it were Chen Feng, Kobe, Zoro, and Ariel. You're amazing. I never expected you to defeat someone as formidable as Marine Colonel Monk. Ariel raised an eyebrow, unable to resist studying Chen Feng closely. A flicker of fire burned deep in her eyes, though her expression remained defiantly proud. Just sheer luck. Colonel Monk merely relied on past achievements. It's only natural that a captain could defeat him. I only regret not being there. If I had been, I would have been the one to defeat Monk, Ariel said with a haughty air. In truth, upon learning that Chen Feng had faced Monk alone, her heart had been a turmoil of tension and fear. She sensed something strange within herself. Part of her wished for his defeat to humble his arrogance, yet another part dreaded his suffering and injury. Were an expert in matters of the heart present, they would surely tell Ariel that this was the unmistakable sign of a girl falling in love, and that her beloved was none other than Chen Feng. Chen Feng, unaware of these innermost thoughts, smiled and turned to Zoro. Although your injuries have not fully healed, you must still come with us today. These are but minor wounds, they cannot hinder me. What I seek is the pinnacle of the sword path. Just then the door to the ramen shop burst open. Led by the Marine Vice Admiral, a disciplined formation of Marines stood outside. Salute. The Vice Admiral suddenly bellowed, then led his men in a crisp, synchronized bow toward Chen Feng and his companions. The Marines' solemn demeanor and precise movements spoke volumes of their gratitude toward Chen Feng. Their actions left the patrons inside the ramen shop utterly stunned. Wah! What is this? How strange. Never before had the assembled diners witnessed Marines saluting ordinary folk. They gazed at Chen Feng's group with expressions of profound surprise. I did not do this for your sake, so there is no need to salute me, Chen Feng said calmly. His words were honest. His challenge against Monk was driven solely by the desire to increase his chances of receiving rewards upon signing in, along with recruiting Zoro into his crew. At no point had he considered the welfare of these Marines. Yet Chen Feng's words did not cause the Marines to withdraw, rather their expressions grew even more reverent. Even so, the fact remains that you have rid us of the greatest threat on Marine Island. We owe you this tribute, the Vice Admiral said with a warm smile, stepping into the ramen shop and surveying the surroundings. How wonderful. Since Monk became colonel, I have spent every day cleaning up his messes. It has been far too long since I experienced ordinary life. Chen Feng, you have accomplished what I longed to do, but could not. For this I am deeply grateful. Yet at the same time you are my enemy. By military order, I must arrest you. What? Chen Feng set down his teacup and turned his head to look at the Vice Admiral. This is absurd. He saved the entire island, yet you wish to arrest him. Kobe sprang to his feet and shouted toward the Vice Admiral. All present wore expressions of deep discontent. Chen Feng killed Colonel Monk. As his deputy, it is my duty to arrest him, yet I have no desire to do so. Without him, who knows when Marine Island would have been freed from such suffering. Tears welled in the Vice Admiral's eyes as he spoke. But we cannot bring ourselves to do it. Therefore, please leave Marine Island within the day. The Vice Admiral raised his head, his eyes wide as he declared loudly. As a Marine, he could not disobey orders, yet he could not forget his original aspiration for joining the Navy. He could not lay a hand upon the benefactor of the entire island. He could only beg him to leave. Understood. What? Everyone's eyes simultaneously fixed upon Chen Feng. I can understand your predicament. Chen Feng could empathize with the vice admiral's position. He too had no intention of remaining on the island. It was not fear of arrest that drove him, but the simple fact that there was nowhere left on the island where he could complete his daily sign-in. He needed to find a new location, preferably one where he could engage in another duel before signing in, for that would further increase his chances of receiving rewards. Thus it was not the Marines driving him away, but rather his own desire to leave. The fact that this man showed no resentment toward the Vice Admiral's expulsion left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Yet all were simultaneously overwhelmed by Chen Feng's magnanimity. Ding. Crowd's astonishment, 388 points. Ding. The crowd's reverence, 488 points. Ding. Crowd's favorability, 1,000 points. I know our positions differ. If I remain on the island, you will only be placed in a difficult situation. Therefore let me do you this courtesy. Chen Feng spoke softly. He rose and walked toward the Vice Admiral. I can see you are a capable leader, but remember, if you fail to provide proper protection for the people, your tomorrow will be monks today. I understand. The Vice Admiral bowed deeply to Chen Feng. Rising again, he waved to the Marines behind him. Bring it forward. Several Marines carried forward a tray covered with a black cloth. What is this? Chen Feng looked curiously at the covered object on the tray. This is a farewell gift for you. Please accept it. Chen Feng lifted the cloth from the tray and discovered a square black earth block within. Ding. Detecting S-grade material. Ding. System auto-identifying. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining one piece of unknown soil. Ding. Currently very little is known about this soil. Its properties can only be determined after thorough analysis. It's merely a tray of soil. What's so special about it? Chen Feng thought to himself silently. Ding. Not at all. In this world there exist 10 types of supreme soils, each possessing unique functions. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain even a single portion, they could attain the pinnacle of existence. I completely fail to understand. Chen Feng stopped listening to the system and looked up at the Vice Admiral. What is this? Actually, I hardly understand it myself. It appears to be a treasure left over from the Great Navigation era, kept in monk study for a long time. It seems to be something important. You're giving me something so important. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Chen Feng pondered. This unknown item left behind by Colonel Monk would surely bring bad fortune if kept on Marine Island. Perhaps it would be better to pass it to me. It would earn you a good reputation. Oh, Vice Admiral, what clever calculations you have. Unfortunately, you remain unaware that this soil is indeed a treasure of the highest caliber. Even the system has certified it. How could there be any deception? In that case, I'll take it. Chen Feng picked up the clod of earth on the tray, his face filled with delight. His expression was not feigned. When he heard the system say that this clod of soil was SS rank, it became difficult to hide the joy on his face. Although he still didn't know what this clod of soil could be used for, it could only be for planting or something of the sort. Since it was SS rank, perhaps he could even grow a demon fruit tree. It's really wonderful that you like it. Although I don't know what this soil can be used for, since it's a treasure left from the Great Voyage era, it must have something unique about it. The Navy Vice Captain said joyfully, his face beaming. If nothing unexpected happened from then on, he would be the one to take over the position of Navy Captain Manka. However, during Navy Captain Manka's tenure, his various wasteful and oppressive policies had made it difficult for the troops to sustain themselves. As a future captain who wanted to govern Haijun Island, well, his primary goal was to restore the island to its former prosperity, so he truly couldn't produce a decent farewell gift. That was why he set his mind on the relics left by Manka during his lifetime. Thinking of how much Manka cherished this soil and carried it on him every day, he felt a wave of disgust. Perhaps this very thing had caused Manka's violent disposition, and besides, carrying it around every day had shown no visible effect. He had only said it was a treasure left from the Great Voyage era. It would be better to do a favor and give this thing to Chen Feng, who had rendered meritorious service. That way he could gain a good reputation and establish a positive image among the common people, a great benefit for his future governance. Meanwhile, Na Mei, sitting in the corner, was also observing Chen Feng's movements. When she saw the gift the Navy had presented to Chen Feng, her eyes gleamed. The texture of the soil inevitably reminded her of a book she had read as a child. According to legend, demon fruits grew on a small island in the middle of the sea, but later, for some unknown reason, the tree was cut down. Afterward, only a few branches remained to nurture demon fruits. Because demon fruits could grant humans miraculous superpowers, people rushed one after another to eat them. In that book, she saw something that deeply shocked her. Legend had it that the divine power of the demon fruit tree came from the sea god's daughter, and after her death, she transformed into the soil of the island. A few daring pirates had once stolen soil from the island, hoping to cultivate demon fruits themselves, but in truth no one had ever succeeded in growing one. Na Mei was now an adult, as she no longer believed the stories in those mythology books. Yet for some reason the story about the soil had always remained in her mind, impossible to erase. Alas, even if it were real, what of it? It wouldn't be worth a single coin. Na Mei sighed. Indeed, if one could not cultivate demon fruits, then no matter how miraculous this soil was said to be, it was worthless. Sualong Yalir, how we should leave. Chen Feng walked out of the ramen shop. The Navy soldiers gathered outside automatically made way for him. Salute. The Navy vice captain led the sailors in saluting Chen Feng's figure. Suo Long and Yalir Ta followed behind Chen Feng, leaving the ramen shop. Chen Feng, what about me? Don't leave me behind. Kubai saw Chen Feng leave with Suo Long and Yalir Ta without looking back. Fearing he would be left behind, he hurriedly got up to chase after them. However, before he could even run out the door, he was stopped by the Navy vice captain standing at the entrance. What are you doing? Kubai looked at the Navy vice captain with confusion. Kid, you'll spend the rest of your life in the Navy. Are you willing? Kubai stared blankly at the Navy vice captain, then turned to look in the direction where Chen Feng had left. In an instant he understood. I'm willing, but please wait for me a moment. The Navy vice captain released his hand. Go. Kubai chased after the group in the direction they had gone. On the Zhuifeng, Chen Feng, Yalir Ta, and Suo Long had already boarded the ship. Suo Long looked around, his face excited. I thought our ship would be a small one that could only hold a few people, but I never expected it to be this luxurious. This is too rich. Suo Long sighed in amazement. It's just a pirate ship we seized. Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Suo Long's mouth fell open in disbelief. Just the two of you did it. That's incredible, a pirate ship this big. There must have been at least several hundred pirates on it. It wasn't the two of you, it was him alone. Yalir Ta explained with an alluring smile. Even I was taken by him. After she spoke, Suo Long's expression became even more shocked. This. Before he could finish, a familiar sound of footsteps came from the town. The group looked outside the ship. Kubai ran over panting. He braced his knees and looked at Chen Feng. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have imagined I could join the Navy. It was nothing. Chen Feng leaned lazily on the deck, propping his chin on his hand, watching the seagulls circling over the sea. No matter what, I'll remember this favor. One day I'll repay you. Kubai straightened up and gave Chen Feng a proper military salute. A faint elusive smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Work hard, use your own strength to make the people you care about better, and remember not to become someone like Menka. I'll remember. Kubai shouted with a serious face. Ha ha. Yalir Ta couldn't hold it in anymore and was the first to burst out laughing. Perhaps because of her changed appearance, her personality had also altered greatly in a short time. Ha ha. Suo Long couldn't help it either. Watching the serious yet clumsy Kubai, he seemed to recall his own youthful days. Innocent, untouched by hardship. Yes, having been through so many storms, the present Suo Long could hardly rediscover that pure joy. Everyone, let's work hard together. One day in the future we're sure to meet again. Kubai closed his eyes and shouted to them. All right, I'll be waiting. Chen Feng, who had been watching the scenery, finally spoke. He turned to Kubai. On the day we meet again, you will have grown into a truly powerful expert. Otherwise, you won't be worthy of meeting me. This. Suo Long and Yalir Ta were stunned for a few seconds, then their faces showed understanding. With Chen Feng's current strength, Kubai could not catch up even if he chased for 10 years. Yet Chen Feng didn't want to see such a scene. He was inspiring Kubai in his own way. In the town, Name, who had been following them all along, was secretly observing the group. Wow, what a magnificent vessel. Nami gazed at the Zhuifeng, how envy flashing across her features. As a navigator, she possessed great talent, yet had no outlet to display it. She was still penniless, owning nothing but a small boat. I wish I could join this person's crew, Nami thought to herself. Boss, someone has been following us the entire time. Is that really all right? Suo Long asked casually. Doesn't matter. Let her follow. Chen Feng knew the person trailing behind was none other than Nami, yet he had no intention of dealing with her. If she truly wanted to join the Zhuifeng travel group, she could simply say so. Why follow stealthily behind? Chen Feng was well aware that Nami was an extraordinarily capable navigator. However, his travel group hardly needed one. With the system handling all navigation, he could reach any destination he desired. Thus, he had no need for Nami. Upon the tranquil sea surface, a grand ship was sailing steadily. Nami rowed her small boat, following in the wake of the Zhuifeng Hao. For reasons she couldn't explain, she found herself instinctively drawn to trail behind the Zhuifeng Hao, perhaps because it was heading in the same direction. Beneath the small boat, the once serene sea surface rippled violently. A pair of long, slender hands suddenly gripped the hull, and a figure surfaced from the water. Nami turned, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Aren't you that woman aboard the Zhuifeng Hao? Yalita glared at Nami hostilely, her tone dripping with mockery. Looks like you know quite a bit. What were you doing following us for so long? Who said I was following you? Nami was exposed and fumbled for words, unwilling to let Yalita discover her true intentions. I suggest you stay away from him, for he already has me by his side. As if I'd want that man. Keep him to yourself. I'm pleased to hear you say that. Yalita wasted no further words. She had sneaked out while Chen Feng was taking his afternoon nap, her purpose being to warn Nami to stay away from him. She had a vague sense that Chen Feng seemed to treat this girl differently, and she would absolutely not permit such distinction to exist. Fine, I'll remember your words. Yalita hopped off the small boat and swam back toward the Zhuifeng Hao. Nami sat alone in her vessel, her mind somewhat dazed. Had this woman come all this way merely to warn her? Was it at Chen Feng's instruction? In truth, she desperately wished to join Chen Feng's travel group. She had been wandering alone for far too long and deeply longed for the feeling of having companions by her side. But who was she? She was the little thieving cat, a solitary traveler of the seas. Even without teammates, she could live perfectly well on her own. Meanwhile, far out upon the sea surface, a pirate vessel was making its way in their direction. Aboard the pirate ship, 2 pirates were observing Nami through a telescope. Pirate A, oh, look, it's a woman. Where? Let me see. The pirate beside him eagerly snatched the telescope away. Well, it truly is a woman. What a shame there's only one. The pirate beside him spoke with obvious greed. What's wrong with just one? As long as we don't let the brothers know she's ours, isn't she? Pirate A replied without hesitation. You're right, brother. Let's hurry, otherwise she'll get away. The 2 pirates glanced around, and taking advantage of the absence of witnesses, stealthily climbed over the side of the pirate ship and leaped into the sea. Nami sat in her small boat, completely unaware that danger was closing in upon her. Suddenly, 2 pirates burst from the ocean, their faces twisted with evil grins as they fixed their gaze upon Nami. Little Missy, playing all alone out on the sea. Big brother here to keep you company. The 2 pirates agilely climbed aboard Nami's boat, outstretched their arms, and attempted to grab her. What do you think you're doing? Nami dodged while scolding the 2 pirates. Stay away from me, or I'll fight back. Little Missy, just submit to us. Pirate A stepped closer to Nami inch by inch. Yes, submitting to just the 2 of us is far better than submitting to the entire crew. Pirate B blocked the rear, cutting off her escape. Oh ho ho, so the 2 big brothers wish to play with me. Nami's panicked expression melted away, replaced by a seductive smile. Playing with me is not impossible, but why frighten me first? Why not take off your clothes first, and then I'll take off mine? Very well, that's no trouble at all. Little Missy, don't try any tricks on us. Our blades have no mercy. As he spoke, Pirate B waved the knife in his hand menacingly. How could I? There's no one around. I can't resist, can I? Nami winked at the 2 pirates, her playful demeanor utterly disarming them. In no time at all, the 2 pirates had stripped themselves completely naked. So obedient. Then die. Nami drew a pistol from her waist, and before the 2 pirates could react, fired a shot at each of them. In an instant, both pirates were wounded to the half and fell to their knees covered in blood. Please don't kill us. Pirate A knelt before Nami, desperately pleading for mercy. Isn't it rather late to say such things now? Nami showed no mercy and fired a second shot into Pirate A. Pirate B, kneeling behind Pirate A, seized the moment of the second gunshot and dove into the sea, swimming desperately back toward his pirate ship. Damn it, that guy got away. Nami understood the principle of uprooting weeds completely, lest they regrow when the spring breeze blows. She leaped into the sea and swam after the fleeing Pirate B. But to her surprise, Pirate B swam through the water with astonishing speed, and Nami could not catch up with him. Helplessly watching as the pirate climbed aboard the enemy ship, Nami struck her own head in frustration. We must leave quickly, or it will become much more troublesome. Nami turned and swam toward her small boat. That's her. That woman is still in the water. Aboard the pirate ship, Pirate B, the one who had not been killed, pointed at Nami's direction and shouted loudly, "Trouble!" Nami lost her composure and redoubled her efforts, paddling through the water with all her strength. Idiot, can you really be defeated by a single woman? Attack! Aboard the pirate ship, one pirate after another leaped into the water, swimming toward Nami. I must reach the ship quickly. If they catch me, it'll be dire. Nami knew full well that pirates at sea rarely saw women. To them, she was like a wolf spotting a lamb. If they captured her, she would either die or be maimed. Yet how could a lone woman compete with these agile pirates? They moved with incredible speed, and within moments they had completely surrounded Nami. Nami's breath was running short. She had to surface to breathe, or she would be in mortal danger. She broke through the water's surface. Caught her. Before Nami could gasp for air, a fishing net was thrown over her, trapping her tightly. On the sea surface, a pirate ship was sailing. The crew members on the ship were pulling on a rope with all their strength. At the other end of the rope was a woman bound in a fishing net, kneeling inside it with her body tightly wrapped. Idiot! You can't even defeat such a fragile woman. What use are you to me? On the pirate ship, a portly man wearing a top hat constantly kicked the kneeling Pirate B with his feet. He was dressed in a tight evening suit and high-heeled shoes commonly worn by medieval nobility. The heel of his shoe struck Pirate B's body, and he screamed in pain. "See, Captain, I was just careless for a moment, and that cheap woman took advantage of me." Pirate B crawled to the captain's legs and hugged them tightly. "See, Captain, you must defend me. Coward. When you saw a woman, you couldn't remember your captain, but when you're bullied, you come to me for justice." The pirate captain cursed at Pirate B. Who said that? I wasn't watching the captain being busy with something, fearing I'd disturb you, so I went ahead with Pirate A to scout the path, thinking I'd catch this woman and bring her back as a gift for you. Ha ha ha. The pirate captain's expression softened. He looked at the captured Nami. It's just a woman. When she's brought up, we'll all play together. Nami looked at the people on the pirate ship and closed her eyes in despair. She knew she had encountered the most disgusting, thuggish group in the East Sea. A pirate crew even more shameless than the buggy pirates, the nameless pirates. The Nameless Pirates were a newly risen pirate force in the East Sea recently. Wherever they went, all beautiful people were abducted. Yes, beautiful people. The leader of the Nameless Pirates was a man with peculiar tastes. He liked all good-looking humans regardless of gender or age. If they met his preferences, they would all be abducted. Especially beautiful boys and girls were his targets. This pirate ship's captain was extremely smart. He deeply understood the principle of keeping operations mysterious, so he never revealed his pirate crew's flag during operations. People in the East Sea called them the Nameless Pirates. There were only two ways to identify this pirate crew. First, their captain was a fanatic of the Middle Ages, and second, wherever they went, they would take away the beautiful women from that area. Of course, if they encountered handsome men or children, they wouldn't let them go either. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, once I'm on your ship, none of you will have a good outcome. Nami knew it was best to provoke the crew's anger at this moment. Otherwise, once on board, she would face pain far worse than death. Haha, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You think dying is that easy? Have you asked my 500 brothers first? Pirate Captain Bill Simon held the scepter in his hand and grinned perversely. Indeed, our 500 brothers can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha, I'll go first. I'll go last. On the pirate ship, the crew's obscene words reached Nami's ears. She covered her ears in pain. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have chased Pirate B when he fled. But it was too late now, and she regretted it deeply. Oh heavens, who can come save me? Nami closed her eyes and whispered painfully. Swish. A sword light flashed. Before anyone could react, the fishing net holding Nami was slashed open by a sharp blade. As the net tore, the sensation of falling overwhelmed her, and she screamed instinctively. However, the very next second she fell into a warm embrace. Strong arms, a cool aura carrying an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who are you? On the pirate ship, Bill Simon watched as a man suddenly emerged and rescued Nami. His eyes widened as he glared at Chen Feng. Nami opened her eyes and saw herself securely locked in Chen Feng's embrace. She couldn't believe it and closed her eyes again. When she opened them a second time, the scene remained unchanged, and she finally convinced herself that she had truly been rescued. Thank you. Nami's tears swirled in her eyes, and her heart was filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. I despise those who bully women the most. Chen Feng leaped and placed Nami on the sail of the Nameless Pirate's ship. Most people can't reach here. Wait for me here for now. After speaking, Chen Feng jumped down from the sail, leaving Nami alone, dazed, sitting on the sail's support. Nami looked down and saw Chen Feng's body land on the deck as deftly as a dandelion seed drifting on the wind. Coming to her senses, she slapped her cheeks hard. Nami, you're really lucky. Meanwhile, on the deck, Chen Feng's sudden appearance startled everyone. This person was too fast. Before they could even see where he had gone, the woman in his arms had vanished. Damn it! Where did the woman go? Seeing the woman in his grasp disappear, the pirate captain angrily struck Pirate B at his feet with his scepter. Pirate B, struck by the captain's scepter, writhed in pain, with his eyes rolling back. Since childhood, his body structure differed from ordinary people. He had a left-sided heart, which is why he had barely escaped Nami's gunfire. But escaping her gunshot didn't mean he was safe. He was now losing too much blood and needed immediate hemostasis, or he would be in mortal danger. But the captain was in a rage, and he dared not say anything about needing to stop the bleeding, for the captain hated nothing more than people making demands in his presence. You're not worthy of knowing. Chen Feng's cold words froze the entire atmosphere on the pirate ship. I'm not worthy. Heh. Ha 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 ha. Pirate Captain Bill Simon fumed in anger. Someone, capture this reckless fellow. I'll personally train him. The pirates looked at Chen Feng and pounced upon him in unison. Everyone knew their Captain Bill Simon preferred good-looking people. This reckless fellow actually walked right into their grasp. After all, at the captain's hands, men suffered far more than women. Alas, poor bastard. The pirates thought as they moved without hesitation. A bunch of trash. The pirates' attacks were like tickling. Chen Feng didn't even look at them and dealt with them all in one strike. Ding. Pirate fear, 288 points. Ding. Pirates pissed themselves, 488 points. Ding. Pirates shocked, 488 points. The pirates fell onto the deck. At the moment they attacked Chen Feng, a blade of sword chi swept around him, forcing them back. The pirates were incapacitated, sprawled on the ground, glaring at Chen Feng with fear. No one dared to make another move. What a joke. With such formidable opponents before them, wouldn't striking again be nothing short of suicide? Since they had already been defeated, they might as well lie on the ground and play dead, biding their time until the intruders left before clambering back to their feet. Chen Feng paid no attention to the defeated pirates. His goal in boarding this ship was not to vanquish these pirates, nor was it merely to rescue the captive Nami. More importantly, he had sensed the presence of a true powerhouse aboard this pirate ship. Today he had not yet performed his daily sign-in, and he desperately needed a strong opponent to yield a bountiful reward for his check-in. He turned his gaze to the space behind Captain Bill Simon. The powerful figure he needed was right there. A pack of useless trash. You can't even defeat a single person. What use are you to me? The pirate Captain Bill Simon pointed at the pirates and bellowed. Then he looked at Chen Feng again and backed away nervously. What are you scared? Chen Feng suddenly spoke with a smile. I'm the captain of a pirate crew. Why would I be afraid? Even as he spoke, Bill Simon kept edging backward. Since you're not afraid, then come fight me. Not wanting to waste time, Chen Feng drew his longsword and advanced slowly toward Bill Simon. You want to duel me? Dream on. Bill Simon suddenly burst into laughter. He took a sharp step back, and from behind him leapt a brawny man wrapped head to toe in chains, a stone hammer in hand. The man had no face, or rather the skin of his face had been cut away long ago. His skin was dark and the muscles of his body were as hard as stone. Food slave, teach him a proper lesson. Mind you don't kill him. If you kill him, I'll hold you accountable. Bill Simon stood behind Food Slave with a sinister smile, carefully appraising Chen Feng's figure and face. His lean, well-proportioned build, his handsome and delicate features, and his flowing hair all left Bill Simon utterly entranced. It was the first time he had felt this way about a man, as though he were gazing upon a graceful young gentleman who had stepped out of an inkwash painting. He was thoroughly captivated. Food Slave said nothing. He raised the arm that held the stone hammer, and as he moved, the clanking of chains was harsh and piercing. Food Slave seemed like a man devoid of reason. Only after receiving Bill Simon's command did he act. Food Slave's movements appeared slow, yet in truth, they were blindingly fast. He charged at Chen Feng with long strides and swung the stone hammer down savagely, as if intent on dealing a lethal blow. I like opponents like you. This is going to be a thrilling battle. Chen Feng flourished his longsword, making it seem as though he intended to fight Food Slave, but in reality, he was probing for weaknesses. Every vital part of Food Slave's body was bound in chains. Yet those chains did little to hinder his movement. Instead, they served as a suit of jagged armor, granting him ample protection. A direct attack would certainly not be effective. If he could not end the fight with a single lethal strike, then the challenge would be meaningless. Chen Feng's body was nimble. He darted left and right, elegantly evading each of Food Slave's attacks, much to the man's frustration. Yet Food Slave seemed incapable of expressing himself. The more he failed to catch Chen Feng, the more fiercely he wanted to catch him, sinking deeper into a vortex of vexation. Gradually his movements lost their composure and became reckless. Chen Feng knew that this was Food Slave revealing his weakness. Bill Simon, however, had no idea. Without martial arts, he could not perceive the true tension of the duel. In his eyes, Chen Feng was a rat wedged in a crack, helpless to escape a cat's pursuit. Who would have thought this clumsy oaf is actually quite formidable? Nami watched the battle below from her perch on the sail, having witnessed Chen Feng's duel with Morgan before she could analyze the situation with ease. It seems Food Slave is restraining Chen Feng, but in reality, he is being led by the nose. He has already given himself away. Before long, he won't be able to hold on. But what was strange was, why wouldn't Chen Feng attack him? The opportunity was clearly so good. This Nami could not fathom. But she knew Chen Feng was no ordinary man. He was someone who could cut down even Marine Captain Morgan in a single stroke. How could he be compared to ordinary people? On the deck, Chen Feng continued to evade Food Slave's attacks, while searching for the weakest spot on his body. There was no denying that Food Slave was powerful. He was even stronger than Morgan. To reach such a level by relying solely on his physical body was something ordinary people could never attain. Even he himself could not. Bang! The stone hammer in Food Slave's hand hurtled toward Chen Feng. At the crucial moment, Chen Feng slipped away with ease once more. Yes, he was doing it deliberately, making sure Food Slave could not strike him, all to make the man anxious and throw his breathing into disarray. The stone hammer smashed into the deck, leaving a deep crater. Judging from the depth of the crater, one could tell how terrifying the strike had been. Seeing his beloved pirate ship smashed with a huge hole by Food Slave, Bill Simon flew into a rage and bellowed at him, reckless filth. I told you to catch that brat, not to wreck my ship. Hearing Bill Simon's shout, Food Slave seemed afraid. His breathing grew even more chaotic, laced with a fury that appeared to have been simmering for a long time. Food Slave viciously raised his stone hammer and strode toward Chen Feng. Without a single wasted motion, he struck again, unleashing the stone hammer's devastating power at Chen Feng. Is that all the power you have? Chen Feng evaded Food Slave's attack, his face full of disappointment. He did not like an opponent who could only attack. That kind of opponent offered no true joy in combat. This Food Slave had only one move, swinging his hammer at people, and knew no other way to use it. That left Chen Feng thoroughly disappointed. Aorg! Food Slave let out an agonized roar. Clearly Chen Feng's words had provoked him. Food Slave stood in place. This time he did not choose to follow Chen Feng's movements. Instead, keeping his head still, he listened closely to the faint sound of Chen Feng's footsteps. Food Slave had no face, no eyes. He could not see Chen Feng's movements at all, but his hearing was extraordinary. Even if someone were 300 meters away, he could still clearly hear what that person was doing. Hearing Chen Feng's footsteps, Food Slave raised the hand that held the axe. Are you about to use your bashful iron fist again? Chen Feng stood on the deck watching Food Slave with a mocking expression. This time, however, Food Slave's action took Chen Feng by surprise. Food Slave did not attack directly as he had done before. Instead, he hurled the axe in his hand toward Chen Feng. Bang! The force of the thrown axe was many times greater than when it had been wielded in his hand. On the deck, thick smoke billowed from where Chen Feng had been standing, and his figure was swallowed by the smoke. Fool, didn't I instruct you to capture him alive? And you dare to create such a tremendous commotion. Bill Simon stood in place, stamping his feet in fury, pointing at the food slave, and cursing vehemently. You idiot, how did I end up raising such a fool? Nami's face was equally filled with anxiety as she watched the thick smoke billowing across the deck, her fingers clenched tightly. That last strike looked extraordinarily powerful. Wouldn't he be injured? Unable to determine whether Chen Feng was still alive, Nami had no choice but to wait patiently for the smoke to disperse. After that devastating blow, the food slave stood motionless, intently listening for sounds within the smoke. Remarkably, no sound of Chen Feng being struck reached his ears. By all logic, a person hit by such a massive object would suffer shattered bones. The food slave possessed exceptional auditory acuity and had absolute confidence in his hearing. He found it impossible that he wouldn't detect such obvious skeletal fractures. Bill Simon's incessant shouting had thoroughly irritated the food slave. Perhaps only he understood the truth: Chen Feng was an exceptionally formidable opponent. Most people relied solely on what they saw, neglecting deeper judgment of an adversary's capabilities. Yet the food slave, who navigated the world through hearing alone, could clearly sense his opponent's overwhelming strength. The food slave slowly advanced toward the smoke, pausing occasionally to listen for nearby sounds with his acute ears. So desperate to know whether I'm dead. A clear male voice rang out from behind the food slave, causing him to freeze mid-step. Ding. Food slave shock 488 points. Ding. Food slave's fear 1888 points. Ding. Food slave's anger 1888 points. As expected, the man hadn't died, nor had he been struck. At the exact moment the stone hammer had closed in upon his body, Chen Feng had slipped away. Watching Chen Feng materialize suddenly behind the food slave, Nami's face finally broke into a radiant smile. Wonderful, Chen Feng. I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. How could someone capable of defeating Colonel Manaka possibly be ordinary? Exhaling deeply as though releasing a long-held breath, Nami resumed her rapt attention on the two figures battling on deck. Upon seeing Chen Feng still alive, Bill Simon's expression suddenly shifted to sheer terror. In this moment, reality finally dawned upon him that Chen Feng before him was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond even his own food slave. What should I do? What should I do? Bill Simon stepped backward incrementally, his gaze falling upon the railing behind him. Perhaps I should flee now? At most I'll lose only the food slave. Bill Simon moved to leap overboard, but just a second before he jumped, some sudden thought seized him. He ducked into the cabin and sprinted toward his quarters. Incredibly powerful. Truly overwhelmingly powerful. The food slave stood rigid in place. Great beads of sweat rolled down his dark, hardened skin, evidence of his intense anxiety. Why so tense? Am I going to eat you? Chen Feng quipped, drawing the long sword in his hand. At last he was done playing around. Aha! The food slave realized that Chen Feng had been guiding their entire engagement like a cat playing with mice. Now the roles had reversed, and if he failed to resist, his life would surely be forfeit. At that moment, the food slave's body twisted into an extraordinarily bizarre posture, his arms wrenching around in an unnatural manner. Good heavens, this is the first time I've ever witnessed such a stance. Chen Feng stared at the food slave's movements in astonishment, yet an even greater revelation awaited him moments later. With a tremendous surge of force, the food slave burst free from the iron chains binding him. Then his muscles expanded before Chen Feng's eyes at an unmistakable rate. Could it be that his former physique had been deliberately concealed, and this was truly the food slave in his genuine form? A look of amazement crossed Chen Feng's face. Rid of his bindings, the food slave's full power was unleashed. The being before Chen Feng was now an entirely different creature, a vast gulf separating him from his earlier form. If you're so formidable, why restrain yourself all along? Chen Feng regarded the food slave, admiration mingled with regret upon his face. For someone of such extraordinary ability to follow a pirate captain of such questionable caliber was truly a profound waste. Any observer could see that the sole true powerhouse aboard this vessel was the food slave himself. After a brief pause, the food slave finally raised his stone hammer and began walking toward Chen Feng. So eager to defeat me. Chen Feng chuckled softly. At this moment, a hint of genuine appreciation stirred within him. Facing an opponent 100 times stronger and still mastering one's fear to launch another attack, it was a spirit of uncommon worth. Then let me defeat you fairly and squarely. Chen Feng assumed a combat stance, abandoning all pretense. The food slave shook his shoulders and stretched his neck with force, assuming his own duel-ready posture. This moment transcended mere orders. It was a genuine duel between two powerful warriors. Seated upon the ship's sail, Nami kept her gaze fixed upon the two figures below. Since the beginning, the atmosphere between them had undergone a transformation. Nami's eyes remained locked upon Chen Feng as she murmured to herself, "This feels more like a duel between two men." The food slave struck first, launching himself upward with incredible force toward Chen Feng, springing like a coiled coil, whose power and speed far exceeded anything displayed moments before. What a splendid display of skill. Chen Feng leaped, as well his body moving like a resilient willow branch, flexible yet unyielding, striking back whenever the food slave drew near. After several exchanges, the two separated. As I suspected, those chains were merely restraining your energy. Chen Feng spoke softly. The food slave offered no response, instead charging toward Chen Feng once more. Time is nearly upon us. Though I wish to continue our duel, it seems it must end here. Chen Feng expressed mild regret, swinging his long sword and launching himself into the air, striking toward the food slave with a single decisive blow. Zzz. A deep gash tore across the food slave's chest, erupting in a torrent of blood. The next instant, his massive body crashed to the deck. Chen Feng approached and crouched beside the food slave, who still clung to life. Though I don't understand why you follow a master like that, perhaps you harbor your own sorrows. The moment I made contact with you, I detected some manner of toxin within your body. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the food slave's heart pounded violently. Memories resurfaced from years past when he was still a novice pirate. One day he had encountered the current captain, Bill Simon, and under the man's deceptive persuasion consumed some unknown substance. From that day forward, he fell entirely under Bill Simon's control. Years of such domination had drained him both physically and mentally. Moreover, consumed by jealousy of his handsome visage, Bill Simon had ordered his subordinates to carve away the food slave's face. Thinking of this, Chernu opened his eyes. His palm slowly reached toward the small porcelain bottle placed beside his shoulder. Picking it up, he gazed at the green liquid within. Like a dream, he finally spoke the first word Chernu had uttered all day. Chen Feng smiled, rose to his feet, and said, "This isn't something given for free. Let's trade it for your stone hammer." With that, Chen Feng took the stone hammer from Chernu's hand, leaped forward, and vanished. On the sail, Nami stood up, and in the next instant Chen Feng appeared beside her. "Chen Feng, why didn't you kill him?" Nami was puzzled. Clearly Chen Feng had the strength to dispatch him, yet he chose not to. The one who truly deserves death is not him. Chen Feng reached out, gathered Nami into his arms around the waist, and leaped. In the next moment, they appeared above the sea surface. His footwork was astonishingly swift, each step lightly touching the water, covering great distance in an instant. Aboard the nameless pirate ship, Bill Simon hurried onto the deck. A thick bundle was strapped to his back, and in his hand he gripped a rope, the other end of which was shackled around the neck of a handsome boy. The boy's face was utterly expressionless. He was scantily clad, little more than a scrap of red cloth covering him. His exposed skin was marred with bruise marks, revealing the brutal conditions of his daily existence. At that moment, Bill Simon was dragging him, intending to leap into the sea together. The boy seemed reluctant. He retreated backward, gripping the chains shackled around his neck with both hands. Bill Simon glanced anxiously around and yanked the rope with all his strength. The boy struggled in agony, but to no avail. Dragged close by Bill Simon, he was pushed overboard first as a precaution against escape. Yet the rope still remained in Bill Simon's grip, leaving the boy dangling from the hull, his face contorted in pain. Chernu uncorked the porcelain bottle and downed the green liquid in one gulp. In the next instant, a profound sense of clarity washed through his body. The toxins accumulated over years seemed to vanish in a flash. He rose to his feet and walked toward Bill Simon's direction. You're not dead." Bill Simon turned around and saw Chernu standing behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, then cursed, "Damn it. I thought you were dead. Since you're alive, hurry up and bring that guy over to me." Believing Chernu had already defeated Chen Feng, Bill Simon's arrogance returned. He strode swaggeringly toward Chernu and scanned his surroundings. "Damn it, where's that guy? You didn't kill him, did you? I specifically told you to keep his body intact." Bill Simon raised his middle finger and scolded Chernu. But this time Chernu did not wait for him to finish. Instead, he reached out, gripped Bill Simon's wrist tightly, and twisted with force. Crack! Bill Simon's wrist was crushed. He hadn't even registered what had happened, staring blankly at Chernu. A few seconds later, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from above the pirate ship. Chen Feng, still holding Nami as he returned to their vessel, heard the distant cry and allowed a knowing smile to curl his lips. That sound earlier. It seemed to come from the direction of the nameless pirate ship. Nami looked back at Chen Feng in confusion. That voice sounded like the captain of the nameless pirate crew. Who knows? Chen Feng did not answer her question. Instead, he walked over to the table and chairs on the deck, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. After defeating Chernu earlier, he had completed his first sign-in of the day. As expected, the results exceeded even his hopes. System, what exactly is this muscle enhancer? The item from today's sign-in seemed related to muscles, but he had not clearly caught the system's notification. The moment he returned to the ship, he hurriedly inquired about the muscle enhancer. Ding. Notice the muscle enhancer is a high-intensity potion, extremely rare and precious. Users need only take it at night, harnessing the energy of moonlight to rapidly strengthen their muscles. Note, this muscle enhancer requires only a single use to achieve permanent enhancement. Ding. Notice the muscle enhancer is a high-intensity potion, extremely rare and precious. Users need only take it at night, harnessing the energy of moonlight to rapidly strengthen their muscles. Note this muscle enhancer requires only a single use to achieve permanent enhancement. So I just need to take it tonight. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Ding. Yes. After consumption, there will be no visible physical changes, so there is no need to worry about any alteration to your appearance. Yes. After consumption, there will be no visible physical changes, so there is no need to worry about any alteration to your appearance. Nami sat opposite Chen Feng and helpfully poured herself a cup of tea. Gazing at his face, she fell into deep thought. Had she truly joined the Chase Wind traveling group now? She did not yet know the answer. Secretly observing the ship, she noted its enormous size. It seemed incredibly fast, faster than anything she had ever imagined. By her previous understanding, this vessel's speed was more than double that of ordinary ships, which was utterly unbelievable. Perhaps this fellow possesses some special identity. Oh! Zoro leaped aboard the ship. 3 samurai swords were strapped to his body. The moment his feet touched the deck, they clinked together with a ringing sound. Huh? Who are you? Zoro had just woken up. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and the next second, he spotted Nami sitting in the chair. Her face was highly distinctive. He stared at her for several minutes, slowly furrowing his brow. You look familiar. Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before? Nami gave an awkward smile. Yes, you might have forgotten, but we met at the marine island. Though you were busy eating ramen at the time. Is that so? Zoro scratched the back of his neck, walked over, and sat beside Nami. Seemed somewhat sleepy, he rested his chin on his palm to keep himself awake. Why are you on this ship? Are you a pirate too? Zoro lazily regarded Nami, carefully studying her features. Nami gestured toward Chen Feng. No, I'm not a pirate. If the captain hadn't rescued me today, I would have lost my life at the hands of pirates. Zoro gazed at the calm sea, his expression utterly unchanged. Well, pirates are rather ruthless people. A pretty girl like you would easily become their target on the open sea. Yes. Nami took a sip of tea to steady her nerves. But I still find your face quite familiar. Zoro leaned closer to Nami and studied her face once more. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if something clicked. I knew I'd seen you somewhere. Aren't you that little cat burglar on the wanted poster? You recognized me. Nami lowered her head in embarrassment. I never imagined the wanted poster drew me so poorly, yet someone could still identify me. As she spoke, Ariel stepped out of the room and approached Nami with an unfriendly expression. Well, isn't this the one who's been trailing behind our ship? What happened? Did your little boat break down? Nami felt quite embarrassed. She glanced between Ariel and Zoro, unsure of what to say. You two know each other. Zoro was completely lost, confusion written all over his face as he looked at Ariel. Who would know her? She was just some random woman who popped up out of nowhere. Enraged, Ariel shot Nami a glare before storming back into her room. Night fell. Nami leaned against the deck railing, gazing alone at the seascape. The moon that night was exceptionally beautiful, holding Nami's gaze captivated. Such a scene easily stirred memories of the past. Nami stared into the distant sea, her eyes growing heavy with emotion, never noticing someone had already appeared behind her. You're still up this late. Aren't you tired? Chen Feng had spotted Nami on the deck, which puzzled him. It was so late. Ordinary people would have long since rested. And yet this girl, after everything that had happened during the day, was still as lively as ever. Nami instinctively turned around and let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Feng standing behind her. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to enjoy the sea view. Following Nami's gaze, Chen Feng looked out at the sea. Soft moonlight shimmered across the water, dolphins leaping joyfully, and occasionally flying fish could be spotted. Indeed, it is a breathtaking view. Chen Feng had never paid attention to the night seascape before. Only after Nami's reminder did he realize how many beautiful scenes he had overlooked. Nami gazed blankly at Chen Feng's face, his eyes like the vast expanse of stars, his thin lips always curving into a faint smile. A gentle breeze stirred their clothes, and somehow an inexplicable energy seemed to envelop the two of them. Of course, this was merely Nami's own feeling. On such a wonderful night, why don't we? Nami broke the silence first. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Feng interrupted her. You enjoy it on your own then. I have something to attend to, so I'll be going now. Nami stared blankly at Chen Feng's retreating figure at a loss for words. She reached up to touch her own cheek. Strange. Am I really that unattractive? Why won't he even look at me? Nami grew increasingly insecure. In the past, with her pure and lovely appearance, she could quickly adapt to any situation. But with Chen Feng, she had been rejected time and again, dealing a severe blow to her self-confidence. Chen Feng changed direction and found a place he considered well concealed. It was on the stern of the ship, directly opposite where Nami was. Yet both spots were bathed in moonlight. Taking the muscle-enhancing serum required a location with ample moonlight, and this happened to be an ideal spot for administering the potion. He had originally planned to go to the bow deck to absorb the moonlight, but who would have guessed Nami would be there enjoying the scenery? He had no choice but to change his plans and take the potion at the stern. Pop! Chen Feng popped open the cap of the serum bottle and swallowed it in one go. In the next instant, his body began to transform. Moonlight fell upon him, coating his body in a golden film as his physique continuously absorbed the moon's energy. Gradually the moonlight shining upon him solidified into a metallic layer, extraordinarily hard and impervious to damage no matter how fiercely he struck himself. This color resembles the invulnerable body technique from Assassin 568, but it's 100 times more powerful. Chen Feng could feel the difference within himself. Faintly he understood the working principle of the skin-enhancing serum. It probably functions primarily by converting lunar energy. Legend held that moonlight contained vast amounts of energy. Thanks to the skin-enhancing serum, he had successfully transformed the moon's rays into his own diamond-hard body. Moreover, the invincible physique he had obtained differed fundamentally from the so-called diamond indestructible body. Every version of that technique had weaknesses, his did not. As long as the moon existed, he would never possess any vulnerabilities. Chen Feng. A female voice called out from above. Chen Feng, interrupted in his research, glanced up with mild annoyance. Ariel, what are you doing up there? Ariel leaped down beside Chen Feng. Staring at his golden metallic glowing skin, her expression was one of utter amazement. How beautiful. Is this skin color the result of practicing some kind of martial art? Ariel walked right up to Chen Feng, her face close to his chest, as she carefully inspected his metallic skin, curiously tapping it with her finger. Wow, how did you do this? It's harder than iron plate. This is a secret. I can't tell you. Chen Feng stepped back slightly, preventing Ariel from touching his chest any further. Turning his gaze toward the moon, he suddenly noticed the moonlight had dimmed considerably, as if its energy had been drained away. Could it be my doing just now? Chen Feng felt a ripple of surprise within. Chen Feng, can you teach me? I really want to learn this martial art too. Ariel's eyes brimmed with expectation. However, Chen Feng's words shattered every hope on her face. I can't teach you that. Ariel's smile froze on her face. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned and ran off, leaving Chen Feng alone standing there with a bewildered expression. I genuinely can't teach it. This isn't something you can obtain through hard work alone. Chen Feng scratched the back of his neck, turned around, and continued absorbing the moon's energy. Nami heard hurried footsteps approaching from the stern. She turned her head and saw Ariel running toward her with a grievous expression. Are you alright? Nami found Ariel's behavior strange. She reached out to comfort her, but Ariel swatted her hand away. It's all your fault. Ariel turned and shot Nami a furious glare. Nami, innocent bystander that she was, hadn't even grasped what had happened before being struck by Ariel's outburst. It made her feel terribly wronged. She had only just boarded the ship and genuinely wanted to get along well with her senior. Perhaps I'm not suited for this place after all. Nami offered a self-deprecating smile, and under the cover of darkness, jumped into the sea alone. It's better to leave anyway. Besides, the road ahead may not lead in the same direction. I still need to walk my own path. Let today's events all be nothing but a dream. Taking one final look at the ship where she had spent the day, Nami departed resolutely. Farewell, Chen Feng. Perhaps we shall meet again. In a small town on the East Blue, Chen Feng and his companions walked down the street. The town had been severely damaged, as if ravaged by fire. Half of its houses were scorched black. The townsfolk hurried past as if gripped by some deep dread, rarely showing themselves before the group. This town is very strange. It seems to have suffered some kind of blow. Zoro glanced around and finally spotted a little girl crying outside a collapsed house. He walked toward the girl, intending to ask her about what had happened in the town. But the moment she saw his face, she burst into terrified tears. Little miss, what happened in this town? Chen Feng approached the girl and asked softly. The girl stopped crying and looked at Chen Feng. Seeing that he was handsome and bright, not like a bad person, she finally spoke. A clown brought a bunch of strange people and set a huge fire, burning down every house in the village. I see. Chen Feng wanted to ask more, but just then a middle-aged woman rushed out from somewhere, grabbed the little girl, and turned to leave. Wait. Chen Feng caught hold of the middle-aged woman and the child. Excuse me, where is that clown? Seeing that Chen Feng did not seem like a bad man, the woman said, I advise you to leave this place immediately. We're preparing to flee too. That clown is a monster who specifically preys on the weak in this town. The woman shook off Chen Feng's hand and hurried away with the child. The clown she mentioned must be Buggy the Clown, Zoro said, without hesitation, already knowing exactly who the woman and the girl were talking about. Buggy the Clown claims to be the strongest in the East Blue. He seems to have eaten some kind of devil fruit and gained its power. In the East Blue, everyone yields to him. Alvita thought for a moment, then spoke. I've heard of Buggy the Clown's deeds before. He appears to be a man of action. Wherever he goes, he leaves his mark. And his most obvious trait is his love of burning down towns. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a clown. Chen Feng was not much of a One Piece fan. He had only followed the One Piece anime as a child. Back then, with no other anime to watch, he watched it every day, but as he grew older and work consumed him, he gradually forgot the story. Still, he remembered Buggy the Clown. Even if he ate the chop-chop fruit, so what? In the end, he's nothing but a pitiful clown. Chen Feng's words stunned Zoro and Alvita. Indeed, their captain was a formidable one. He wasn't even afraid of Buggy the Clown, the strongest in the East Blue. Ha ha ha. Let me see who's bad-mouthing our captain. From the corner stepped a man wearing a ragdoll hood clad in animal hides and holding a whip. Behind him followed a massive lion. who said that no matter how powerful he's still just a clown. Moji walked over to them, his whip scraping against the ground with a sizzling sound. This. Moji. Zoro and Alvida froze, realizing all at once that this was Moji, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates. Rumor had it that Moji, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, was a ruthless and vicious man. He could communicate with animals and would command ferocious beasts to attack during battle, a truly dangerous figure. I'll protect you. Zoro stepped forward and assumed the stance of the three-sword style. Ha. You. Richie. Get them. These people will be your lunch. Hearing Moji's words, Richie the lion opened his massive jaws bearing razor-sharp fangs. Roar, 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 roar. It lunged fiercely at Zoro. This was Zoro's first battle against a non-human. He fought desperately to suppress his fear, maintaining his three-sword style stance while dodging Richie's attacks and searching for an opening to strike. However, Zoro's plan was doomed. From the corner, a pure white lion suddenly lunged at him. To distract him, Moji shouted, "Huh!" Chen Feng's attention was drawn to the two lions. Was his memory failing him? He remembered that in the original One Piece manga, Moji the Beast Tamer seemed to have only one lion, Richie. And yet now there were two. Could it be that his arrival had changed the course of the story that was supposed to happen in the One Piece world? Or was this world merely a parallel timeline to that of One Piece? Chen Feng watched with keen interest as the two lions worked in perfect coordination, while Zoro on the other side was not faring so well. With only one lion, Zoro could still cope. But then a second lion had suddenly sprung from the corner, and the two worked together flawlessly, making it nearly impossible for Zoro to hold his ground. When he attacked above, one lion would be waiting to ambush him from below. When he attacked ahead, he had to watch for a lion eyeing his back. Gradually, Zoro lost the upper hand. Not good. Alvida also saw Zoro's predicament. Without a second thought, she grabbed her spiked mace and swung it at one of the lions, hoping to turn the tide. But how could Moji, standing nearby, allow that to happen? Moji swung his long whip as he walked toward Alvida. Hey! Little lady, didn't anyone tell you that even reincarnation requires waiting in line? So eager to feed my lions. With a flick of his whip, Moji coiled it around the mace in Alvida's hand. With one sharp yank, he tore it from her grip and tossed it aside. Damn it! Alvida retreated. Without her weapon, she was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lead to go. Moji pointed at Alvida and roared. The moment the words left his mouth, the white lion whipped around and lunged at Alvida. What should she do? Alvida's pupils constricted. Staring at the white lion hurtling toward her, her mind went completely blank. Zoro looked toward Alvida, willing but powerless. Richie had cut off his movement. He could barely manage his own battle, let alone rescue her. Bang! A white blur shot across the air and slammed into a wall not far away, sending up billowing smoke. Ding! Moji's shock 488 points. Ding! Moji's fear 488 points. Ding! Moji's confusion 488 points. Chen Feng walked over to Alvida and gently patted her shoulder. Hey, did you forget about me? It really doesn't feel good when everyone else is having fun and I'm the only one left out. Moji stared at Chen Feng in shock. Chen Feng's speed had been too fast. He hadn't even seen the move before it was already over. He looked toward the thick smoke. Lita's body was deeply embedded in the reinforced concrete wall, already unconscious. This man was incredibly powerful, far stronger than anyone he had ever encountered before. In fact, he might even surpass Captain Buggy. Machi realized that Chen Feng was an exceptionally formidable individual. He took several steps back, contemplating his escape. You think you can run from me? Chen Feng walked toward Machi with each step, his every movement pressing heavily upon Machi's heart, like a weight upon his soul, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Want to flee? Did you even ask my permission? I am sorry I failed to recognize your greatness, please forgive me. Just as Chen Feng was about to dispatch Machi suddenly dropped to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing before Chen Feng, desperately imploring for mercy. Oh, sparing your life is quite simple. Just tell me where Captain Buggy is located. Since Captain Buggy was rumored to be the strongest in the East Blue, Chen Feng naturally wanted to test himself against him. With a bit of fortune, he might draw another extraordinary reward. Truth be told, Chen Feng no longer needed to rely on check-ins and draws, yet he could not resist the exhilaration of signing in, much like the thrill of pulling for an SSR in a game. Oh, okay, I'll tell you everything. Machi spoke between kowtows, pointing toward a direction. Captain Buggy is at. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the air. Machi rose to his feet, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, can you match my gun? Even if your martial prowess is unmatched, you're still vulnerable to a pistol. Machi laughed maniacally, never even bothering to verify whether his shot had struck. Chen Feng, completely lost in his frenzy. Oh, you seem quite confident. A male voice drifted from behind Machi. He froze, his expression petrifying. This is impossible. Impossible. Machi refused to believe Chen Feng was still alive, for he was certain his pistol had struck true. He had heard the sound of the bullet piercing flesh. Impossible. Why don't you take a closer look? See who was actually hit. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Machi found himself inexplicably turning toward the direction from which the gunshot had come, and what he saw left him utterly stunned. Li Jie. No. Machi rushed to Li Jie's lifeless body and clutched it tightly. Warm blood continued to pour from Li Jie's neck, the very spot where the bullet had struck. Li Jie's eyes were wide open, its expression grotesque, as if unable to accept that its own master had fired upon it, its gaze filled with resentment. I'll make you pay for Li Jie's death. Machi leaped to his feet, and in a blind rage swung his whip wildly as he charged toward Chen Feng. Strange. Your little pet is dead, so why blame me? Chen Feng wore a mocking, almost sadistic smile. Didn't you fire the shot yourself? I didn't lay a finger on it. Machi was driven to the brink of madness by Chen Feng's words. In such a short span he had already lost his two most beloved pets, and he demanded Chen Feng pay with his life. However, to Chen Feng, Machi's attacks were little more than those of a child, completely unimpressive, offering not even the slightest urge to kill him. Chen Feng effortlessly deflected Machi's assault and kicked him a full 300 meters away. Spew. Machi vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at Chen Feng, wishing to devour him alive. Don't look at me like that. I've done nothing wrong to you. In fact, I'm granting you your life. Chen Feng approached Machi, crouching down and patting his cheek. Go back and tell your Captain Buggy that I challenge him. At 10 o'clock tonight. You cannot defeat Captain Buggy. Machi spat out another mouthful of blood, glaring at Chen Feng with pure venom. Then that's convenient. Your Captain Buggy can settle this for you. Chen Feng chuckled carelessly, entirely unmoved by Machi's threats. Captain Buggy was indeed formidable, but Chen Feng was confident he could utterly dismantle him. Several people walked down the street. Zoro gazed at Chen Feng with unabashed admiration. Captain, your speed earlier was truly incredible. I couldn't even see you move before it was over. As I told you before, in all martial arts, speed is paramount. As a swordsman, skill alone is not enough. Speed is also a critical advantage. I understand. I must train until I reach your level. Keep it a kid. Chen Feng patted Zoro on the shoulder, offering his encouragement. Such speed was not something anyone could achieve easily. Willpower alone was insufficient. Fortune and serendipity played equally vital roles. To reach the pinnacle of speed like himself would take decades of relentless training. After all, not everyone possessed a system. Along the way, Ariel remained silent, walking behind the two of them and stealing frequent glances at Chen Feng from the corner of her eye. I'm so clumsy. Will he despise me? She wondered. Ariel harbored a deep desire to earn Chen Feng's special regard, to become the one most cherished aboard the ship. Sometimes she envied Zoro, for both he and Chen Feng were swordsmen with shared understanding. And she was nothing more than a maid responsible for cleaning. Nami had arrived in the small town 3 days prior. She had located Captain Buggy's residence, but strangely could not find what she was looking for, no matter how thoroughly she searched. Perhaps the route map is on his ship. After all, such a crucial document is something Captain Buggy would never carry on his person. It would be safest stored on the vessel. Nami pondered for a moment and concluded her reasoning was sound. She decided to sneak into his treasure vault while Captain Buggy was absent and steal the route map. Everything proceeded smoothly. Nami successfully infiltrated the treasure vault and scoured the room for any trace of the route map. Strange. Why can't I find it? If it's not here, where else could it be? Standing amid the hoard of treasures, Nami muttered to herself. Could the treasure map be in his bedroom? Based on her years of experience, many people preferred to keep their most valuable possessions in their sleeping quarters, believing it to be the safest place. The most dangerous place was often the safest, a principle that applied equally to hidden treasures. Who would ever suspect something so precious would be kept in a bedroom? After much deliberation, Nami concluded her reasoning was correct. She quietly slipped out of the treasure vault and closed the door behind her. But as soon as she turned around, her foot caught a rope tied to a trap mechanism. Oh no! Nami realized something was terribly wrong. She never expected such a crude trap to be installed at the entrance. Bang! An iron cage plummeted from above, sealing Nami tightly within its bars. In the East Blue, aboard the Buggy Pirates ship, Chen Feng, Zoro, and Ariel's group followed the pirates' pace and boarded Clown Buggy's vessel. Upon the pirate ship, Clown Buggy sat upon the ornate chair, symbolizing his captaincy. Resting his chin on his hand, he observed the approaching figures with a blank expression, his thoughts concealed. Are you the one who wishes to challenge me? Clown Buggy lounged in his chair, too lethargic to stir. His gaze shifted to the dark-haired man beside him. This dark-haired man was quite distinctive. Riding a unicycle and wielding a sword, his hair partially covered his left eye, and his attire was peculiar. A scarf tied around his neck and a cape draped over his shoulders. This was none other than Kabeji, Clown Buggy's trusted aide and chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates. Kabeji, go and deal with them. Aight. Kabeji bowed to Clown Buggy, then mounted his unicycle and rode toward Chen Feng and the others. So that's him. Zoro and Ariel stared at Kabeji on the unicycle, their eyes filled with contemplation. Judging by his appearance, this must be the legendary Kabeji. Legend held that Kabeji served as Clown Buggy's strategist. He was cunning and ruthless, a man who would unhesitatingly push his own comrades into harm's way. I heard from Machi that you wish to challenge Captain Buggy. Kabeji circled Chen Feng on his unicycle with arrogant swagger. Seeing that Chen Feng appeared to possess no martial capability whatsoever, he lowered his guard. Since you know I'm here to challenge Clown Buggy, you should understand that I have no interest in fighting you. Chen Feng spoke with calm indifference. In his eyes, someone like Kabeji was hardly worth consideration. Among the entire Buggy pirate crew, the only one who might be worthy of a fight was Clown Buggy himself. Save your boasting. Do you really think you're worthy of challenging Captain Buggy? You'll need to get past me first. Kabeji didn't deign to look at Chen Feng. That fool Machi was nothing but a brute. His intellect had atrophied from spending all day with beasts, allowing someone who appeared utterly defenseless to intimidate him. But I, Kabeji, am different. I am the smartest man in the East Blue. Any tactics thrown at me are nothing but playing to the expert. As Kabeji mused, a proud smile crept across his face. He drew his longsword and pointed it toward Chen Feng. I've heard you're a swordsman. Then I shall defeat you with this blade. Oh, are you also a swordsman? Chen Feng countered. Of course. But from what I see, you're merely someone who calls himself a swordsman. Chen Feng glanced disdainfully at the sword in Kabeji's hand. How can someone riding a unicycle claim to be a swordsman? Are you some sort of acrobatic swordsman from a circus performance? You. Kabeji was nearly driven mad with fury. His swordsmanship was indeed acrobatic, dismissed and discredited by true swordsmen. Yet deep within his heart, he had always firmly believed himself to be a genuine swordsman. Now Chen Feng had struck directly at his deepest insecurity. Unable to bear it any longer, Kabeji cried, "Die!" He swung his longsword ferociously toward Chen Feng. Your opponent is me. Zoro burst from behind Chen Feng, assuming a three-sword stance to prevent Kabeji from approaching. Chen Feng, leave this guy to me. Go deal with Clown Buggy. After days of observation, Zoro had come to understand that Chen Feng's true objective today was Clown Buggy. He knew Chen Feng was someone who relished challenging the strong. Every opponent Chen Feng had faced were among the strongest in the East Blue, and each time he had crushed them with overwhelming dominance. Zoro surmised that Chen Feng's method of cultivation likely involved challenging powerful foes to grow stronger. So he had learned. For Zoro, at his current level, Kabeji was far more than a match, but to Chen Feng, Kabeji was an opponent not worth the effort. Thus Zoro resolved to handle Kabeji himself. This would allow him to improve his own abilities while relieving Chen Feng of a nuisance he had no interest in dealing with. Good. Watch yourself. Chen Feng recognized Zoro's intentions and said nothing further. He turned and walked toward Clown Buggy. Clown Buggy, I hear you claim to be the strongest in the East Blue. Chen Feng stood before Clown Buggy, lips curling in contempt. Clown? Who are you calling a clown? At the word, Clown Buggy bristled. He slowly sat upright, fixing his gaze on Chen Feng as though looking at a piece of dead pork. Can I say it? Strange, your outfit practically screams clown. Look at that ridiculous nose and you'd deny it. Chen Feng deliberately provoked Buggy with words designed to ignite his fighting spirit, hoping to push him to his absolute peak. Only then would their duel be truly satisfying. It was an insidious tactic, but Clown Buggy fell for it completely. Rising to his feet, he took slow, deliberate steps toward Chen Feng. You haven't even grasped whose territory this is. Let Captain Buggy properly educate you on how to be a qualified pirate. Clown Buggy suddenly leaped from the steps and charged at Chen Feng. No one in the East Blue dares call me clown. Today I'll make sure you, a newcomer, remember how Clown Buggy becomes your nightmare. Oh, that depends on your ability then. Chen Feng smirked dismissively and casually dodged Buggy's attack. Is that all you've got? You'd do better to return to your circus act. Chen Feng once again goaded Clown Buggy with his words. Really? A wicked grin spread across Buggy's face as he ran. Split Buggy barrage. Suddenly, the running Clown Buggy's body shattered into numerous fragments from head to toe, and the pieces flew toward Chen Feng. I wonder if you can dodge this. Buggy knew this man before him was formidable, so he took extra precautions. Ordinarily, he only launched the arm wielding the projectile, but today he used his fragmented body to distract Chen Feng. Acrobatics, fire breathing. Kabeji, riding his unicycle, found his longsword unable to reach Zoro, so he resorted to using his special technique against him. This was an attack reminiscent of juggling, but what set it apart was that Kabeji had integrated acrobatic skills into his strikes, making them far more unpredictable and unconventional. What kind of attack is this? Zoro had never witnessed a swordsman employing such tactics before. He had been caught off guard by Kabeji's sudden assault. Scorching flames seared his eyes, momentarily blinding him to his enemy's position. Zoro covered his eyes with his forearm and performed a series of backward flips to create distance. Ha. Can't figure it out, can you? This is my original fighting technique, which I've named acrobatics, fire breathing. Kabeji cackled with a sinister grin, his gaze piercing through his blade toward Zoro like a cold-blooded serpent radiating chilling malice. What sort of swordsmanship is this? It's a ridiculous hybrid. A true swordsman would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Zoro forced himself upright, his eyes burning with pain and swollen shut. He endured the agony and scanned the area searching for any sign of Kabeji. You understand nothing. Swordsmanship is not some rigid, unchanging tradition like yours. It should embrace artistry, yet the swordsmen of this world refuse to see that, clinging foolishly to what they call the way of the sword. This so-called way of the sword is nothing compared to the splendor of my acrobatic swordsmanship. Let me annihilate you with magnificent style. Kabeji drew his longsword and launched another attack toward Zoro. History will prove that only magnificent swordsmanship endures in this world, while you and your so-called three-sword style shall be erased forever. A flicker of envy flashed across Kabeji's face, his features contorting with hatred, as though he desired to devour Zoro's flesh and blood. Nonsense and heresy. You neglect genuine swordsmanship practice, relying instead on trickery and clever shortcuts. This isn't the warrior's spirit at all, it's nothing more than clownish antics. Finishing his words, Zoro leaped upward, and through his blurred vision, he roughly discerned Kabeji's direction. So fast. Kabeji was shaken by Zoro's extraordinary agility, frantically dodging. Impossible, impossible. You're merely a swordsman. How can you move this swiftly? Kabeji refused to believe it, unwilling to accept the reality. Since joining Baki's pirate crew, he had encountered countless swordsmen, none of whom had survived their encounter with him. At the end of the day, swordsmen were only human. No matter how much they preached about the warrior code or their noble lineage in the beginning, they all ended up kneeling in the dirt begging for mercy. Yet this particular opponent was different. Facing death, he not only refused to flee, but grew fiercer with each blow. Secret art meteor. Zoro cried out as his body hurtled through the air like a meteor, plummeting toward Kabeji. Kabeji threw every ounce of strength into a backward leap, barely escaping. Phew! How close that was! Kabeji panted heavily, staring at Zoro in utter disbelief. Zoro now stood where Kabeji had been moments before. He stood straight, his eyes red and swollen, unable to see clearly, yet forcing himself to keep them open despite the pain. Tell me why. Why have you suddenly become so strong? Kabeji asked, genuinely bewildered. If you had someone by your side who was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than yourself, I imagine you'd find it impossible not to push harder. Zoro opened his swollen eyes and glanced toward Chen Feng, who was locked in combat, with the clown an expression of deep admiration on his face. My captain is a formidable swordsman. If I cannot grow stronger, what purpose would there be in staying by his side? Zoro gripped his sword hilt tightly, and a dense aura of sword intent erupted from his body. Why, oi? Kabeji hung his head, his face clouded with dark emotions. Why must you strive so hard? If you already have someone protecting you, why push yourself to grow stronger? Wouldn't it be simpler to just rest easy under someone's protection? Kabeji was stung by the yearning he saw in Zoro's eyes, something he himself had never possessed, and it filled him with bitter jealousy. Your captain can't even save himself, let alone come to your rescue. Since you idolize him so dearly, then go to hell together. With those words, Kabeji got serious. His feet flew across the unicycle, and flames erupted along the length of his longsword. Acrobatic steam killing incident. Kabeji shouted as his legs blazed across the unicycle, the longsword spinning rapidly through the air. Almost immediately, thick smoke billowed outward from his position, enveloping Zoro in a suffocating cloud. What is this? Zoro's vision was completely obscured. He couldn't make out anything around him, only feeling the thick smoke choking the air and making it hard to breathe. Ha ha ha. It appears your companion is about to fall at the hands of Kabeji. Xiaocho Baji observed the movements of Kabeji and Zoro. His fragmented body pieces reassembled behind Chen Feng. I'd say otherwise. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his carefree and tranquil demeanor. Aren't you worried about your companion? Xiaocho Baji was curious, or rather eager to see how Chen Feng would respond. Would he choose to rescue his companion, or watch him suffocate in the smoke? If Chen Feng went to save his companion, Baji would seize the opportunity to ambush him. If he remained worried, Baji could still exploit that psychological weakness to gain the upper hand. No matter how one looked at it, the smoke Kabeji had created was highly advantageous for Xiaocho Baji. Worried? Why would I be? Chen Feng's expression remained unmoved. He deliberately exposed his back to Xiaocho Baji, showing no concern about a surprise attack. Zoro is an exceptional swordsman. I have full confidence he will defeat Kabeji. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Xiaocho Baji danced about, clapping his chest with glee, looking utterly ridiculous. I wonder where you get such confidence, but I rather admire it. Confidence breeds blindness. It makes you oblivious to your own vulnerabilities. And I, Xiaocho Baji, delight in exploiting just those weaknesses. A dagger materialized in Xiaocho Baji's hand, and he seized the moment when Chen Feng wasn't watching to thrust it toward Chen Feng's throat. However, clang! A metallic ringing sound echoed from Chen Feng's throat, and under the clown's astonished gaze his neck turned a brilliant golden color. Xiaocho Baji's eyes widened in shock. He looked at his bent dagger, then at Chen Feng's throat, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. This. No, this can't be possible. Buggy the clown couldn't believe that Chen Feng's throat was harder than steel, The moment his dagger touched his throat, it was bent by that hardness. Impossible, this is impossible. Buggy the Clown stepped back a few paces. Is this even human skin? This is practically a steel monster, and his own hand. Buggy the Clown looked at his left hand holding the dagger, his face full of disbelief. Ding. Buggy the Clown shock 288 points. Ding. Buggy the Clown fear 288 points. Ding. Buggy the Clown confusion 688 points. It seemed that the fascia in his left hand had been snapped by the impact, and a large amount of blood seeped out from beneath the skin. It was an injury he hadn't felt for a very, very long time. Ever since he ate the chop fruit, he had rarely experienced this kind of pain. It wasn't that he was unable to feel pain, but that he could split his body apart at the instant the enemy attacked, thereby avoiding being hit at all. But today he was bested by Chen Feng. Buggy the Clown had never thought that he would suffer internal injuries from attacking someone else and having them rebound on him. This feeling was simply too goddamn infuriating. Buggy stood on the deck staring blankly at his left palm until a breeze swept past and jolted him awake. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Buggy the Clown looked at Chen Feng's face, then gave him a thorough once-over. At this moment, Chen Feng's figure was like a monster, causing a sliver of fear to rise from the depths of Buggy's heart. Why, you're so underhanded, sneak attacking me while I wasn't paying attention. Chen Feng teased. Is it only you, Buggy, who never gets hurt? I, Chen Feng, also never get hurt. If you try to harm me, you're the one who'll end up hurt. It had to be said that after taking the muscle enhancement potion, Chen Feng's existence seemed like a bug in the pirate world. With a body so powerful and devoid of weaknesses, who could match him? How did your body become like this? Buggy the Clown asked in confusion, backing away. Could it be caused by eating some kind of devil fruit? But he had never heard of any devil fruit possessing such an ability. Could it be that you've also eaten a devil fruit? Buggy asked tentatively. If Chen Feng answered yes, he would immediately flee, because fighting a devil fruit user was clearly unwise. The result would be death or injury at best, so it was actually more practical to run away as fast as possible. But if Chen Feng answered that he hadn't, then Buggy would attack again and defeat Chen Feng in the most spectacular manner. Devil fruits are such precious things. I haven't eaten one. I merely took some muscle enhancement potion that gives a temporary strengthening effect to muscles. Chen Feng wasn't lying. His so-called temporary strengthening was merely a temporary boost before becoming even stronger. Therefore, whether or not Buggy could hit him would not change anything. I see. The muscle enhancement potion you took is really something. Even I want to buy a dose and try it. A sinister smile crept onto Buggy the Clown's face. The next second, he suddenly leaped into the air toward Chen Feng. However, since your enhancement is only temporary, that means I can kill you without any effort. Buggy let out a hee-hee sound. As he leaped toward Chen Feng, his body split apart again, and his hands vanished to who knows where. Hee-hee-hee-hee, I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. This time I won't use a weapon. I'll just use my fist to give you internal injuries. Buggy's two fists quietly circled behind Chen Feng, striking his back non-stop. Each hammering blow was delivered with 100% of his strength. I don't believe you can pull any tricks this time. That feels good. Use a bit more force, and it'll be even better. Chen Feng closed his eyes as if enjoying himself, turning his back to Buggy. Although Buggy used every ounce of his strength, he couldn't cause any harm to Chen Feng. On the contrary, it made him feel extremely comfortable. I didn't expect you to know massage, and you're actually pretty good at it. With massage skills like that, why be a pirate captain? You'd make more money going back home and opening a foot bath shop. Buggy the Clown was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He withdrew his hands and jumped around on the spot in fury. How? I can kill a full-grown elephant with one punch, so why does attacking you have no effect at all? Who knows? Maybe your attacks aren't up to par yet. To me now they feel no more than a tickle. Chen Feng scratched his neck. Since you've finished, it's my turn. Chen Feng pulled out the Jingzhe sword from his system and aimed it at Buggy. Say whatever you want to say now. One swing of this sword will be enough to knock you out for months. Chen Feng didn't intend to kill Buggy, he only needed to defeat him. Buggy looked at the massive black sword that Chen Feng had suddenly revealed, his eyes filled with both admiration and doubt. Although it was a giant black sword, it shone brilliantly. Even under the sunlight, it lost none of its splendor. Instead, it made its domineering aura visible to even more people. He had never seen such a sword. Its blade was the size of a small boat. A sword like this was clearly exceedingly heavy, but Chen Feng looked so skinny. How could he lift it? Buggy was bewildered, but he could tell that the giant black sword in Chen Feng's hand was no ordinary item. Feeling the oppressive might radiating from the black sword, his legs began to tremble. He looked at Chen Feng, whose demeanor had already changed completely from before. If the Chen Feng from just now looked like a graceful scholar stepping out of an inkwash painting, then the present Chen Feng was a chivalrous swordsman from Tales of Wandering Heroes. To kill one man every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. If Buggy had studied classical poetry, he would certainly have thought of this line. Is there nothing you want to say? Chen Feng still wore a smile. He looked at Buggy, waiting for his final answer. Yet in Buggy's eyes, that smiling face had transformed into the image of a demon. Buggy turned around in terror, wanting to flee. However, an invisible pressure prevented him from moving. Since you have nothing to say, I'll make my move now. After saying this, Chen Feng raised the black longsword and made a slashing motion in Buggy's direction through the air. The next second, a torrent of blood burst from Buggy's back. Ah! Buggy screamed. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling, then turning toward Chen Feng. Thank you, big brother, for not killing me. Zoro knelt on one knee upon the deck, the thick smoke choking his breath and obscuring his vision of the unfolding events around him, forcing him to rely solely on instinct to fight Kizaru. Already at a severe disadvantage due to his impaired vision, the difficulty in breathing further hindered his ability to wield his typically formidable swordsmanship. Cough, cough, cough. Beneath the heavy smoke, Zoro finally succumbed to a fit of retching coughs, his ragged and gasping breaths revealing a critical opening. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Kizaru brought his blade down hard upon Zoro's back. Feeling the searing pain, Zoro let out an anguished cry. Ha! You have grown weak, skilled swordsman. Then perish quickly beneath my blade. Kizaru harbored no intention of showing mercy, for striking while an opponent was down was a creed he firmly adhered to. He swung his long sword again, this time aiming not at Zoro's back, but directly at his head. Clang! The resonant clash of metal rang out from beneath Kizaru's blade. The fierce impact drove him back several paces. Clutching the hand that gripped his sword, he stared at the scene before him in utter disbelief. Standing before Zoro was a man who should have already been dead. That man was Chen Feng. Why you? Shouldn't you be dead? Only didn't manage to die, that's all. Chen Feng maintained his usual composed expression, showing not a trace of relief or survivor's gratitude. Then, Captain Buggy. Kizaru abruptly turned his head toward Buggy the clown, and as the smoke cleared, he finally noticed the gruesome scene upon the deck. His pupils contracted, and he sprinted rapidly to Buggy's side. Captain Buggy. Kizaru shook the clown's shoulders, attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. However, Buggy's injuries were far too severe, plunging him into a deep coma. I will make sure you all perish alongside Captain Buggy. Kizaru rose abruptly and launched himself at Chen Feng. Acrobatics divine, 100 top theater. Multiple spinning tops materialized in his hands, and with a fierce flick of his wrist, he hurled them toward Chen Feng. Trifling tricks. With a single stroke of his sword, Chen Feng shattered Kizaru's spinning tops into fragments. He looked at Kizaru, a faint scowl forming on his face. As a swordsman, you fail to hone your blade, instead wasting your efforts on such trivial nonsense. You bring disgrace upon all swordsmen. Kizaru was remarkably loyal, and Chen Feng held the greatest affection for loyalty. Though he did not particularly favor Kizaru, he could tolerate the man's provocations. Kizaru stood frozen. For the first time in his life, someone had acknowledged him as a swordsman, only for that someone to be his enemy. Kizaru bowed his proud head. Even Captain Buggy had always mocked him, saying he spent his days dreaming of being a swordsman, when in reality, he was nothing. Chen Feng's words completely stripped Kizaru of his will to fight. He fell to his knees, unable to hold back his tears. Why? Why must my confidant be an enemy? Kizaru was in torment, yet as chief of staff for the Buggy pirates, he bore the responsibility to eliminate this threat on behalf of Captain Buggy. A striking figure appeared on the deck, and upon looking they saw Nami being pursued by several pirates. Oh, isn't that the girl you rescued earlier? Zoro rose to his feet, stumbling over to Chen Feng's side. His vision had recovered significantly, allowing him to clearly discern his surroundings. Nami dodged the pirates' pursuit as she ran until several familiar figures came into view, causing her eyes to light up. Chen Feng. Zoro, I never expected to see you here. She rushed to Chen Feng and took shelter behind him. Hey brat, why did you suddenly leave? Zoro asked. On the morning 2 days prior, he had suddenly noticed Nami was gone. He had searched the ship thoroughly, but to no avail, eventually learning she had already left, though he never did discover when exactly she had departed. Chen Feng, please save me. They're trying to force me into something terrible. Nami clutched Chen Feng's arm, tightly pressing her entire body behind him. If she had known, she never would have left Chen Feng's ship in the first place. Meeting him again under these circumstances was quite awkward. I must cling to his leg tightly from now on and never let go, she resolved. Nami thought to herself. Who said we're forcing you? Hurry up and hand over the treasury key. Several pirates shouted at Nami. Earlier they had discovered the mechanism outside the treasure room had been triggered. Rushing over, they found only a young girl. Assuming she was someone Captain Buggy had brought aboard, they let her go. But who would have guessed this little thief had actually stolen the treasury keys from their person? After all, the keys to the treasure room were identical to those of Captain Buggy's quarters, and they certainly did not wish to incur his wrath. That was why they had relentlessly pursued Nami, demanding she return the stolen keys. What keys? I have no idea what you're talking about. Nami noticed the pirate's intense reaction and deduced the key must be of great importance. She clammed up firmly, refusing to admit anything. She absolutely would not return the key to them. Hey, do you intend to oppose me? System sign-in. After everything settled, Chen Feng stood on the deck and whispered softly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the beast taming ability. Ding. Regardless of the time or place, life always reminds us how important it is to learn a foreign language. However, mastering the true art of beast taming is not something everyone who learns a foreign language can achieve. It is an enviable gift. Ding. Reminder: you can communicate with any animal without speaking, as telepathy is now available to you. Chen Feng knew he had obtained an extraordinary skill. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the system's reward distribution. A light floating sensation washed over him, making Chen Feng feel utterly comfortable. This feeling was familiar. He had experienced it several times before. Soon Chen Feng finished absorbing the memory fragments of the beast taming ability. He raised his head and looked at the railing above him, where several little sparrows perched, chirping incessantly. Under normal circumstances, Chen Feng would never have cared about the birds chirping, nor would he have been curious about what they were saying. But today Chen Feng suddenly found himself very interested in what they were talking about. Hey, that pretty woman was taken away just now. Did you see it? I saw it. Another woman took her away. They seemed to know each other. The two little sparrows stood on the railing, chirping and chatting. A woman? What woman? Chen Feng was puzzled and muttered softly to himself. Look, that man doesn't seem to have realized yet that his crew members were taken away long ago. That's because he's been fighting the whole time. His speed is so fast, faster than our daughters when they fly. The two little sparrows chirped back and forth, snuggling close to each other and preening their feathers. Chen Feng understood every word they said with perfect clarity. Who would have thought those two little sparrows were quite the gossipers? See, Captain Arielta is missing. Nami cautiously approached Chen Feng, gazing at him with an awkward expression. Having noticed Arielta's disappearance, she worried the girl might be in danger, which gave her the courage to approach Chen Feng. Standing together with him felt incredibly awkward. Nami clenched the envelope tightly in her hand, her mind whirring with hesitation. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have left in the first place. Since she was going to end up on Captain Buggy's ship anyway, what was the point of all this effort? Thinking this over, Nami sighed and handed the envelope in her hands to Chen Feng. What is this? Chen Feng picked up the envelope in confusion, but did not open it. The envelope bore the words for Chen Feng to open. This appears to be a letter Arielta left for you, addressed specifically for your eyes only. Recalling the words of the little sparrows on the railing, Chen Feng suddenly realized that the woman they had mentioned was indeed Arielta. But if she had been taken against her, well, why would she leave behind a letter? Curiosity got the better of him, and Chen Feng casually tore open the envelope, revealing a wooden token inside. What is this thing? Chen Feng took out the token and examined it closely. A serpent was engraved upon its surface, its tongue flicking out with a cold, sinister gaze. What does this mean? Nami leaned closer to Chen Feng, completely forgetting their earlier awkwardness as confusion etched across her face. Strange. Why is there a token inside this envelope? It's simple. It's meant to guide us somewhere. Chen Feng answered without hesitation. However, Chen Feng had no idea where this place was. His knowledge of the East Blue was scarce, and as someone not native to this pirate world, relying solely on the fragmented information from anime, was clearly unreliable. Oh, I remember that token now. The chubby-eared sparrow perched on the railings suddenly chirped. Isn't that the token of Snake Woman Town? I saw one when I used to work in Snake Woman Town. The chubby-eared sparrow hopped on the railing and fluttered its wings a few times. Oh, you're so impressive, having worked in Snake Woman Town. The other little sparrow nestled against the chubby-eared one, which wrapped its wing around the smaller bird, as both turned their gaze toward Chen Feng below. That town is rather eerie, at least for humans. Chen Feng perked his ears to listen to the sparrow's conversation. Having had no clue before, he suddenly knew exactly which direction to head. This token does look like the one from Snake Woman Town. I know someone who worked there. A smile played on Chen Feng's face as he cast a sidelong glance at the two little sparrows on the railing. That's strange. How does he seem to understand what we're saying? The little sparrow chirped to the chubby-eared one in bewilderment. Impossible. Humans are so dumb. They can't possibly understand bird language, just like we can't understand how fish talk underwater. Is that so? But I clearly understand everything you say. Chen Feng employed telepathy. The telepathy granted by beast taming was similar to the ancient martial art of projecting one's voice over great distances, a unique technique accessible only to the sender and receiver, imperceptible to everyone else. The two birds were so frightened they nearly tumbled off the railing. They tried to flee, but an overwhelming force pressed down upon them, preventing their escape. What should we do? Are we about to be roasted? The two little sparrows chirped frantically in panic. Relax. I have no interest in eating you. I need you to guide me. Chen Feng issued his command through telepathy to the two sparrows. Nami remained completely unaware of Chen Feng's connection with the birds. Following his gaze, she looked toward the two sparrows perched on the railing. Weren't those just ordinary little sparrows? Why was Chen Feng staring at them? Could he be another animal lover like herself? Nami gazed at Chen Feng. Once her eyes fell upon him, she found she couldn't look away. His figure was tall and upright, his skin fair and smooth. A cascade of long hair swayed gently in the soft breeze, and the corners of his lips curled into a captivating smile. Realizing she had been staring at Chen Feng for far too long, Nami quickly lowered her head only to secretly glance back at him. What a compassionate man he was. Lost in thought, Nami covered her nose with both hands and let out a soft giggle. Her laughter drew Chen Feng's attention, and he turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Nami stood frozen, staring awkwardly at Chen Feng, at a loss for words. Seconds later, a flush of red raced across her face. Nami fled. Under the cover of night, a ship drew close to the shore on the outskirts of a small town. Chen Feng, are you sure this is the right place? Nami stood behind Chen Feng, gazing at the town ahead alongside Zoro. At the town's entrance stood two bizarre statues, their upper halves bearing the heads of women, and their lower halves the bodies of serpents, an unsettling sight to behold. Snake Maiden Town. Never heard of it. Zoro glanced at the plaque hanging at the town's gate, then took a drag from his cigarette. He furrowed his brow as the wound on his back throbbed with a dull ache. Chen Feng had offered him a healing potion, but he had refused. A true man should never rely on such medicine. If Chen Feng were not by his side one day, would he be unable to recover on his own? This must be the place. Chen Feng's gaze swept past the two statues at the entrance of Snake Maiden Town, settling on a large tree nearby. Perched trembling on the branches were two little sparrows. My lord, this is Snake Maiden Town. Please let us go. Thanks. Chen Feng waved a hand toward the two sparrows. Truth be told, he genuinely owed them his gratitude. Without them, he would never have found Snake Maiden Town so quickly. After all, this place was far too well hidden, and an ordinary person would never stumble upon it. Chen Feng and his companions disembarked and made their way toward the town's entrance. Who goes there? As they drew near, several men draped in serpent skin leaped down from above, leveling their spears at Chen Feng's group. Nami flinched, glancing at the men before quietly ducking behind Chen Feng. We were invited here. This is our token. Chen Feng produced the token and flashed it before the guards' eyes. The guards exchanged a look, then turned to Chen Feng. So you are guests of the city lord. Very well, follow us inside. Under the guards' lead, Chen Feng and his companions entered the town. The sight that greeted them left everyone astonished. Unlike any ordinary town, its streets were exceedingly narrow, each one barely wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. The alleyways branched off in so many directions that without a guide one could easily become hopelessly lost. Along both sides of the passages, instead of the houses one would expect in a town, the locals dwelled in caves, a peculiar choice that puzzled Chen Feng and his companions. Yet the guards' attitude puzzled him even more. They had come to rescue Arielter, and surely these guards knew that, yet they showed no hint of hostility toward them. This troubled Chen Feng deeply. Something felt very wrong, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Hey, why are there no houses in this town? Zoro walked behind the others, his arms crossed behind his back, observing the road on both sides. Oh, that is something you wouldn't know. The people of Snake Maiden Town are born with a strange affliction. They cannot be exposed to sunlight. If sunlight touches their skin, scales of varying sizes appear across their bodies. That is why our buildings are designed to avoid direct sunlight. The narrow streets scatter the light, ensuring our people are rarely exposed to it. I see. But without regular sunlight, people lack many essential nutrients, and their bodies grow frail. Nami raised a finger as she walked, adding her commentary to the guards. Of course we are aware of that. Fortunately, there is a cure. Every 50 years a pair of twins is born in our village, and one of them becomes the remedy for our people's affliction. Hearing this, Chen Feng frowned slightly. He could already sense that the guards were about to reveal some earth-shattering secret. All this. Nami seemed to think of something strange. She stared at the guards, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Go on. What do you mean by remedy? Zoro was confused. Seeing that Nami had stopped asking, he pressed on himself. Since ancient times, the children of Snake Maiden Town have all been exceedingly beautiful. However, every 50 years a pair of twins is born. The uglier of the two is blessed by the serpent god. When that child comes of age, every villager partakes of their flesh and blood, and thus the villagers are shielded from the plague. One of the guards recited this flatly, his face showing not the slightest pity for that child. If anything, a trace of gnashing resentment. But many years ago, the ugly one ran away. Chen Feng walked beside Nami, his arms crossed as he spoke calmly. Why you? How do you know? The guards halted, staring at Chen Feng in disbelief. Only then did Nami and the others notice the terrifying green blotches on their faces. I guessed. Stories like this always take a twist. If I'm not mistaken, the twin who ran away is none other than Arielter. Chen Feng looked at the guards, his expression unreadable. That's right. Exactly. As the medicine person, how could she dare to leave on her own? One of the guards spoke with bitter resentment. Why not? Nami lowered her head, her face dark and gloomy. Huh. The guards looked at Nami bewildered. They could not understand why this pretty girl had suddenly turned so hostile. Why should she be devoured just to cure you all, yet forbidden from running away? What kind of logic is that? Nami raised her head again, her face burning with rage. Should she just sit there and let you eat her like a lamb? The guards stood frozen, staring at Nami in utter incomprehension. This is the way our town survives. There is nothing wrong with it. If anything, blame her for being born into such a place. Zoro regarded the guards with equal disdain, unconvinced by their reasoning, though a doubt also nagged at him. Strange. If you needed to kill the ugliest one, why capture Arielter? She is clearly quite beautiful. That's right. Nami suddenly snapped to attention and turned to the guards. You must have caught the wrong person. Arielter is one of the most beautiful women around. Ha ha ha. An unfamiliar female voice echoed from all directions. The group looked around confused. Who's there? Zoro instinctively drew his swords, assuming his three-sword stance. Nami likewise gripped the pistol tucked in her pocket, scanning their surroundings warily. Only Chen Feng remained calm, gazing toward a particular end of the road. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. A girl dressed in Lolita-style attire strolled toward them from the far end of the street, holding a closed umbrella in her hand. She pointed the umbrella at Chen Feng. Then why don't you ask your dear captain what he did to Arielter? What do you mean? Nami gazed at the suddenly appearing lowly, and her intuition told her that this little girl harbored ill intentions. Why have the potion subjects in our town suddenly become so beautiful? You ought to ask your captain about this matter. The little lowly stepped toward Nami, and upon reaching her side, she scrutinized Nami's face with careful observation. You are indeed quite pretty, but unfortunately faces like yours are common here. Upon hearing the little lowly's words, Nami turned her head toward Chen Feng with perplexed expression. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Feng's face. Yet Chen Feng seemed entirely oblivious, his expression unchanged. I merely performed a cosmetic procedure on her. I did nothing else. Chen Feng innocently shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the little lowly. You bear a striking resemblance to Ariel. Could you possibly be her twin sister? Chen Feng rested his hand on his chin, studying the little lowly with an inquisitive look. The little lowly paused for a moment, then her face erupted in fury. How dare you compare me to that hideous creature? I am the most noble being in this entire town. Enraged, the little lowly pointed at Chen Feng and commanded the guards, seize this lawless scoundrel. Upon hearing the lowly's orders, several guards, daring not to defy her, immediately lunged toward Chen Feng. You call yourselves warriors? You are mere amateurs. Chen Feng didn't even draw his longsword. He merely sneered and slammed his palm against the ground. PHD. The devastating impact sent the guards spitting blood, their bodies flying through the air like tattered kites. What a... The little lowly stared blankly as the guards were sent flying, fear rising upon her face. This. So powerful. The little lowly retreated several steps. Nami and Zoro felt no surprise whatsoever. They had long grown accustomed to Chen Feng's overwhelming strength and were no longer astonished by it. You're already surprised. We haven't even witnessed anything more extraordinary. Nami and Zoro thought to themselves. Then since you have witnessed my power, why do you not swiftly surrender the one you captured? Perhaps in a generous mood, I might consider sparing your lives. Chen Feng brushed the dust from his shoulder and spoke with nonchalance. Surrender? Impossible. The little lowly took a few steps back, and upon hearing Chen Feng's words, she bared her teeth and emitted a piercing laugh from her throat. I barely managed to bring Ariel back. How could I possibly hand her over to you again? I lured you here solely to refine you all into medicinal ingredients. The little lowly grinned wickedly, her once cute face now twisted into something grotesque. Though your flesh and blood may not yield optimal results, they can still produce some effect on our clansmen. We have not consumed human flesh in a long while. How could we possibly let you go? The little lowly smiled with a twisted expression and waved her hand toward Chen Feng and the others. Behind her, several dark-clad shadow guards materialized. These shadow guards of the town exuded an uncanny aura. Their fingers were twice as long as those of ordinary people, and their bodies were as tall and thin as bamboo poles, extraordinarily bizarre. Oh. The sudden appearance of the shadow guards terrified Nami, her face draining of color, nearly causing her to stumble. They look so terrifying. They look so scary. Nami gathered herself and clung to Chen Feng's legs, speaking in a hushed whisper. I know. Chen Feng gently patted Nami's head in reassurance, also sensing the strangeness of these shadow guards. Their figures resembled the slender man from urban legends. An ordinary person might nearly faint from terror before any confrontation even began. Nevertheless, Chen Feng's lips curved slightly, a tiny flame flickering in his pupils. Chen Feng adored battling such monsters above all else. Chen Feng drew his longsword, his face radiating combat fervor. It has been far too long since I last battled someone so peculiar. It is rather regrettable, truly. Since fate has brought us together today, allow this encounter to fill that void for me. Ha ha ha. You are the first knight I have encountered who has not been terrified half to death upon seeing me. I genuinely appreciate you. Since you are so fond of this, I shall graciously transform your corpse into a puppet just like those behind me. As she spoke, the lowly raised both her hands, and only then did everyone realize that each finger on her palms was wrapped with a translucent thread. What is this? Nami's face registered pure shock. Could this be the legendary puppeteer? What is a puppeteer? Zoro was deeply bewildered. He had never encountered anyone who could fight while manipulating threads bound to their hands. A puppeteer is an ancient dark art passed down since primordial times. It is said that those who master this art can command self-crafted puppets to accomplish anything. It is an extraordinarily sinister form of witchcraft. Ha ha ha. It seems you possess some knowledge of us puppeteers. However, your knowledge will avail you nothing. From this day forward you shall become my newest plaything. The lowly manipulated the threads in her hands. Before everyone's watching eyes, the shadow guards behind the lowly rose to their feet and lumbered toward the group with awkward movements. Do not leave my side. Chen Feng eyed the shadow guard puppets warily. These puppets seemed seemingly unkillable. Unless he could sever their connection to the lowly, their attacks might never cease. This was somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng shielded Nami behind him. Now you wish to beg for mercy. Too bad you won't be given the chance. Rest assured my clansmen will only consume your flesh and blood. They have no interest in the bones that support them. The little lowly's fingers moved with astonishing speed, as if playing the piano. I shall craft you a brand new body, just like the knights behind me. By joining the bones of several of you together, you shall become an entirely new form of humanity. As she spoke, the little lowly grew increasingly excited, unable to suppress herself as she tilted her head back, her face overflowing with pride. You appear quite adorable, yet your deeds are utterly vicious. Compared to Arieltha, your soul has grown ugly and corrupted. Chen Feng positioned Nami behind him and rotated his neck, shrugging his shoulders a few times. He could barely restrain himself from engaging these puppets in battle. What? How dare you claim I am less beautiful than that, Sao? I am unmistakably the most stunning person in this entire town. The little lowly's eyeballs suddenly bulged, and the protruding orbs actually rotated within her eye sockets. Ah, how disgusting. Hiding behind Chen Feng, Nami could not help but cover her mouth and nose, a wave of physiological revulsion, causing her to furrow her brows. Is that even an expression a human can make? A strange atmosphere spread among the group as they gazed at the little girl. There's something deeply unsettling about that woman. Zoro fell into a state of total readiness, his expression fraught with wariness as he looked at the little girl. This child and this entire village reek of something unnatural. We must finish this battle swiftly and rescue Yalida. Exactly. The villagers are already closing in on Yalida. We must accelerate our pace, or she may suffer grave consequences, Nami said with a grave expression. Then let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Attack. The little girl issued her command to the puppets, and upon receiving it, the puppets' movements quickened several-fold. Giggle. The puppets made eerie sounds with suspicious white fluid dripping from their mouths. They moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance to Chen Feng and his companions in mere seconds. Dangerous. Their teeth are razor-sharp. Everyone stay alert. One puppet roared and lunged at Nami, its fangs coated in thick slime, horrifying to behold. Disgusting. Nami loathed that puppet and fired her gun at it, yet the creature did not cease its advance. Her shot merely caused it to stagger for a moment. Ha ha ha. My guards possess no weaknesses. Even if you carve them into pieces, I can still control them. The little girl threw back her head and laughed shrilly, her piercing cackle echoing through the narrow corridor. Zoro was also engaged in combat with the puppets. Several surrounded him, but their gaping mouths were kept at bay by the blade he wielded, preventing them from sinking their fangs into his flesh. Damn it. I can't find any weak spots. You've given me an idea. If they lack natural vulnerabilities, then I shall create them myself. Chen Feng drew his longsword and launched himself into the air. His blade moved at blinding speed, far too fast for the naked eye to follow. Only after he sheathed his sword did the others realize that the puppets lunging at Chen Feng had been reduced to fragments by his blade. Such formidable swordsmanship. Zoro watched Chen Feng with an envious expression. He had been unable to even catch sight of Chen Feng's movements before the battle ended. When would he ever reach Chen Feng's level of mastery? Zoro pondered silently. Though he could not match Chen Feng's realm, his own swordsmanship was no less skilled. If Chen Feng could reduce puppets to shards, then why not he? Zoro steeled his resolve. He too would do it. He would shred those puppets to pieces. Yes, into pieces. Until there was nothing left to cut. A smile crossed Zoro's face. I, Zoro, am destined to become the greatest swordsman in the world. How could I be subdued by a handful of wooden puppets? Zoro leaped into the air and, emulating Chen Feng, relentlessly swung his katana at the puppets. Come, scum. It is time for your rest. Chen Feng bounded toward the little girl and stared her down, wiping black blood from his blade. Then tell me, what manner of death do you desire? Chen Feng flicked the blood from his hand and casually wiped his fingers with his sleeve. Ha ha ha. You foolish mortal. Think you can kill me? No living soul in this world has the power to end me. The little girl laughed hysterically and reached toward her own chest. The next moment, something that shocked everyone transpired. Her hand actually plunged into her chest cavity, and with a slow, deliberate motion, as if grasping something within, she began to withdraw it. What is that? Chen Feng curiously gazed at the little girl's chest, and the next instant, he froze in disbelief. Where flesh should have been at the little girl's chest, there was only a black gaping hole. Inside, writhing maggots filled the cavity, a sight both vile and horrifying. Chen Feng stepped back several paces, studying the little girl with probing eyes. Only upon approaching did they discover that the little girl's eyes were crafted from plastic. Her eyes had been made with such uncanny realism, and combined with the dim atmosphere of Snake Woman Town, no one had noticed the girl's unnatural nature until now. This little girl is an inanimate doll, a puppet. Chen Feng leaped backward, his expression one of revulsion. This is impossible. Then who was the one conversing with us just now? Nami stepped forward and stood beside Chen Feng, her hand gripping his arm as she gazed fearfully around them. No one could endure such a chilling atmosphere, she thought. Exactly. Who was it that spoke with us? Zoro sheathed his katana and approached the pair. Behind him several puppets lay scattered in pieces. Zoro had done all he could, despite many attempts he could not match Chen Feng's feat. It was I who spoke with you just now. What? Have you failed to recognize me? Everyone turned their gaze back to the little girl and beheld something unspeakable. She had drawn a massive black longsword easily 2 meters in length from within her chest cavity. The blade was crawling with writhing maggots. Ugh! Nami could not contain herself and doubled over retching. The little girl gripped the longsword and advanced toward Chen Feng and the others, shuffling like a marionette. Only then did everyone realize the little girl's mouth had not moved. The voice had emanated from within her chest cavity. God damn it, this is absolutely disgusting. Even Chen Feng muttered a curse under his breath. His gaze fixated upon the girl's chest, brimming with curiosity. What horrors lay hidden inside? Chen Feng understood that a mere puppet could not speak on its own, for language requires the brain to process and formulate words. But puppets typically lacked brains entirely, rendering speech impossible even if vocal cords existed. Who are you? Chen Feng stared intently at the little girl, his penetrating gaze seeming to see through her into some other entity. I am the master of this place. You may call me City Lord. The little girl raised the 2-meter-long sword and struck fiercely at Chen Feng. Oomph! Chen Feng kicked the girl squarely in the abdomen, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Disgusting! Chen Feng withdrew his foot and scraped it repeatedly against the ground in disgust. His soul was coated in thick viscous fluid mingled with countless wriggling maggots. Having cleaned his foot, Chen Feng turned his gaze once more toward the fallen little girl. Let me see what lurks within you. He strode forward. I am the City Lord, the most beautiful woman in the world. The little girl struggled to rise from the ground, her movements unsteady. Her faceplate loosened and slid entirely off, revealing only a rotting facial skeleton holding everything together. What a monster! Nami glanced up, yet the grotesque sight overwhelmed her once more. Unable to bear it, she tore off her coat and hurled it toward the little girl's face. Seeing the little girl's face concealed beneath the coat, Nami finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, at least I can look away now. The petite girl attacked Chen Feng again. With experience under his belt, Chen Feng did not kill her outright. Instead, he drew his long sword and swung it through the air. How disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Although Chen Feng was no clean freak, he could never accept such filthy things clinging to his body. Recalling that his sword still needed to be held in hand, and not wanting to take further risks, he decided to control the blade with his chi and dispatch the little girl using sword intent. Chen Feng moved swiftly. He would not give the petite girl even the slightest chance to counterattack. She was but a puppet after all. If he carved her into fragments, she would no longer be able to disgust anyone. Chen Feng succeeded just as effortlessly as he had dealt with the previous puppets. However, the matter was far from over. The group spotted a beetle-like creature with numerous legs crawling out of the petite girl's body, scurrying rapidly in one direction. Could this beetle be the mastermind behind the puppet? Nami murmured, watching the creature depart. It's just an insect. How could it possess such power? Zoro, sword in hand, walked over to Nami's side and tore a strip of cloth from his garment to bind around his palm. During the earlier duel with the puppet, his excitement had caused the muscles in his palm to tear, and he had bled considerably. But for Zoro, such wounds were hardly worth mentioning. Let's follow it. Chen Feng had a premonition that something astonishing awaited them today. Chen Feng set off first in the direction the creature had gone. Nami and Zoro followed close behind. Following the beetle's trail, they turned left and right until they finally reached their destination, or rather an old mansion. Unlike the caverns within the town, this ancient residence was distinctly aged, standing as a relic of another era. Yet why this particular house was the only one in the entire town remained a mystery. The insect has vanished. Nami searched the surroundings, but after a thorough search, she could find no trace of it. It hasn't disappeared. It's been summoned by something, Chen Feng said calmly, gazing upward. 2 little sparrows soared in the sky, the very same ones that had guided him earlier. Honored one, thank you for the provisions you provided for the winter. We have nothing to offer in return, so we have come to guide you. The 2 sparrows flapped their wings midair. Who would have thought that 2 mere sparrows know to repay kindness? Chen Feng said with a faint smile. Ever since he had learned the art of beast taming, he felt as though a new world had opened before him. Chen Feng, these 2 sparrows seem to be here specifically for you. Nami watched the birds, her large eyes curving into a delighted smile, looking extraordinarily cute. Why do I feel as though I've seen you before? It's as if we've met somewhere. Nami bit her fingers, studying the 2 sparrows with a puzzled expression. While sparrows everywhere look remarkably similar anyway. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way quickly. Chen Feng used telepathy to command the two sparrows. At once. After circling around Chen Feng, the two sparrows led the group toward the mansion's rear courtyard. The closer they drew, the stronger the foul, fishy stench emanating from the mansion became. Such a repulsive odor. It seems this is indeed the puppeteer's lair. Nami covered her nose and mouth, her face twisted in disgust. Legend has it that puppeteers prefer to use corpses to craft puppets. Though a corpse may appear horrifying, it offers remarkable flexibility. Its joints need not be designed, allowing desired movements to be achieved with ease. Thus most puppeteers favor human-shaped puppets. How perverted. Zoro also covered his mouth and nose. If my corpse were to be turned into a puppet after death, I would never find peace. As a traditional samurai, he held a deep love for nature and profound respect for life. He could not fathom the desecration of human remains in such a manner. No one wishes for their body to be treated so. Puppeteers typically murder the weak and use their corpses for their craft, or they steal the bodies of the deceased. Once we defeat them, we shall grant the departed their rest. Chen Feng looked ahead, his voice calm and measured. Since arriving in this village, his heart had been restless, not from fear, but from rage. He could barely restrain himself from rushing to confront the legendary city lord. He wanted to see what this fabled city lord truly looked like. Guided by the sparrows, the group soon entered the mansion and stopped before a closed bathing chamber. Honored one, we can sense that what you seek lies within, but we dare not enter. The remainder of the journey is yours to undertake alone. The two sparrows flapped their wings and departed. Have we arrived? Nami stared at the tightly shut door, a flicker of nervousness crossing her face. You don't think there are more puppets inside, do you? Nami couldn't help but recall the earlier battle, and nausea rose in her throat, nearly making her retch. Only the heavens know. Whether puppets or otherwise, we shall slaughter them all and rescue Ariel. Zoro tightened his grip on his katana, his expression resolute. Slay the gods if they stand in our way. Slay the Buddhas if they block our path. Chen Feng spoke softly, yet his words dripped with killing intent. Bang! The group kicked open the bathing chamber door. What the? The room was shrouded in thick mist so dense that its unnatural quality was immediately apparent. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt a slimy substance adhering to their feet. Each step drew out long, viscous strands accompanied by a squelching sound. So this is the puppeteer's stronghold. Chen Feng glanced down at his feet, then lifted his gaze back into the chamber. The sticky liquid mirrored the substance found within the puppets' bodies. The deeper they ventured into the chamber, the more overpowering the suffocating stench became. At the same time, they could feel a dense rustling sound emanating from the floor, a cacophony akin to thousands upon thousands of insects crawling simultaneously, sending shivers down their spines. Enough of your tricks. Chen Feng slashed his long sword through the thick mist shrouding the chamber, cutting it apart. Yet the sight revealed within sickened everyone present. A naked woman sat motionless in a bathtub overflowing with mucus, while countless beetles writhed all around her. Who was that? Nami gazed at the woman seated in the bathtub, confusion etched upon her face. The woman's back was exquisitely smooth, her raven black hair cascading with luminous brilliance. Yet such a ravishing sight placed within this bedroom rendered everything profoundly uncanny. It was not Yarshialta. Chen Feng needed only a single glance to ascertain that this person was not Yarshialta, but rather another woman. Never mind all that for now. Let's go investigate. Chen Feng drew his long sword and approached the woman. Since she was leaning against the edge of the tub, his blade could easily reach her. However, the instant his sword touched the woman's body, Chen Feng sensed an eerie sensation traveling up from the blade. Strange, this person. Chen Feng sensed something amiss. With a slight increase of force in his arm gripping the sword, the woman collapsed into the water in the next moment. Everyone stared with widened eyes at the figure sinking into the pool. Could this woman also be a puppet of the puppeteer? If indeed she were, then this puppet was far too lifelike, indistinguishable from a genuine person. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to follow me here. Then I suppose I shall enjoy the delicacy delivered to me ahead of schedule. From the bathtub, entirely engulfed by crawling insects, a woman slowly emerged. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with long golden hair and porcelain-white skin. Her eyes seemed to harbor an enchanting sorcery, compelling all who gazed into them to walk helplessly toward her. This woman is suspicious. Zoro tightened his grip on his katana, watching the woman seated in the bathroom with a vigilant expression. Unlike the previous naked puppet corpse, this woman wore a white robe, her hair cascading loosely down her back, exuding an inexplicable charm from every inch of her being. Nami, what are you doing over there? Hearing Zoro's shout, Chen Feng turned his head and saw Nami walking step by step toward the woman with vacant, unfocused eyes. She had already reached the edge of the bathtub, about to step inside. No. Chen Feng realized Nami had fallen under the woman's enchantment. He hurried to her side, seized the back of her collar, and dragged her away. Hey, wake up. Chen Feng forcefully slapped Nami's cheeks until she finally snapped out of it and looked at him. Strange. Just now it felt as though a voice were summoning me. Nami whispered to Chen Feng, extending her finger to caress her cheek. Why does my face feel sore? It seems you don't recall what just happened. You were bewitched by that wicked woman. From now on, do not look into her eyes. Chen Feng instructed Nami. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded firmly toward Chen Feng. Touching her slightly aching cheek, she said, "It's all my fault for lacking sufficient willpower. That person nearly stole my very soul. It's all right. I'm here." Chen Feng gently patted Nami's head, then rose and walked toward the woman in the pool. "Are you the city lord of this wretched place?" Chen Feng's expression darkened. He gripped his long sword tightly, his entire body recoiling at the sight of the densely packed beetles and viscous fluid within the pool. "Yes, it is I. I have been waiting for you all for so long." The woman rose from the beetle-infested water, slowly stirring her hand within the bathtub before her slender fingers lifted something from the slime. Chen Feng watched as a bewitched young girl gradually emerged from beneath the woman. Her eyes were hollow, her complexion deathly pale, and her lips utterly devoid of color, appearing as though she had been dead for quite some time. The city lord lifted the girl's chin and pressed her lips against the girl's. Two women. Chen Feng and the others could scarcely believe what they were seeing. The two women kissing within the bathtub, and could not fathom the meaning behind it. However, after a short while, Chen Feng noticed the woman's strange movements. She seemed to be swallowing something. Focusing his gaze, he saw traces of blood trickling from the corner of the girl's jaw. The city lord appeared thoroughly sated. She pushed aside the drained girl and lazily licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I can hardly contain my eagerness to savor the next one." Rising to her feet, the city lord walked toward Nami. "What a lovely young lady you are. The moment you entered, I caught the fragrance radiating from your body. That aura of sunshine is simply delightful." A white silk ribbon materialized in the city lord's hand, and she flung it toward Nami. "No. This creature's target is Nami." Zoro suddenly perceived the city lord's intent. He leaped fiercely toward Nami and sliced through the white silk in the city lord's grasp. "You dare oppose me?" The city lord laughed, swirling the white silk around Zoro's sword to bind it tightly. A swordsman bereft of his blade is like a sparrow fallen into water, helplessly waiting to be strangled by its prey. "Humph. You think a mere scrap of white silk can control my sword?" Zoro slashed through the silk with all his strength. "My decades of swordsmanship practice have not been in vain. Then let us see whose speed is greater, yours or mine." The instant those words left her lips, countless white silk ribbons erupted from the bathroom, sweeping toward Zoro. The ribbons proved devastatingly powerful, carving numerous gashes across Zoro's body in mere exchanges. "Ha ha ha. It seems your swordsmanship still lacks refinement." The city lord rested her hand against her lips, delightfully laughing at Zoro's disheveled state. "You worthless, unappetizing men are of no use to me whatsoever. You are merely destined to be fed to the common folk outside. I have no intention of wasting further energy upon you. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end." With that, the city lord controlled the white silk, wrapping it tightly around Zoro's body. "In less than a minute you shall suffocate to death. Fear not. Compared to others who have perished at my hands, your demise will retain a measure of dignity." "Oh, is that so? Then should he not be thanking me?" An unfamiliar male voice rang out from behind the city lord. What was that sound? The city lord quickly spun around, only to find empty space behind her. Realizing she had been deceived, she turned back toward Nami and Zoro's direction, only to find them completely gone. "Who's there? Come out." The city lord's eyes blazed red as she scanned the surroundings. This unsettling uncertainty ignited a flicker of danger within her. She clenched her fists tightly, her long black nails digging into her flesh, yet she seemed to feel no pain whatsoever. "I always figured a handsome man such as myself would possess some measure of presence. How is it that you never once noticed me throughout this entire encounter?" Chen Feng slowly emerged from beside the city lord, gripping the Jingzhi sword. His expression carried an air of casual indifference, as though he were merely strolling through his own garden. "Who are you?" "You're that man from earlier." The city lord looked at Chen Feng's face and suddenly remembered that this man had provoked her before, but she had overlooked him, too eager to drink the fresh blood of young women. At the thought, the city lord quietly flexed her fingers, a trace of displeasure surfacing on her face. "She should have dealt with this fellow first. Since you've come to me of your own accord, I'll let you taste death first." The city lord once again used the same move she had used against Zoro. In an instant, countless lengths of white silk appeared around Chen Feng, rushing at him from every direction. "Humph. Using a move you've already used on someone else against me. Isn't that a little too half-hearted?" Chen Feng said casually, cutting through the white silk rushing at him with a single stroke of his sword. "Your moves are a bit childish. Is this all the strength you have? It's hardly impressive." "Hee. You're certainly good with words. Since you're so eloquent, how about I make you into a loudspeaker?" Angered by Chen Feng's words, the city lord extended both hands. The slime on her palms turned into strands of silk that coiled around her fingers. "In that case, I'll have a proper game with you." The city lord moved her fingers, and her slender digits danced in a way that was quite pleasing to the eye, as if playing a piano, provided of course that one ignored the scene around her. As the city lord performed her puppetry art, the corpse of the girl whose blood she had drained rose to its feet. Eyes wide it walked toward Chen Feng step by step. Behind the girl, countless heads broke the surface of the water. One after another they were girls who had been drained of their blood, manipulated, and made to follow behind, heading toward Chen Feng. I told you not to use the same trick in front of me twice, but you just won't listen. Chen Feng had not a shred of pity for these dead girls. A corpse is a corpse, the place it belongs is underground. Toward these hollow shells that had long lost their souls he struck, without mercy. With a single sword stroke he cut off their heads in one sweep. The severed heads rolled everywhere, and the scene was utterly horrifying. It's useless. Puppets have no life and cannot feel pain. No matter how you resist, they will keep attacking. The city lord controlled the puppets with both hands, a seductive smile on her face. What's wrong? The quality of these attacks is lacking. They're not even as good as the ones in town earlier. Chen Feng's body weaved between the girl puppets. His movements were agile and elegant, not a speck of filth touching him. Those were only the lowest grade puppets. How could they compare to my maiden legion? You really don't know what's good. I'll let you see the true power of my maiden legion. After saying this, the city lord hummed a strange tune. The melody was extremely eerie, and as its intonation changed, the girls' remains scattered around began to mutate. No way, that's disgusting. Chen Feng watched fat beetles crawl out of the broken corpse pieces. His face turned extremely unpleasant, not out of fear, but out of utter disgust. You women are truly disgusting. Killing people wantonly is bad enough, but turning their corpses into something like this. If I don't slay you today in the name of heaven, I'm not worthy of being human. Ha ha. You think you can kill me? You really talk big without a script. Everyone who enters my Shinu town dies on these insects without exception. Go ahead and try. Let's see whether your swordsmanship or my sorcery is stronger. If you're still too young. Chen Feng raised the Jingzhi sword. Don't you know that there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens? With that, Chen Feng mobilized the energy in his body, and his entire temperament shifted, growing serious and cold. Playing with a few bugs doesn't make you a master. A flame suddenly shot up from Chen Feng's sword, then ignited the entire blade. Secret art: wildfire scorching the plains. Chen Feng swung the Jingzhi sword, unleashing the skill, and slashed at the beetle horde charging toward him. The next moment, the fiery energy on the Jingzhi sword was swept into the beetle horde. For a while, all that could be heard was the crackling of beetles being devoured by the blazing fire. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My beetle horde has been developed over centuries. They are not afraid of blades or spears, and they fear no fire. Yet today they were actually defeated by your little flame. That's why I say there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The wildfire scorching the plains I cultivate is the purest flame in the world. It comes from my body. It is not the mortal fire of this human realm, but a transcendent substance. How can your little bugs compare to it? Chen Feng revealed a mocking smile. His flame was transformed from the vital essence within him, unlike the mundane things of this world. It was the purest fire in existence, close to samadhi fire. A few mere beetles were no threat to him. They only made him feel a little sick. Impossible. Impossible. The city lord was so angry that she stamped her feet, completely forgetting to maintain her image. She pointed at Chen Feng. Don't think your little flame can defeat me. No one who enters Shinu town has ever gotten out. The city lord clapped her hands and stared at Chen Feng with a sinister gaze. Since you're so eager to die, I'll let you feast your eyes on my proudest work. A human leg stretched out from the shadows behind the city lord. Chen Feng glanced at it. I told you not to use the tricks you've already used against me. I don't like repeating things. Ha ha. Wait until you've seen it before you talk. I'm definitely going to have some fun with you. Under Chen Feng's watchful gaze, the leg in the shadows took another step forward. This time he finally saw its full appearance. Chen Feng's eyes widened, and for a moment he was at a loss for words to express his shock. The thing that came out of the shadows. No, it could not be called a human. It should be called a spider-shaped monster. This spider-shaped monster seemed to be made up of many human corpses. Its head was crafted from the heads of several adults, and within each head's eye sockets were fitted false eyes made of plastic. As it moved, the false eyes could rotate back and forth, leaving one utterly unable to guess what purpose such a design was meant to serve. What was most terrifying of all was the spider's lower body. Nobody knew how many human legs had been used to stitch together such a hair-raising set of spider legs. Some of the legs had already rotted. Maggots writhed across the spider's body, gnawing at the scraps of rotten flesh still clinging to the bones. If any normal person saw this, they would surely be unable to stomach it. This is a masterpiece I poured my heart and soul into creating. Look how beautiful she is. The city lord tilted his head back and spread his arms wide, his face alight with excitement. Absolutely disgusting, utterly hideous. Chen Feng was rendered speechless. This city lord was truly deranged to an extent beyond what ordinary mortals could endure. I can no longer contain myself. Today I shall carry out justice in the name of heaven. Ha ha ha. You'll have to defeat my spider guards first. In my opinion, you won't even witness tomorrow's sunrise. The city lord stepped out of the bathing pool one pace at a time and seated herself upon the chair beside it. Let me savor the sight of your battle. I dearly love watching people when they are at their most desperate. With that, the city lord licked the corner of her lips. Given your striking handsomeness, your blood must taste exquisite. I suddenly find myself quite eager to try. Spider guards. Capture him alive. I wish to drink his blood dry. The city lord's gaze clung tightly to Chen Feng's Adam's apple. She pressed her lips together, a trace of thirst in her eyes. Sorry, Annie, that's rather difficult. If you want to drink my blood, keep dreaming. Chen Feng gripped the Jingja sword, evading the spider puppet's attacks. He lazily tilted his head and called out to the city lord seated upon her chair. Auntie, who exactly are you calling Auntie? The city lord flew into a rage. She slammed her fists upon the armrests of her chair several times. I will peel off your entire hide to craft a genuine leather coat. I will drink your blood dry and pan-fry your flesh to devour. Then hurry up and dream. In dreams, all things are possible. Chen Feng mockingly shouted at the old woman. Turning his head, Chen Feng regarded the colossal spider monster before him. It appeared as though some force were guiding its movements, for whenever Chen Feng prepared to strike, it would evade on its own accord. This was markedly different from the puppets that had assaulted him earlier. This eerie sensation nearly led Chen Feng to believe it actually possessed a consciousness. Of course, Chen Feng was absolutely certain this was impossible. No matter how formidable this city lord's puppetry arts might be, she could never create something endowed with true sentience. For humans are not gods, and if anyone could accomplish what gods do, would not chaos reign supreme? There must be something inside controlling it. Chen Feng muttered. No rush, let me study this first. Chen Feng did not rush into attacking. Instead, he focused on evading the spider puppet strikes. He knew full well that puppets lacked consciousness. They felt no pain and shed no blood. So engaging in meaningless combat was unwise. Chen Feng was not like those muscle-bound anime protagonists who grew brawn, but no brains. If one possessed only strength without intellect, what difference would there be between him and these mindless puppets? Ha ha ha. Scared now, boy. But begging for mercy will avail you nothing. I have already resolved to thoroughly deal with you. The city lord sat upon her chair, observing the duel between Chen Feng and the spider creature. Seeing Chen Feng delay his attacks, she assumed he feared her. Beg for mercy? Never. I am more concerned that you will be the one pleading with me shortly. After all, for a victor, being begged means leniency, and I simply do not prefer that. That insufferable voice reached the city lord's ears. She rose from her seat in fury. You still play the bold one, even as death approaches. No rush. I have plenty of time to watch you struggle slowly. All right. What of your two companions? Let me guess. Where did you hide them? The city lord suddenly recalled something. She waved her arms, and the next instant an astonishing event unfolded before Chen Feng's eyes. The very structure of the room shifted abruptly. Zoro and Nami, who Chen Feng had left in the adjacent chamber, suddenly appeared within the bathroom. What is this? Chen Feng stared at Nami and Zoro, who had materialized in the bathroom, disbelief etched across his face. He turned sharply toward the city lord. Hey, old woman, could this house be some manner of mechanism? Does it truly operate under its own control? Ha ha ha. You just boasted that there is always someone greater and something beyond, and now your ignorance is fully exposed. But then again, your ignorance is understandable. This house is a divine artifact passed down through my ancestors. Every soul who enters this house falls under the master's control. With a flick of my finger, rooms shift. With another wave, up and down reverse. Within my house, no one can escape my gaze. So that was how it worked. Hearing the city lord's description, Chen Feng felt it bore a striking resemblance to the Infinity Castle from Demon Slayer. His instincts warned him that the situation was deteriorating. Then enjoy your sport with my spider guards while I shall attend to this lovely young lady. The city lord licked her lips and descended from her chair, making her way toward Nami. You? Don't come any closer. Nami sat beside the unconscious Zoro, dragging his body as she slowly shuffled backward. Struggling is futile. Resisting is pointless. All you can do is obediently submit to my will and let me drain your blood dry. Before she finished speaking, the city lord had already reached Nami's side. She raised her palm and lunged toward Nami. Up. Ah! Nami squeezed her eyes shut in terror, yet the anticipated pain never came. She opened her eyes and looked forward to see a golden long sword embedded firmly in the ground, with half an arm still impaled upon its blade. Damned fool! How dare you lay hands on my most perfect part? I will make you perish in agony. The city lord clutched her bleeding arm tightly. She glared toward Chen Feng, her eyes brimming with venomous hatred. I will make you regret this for all eternity. Come forth, all of you. The city lord bellowed. The room shifted once more, and several additional colossal spider puppets materialized around Chen Feng. Tear him to pieces. The city lord issued her command coldly, regarding Chen Feng as though he were already a walking corpse. Tear him to pieces. That is hardly something you can accomplish merely by wishing it. Even at this critical juncture, Chen Feng still found cause to jest. This was not a sign of recklessness, but rather because he held these puppets in utter contempt. What truly captivated him, what prevented him from striking immediately, was the mystery of how they operated independently. Through observation, Chen Feng noted that these puppets differed significantly from the earlier varieties that had assaulted him. They resembled an upgraded iteration, akin to intelligent constructs capable of autonomous action entirely separate from the city lord's direct control. I wager there is something extraordinary within your heads, but how am I to retrieve it? Moments ago, Chen Feng had intended to dispatch the puppets with a single stroke, but the system intervened. Guided by the system's prompt, Chen Feng understood that something exceedingly precious lay within them, something that must not be carelessly destroyed. Yet his curiosity burned ever more fiercely. I have it. Chen Feng suddenly realized what to do. He gripped the Jingjia sword tightly, leaped up, and landed on the back of one of the spider puppets. Let's test this on you first. Chen Feng lightly swung his sword, striking the spider creature on the crown of its head with the hilt. The skull shattered completely, and finally Chen Feng could see the object inside that controlled their actions. It was a water blue glass orb looking exceedingly pure. What is this? System scan it. Scanning. Ding. Scan complete. Ding. Detected. This is a memory crystal capable of storing memories. Similar to storage devices in modern society, it contains extensive combat records enabling the equipped spiders to execute corresponding battle responses. Ding. Reminder: this crystal is extremely precious. The host may store it within the system to provide energy reserves for emergencies. Who would have thought I'd find something valuable even here? Chen Feng repeated the process, extracting the crystals from the skulls of the other spider puppets. What treasures! Speaking of which, he had the city lord to thank. Without her, he never would have obtained such remarkable items. Ding. S-rank, tool detected. Host should claim it immediately. I know what you're referring to. Let's get to work. Chen Feng dispatched several spider puppets, then turned toward the city lord who was about to harm Nami. Is this really your strength? Looks like you're nothing special. I'll be taking these crystals from their skulls. Chen Feng waved the crystals before the city lord, wearing a mocking grin. Brat, how did you remove them? Give them back. Without a word, the city lord rushed toward Chen Feng, desperate to snatch the crystals. Though an accomplished puppeteer, her martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Before she could reach him, Chen Feng subdued her with just a few moves. You love killing so much. Did you ever think today might be your turn? Chen Feng unleashed his pressure, pinning the city lord to the ground until she could barely breathe. Talk. How many people have you harmed? The city lord lay on the ground, gasping for air. Harmed? When have I ever harmed them? I'm merely creating a world without suffering. Bullshit. Chen Feng stomped on the city lord's left leg, snapping it. She screamed in agony, sweat dripping down her beautiful face. Go ahead and kill me. If you do, you'll never rescue Arielta. A sudden realization gave the city lord her final leverage, and a ruthless smile spread across her face. Even if you kill me, you can't stop the villagers of this town. Oh, do you really think I won't kill you? Or do you believe Arielta means something important to me? Chen Feng sneered. You flatter yourself. Arielta is nothing more than a servant on my ship. If her death can ensure the safety of thousands of young girls, I'm certain she would willingly sacrifice herself. Chen Feng's words plunged the city lord into despair. A hoarse voice escaped her throat. What will it take for you to spare me? The city lord was a woman who knew when to yield, yet she was also ruthlessly cruel. In this situation, she knew she had no choice but to beg for mercy. Brat, when I find my chance, I'll scatter your bones to the wind. Her gaze turned vicious, though her face feigned weakness. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you want me to let you go, hand over control of this estate. Chen Feng pressed his foot against the city lord's ribs, looking down at her. You? How did you know? Fine, I'll give you control. Release me now. The city lord was utterly shocked. Even Arielta, who had grown up in Snake Woman Town since childhood, was unaware of the ancient mansion's control mechanism. The fact that this person knew sent waves of astonishment through her. However, suspecting Chen Feng might not understand the full truth, she decided to deceive him first and plan an ambush once he released her. Fine, I've given you control. Honor your promise and set me free. Chen Feng gazed down at the city lord, pleading at his feet, a hint of mockery crossing his face. He twisted his foot sharply against her hip bone. Do you really think I'm oblivious? Don't you know what I'm after? Ack! The city lord screamed in excruciating pain. Having never endured hardship or the rigorous training of swordsmen, her sensitivity to pain was exceptionally acute. Chen Feng had only increased his pressure slightly, yet she couldn't bear it. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me. Trembling, the city lord retrieved a castle model from her chest. Upon closer inspection, its structure closely resembled that of the ancient mansion. Is this it? Chen Feng took the castle model and twisted it in his hand. Instantly, the room shifted. He twisted it again, and the house inverted upside down. Truly an extraordinary item. Nami approached Chen Feng, her eyes fixed intently on the castle model in his hands, astonishment evident on her face. I recognize this. Oh, you know about this? Chen Feng looked at Nami in surprise. The secret of this ancient castle had been revealed by the system. If not for it, he would have certainly missed it. Never expecting the seemingly inconspicuous Nami to possess such knowledge. I wouldn't say I understand it thoroughly. I simply recall encountering it in an ancient text when I was younger. Legend says these houses were crafted through dark sorcery, granting the holder absolute power over anyone within. They were once all the rage, but for reasons unknown, they vanished centuries ago. I always assumed such tales were mere folklore. Quite the opposite. It's a house under a curse. Every person who possesses it ultimately meets their demise at the hands of that curse. Upon hearing Nami's words, the city lord trampled beneath Chen Feng's foot erupted into a haunting laugh, part madness, part pity. I thought it was merely a legend, yet it came true for me. Every holder of this curse ultimately dies by it. With those words, the city lord spat a mouthful of blood. She cast one final glance at the castle model in Chen Feng's hands before collapsing dead upon the ground. You've committed too many evils. This is what you deserve. Nami spat at the city lord's corpse, then turned her attention to the castle model in Chen Feng's hands. But surely it won't actually be as she described. Nami stared at the castle model in Chen Feng's hand, suddenly feeling that the model was steeped in an eerie, malevolent aura. She shuddered. She had initially wanted to ask for the castle model to touch it, but now she had completely lost that desire. Who knows what kind of thing this is? Chen Feng said indifferently, tucking it into his chest. Nami watched his movements, her skin crawling with fear. Aren't you afraid that thing might be cursed? Afraid? Why would I be afraid? I walk with integrity and sit with honor. Besides, there is nothing in this world that can make me fear. Chen Feng's words awakened Nami. She looked at him and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Yeah, those who received their retribution had it coming because they did so many evil deeds. We're different from them. Let's go. Let's check on Zoro. Chen Feng took the lead and walked toward Zoro, who lay collapsed on the ground, his face ashen, looking extremely unwell. Only then did Nami remember that Zoro was still unconscious. She hurried to his side, crouched down, and carefully examined the wounds on his body. What do we do? He suffered so many injuries. Old wounds not yet healed, and now new ones have been added. This is bad. Let me take a look. Chen Feng walked to Zoro's side, crouched down, placed his hand near Zoro's nose and mouth, and focused his senses. It really isn't looking good. Zoro's breathing was faint, and one could tell from his complexion just how terrible his condition was. His face was a sickly blue-black, and his entire body was covered in tiny wounds. But this is no challenge for me. Chen Feng helped Zoro up from the ground, pressed his fingers together, and began tapping various points on Zoro's body. Nami watched Chen Feng's movements, utterly confused. Chen Feng, why are you attacking him when he's already injured so badly? Attacking? Chen Feng smiled, nearly laughing out loud. This isn't an attack. It's a medical art passed down for thousands of years. By tapping the various acupoints on the patient's body, it stimulates the flow of his meridians. I've never heard of anything like that. Your master must be incredibly skilled. When Nami heard Chen Feng say this was a medical art passed down for over 1,000 years, she watched his movements closely, afraid of missing even a single detail. Of course, there is no one in this world who can compare to him. Chen Feng wasn't boasting. The acupoint tapping technique was a legacy he had obtained from the system. His masters were all divine physicians of China, Bian Ke Zhang, Zhongjing Shinno. Every one of them had led their generation. And Chen Feng, who had inherited the best of all of them, could, without any shame, call himself the greatest doctor in the world. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. So fast. Nami stared at Chen Feng's movements without even daring to blink. His speed was so incredible that no matter how intently she watched, she couldn't tell how many steps he had performed. So this is the essence of a 1,000-year legacy. It's too dazzling, too radiant. Just so third best in the world. Chen Feng suddenly thought of that saying and casually tossed it to Nami. You're too modest. If I had that kind of skill, I'd want the whole world to know about it. Nami shifted her gaze to Chen Feng's face. Seeing how unaffected he was by praise, as if he had long seen through all worldly acclaim, she felt a quiet dignity about him that seemed to have been tempered over millennia. Nami's heart pounded wildly. She didn't know if it was excitement from being so absorbed in watching Chen Feng's acupoint tapping technique or some other emotion. That's all it takes. Give him one of my self-created vitality potions, and he'll be perfectly fine. Chen Feng exchanged for a vitality potion in the system. He opened the cap of the bottle and poured the entire small vial into Zoro's mouth. The green liquid seemed to contain a tremendous amount of energy. Nami watched helplessly as Chen Feng poured the whole bottle of vitality potion into Zoro's mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Zoro, waiting to see the change. Based on Chen Feng's description, the medicine was supposed to be incredibly powerful. Soon Nami was stunned, so shocked that she even forgot to make an expression. This. Does the medicine take effect this quickly? Under Nami's gaze, Zoro's wounds healed at a visible speed. His original ashen complexion slowly turned rosy after taking the vitality potion. The speed was so fast that it was like watching a newly sprouted seedling grow into a towering tree in an instant. This is way too miraculous. I've never seen a medicine with such a remarkable effect. Nami tightly gripped Chen Feng's arm, her hand surprisingly strong. Chen Feng, you're truly amazing. This medicine is a great invention. I dare say if you sold it on the black market, each bottle would fetch no less than 5 million berries. How could it be that exaggerated? Could this little bottle of medicine be worth more than the bounties of those pirates? Chen Feng smiled. Besides, I've never planned to sell this medicine on the black market. Its effects are too potent. Once it becomes known, it will inevitably cause chaos. Chen Feng stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. That's true. Nami stood up feeling a bit regretful. Looking at Chen Feng's back, her eyes suddenly lit up. Since we can't sell this astonishing medicine on the black market, why not make a low-grade version of the vitality potion? Sailing on the sea costs a lot of money. You supply the medicine and I'll handle the selling. That way we won't have to worry about our sailing expenses. Oh. Chen Feng turned to look at Nami. Seeing the hope written all over her face, he thought for a moment and said, all right then, let's do it that way. Chen Feng truly didn't have a need for money, but as someone sailing the seas, he needed a plausible source of income. If he kept exchanging things with points in the system, it would inevitably raise suspicion. It was better to just go along with Nami's suggestion. Yeah. Nami jumped up with joy. I'll work hard and make sure everyone on this ship eats well and lives well. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh, pressing his hand to his forehead. Even if you didn't do that, everyone on the ship would still eat and live well. You're such a silly girl. Silly girl? Silly girl. Nami lowered her head, murmuring softly. Why did the words silly girl sound so sweet when spoken by Chen Feng? She felt her face grow warm and quickly raised a hand to touch her cheeks. Enough talk. Let's rescue Aritia first. She's the reason we came here in the first place. Chen Feng waved his hand in the air, and the next second the prison cell holding Aritia appeared before him. Aritia sat in the cell, utterly despairing. In just a few days without seeing her, she had grown noticeably thinner. When she saw Chen Feng, she could hardly believe her eyes. Aritia rubbed her eyes and looked again in Chen Feng's direction. It was true. This wasn't a hallucination. Tears of joy streamed down her face. You came. The iron bars in front of Ariel were removed. Looking at everything before her, Ariel's face showed a puzzled expression. This. How did you do it? Ariel had grown up living here, and she had never seen such a sight before. Her own house could actually move. She looked at the prison cell, and then at the outside, only to discover that the cell had magically appeared in the bathroom. Now I know your secret. Chen Feng said with a smile in his eyes as he looked at Ariel. You won't have any choice but to work for me wholeheartedly. Ariel looked at Chen Feng, and suddenly felt a tinge of sadness in her nose. She wanted to rush into his arms, but feared bumping into him, so she slowly got up and walked toward him while rubbing her nose. Yes, I will definitely work hard. I'll make sure the ship is spotless. Thank you so much. I never thought anyone would come to rescue me. Because you are my companion. Abandoning companions is not what a swordsman should do. Chen Feng patted Ariel's forehead. You've suffered these past few days. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Ariel, who had been holding back her tears, suddenly couldn't contain them anymore. She covered her face with her hands and crouched down so Chen Feng wouldn't see her. Suddenly a soft embrace surrounded her. Ariel looked up and saw Nami holding her. It's okay, I'm here. At moments like this, it would be uncomfortable if others saw you crying like this. You can rest your head in my arms so no one will see. Hearing Nami's words, Ariel looked up and stared blankly at her. Strange. I treated you so badly before, why can you still forgive me? Ariel couldn't understand why Nami would do this. She stood there motionless, tears frozen on her face. I know you're not a bad person. As a woman, I can understand your feelings. Nami gently touched Ariel's cheek and wiped away her tears. Just knowing you're a good person is enough for me. Ariel hugged Nami tightly. You foolish woman, after all I did to you, you still repaid ill with good. At that moment, an extraordinary friendship was forged between the two women. Chen Feng wasn't in the mood to watch the two women embrace and cry together. He was actually more interested in the house. System, do you think I can take this house with me, eh? Chen Feng had always adhered to this principle, leaving nothing behind that caught his eye wherever he went. Ding, it's possible. What do I need to do? Chen Feng looked around and whispered. Ding. Host only needs to use points in the points mall to redeem an object shrinking storage ball. Object shrinking storage ball. Chen Feng repeated softly, somewhat puzzled. What is this thing? Such a long name. Ding. The object shrinking storage ball is one of the system's special items. It can shrink objects of immense size down to something that fits in one hand. A practical essential for home use and travel. Oh, I think I understand. Is it similar to the Pokeballs from Digimon? I've fantasized about having one since I was a kid. Ding. You can understand it that way. The host comprehension ability is simply perfect. In that case, let's redeem one quickly. I can't wait to have this house as my own. Ding. Hint, this house is ancient and seems to harbor some strange curse that could harm the human body. The host should try to avoid living in it. It would be wise to wait until the object shrinking storage ball has completely neutralized its dark energy before using it. Holy crap, so it really is a cursed house. Chen Feng had originally doubted what the city lord said before his death. After the system's reminder, he became certain. Ding. Host doesn't need to worry too much. No one in this world can hurt you. However, this level of dark energy can indeed cause certain harm to the human body, on the premise that the person is already morally corrupt. So that's how it is. Chen Feng looked at the dead city lord's corpse and roughly guessed that this city lord must have had an unhappy childhood. Lucky people use their childhood to heal their entire life. But unlucky people have to spend their whole life healing their childhood. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. Thinking about how disgustingly messy this house has become because of her, I've lost the mood to clean it. System redeem an automatic cleaning broom. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, an ordinary-looking broom appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Go Pikachu! Chen Feng threw the broom into the air, and it began floating midair with colorful lights flashing on its handle. Clean the room thoroughly. Chen Feng gave the order. After receiving Chen Feng's command, the broom began to sweep. Very good, saves me from having to do it myself. Chen Feng was very satisfied. It had to be said that coming to the pirate world and activating the sword god system was such a correct decision. It made his life colorful and varied. Compared to the modern entertainment-to-death lifestyle concept, he actually preferred life here. Exactly. Nami, who was holding Ariel, saw the broom Chen Feng had thrown. Her eyes widened with pure delight. Isn't that the witch's mount from legend? I never thought I'd see it here today. Nami was extremely thrilled. Since childhood, she had been fascinated by books about witches, fairies, and all sorts of magical creatures. Today she actually saw a real witch's broomstick, and she was so excited she could fly. Chen Feng, is that yours? Nami pointed at the broom flying in the air. Yes, it's mine. Is there a problem? Have you seen a witch? Chen Feng scratched his head in confusion. A witch? Isn't that a legendary creature? I've never seen one. Hearing this, Nami was a bit disappointed. She had thought Chen Feng had witch friends, but he didn't know either. According to legend, only witches can have flying brooms. I thought you were friends with witches. It seems you're quite interested in this. Chen Feng finally understood that Nami was very interested in his broom. He waved his hand, and the broom flew into his hand. He tossed the broom beside Nami. Since you like it so much, I'll give this to you. This. Such a precious thing is really being given to me. Nami picked up the broom from the ground, her face full of joy. At this moment, happy was not enough to express her feelings. It's not some precious thing, just a tool for cleaning. Could it be that you have a lot of them? Nami gazed at Chen Feng, her face etched with bewilderment. Flying brooms were said to exist only in the legends of the witch tribes. How could he possibly possess one? And judging from his tone, he seemed to have more than just one. This isn't anything precious. I have plenty. Chen Feng pulled out another broom and tossed it toward Arielta. Here's one for you too. It'll make your chores much easier. Arielta picked up the broom Chen Feng had thrown, still bearing fresh tears on her cheeks. Is this really for me? Arielta sniffled and looked at Chen Feng with deep gratitude. Thank you, Chen Feng. Thank you so much. I've never felt so seen by anyone before. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back a few paces. Come on, don't make it so sentimental, alright? It's just a broom. Since we have extras, you might as well use them. It'll make cleaning up far easier. Meanwhile, where am I? I had such a strange dream just now. Zoro slowly opened his eyes and groggily glanced around. The house had been cleaned thoroughly, no longer bearing the horrifying appearance it had when they first arrived. This layout feels so familiar. Zoro strolled through the bathroom, taking in every detail. Why can't I remember where this place is? Zoro was still half-dazed, his memories hazy. He took a few steps and bumped into the mayor's corpse. Lowering his gaze, he saw the discolored, lifeless body before him. He froze for a moment, then let out a scream. What the hell is this? Zoro instinctively leaped backward, then gradually realized the body felt strangely familiar. He cautiously approached the mayor, and after a long pause remembered. This was the person who had knocked him unconscious. Zoro found himself at a loss for words. He sat down on the ground, staring at the mayor's corpse for a long while before finally speaking. Did I miss something amazing back there? Did Chen Feng kill the mayor? Zoro slapped his own face, regret washing over him. It's all your fault. You useless lump. You passed out right at the start. If you hadn't, you could have watched Chen Feng's swordsmanship. Now you've missed it again. To say he wasn't sorry would be a lie. Throughout his life, Zoro had coveted nothing more than the chance to witness Chen Feng's unparalleled sword techniques. Yet when the opportunity finally came, he had let it slip away. Sigh. I wish I could be as strong as you, Zoro muttered dejectedly, sitting on the ground. Strong like me? There's no hope for you in this lifetime. Maybe the next. A calm voice drifted into Zoro's ears. Zoro jumped up and turned to see Chen Feng. Damn it, he overheard everything I just said. How embarrassing. But put in the effort, and I'll be first while you take second. Together we can trample every swordsman in this world beneath our feet. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zoro stood motionless for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and met Chen Feng's gaze with unwavering determination. Agreed. You'll be number 1, I'll be number 2. And when I reach second place, I'll make you my target and defeat you. That's the spirit. Chen Feng walked over to Zoro and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Keep pushing forward, kid. The group left the ancient mansion and walked along the winding streets of the small town. Along the way, they encountered numerous people, each fixating on them with greedy, hungry stares, as though their drool might spill forth at any moment. These townspeople are truly strange, yet I find myself no longer surprised by it. Nami linked arms with Arielta and trailed behind Chen Feng. Perhaps that's because you've already witnessed things far more terrifying than this. Chen Feng walked ahead of the group with his hands on his head. Before coming to this place, he had always believed that no matter how dark the world grew, beauty still existed somewhere. Now all his illusions had shattered. But surely not everyone in this town is evil. Nami glanced at the children staring at her from all sides and offered them a radiant smile. Let's keep moving. This place exists in a world entirely separate from the outside. Arielta tugged at Nami's arm and gazed resolutely toward the road ahead, showing no hesitation. Hey look, a pregnant woman just fell. Everyone followed Nami's gaze. Amidst the crowded street, a pregnant woman had been pushed to the ground. She knelt there struggling to rise, clearly in great distress. Nami released Arielta's arm and ran toward the pregnant woman. Don't go. Arielta reached out to grab Nami's hand, but was too late. She didn't follow. Instead, she stood where she was and watched Nami approach, muttering under her breath. I told you these are people from another world. Do you really need to learn it the hard way? Are you alright, ma'am? Nami helped the kneeling pregnant woman to her feet. The woman looked up and her face covered in black splotches sent a jolt of fear through Nami. You look absolutely delicious. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Nami tried to pull away, but the pregnant woman clamped her hand around hers with surprising strength. Kind miss, I'm starving to death. Would you pity me and let me eat you? Wait. Nami's realization came a moment too late. She suddenly recalled Arielta's warning and began to regret having come to this woman's aid. Let go of me. Nami looked at the pregnant woman with a grave expression. You're not the only one who gets to eat her. Get lost. The surrounding townsfolk shoved the pregnant woman aside, each desperate to drag Nami home and cook her. Nami retreated step by step in terror until Arielta caught her. Now do you believe me? They're not people from your world. Nami turned around and saw Arielta gazing at her with deep concern. She tightly gripped Arielta's hand. I was prepared to spare your lives, but it seems entirely unnecessary now. Chen Feng drew his long sword and advanced toward the villagers. Aya! Have mercy. Please have mercy on us. The cacophony of pleas for mercy echoed through the streets, yet it stirred no pity in their hearts. Nami glanced at the fallen villagers and closed her eyes. It's all over now, Chen Feng said coldly, wiping the blood from his long sword. Yes, they've mutated. Their hearts long ago ceased to be human. Perhaps death is the only true release for them. Zoro followed behind Chen Feng and cast a glance at the corpse-strewn town, letting out a heavy sigh. I hope you find a better rebirth next life. All I can say is, your misfortune lies in never having been raised in a decent environment. Chen Feng pinched a ball of refined fire and casually tossed it into the town. This town had not seen sunlight for years, and ordinary flames would never be sufficient to reduce it entirely to ashes. So Chen Feng chose to use the pure fire from within his own body to consume it all. Burn to nothingness. Eradicate every sin that had ever stained this place. Arielta did not look back at the burning town behind her. Instead, she fixed her eyes directly upon the distant sea. And I still have a better world waiting for me. On the tranquil sea, a ship adorned with a tornado emblem glided across the water. Chen Feng stood on the deck, gazing at the seascape with an impassive expression. After a long silence, he raised his hand and uttered, "Rise." As he spoke, a violet flame flickered to life at his fingertip, dancing between his fingers with an eerie aura. This was the reward he had obtained after slaying the city lord, a legacy of witchcraft. Yet what puzzled him was that this inheritance was but a fragment of broken memories, offering little practical value to Chen Feng at present. Moreover, he would need to gather the remaining fragments of the witchcraft inheritance before he could fully possess its power. Of course, the system was not to blame. It had not originally contained an option for witchcraft. However, because Chen Feng defeated the city lord who excelled in the puppetry arts, the system unexpectedly captured traces of witchcraft's existence, granting Chen Feng the chance to obtain it. Speaking of puppetry, Chen Feng had inherited it as well. But this art seemed rather useless to a swordsman. To him, it was like a piece of knowledge he could never apply. Sigh. Honestly, I defeated such a formidable foe, yet the reward is somewhat underwhelming. Ding. Host, you truly fail to appreciate your blessings. Puppetry, like medicine, is a mysterious art that has endured for 1,000 years. You've hit the jackpot. The system rarely spoke up to refute him, yet Chen Feng remained unconvinced. Impressive, yes, but utterly useless. Tell me, is it not absurd for a swordsman to discard his blade and command puppets instead? Ding. Who said you must use it yourself to grow stronger? If the host can impart this skill to others and cultivate disciples across the world, would that not equally achieve the goal of strengthening yourself? Hearing this, a glimmer of realization struck Chen Feng. Since this skill was inherited from the Serpent Maiden Town, the obvious candidate was Arielta, who had also come from that very place. At the thought, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Yes, if he trained Arielta, well, he would no longer need to dirty his own hands with petty scoundrels. Eagerly, he could hardly wait to see her. Chen Feng, look how clean I've cleaned today. Arielta approached him in a maid's outfit, clutching a broom. A suspicious flush adorned her cheeks, making her look undeniably alluring. Yet Chen Feng had no mind for such sights. His thoughts were entirely focused on teaching her puppetry. Arielta, how long have you been aboard this ship? Arielta was taken aback by the question. She pondered for a moment, then said, about a month now. Then let me ask you, in that month what have you learned? Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon her, his focus so intense that it bordered on intimidating. Startled, Arielta clutched the broom tightly against her chest, her voice shrinking to a whisper. I learned how to clean. A month and all you've learned is how to clean. Why? Yes. You? Before Chen Feng could finish, Arielta dropped to her knees with a thud, clutching his leg desperately. I'll clean diligently. Please don't send me away. Huh? Chen Feng looked at her in confusion. He had never intended to cast her off. He simply wanted to tell her the good news about teaching her puppetry. Get up. He pulled her to her feet. I only meant to tell you that starting today, I will formally teach you the art of puppetry. Arielta stared at him blankly, her lips trembling. Pet. Isn't that the voodoo art only our city lord was allowed to practice? You want to teach me? Unable to believe it, she gazed at him dazedly. Suddenly memories surfaced of her childhood, hiding in the shadows watching her sister study puppetry. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks, yet she seemed oblivious, frozen in place. Do you not want to learn, Oi? If you'd rather not, just say so. No one is forcing you. Seeing Arielta's state, Chen Feng felt at a loss. Why was this girl so prone to tears? She had cried when freed from the old mansion, cried when leaving, and now she was crying again. Women were such trouble. Chen Feng thought to himself. No. Arielta wiped away her tears and offered a shy smile. In Serpent Maiden Town, puppetry was a forbidden art taught only to each generation's city lord. Someone like me, abandoned at birth, was never worthy of learning it. She looked at Chen Feng with gratitude. Serpent Maiden Town is in the past now. From this moment on, what you wish to learn is no longer decided by anyone else, only by yourself. Looking at Chen Feng, Arielta beamed a radiant smile. I want to learn puppetry, she declared loudly. Very well. Then from today you no longer need to clean. I shall teach you the true art of puppetry. On the eastern sea, upon a small island, several children spotted a ship bearing a tornado emblem docking at the shore and quickly hid themselves. Boss, that ship looks like a pirate vessel. The younger child looked toward a slightly older boy. I know. That's why we hide together and observe, to see whether these people are pirates or something else. The older boy crouched in the grass, watching the figures who stepped off the ship. Chen Feng and his group walked onto the isle, glancing around. Nami and Arielta picked a few wildflowers by the roadside and adorned each other with them. Their bond was warm now. Far removed from their initial friction, they were like sisters. There are some kids hiding in the grass. Zoro walked up to Chen Feng and said coolly, I know. They look like children playing at being pirates. A lazy grin spread across Chen Feng's face as he casually glanced at the boys wearing pirate hats. Hey, kids, the rain's just stopped. Lying on the ground like that, you'll get your clothes dirty and your mom will spank you. Zoro called in their direction. Damn, he spotted us. The boy referred to as Vice Captain stood up. The boy lying beside him grabbed his hand. Vice Captain, what do we do now? What else can we do? They've already seen us. The Vice Captain boy walked toward Chen Feng and his group. Hey, why have you come to this island? 3 little rascals ran up to Chen Feng and his companions, glaring at them with hostility. We're voyagers sailing the sea. We happened to pass this place, so we wanted to come ashore for some supplies and a little rest. Young ones, would you lead the way for us? Nami walked up to the 3 little kids, crouched down, and smiled at them. I see. We thought you were pirates. The younger one, Onionhead, looked up at Nami with curiosity. A travel group? What is that? We've never heard of a travel group in these waters. Well, this. Nami didn't quite know how to explain it to them. She looked around and suddenly thought of a good way to put it. Because we're a group of people who love nature. Think about it. If we could leave our footprints in every place we pass, wouldn't that be a wonderful sense of achievement? I see. That sounds really nice. Onionhead looked at Nami and her party, a look of longing in his eyes. You dummy. Green Pepperhead smacked Onionhead on the head. Who asked someone straight out if they're pirates? Pirates won't tell you they're pirates. Green Pepperhead looked at Zoro and Chen Feng warily. With a searching expression, he clearly didn't believe what Nami said. Little rascals, if we were pirates, would you 3 still be standing here in one piece talking to us? Zoro swaggered over to them. Hey little rascals, is there any good food around here? I'm starving to death. I know. There's a sushi shop up ahead. I'll take you there. Radishhead raised his hand and pulled the other 2 kids forward as he ran. Hurry up. Captain Usopp is still waiting for us. Usopp. Chen Feng heard the children's words and lowered his head, muttering. Usopp, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in the anime, skilled at sniping and inventing, but a very timid guy. At that thought, Chen Feng smiled. He casually plucked a stalk of foxtail grass from the roadside and put it in his mouth. But he gets pretty strong later on too. Should I recruit him into the Windchaser travel group? Just as Chen Feng was lost and thought, the little rascals were sent flying by a kick from a man in a suit. Hey, you little bastards. Why don't you watch where you're going? You ran right into me. Aya, ow, that hurts. The children's cries brought Chen Feng back to his senses. He looked ahead, frowning slightly. Do you have any conscience at all? How can you lay a hand on such young children? What's it to you? Keep meddling, and I'll beat you too. The man in the suit didn't even look at Nami. He walked straight over to the little boys and spat on the ground. Nami hurried in front of the children, shielding them with her body. You child-bullying brute. Didn't your parents ever teach you to respect the elderly and care for the young? Infuriated by Nami's words, the man's gaze turned malicious. He stared hard at her, his body trembling. Looks like you want the same as them. Don't think I'll spare you just because you're a woman. Get out of here now, or I'll beat you too. Hey you. Zoro walked over to Nami's side, holding his katana. How dare you speak to a lady like that? The man in the suit looked at Zoro, then at Nami, and laughed. No wonder you had the guts to speak for these kids. You've got a lover backing you up. Don't talk nonsense. Zoro is my companion. Furious at his words, Nami flushed and glared at the man in the suit. It was infuriating to be falsely accused of that kind of relationship with a shipmate. Nami suddenly remembered that Chen Feng was still there. She turned back to look at him. His expression was calm, and she sighed in relief. You disrespectful wretch. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Zoro struck a three-sword style stance and looked at the man. Ready your weapon. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Huh? Have I made you mad? Then today I'll teach you scoundrels a lesson. Cat claw. The man curled his fingers like claws, took a fighting stance, and leaped toward Zoro. What kind of trick is that? Zoro had never seen such an attack and couldn't help laughing. Huh? Attacking like that makes you look like a clown. Then let me defeat you. Zoro swung his blade, dodged the man's attack, and jumped onto a large tree beside him. Gripping his katana tightly, he sprang from the tree and thrust toward the man in the suit. Aya! Stabbed by Zoro, the man stared at his own hands in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We look so alike, so why am I still not as strong as him? Zoro stood beside the man coldly, watching him scream in agony. Sword in hand, he looked down at him. Today I'll show you a thing or two, so you'll remember this day for the rest of your life. Oh no. Before the man in the suit could finish, Zoro slashed at him with his katana. But the blade didn't reach him. It was stopped by a huge block of wood that came flying out of nowhere. What is this? Zoro stared blankly at the wood buried deep in his katana, a trace of surprise on his face. When? I didn't even notice. Chen Feng looked in Zoro's direction and saw a man who looked exactly like the man in the suit stepping out. He dragged away the fainted man and left. Interesting. Let me have a go at you then. Chen Feng raced toward the man in the suit. He was fast, catching up with the two in no time. Did you think you could get away from me? Chen Feng cut off the escapee's path. Staring at the man, he felt a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. This guy must be a character from the anime, but oddly enough, Chen Feng couldn't recall a pair of twins like this. Yes, twins. The two men looked incredibly alike, exactly the same, yet there were subtle differences. One stronger, the other weaker. The weaker man appeared to be deliberately imitating the stronger one. Unfortunately, no matter how much he imitated, he still couldn't match the other's strength. Perhaps this was the difference between the original and the imitation, Chen Feng thought. You're not going to follow us all the way just because we dealt with a few kids, are you? Those kids have nothing to do with me. Then since your people offended mine, it concerns me. Oh, so you mean you won't yield? Klaus stared at Chen Feng, somewhat irritated. Since you already know what I would do, then why ask? Chen Feng stretched his neck and shoulders, gazing at Clow with a sinister smirk. I'll give you 3 moves. With you. Clow dropped the unconscious subordinate in his hand and leaped toward Chen Feng with his 5 fingers formed into claws. That brother of yours has already used this move, so your technique won't work on me. Chen Feng dodged Clow's attack, watching him somewhat carelessly. Is this your strength? Seems rather unimpressive. What do you know? Silent step. Clow's figure vanished. Or rather, his speed was so extraordinary that his silhouette disappeared instantly from the spot. Your footwork is quite decent, allowing instant displacement. It has piqued my interest in dueling you. I concede your footwork is formidable, but compared to me you are still too green. Chen Feng had never systematically studied footwork. His speed was entirely inherited from the Sword Saint's memory fragments. Thus, although his speed was formidable, he had not actually cultivated specialized techniques in this regard. Got you. Chen Feng's speed was exceedingly fast, and Clow's movement lagged behind by a step. This is impossible. No one can be faster than me. What technique have you cultivated? Clow was caught by Chen Feng. Chen Feng gripped Clow's chest, saying indifferently, merely dabbled in some swordsmanship. Catching you was quite effortless. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. There is no one faster than me in the Eastern Sea. Have you never heard the principle beyond people? There are greater people beyond heavens. There are higher heavens. Shut your trap. Clow flew into a rage. His 5 fingers clenched and 5 blade-like spikes corresponding to his fingers suddenly emerged from the back of his hands. Even if your speed surpasses mine, so what? As long as I kill you, no one in this world will ever be faster than me. Oh, is that your thinking? Truly ignorant. Well then, since it's like this, let me toy with you for a while first. Chen Feng drew his long sword. Someone as mediocre as you doesn't deserve my full effort. You still have 2 chances remaining. Seize them. 2. More than enough. Clow charged toward Chen Feng, swinging the spike blades on the backs of his hands and launching relentless attacks. Chen Feng watched his movements as though observing a clown. Today I shall teach you what true restraint means. One slash. Chen Feng drew his long sword and swept it toward Klau's direction. The very next moment Klau's body was sent flying. One slash. It goes without saying that this is a technique capable of subduing an enemy with a single strike. This was a move Chen Feng had personally comprehended, for he could always fell his opponents with one blow, hence he named it one slash. However, for a rookie like Klau, Chen Feng was in no mood to slay him. Given the devastating power of this technique, Chen Feng merely slashed through the air toward Klau. Even with the strikes through the air, Klau was still unable to withstand it. I won't kill you. This is merely a lesson. Next time you cross paths with me, remember to take another route. Klau glanced at Chen Feng and personally experienced his strength. He dared not taunt him further. It was sheer foolishness. If he still dared to provoke during such a life and death moment, he would be courting death. Klau was a man who cherished his life above all else. Had he not valued his existence, he would never have followed that distinguished figure to this island. With the grand scheme on the verge of success, he could not afford to perish at this juncture. Taking advantage of Chen Feng not having revoked his mercy, Klau leapt onto the rooftop eaves and quickly departed. Chen Feng, Nami, Ariel, and Zoro finally caught up. Behind them trailed three small figures, all panting heavily. Ariel glanced around and looked at Chen Feng with some confusion. That man, scattered, fled in disgrace. In merely a few words, Klau's predicament was entirely captured. Nami clapped her hands with delight. Yeah, thank you, big brother. The several small children approached Chen Feng. As though they had agreed beforehand, they bowed deeply toward him. If it weren't for you, we would certainly be injured by now. Onion Head looked at Chen Feng with heartfelt gratitude. Yes, that man was so wicked. Everyone nearby fears him. Radish Head's face still bore traces of lingering dread. We needn't fear him anymore. That fellow appears to have suffered severe injuries and will need a long period to recover. Pepperhead clenched his fist and high-fived Onion Head. We apologize. You rescued us, yet because you were not a local we sought to deceive you. The three children bowed in unison toward Chen Feng. What? Nami walked over and looked at the children, a trace of surprise on her face. So saying you'd lead us to a wonderful sushi restaurant was all a lie. No. The three children hurriedly waved their hands. The delicious sushi shop does indeed exist. It's simply that the direction we guided you was entirely opposite. Onion Head rubbed his head and spoke cautiously. It's all Onion Head's fault for devising this cruel scheme. He was the one who said he'd take you to that dreadful sushi shop. Radish Head sprang up and bonked Onion Head on the head, then gazed at Nami with an innocent expression. Sis, Nami, this has nothing to do with me. Nami sighed. Sis is nearly starving to death. I truly wish to hoist you little brats up and beat some sense into you. Hurry and take us to the correct place. Ariel flicked each of the three children's foreheads, her expression still radiating mischievous satisfaction. Sushi restaurant. The several brats pushed open the door and scanned the interior, unable to find the person they sought. Strange. Why isn't Usopp here today? Onion Head approached their usual table bewildered. He probably went to Kaya's residence. But Kaya should be practicing piano at this hour. Ordinarily Usopp would come over to rendezvous with us by now. Who is Kaya? Nami walked to the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Kaya is the boss's secret crush. Onion Head held up a finger and declared. Who said that? Kaya and he are childhood sweethearts. Pepperhead disagreed with Onion Head's statement and hurriedly interjected. I see. Then this Usopp you mentioned must currently be frolicking affectionately with his goddess. Zoro sat on a stool with his legs crossed, took the tea Nami offered, and drained it in one gulp. No, the boss would never behave thus. Moreover, Kaya's butler forbids him from meeting the boss. Ordinarily the boss converses with her from that great tree outside Kaya's villa. That sounds rather pitiable. Ariel bit her finger and murmured while watching the chef preparing sushi. No sooner was Usopp mentioned than he himself arrived. At that moment a man wearing sniper goggles, a light coffee-colored bandana tied around his head, and a long nose pushed open the door of the sushi restaurant and walked in with a dejected air. Captain Usopp. Several little kids, seeing Usopp come in, ran over to him with beaming faces and swirled around him. He doesn't look happy at all. In fact, he seems a bit dejected. Zoro, feigning sleep on a stool, opened his eyes, glanced at Usopp, and closed them again. Captain, why are you so downcast today? Onion Head grabbed Usopp's hand, his face full of worry. I. Usopp's eyes suddenly welled up. He did not want the three children to see him crying, so he quickly wiped away the tears streaming from his eyes. Miss Kaya doesn't believe me. Usopp squatted on the ground, heartbroken. What happened? The child went up to Usopp and asked with concern. Miss Kaya's butler. I overheard. Miss Kaya's butler said he would seize her family fortune and kill her. What a... The little kids were stunned, still too young to know how to comfort Usopp. Maybe we can try asking the adults in town to settle this. After a long silence, one of the children said to Usopp, It's no use. I've already tried. None of them believe me. What should I do? Relying on my own strength alone, there's no way to save Miss Kaya, yet I can't just watch helplessly as the butler murders her. Usopp blamed himself bitterly. He squatted on the ground, not daring to raise his head, as if lifting it would mean facing some terrifying monster. Then let us help you. Suddenly a female voice reached Usopp's ears. Startled, he raised his head and saw Nami standing before him looking down at him. That Miss Kaya must be very important to you, so she must be a wonderful girl. Yes, Miss Kaya is an extremely beautiful and kind girl, but I can't protect her. Having said that, Usopp sank into deep self-reproach again. It's all right. You have us now, right, brother Chen Feng? Nami turned to look at Chen Feng, her face full of expectation. Chen Feng gave a soft grunt. Although he was quite dissatisfied with Nami for roping him into this, he vaguely sensed a powerful expert in the town. Perhaps that expert was at Kaya's residence after all. Then what should we do? Should we rescue your Miss Kaya from her home? Zoro, feigning sleep on a chair, opened his eyes. Holding his katana, he walked toward Usopp. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Today I'll fight to my heart's content. You? All of you. How can I ever repay you? Usopp looked at Chen Feng and the others, deeply moved. A real man who keeps crouching loses his spirit. Stand up and face things head on. Chen Feng pulled Usopp, who was squatting on the ground, to his feet and gave his back a few vigorous pats. Become stronger, strong enough to be my opponent. Then fight me and give me a good time. That is the best repayment you could give me. All right. I will become incredibly strong. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Usopp's fighting spirit blazed to life in an instant. He straightened his back, thumped his chest, and said, I, Usopp, will never be a weakling again. On a small island inside a certain villa, Kuro knelt on the floor. Before him, a maid sat in a chair. The maid was quite pretty, yet her expression was savage. She looked at Kuro. Useless fool. Didn't I tell you not to let our secret get out? How did that Usopp find out? Kuro carefully pushed up his glasses with his palm and said in a trembling voice, It's all right. That Usopp is a notorious liar. Even if he tells people, no one will believe him. It had better be. If you ruin my plans, I'll hold you accountable. The maid rose from her chair, walked to the window in her high heels, and looked toward the other side. On the other side of the window was Kaya's room, where Kaya was learning the piano under her piano teacher. We strike tonight. The maid watched Kaya playing the piano with a cold gaze. Yes, ma'am. Kuro answered. Remember, it must be handled cleanly. No one can know about this. Yes, ma'am. Kuro answered again. All right, the young lady is about to finish her piano practice. I need to go serve her afternoon tea. When the maid turned back around, she had put on a warm and amiable expression, as if the vicious-faced woman from just now had never been her at all. The maid pushed the serving cart and walked out of the room, humming a little tune. Kuro watched the maid's retreating figure and heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, I nearly thought I would die here today. I must take care of Usopp before he ruins our grand plan. Little did they know that several people had already infiltrated the villa to stop their plot. Chen Feng was on the rooftop above Miss Kaya's room, lying there and listening attentively to the music she was playing. His keen senses told him that the most powerful master on the island had entered the room beneath him. Chen Feng hung upside down outside the window and watched the maid push the serving cart into Kaya's room. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems this woman went to great lengths to seize Kaya's fortune. That level of service can't be pulled off without 3 to 5 years of training. Chen Feng leapt onto the big tree outside Kaya's door and lounged lazily on a branch, watching the scene inside. Who could have imagined that a maid was actually a master capable of defeating 100 foes on her own? Yet what puzzled Chen Feng was that someone this powerful did not appear on any wanted poster. Was she simply that good at concealing herself, or was there some other reason? He decided to wait and see. Inside the room, the maid wore a smiling expression as she set a plate of sliced pastries onto the table before Miss Kaya. Young lady, you must be tired from practicing the piano. This is your afternoon tea for today. Wow, it looks delicious. Kaya took the pastry the maid handed over, picked up a fork, speared a piece, and put it into her mouth. See, this was prepared especially for you to ensure your journey is pleasant. The maid wore a cordial smile, yet at that moment there was something eerily twisted about that smile. Journey? I haven't planned to go traveling, and the butler won't let me go out. Did he arrange some special place for me to visit? Kaya was utterly confused, but she also felt a thrill of excitement. Having grown up all this way, she had never once traveled far from home. No, miss, you've got it wrong. The maid wore a broad smile. How strange. I clearly heard you say you wanted to make my journey pleasant. Did I hear wrong? Kuya picked up another piece of cake and brought it to her mouth. The sweet flavor made her close her eyes in bliss. No, what I meant is that this pastry was specially prepared for you, to see you off on your journey. The maid hid her hand behind her back and a dagger suddenly appeared in her palm. See me off? See me off. Kuya muttered the words twice. Suddenly her face turned deathly pale. She stood up, took a few steps back, and stared at the maid. And no, it can't be what I'm thinking. Why, you're not planning to harm me, are you? The maid looked at Kuya with a beaming face. At such a moment her smile became even gentler. Yes, my dear young lady, today I've come precisely to send you off. As long as you live, I'll never get your fortune. Goodbye, my young lady. The maid thrust the dagger in her hand fiercely toward Kuya's chest. I've long been tired of you. Go die now. Don't you think it's a bit excessive to treat your own mistress like this, eh? An invisible force blocked the maid's dagger, preventing the blade from advancing even a single inch. Who? The maid warily glanced around. Stop playing tricks in the dark. Come out now. Very well. A graceful figure drifted in through the window and halted beside Kuya. The maid looked over and saw a handsome man with flowing long hair standing by the window staring at her coldly. Who are you, and what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? You don't need to know who I am, but I've decided to take charge of this matter. Chen Feng shielded Kuya behind him, gave the maid a once-over, and sneered with disdain. Fine. Since you insist on getting involved, don't blame me for being ruthless. Both of you can die together. The maid charged at Chen Feng with the dagger. The weapon was exquisitely crafted, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, looking both costly and delicate. With just you, Chen Feng struck back with a single swing, sending the maid flying. Even now you still refuse to show your true strength. Chen Feng strolled over to the maid as if taking a leisurely walk in his own courtyard. This isn't your real power at all, is it? This? The maid stared at Chen Feng in shock. She climbed to her feet, her face dark and grim, and said flatly, So you saw through me long ago. In that case, I'll stop pretending. Swish. The maid peeled off her maid outfit and human skin. The scene that followed left the two people in the room stunned. Whoa. It took a long moment before Chen Feng finally reacted. Behind him, Kuya stood frozen, staring as her former maid transformed into a monster walking on stilts. In disbelief, she covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with terror. How is this possible? The one who grew up with me and played with me every day. How could they be such a creature? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My dear young lady, haven't you realized it by now? I am no longer the one who once kept you company. Having shed the maid's flesh, Shiokaru gazed at Kuya with a sinister look. The one who grew up with you was killed by me long ago. Ha ha ha. I bet even in her dreams, she never imagined that her beloved, respected young lady wouldn't even notice her death. No wonder I never saw you on the wanted list. So you're a creature who likes to wear human skin. Chen Feng cast a faint glance at Shiokaru. His eyes were so calm that no one could tell what he was truly thinking. So there's a monster hiding beneath that skin. That makes it easy to understand. Chen Feng summoned the Jingja sword from his system and coldly stared at Shiokaru. Do you have any last words? Monster. Shiokaru repeated Chen Feng's words with a dark expression. Who are you calling a monster? Shiokaru suddenly leaped up and on his stilts attacked in Chen Feng's direction. You creatures who only have one body in your entire lives, how dare you judge me? If you had abilities like mine, you'd surely want to possess even more. Shiokaru suddenly crouched down and using his stilts sent a sweeping barrage of kicks at Chen Feng. Too clumsy. Chen Feng easily dodged the attack. He flicked his sleeve and stood behind Shiokaru. I thought you were someone formidable, but now it seems you're nothing special. At death's door, and still you put on airs. I have no interest in hearing your so-called gentlemanly talk. Shiokaru abandoned his stilts, leaped into midair, and suddenly countless clones of himself appeared in the air. What is this? Chen Feng stared at the shadowy figures, his face full of surprise. This resembles a shadow clone technique. Fine skill, fine skill. Chen Feng was very satisfied with Shiokaru's technique. If nothing unexpected happened, the reward he would obtain from his system check-in after defeating Shiokaru would most likely be related to this skill. Prepare to die. Countless clones charged at Chen Feng as though every single one of them could inflict damage on him. Usually only the true body of a clone user can harm the enemy. Let me see if you're the same. Alt. Chen Feng precisely located Shiokaru's true body. With a gentle wave of his long sword, he sliced off Shiokaru's arm with one strike. Wait. Since I wanted to test whether only the true body can harm the enemy, I should have attacked your clones first. With that, Chen Feng swung his sword at one of Shiokaru's clones. Ah! The sword passed through the clone's body. The clone felt nothing, but the main body reacted. Shiokaru was in extreme pain. He collapsed to the ground, and in an instant all the clones around him vanished. So the attacks I land on your clones are all transferred to your true body. If that's the case, why use this clone technique at all? No matter what, you're the one who gets hurt. Chen Feng couldn't quite understand the logic behind it. Usually clones are used to confuse the enemy, keeping them from finding the true body, and thus unable to harm the user. This guy, however, was exactly the opposite. Why you? How did you figure it out? Shiokaru sat on the ground, clutching his severed arm, glaring at Chen Feng with hatred. How did I figure it out? Chen Feng muttered softly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do I even need to guess? I could tell what was going on just by looking with my feet. Your skills are far from refined, my friend. What do you know? The clone technique I cultivate was never meant to confuse the enemy. It is. But what? Have you ever heard of cutting off one's arm to survive? Shiokaru's face wore a self-deprecating smile. Kneeling on the ground, he raised his head and looked at Chen Feng. Cutting off an arm to survive. Could it be? Before Chen Feng could finish, Shiokaru's body turned transparent before his eyes. What is this? Chen Feng stared at the now transparent Shiokaru, feeling as if something had slipped from his memory. What you struck was never my true body. Because of the rule that striking my avatar causes pain, it becomes all too easy for you to overlook the most important thing. Huh. You were all fooled by me, fooled by my avatar. Shiokarl's figure vanished within the room, and his laughter echoed through the space, lingering long after he was gone. Interesting. I never thought even I could be careless. Chen Feng stood where he was in no hurry to give chase. Instead he chuckled. Interesting, truly interesting. This trip was not in vain. I'm scared. Kaya timidly tugged at Chen Feng's arm. She glanced around, her face filled with alarm, as if the monster might appear at any moment and kill her. Only then did Chen Feng remember there was still a beautiful young woman behind him. He turned and looked at Kaya. Kaya wore the most fashionable ladylike dress of the time, her pale golden hair braided into a plait. The look she gave Chen Feng was so pitiful that she seemed ready to cry at any moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chen Feng reached out and gently patted Kaya's forehead with his palm. Kaya meekly closed her eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would certainly have died here today. Kaya stood behind Chen Feng. She was petite, reaching only to his shoulder. Her body was still trembling slightly, her slender shoulders hunched. Clearly, she had been badly frightened by what had just happened. No one can hurt you while I'm here, Chen Feng said reassuringly, then turned his gaze back to the room with an amused smile. Although you've covered your tracks so well that my naked eye couldn't detect them, catching you is still as easy as turning over my hand. Kaya watched the older boy before her, a blush silently creeping onto her cheeks. From where she stood, she could see Chen Feng's Adam's apple, a feature that radiated masculinity. As he spoke, it bobbed up and down, looking incredibly attractive. See no evil, see no evil, Kaya ordered herself in a low voice. Her breathing grew somewhat ragged, and she no longer dared to look at Chen Feng. System redeem an ultraviolet visor, Chen Feng said in a low voice. The ultraviolet visor was an extremely effective auxiliary tool. With its help, even the faintest trace could not escape one's eyes. Ding! Ultraviolet visor successfully redeemed. It has been delivered to your inventory. Please check your inventory. Chen Feng took the ultraviolet visor out of his inventory and toyed with it in his hand. The ultraviolet visor looked unremarkable, not much different from ordinary glasses. Its lenses gave off a faint purple glow, yet it appeared completely ordinary. In reality, however, this thing had plenty of remarkable qualities. Chen Feng put the glasses on, and in an instant every trace within the room was laid bare before his eyes. Your scheme might work on others, but not on me. Chen Feng walked to where Shiokarl had vanished, crouched down, and inspected the spot. It had to be said that Shiokarl had hidden his tracks so well that even Chen Feng with the ultraviolet visor found it somewhat difficult to locate them. Yet the better the enemy's work, the more excited Chen Feng became, because it meant the opponent possessed extraordinary intelligence in some regard. Chen Feng enjoyed dealing with such people. Found it. Chen Feng walked to the wall, wiped his finger along the crack in the wall, and spread his fingers to reveal a smear of translucent mucus on his fingertip. You probably never imagined that after living as a parasite in another person's body for so long, you are no longer a normal human. Without that body, you simply cannot survive. This liquid is the proof. Chen Feng's words were not without reason. This translucent mucus was a natural lubricant produced by the human body. Ordinary people did not have it. It was only secreted when the body was subjected to intense stimulation. Just like in the bathroom of the Serpent Woman formation earlier, the mucus the city lord had soaked in was exactly what the young women he had harmed had secreted. As for Shiokarl being able to secrete this mucus, it could only mean one thing: prolonged parasitism had mutated his body. If he could not find a suitable host body, his entire body would rot away until he died. It seems I have no choice but to deal with you. If I don't, other innocent people are sure to be hurt. Chen Feng followed the trail of translucent mucus to the garden outside the villa. It seemed that by the time he reached this point, Shiokarl had grown anxious. Large amounts of the mucus from his body appeared on the flowers in the garden. The intensely irritating corrosive slime caused large patches of flowers to wither. You truly are a sinner. How could you let such delicate flowers come to harm? Chen Feng took out his golden longsword and hurled it toward a certain direction in the woods. Ayah! A man's agonized scream rang out from deep within the woods. Chen Feng flicked his sleeves, and his body vanished from the garden in an instant. Kaya, who had just followed him over, was left standing in the same spot, looking around in confusion. Zoro walked through the corridor inside the villa. After wandering for a long while, he had found no suspicious people. Instead, his stomach was starting to feel hungry. My stomach is already rumbling. I just remembered that I haven't eaten anything today. A savory aroma drifted into Zoro's nostrils. He gave a few slight sniffs, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. This smell is so wonderful. It's awakened every craving inside me. Let's go take a look. Zoro followed the direction from which the aroma was drifting. When he reached his destination, he saw that the fragrance was coming from a kitchen. At this hour, what meal is being cooked? Zoro pulled out the pocket watch from his chest, opened it, and saw that the time was exactly 1:00 p.m. Lunchtime is long past. Could it be the rich family's dessert course? The door was slightly ajar. Zoro peered through it into the kitchen and saw a pot cooking on the stove. That mouth-watering aroma was coming from the pot. Seems like no one is here. Zoro looked around carefully and found no one keeping watch. He swallowed hard, pushed open the ajar door, and walked in. Since no one is here, I'll be the first to try how this tastes. Zoro lifted the lid and looked into the pot. But the next second, he covered his mouth and backed away several steps. Inside the rice cooker, a black tanuki with its fur still intact had been boiled alive. Its eyeballs bulged, mouth gaping wide, tongue lolling out. A clear sign it had been cooked while still living. What kind of nightmare is this? Who on earth eats cats? Zoro stood before the scene, unable to draw breath. In his memory, cats had always symbolized beauty and grace. He himself had kept one during his youth. No one could have imagined that such a lovely creature would be boiled alive in a pot. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Zoro stood frozen, his arms hanging at his sides, clenched into fists, every muscle in his body drawn taut. Who did this? Oh dear, you've stumbled upon my delicacy. I certainly won't share it with you. A portly matron pushing a food cart entered the room. Her face was caked with thick makeup, her grotesque double chin folded upon itself, and her unnaturally long eyelashes reached toward her forehead. She regarded Zoro with a sinister smile. Did you do this? Zoro stood motionless, head bowed, an oppressive aura radiating from him that anyone nearby could feel palpably. Yes, indeed. Cats are meant to be eaten, though this little one was far too small. It wasn't even enough for a proper meal. Zoro placed one hand on the hilt of his katana, breathing heavily, as though he were on the verge of losing control. You look like someone who's never tasted it before. Most people with that expression haven't. But don't fret. Out of pity, I'll grant you a piece of cat leg to try. The plump maid waddled toward the pot, produced a pair of oversized shears, mashed the cat meat within, and lifted a chunk onto a serving plate. Here you go, here you go. After eating this, all your grievances will vanish. Look, your stomach is already rumbling. The fat maid offered the plate of cat meat to Zoro, her face twisted into a deranged grin, as though deliberately imitating a virtuous housewife. Get that away from me. Zoro smashed the plate from the maid's hands with a single punch. Shards of broken ceramic sliced his knuckles, drawing blood. Yet he seemed entirely unaware of his wound, his dark aura intensifying. Who in their right mind would eat your disgusting food? Oh my. After offering you such warm hospitality, not only do you refuse, but you also ruin my precious meal. Do you have any idea what happens to those who defile my food? The fat maid glanced at the shattered plate on the ground, her smile freezing in place. Her thickly painted lips curled upward, as though she had just finished consuming human flesh. Consequences? That has nothing to do with me. Zoro drew 3 katanas, his entire presence drenched in murderous intent. Those who've done this in the past ended up as cats themselves, replacing the ones they killed. The fat maid raised the enormous scissors above her head. The long blades gleamed menacingly sharp as her hands gripped both handles with iron force. Since you won't eat my cat meat, then you shall become the cat. Magic scissors savor the love-flavored cat meat. The fat maid lunged at Zoro with surprising agility. Despite her bulky figure, she moved with fluid grace, her pink high heels clicking as she shifted through unpredictable footwork. Since you struck first, I won't hold back. Zoro assumed his 3-sword stance, blocking the maid's assault. Oh my, I didn't expect you to be a trained fighter. Usually swordsmen of your build make the finest tanuki, firm meat with an unforgettable aftertaste. The fat maid refrained from pressing her attack, and instead stepped backward, refusing to engage Zoro head-on. So tell me, the cat in that pot was a person? Zoro found it hard to believe his own suspicion. How could a human possibly turn into a cat? Exactly. After my loving cooking, even bitter human flesh becomes delicious. What kind of monster was this? No matter where he went, he kept crossing paths with cannibals. Zoro had no time for idle thoughts. The fat maid's attacks were swift and cunning, and the gap in their power was starkly obvious. He had to stay fully alert, or he would become her next victim. Swish! The maid's scissor blades sliced across Zoro's thigh. He looked down to see blood streaming from the wound. It was only a cut. Every swordsman had bled before. Minor pain was nothing he couldn't endure. But this wound felt entirely different from anything he'd suffered in the past. Zoro glanced once more at his thigh and froze. Several strands of fur had sprouted from the area where the maid's scissors had cut him. Was every wound inflicted by her blades causing mutations? It was undeniable. His body was already growing cat fur. Realizing the danger, Zoro eyed the fat maid warily. The wound on his thigh itched maddeningly, filling him with an urge to drop his swords and scratch until his skin bled. It was torture. Pure, unadulterated torment. The dual agony inflicted upon both his mind and body caused beads of sweat to pour down Zoro's forehead. If he couldn't defeat her today, he would surely not survive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Feng strolled lazily toward Xiao Carl, who lay sprawled on the ground with a long sword piercing through one arm. As Xiao Carl watched Chen Feng approach, step by step, fear finally flickered across his face. How did you figure it out? I was so careful. Chen Feng withdrew the sword from Xiao Carl's arm and casually wiped the blood from the blade with his fingers. Have you never paid attention? Chen Feng gestured toward the grass and plants surrounding Xiao Carl. Look, everywhere bears the traces you left behind. Don't tell me you never noticed. What? Instinctively, Xiao Carl looked around and beneath himself. A small amount of transparent mucus oozed from his body. He scraped some onto his finger, brought it closer, and his expression turned to shock. This can't be. When did this start? When exactly did it begin? Looking back at Chen Feng, a trace of respect appeared on Xiao Carl's face. To notice such details? If you've caught me, I accept my fate. Accept your fate. I won't allow that. If you simply give up, where's the fun? Chen Feng's mouth curled into a wicked smile as he regarded Xiao Carl mockingly. You know full well that anyone else would punish you without mercy for your crimes. But I'm different. Chen Feng raised his sword toward the sky. If you can escape my hands, I'll let you go. Xiao Carl stared blankly at Chen Feng, disbelief washing over his face. Let me go. He was certain he had heard correctly. What you said, is it truly true? Of course it is true, truer than pure gold. Chen Feng gazed at Xiao Carl, a mysterious gleam flashing through his deep pupils. Very well. Xiao Carl suddenly leaped up, disregarding his severed arm, and fled in the direction opposite to Chen Feng. He had gone all out this time, no fewer than 20 clones materializing around him. Impressive. It seems you have reached your limit. Chen Feng strolled leisurely behind him. He already knew Xiao Carl's weakness and waited to see what further surprises this man might yield. With a single strike, he eliminated over a dozen clones. Chen Feng watched the vanishing duplicates, his expression thoughtful. I wonder whether this attack will force your main body to share the damage as well. I'm quite curious to find out. Xiao Carl's true form lay pressed against a tree, blood spilling from his lips. He turned to look toward Chen Feng. Fortunately, I never revealed the whole truth to you. Xiao Carl rose and moved through the towering trees with the slow deliberation of a sloth. Fortunately, I never told you that the damage to your main body accounts for only a fraction of the total harm. Got you. Chen Feng's voice emerged from behind Xiao Carl. He turned in disbelief, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Chen Feng moving past him, but when he looked again, there was no sign of him anywhere. Where did he go? He can't be following me the whole time. That's impossible. I moved too fast this time, he could not have caught up. That must have been a hallucination. Xiao Carl's heart clenched as though gripped by an invisible hand. Holding his breath, he dropped from the tree and sprinted through the forest. Beyond the gardens of the Kia estate stretched an endless forest known to all as the Forest of Death. The forest's outer reaches teemed with creatures and villagers from nearby settlements frequently hunted there. Yet deep within, the atmosphere grew unnerving. Nothing lived there. Only dead timber stood everywhere, their towering barren branches blotting out the sky. Once you entered, escape became impossible. Ha ha ha. If you follow me, you'll never leave alive. Xiao Carl plunged into the Forest of Death with apparent confidence, stride unfaltering as he passed the carcasses of creatures that had strayed and showing no fear whatsoever. This place poses no threat to me. I have no heartbeat and require no sustenance. No matter how perilous these woods may be, they hold no danger for one like me. So that's how it is. No wonder you went to such lengths to lure me here. Chen Feng's voice drifted from Xiao Carl's side, but when he turned quickly, Chen Feng was nowhere to be seen. Could this be another illusion? Perhaps the constant terror has finally played tricks on my mind. Xiao Carl let out a self-deprecating laugh. As expected, even I cannot escape the limitations of my kind. Not an illusion, Chen Feng replied. Your speed is simply too slow. You could never match mine. Chen Feng deliberately slowed his pace so Xiao Carl could see him, a smile playing on his lips as he watched with apparent amazement. You have a whole species like yourself? What exactly are you then? I'm truly curious to know. You? Xiao Carl's eyes widened, fixed on Chen Feng, speechless for a long moment before he finally found his voice. How did you catch up to me? My speed is already unmatched. Nothing could keep pace with me, not even a train. How should I put this to you? Chen Feng pressed a finger to his lips in contemplation, pondering before speaking. It's actually quite simple. I merely attached a specially crafted rope to you. Just look for yourself. Chen Feng pointed toward Xiao Carl's neck. Following the gesture, Xiao Carl saw a transparent thread wrapped tightly around his throat. He stopped and examined Chen Feng, then looked down at his neck. Impossible. This can't be real. Given my speed, I should have felt someone that size pulling behind me. I would have noticed. That's precisely why this rope is specially made. Seeing Xiao Carl's confusion, Chen Feng kindly explained, this rope is my own invention, woven from 300,000 bird feathers. Once attached to a moving object, it can bear tens of tons. Of course, such feathers are exceedingly rare. Only those from newly hatched chicks will do. Don't mock me. Chicks don't have feathers when they're born. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Carl refused to believe any of it. 300,000 feathers, 10 years of work, when the man before him didn't appear to be more than 20. It made no sense whatsoever. If you won't believe me, there's nothing more I can say. Now where do you think you're going? Chen Feng watched him with barely concealed amusement. Being dragged at Xiao Carl's speed had felt like riding an accelerating train, taking in the scenery while the fierce wind tore past. If not for the sheer number of lives Xiao Carl had taken, and the danger his very existence posed to ordinary people, Chen Feng might have considered keeping him as a mount. But Chen Feng hadn't forgotten why he'd come to the villa. I'll give you one more chance. Make it count and show me everything you've got. Ha ha ha. A manic laugh erupted from Xiao Carl's throat as he looked at Chen Feng with a triumphant grin. Have you not realized this is no ordinary forest? What do you mean? Chen Feng glanced around, but saw nothing unusual, just bare trees. This is the forest of death, a place where no living thing can survive. I didn't bring you here for conversation. Oh. Chen Feng feigned another casual scan of the surroundings, acting as though he understood nothing of its dangers. Is there something special about this place? Ha ha ha. Xiaokai looked at Chen Feng with mockery. His triumph was too intense to contain. The relief of escaping certain death, the thrill of dominance, had pushed him into a state of euphoria. Foolish. Just wait until your corpse begins to rot. Oh, you seem very confident. Do you believe this place will grant you some kind of protection? Chen Feng did not fly into a rage, instead he laughed regarding Xiaokai with an inscrutable expression. Xiaokai made no effort at concealment either. He surveyed the surrounding landscape, then turned his gaze back to Chen Feng, a smirk of triumph curling upon his lips. Now this is my stage. His body abruptly sprang into motion, carrying him onto a lofty tree branch. Crouching there and peering down at Chen Feng from his elevated perch, he declared, "Savor your final moments to the fullest, for I must return to see my plans through to completion." Xiaokai took his leave in smug satisfaction, leaving Chen Feng standing alone in the same spot. "If you still think you can run." Chen Feng lifted his foot to give chase, when branches spreading like tentacles ensnared him, holding him fast in place. Staring at the seemingly sentient arboreal appendages, Chen Feng's face went blank with astonishment. This is... Inside the villa, the kitchen. Suo Long stood in a horse stance, gripping his katana tightly as he faced the fat maid. Torrents of blood gushed from his forehead, veiling his eyes. Across his body, tufts of raccoon-like fur sprouted from the wounds that the fat maid's scissors had inflicted. The fat maid also bore wounds aplenty. Slashes from the katana scored her chest, arms, and thighs. Yet measured against Suo Long's ghastly state, her injuries were scarcely worth mentioning. "Little one, you certainly know how to struggle, don't you? But Auntie here no longer cares to watch you flail about. If we keep this up any longer, the meal I've prepared will turn cold." The fat maid raised the enormous scissors in her hands, her gaze fixed upon Suo Long. Her grotesquely exaggerated eyelashes and mask-like makeup rendered her appearance utterly distorted. "If you think taking my life is so easy, I, Suo Long, have weathered every conceivable ordeal. Do you truly believe I'd cower before that freakish excuse for scissors of yours?" Despite his bold words, Suo Long's breathing betrayed him. His breaths came rapid and ragged, his heart pounding as though half of it were clenched in an invisible giant's grip, while the other half lay imprisoned within a cage. A sensation that tormented him to the core. "How dare you call my weapon a freakish aberration? It appears I've been far too merciful with you." The fat maid gave the giant scissors in her hand a flick, and in the next heartbeat their form began to transform. One glance at the fat maid's hands revealed that the scissors were no longer there. In their place rested a semicircular sickle. No, it was not fit to be called a sickle. This was a weapon that had evolved from the scissors. The original silhouette could still be faintly discerned within it. What had changed was that a ring of razor-sharp blades had suddenly grown along its perimeter. Great beads of sweat rolled down Suo Long's forehead. He warily eyed the weapon in the fat maid's hands, a frantic cry of disaster reverberating within his heart. "If that weapon draws near me, it will easily inflict even greater harm. Had it remained plain scissors, my katana could still hold it at bay. But in this current form, once it grazes my body, I shall be nothing more than fish on a chopping block." Well, you certainly have a discerning eye. Yet my weapon is far more than just this. Allow me to show you my true strength. Magic kitchen wheel blades that savor love. With a wheel blade clutched in each hand, the fat maid charged at Suo Long. I must not let her get close to me. This was the only countermeasure that sprang instinctively to Suo Long's mind. With a sudden leap, he rose into the air and launched his assault upon the fat maid from mid-flight. Hawkwave. Suo Long crossed his two blades and slashed forth a fierce sword chi toward the fat maid. What formidable sword chi! It actually keeps me from approaching you. The fat maid halted where she stood, making no further attempt to approach Suo Long. The heels of her pink high-heeled shoes hammered against the floor, tapping and quivering with each strike. "But if you fancy that my inability to come near you renders me unable to fight, then you are far too naive. Auntie here, you see, is a cunning fighter." The fat maid retreated, and her movements left Suo Long thoroughly bewildered. Suo Long's feet alighted on the ground, and he crouched low to absorb the strain that the previous onslaught had imposed upon his body. Odd, what is she doing? Suo Long tracked the fat maid's movements with unwavering attention, watching her drift ever farther away instead of drawing near. Suo Long's gaze wandered over the fat maid's form before finally coming to rest upon her wheel blades. Why exactly? He pondered, staring at the fat maid's wheel blades. The next instant he froze, his eyes locked onto the sickles extending beyond the blade's outer edges. Could it be? Ha 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 ha, figured it out, have you? But it's already far too late. The fat maid abruptly bounded into the air, bringing the wheel blades in her hands together. As if governed by some hidden mechanism, the moment they collided, the two sickle blades detached from their bodies and shot straight towards Suo Long. The sickle blades closed in at a velocity so tremendous that Suo Long had no chance to dodge. Clang! The sound of grinding metal rang through the kitchen, and Sua Long was blasted more than 10 meters away by the force of the impact. Who would have thought that two such diminutive sickle blades could carry such devastating force? I almost couldn't hold my ground. Sua Long had managed to deflect the sickle attack with his katana. Though he had blocked it, the ordeal left him in a truly wretched condition. The immense force generated by the sickles placed an unbearable strain on Sua Long's wrists. His wrists, which had yet to recover from their previous injuries, now split open into wounds far graver than before. Thin streams of blood seeped through his bandages, saturating the bindings around his wrists. No good. The shock from the sickles is too great. I can no longer hold on to my katana. As Sua Long thought this, his wrists trembled slightly, and the hilt of the katana slipped from his palm, clattering to the ground. Ha ha ha. A swordsman who can't even grip his own hilt. Is he still fit to be called a swordsman? The fat maid rested her pudgy hand upon the corner of her lips, laughing with unbridled glee. Her eyes were fastened upon Sua Long as though she were gazing at a rare and priceless delicacy. Still, you've put up the longest resistance of all. So give up now. To be swiftly done away with by me is far better than to struggle in agony. Set your mind at ease. My movements are fast. To be devoured by me beats lingering on in torment. Even as she spoke, the fat maid ambled towards So Long. Evidently convinced that he no longer posed the slightest threat, her movements had turned indolent and lax. It wouldn't do for that fellow Shio Carl to witness this. A few paltry branches and you think you can bar my paths. Chen Feng chuckled. With a single stroke of his blade, he severed the tentacles that came crawling toward him. The fallen tendrils instantly lost all vitality, shriveling into dead, withered wood. The forest of death amounts to nothing more than this. Chen Feng stepped over the withered branches and continued on his way. Yet he had barely taken a few steps when even more tentacles lunged at him. There's no end to this. Let me see for myself which is faster, my sword or your tentacles. The blade shimmered with flashing light. The tentacles stretching toward Chen Feng recoiled at once, as though they had touched something searing, yet a substantial portion was still shorn away by his edge. It is merely a few branches. Do you truly believe they can obstruct my blade? Chen Feng stepped over the splintered trunks and continued forward. The terrain here was strangely unique. Dry, towering trees blotted out the sky, and within dozens of miles around not a trace of life could be felt. It was as though a peculiar energy was beckoning Chen Feng onward. Instinctively he walked toward a certain direction, the direction that led into the depths of the Death Forest. The most perilous place brimming with countless unknowns. Before he realized it, Chen Feng had already ventured deep into the Death Forest. Unlike the outer perimeter, pure black flowers grew in clusters here. There were so many flowers appearing both beautiful and eerie. Chen Feng took a step forward and trod upon something hard. He looked down instinctively and saw a skull with a flower bud sprouting from it. Chen Feng kicked the skull aside and bent down to inspect. Beneath each black flower lay countless human bones. It seems the flowers deep within the Death Forest rely on human corpses for pollination, and those who have been turned into fertilizer were drawn here, just like me. Over here, come quickly. A young girl's voice reached Chen Feng's ears. He was puzzled. How could there be a girl's voice in such a place? He looked up and saw a girl in a white dress standing among the flowers, waving at him. She had appeared among the blooms without his noticing. Come here quickly. The girl waved cheerfully at Chen Feng, her expression so innocent and guileless that it was impossible to associate her with this Death Forest. Chen Feng's expression flickered. As though under the girl's spell, he moved toward her step by step, his feet seeming to move of their own accord. What a lovely day today. The girl held Chen Feng's hand as they walked through the flowers. Her palms were impossibly soft and fragile, as if she had no bones. Chen Feng gently squeezed her hand, and she pulled away. Ha ha, stop it tickles. The girl burst into laughter suddenly. She turned around and covered Chen Feng's eyes with both hands. You are so naughty. A thick fog enveloped Chen Feng. The girl's once clear, bright eyes turned an eerie black. She stared at Chen Feng for several seconds before slowly opening her mouth. Her mouth was filled with sharp fangs. Anyone who happened to glimpse her now would be rendered speechless with terror. A triumphant smile appeared on the girl's face as she opened her mouth wide and lunged toward Chen Feng's head. However, the very next moment, the girl painfully released her hands from Chen Feng's eyes and stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. A torrent of black blood gushed from her abdomen. She stared blankly at Chen Feng, unable to speak. Ding. Flower Demon shocked, 488 points. Ding. Flower Demon terrified, 488 points. Ding. Flower Demon perplexed, 488 points. Chen Feng gripped his sword stained with the Flower Demon's black blood and regarded her calmly. Noticing her bewildered expression, he slowly approached. Are you wondering why I alone could escape the illusion you created? Chen Feng bent down to look at the Flower Demon, his smile rather unsettling. Why? The Flower Demon asked, genuinely confused. It is simple. When I saw those human corpses, I realized something was amiss. In this Death Forest, no living creature can survive, yet only you, a single flower, can successfully complete pollination and flourish. The answer is clear. These flowers must have some method to turn everyone who comes here into their own fertilizer. That is why I have been on guard from the very beginning. Impossible. No one has ever seen through my illusions before. Who exactly are you? The illusion vanished. Before Chen Feng stood no beautiful girl, only a massive black sunflower swaying in the wind. Black fluid oozed from the sunflower's stem, suggesting severe injury. The surrounding leaves had also withered. Quite a large sunflower indeed. It is big, but whether the flowers themselves are any good I cannot say, Chen Feng said coldly. If not for his high vigilance, he would have nearly fallen for the sunflower demon's scheme. But why were all the flowers here black? That puzzled Chen Feng greatly. System, why do the flowers here grow so eerily? Ding. It may be related to changes in the magnetic field nearby. Unknown energy has been detected. Strongly recommend the host to investigate. Unknown energy. Chen Feng repeated to himself. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, and a strong intuition told him that investigating could lead to something extraordinary. Open the map. I am going now. Ding. System expanding. Ding. System expansion complete. Before Chen Feng appeared a massive circular navigation system displaying his location and the range of the unknown energy. Since the energy affected the surrounding environment and magnetic field, its intensity variations were also marked on the map. Chen Feng glanced at the map and saw that he was extremely close to the energy's most intense point, only a few steps away. It seems I do not need to walk further. It is right beside me. Chen Feng looked around. Aside from vast fields of flowers and that single black sunflower, there was nothing else. Yet the unknown energy on the map was precisely here, overlapping with the black sunflower's location. Chen Feng gazed at the sunflower, a look of understanding dawning on his face. It seems the source of the energy is right beneath you. Chen Feng approached the black sunflower and drove his sword into its roots. With a powerful tug, he uprooted the entire plant and threw it aside. He peered into the pit and saw wisps of black light seeping from beneath the soil, radiating an eerie atmosphere. This must be it. Chen Feng smiled and dug again with his sword, removing soil from the pit. The black light grew denser, and the deeper he dug, the stronger the energy seemed to become. This energy appeared capable of destroying one's mind. Even Chen Feng could sense its abnormality. However, with the system as his cheat, such mere energy posed no threat to him. Finally, Chen Feng found the source of the dark energy. Lying quietly in the soil was a black rhombus-shaped stone. Chen Feng picked up the rhombus stone and examined it closely. It is just a stone, though the shape is rather unusual. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dark energy stone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional reward, 488 points. Zoro was backed into a corner by the plump maid. His gaze was fixed on her, his face set with a defiant stubbornness that refused to yield. Even if my hands can no longer hold a katana as a swordsman, I will never surrender. Ha ha ha. At a time like this, there is no need to cling to your so-called swordsman's code. If you beg for mercy, I might still let you die a relatively painless death. The plump maid looked at Zoro with a triumphant expression, her face blooming into a chrysanthemum-like grin. Her thick makeup looked as if it might crack at any moment. If any children had been present, they would have been scared into screaming. Zoro will never surrender. He stared at the plump maid, his eyes filled with a resolute, well, that could move anyone who saw it. I'm still speaking tough when you're at death's door. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for being ruthless. The plump maid picked up her circular blade and advanced on Zoro once more. Zoro watched the plump maid. Despair flickered in his heart, but what dominated it was a fierce urge to resist. Even if my hands can no longer lift the katana, don't you forget, I practiced the three-sword style. My mouth alone is still more than enough to wound you. Zoro drew the third katana from his waist and clamped the hilt between his teeth. A mocking grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fat Auntie, this time I'm going to give it everything I've got. Oh ha ha you. Fat Auntie raised her pudgy hands to the corners of her mouth, covering her lips as she laughed recklessly. With 2 hands you still couldn't defeat me, let alone with your mouth. The plump maid did not take Zoro seriously in the slightest. She walked toward him again. The fur of the leopard cat has already sprouted inside your body. Before long it will cover your entire body. Rest assured, this leopard cat fur grows out from your internal organs. Before it covers your entire body, your viscera will be ruptured by the fur, and you will die with your intestines split open and your belly burst apart. Of course, within 2 days after your death, the fur will continue to grow until you no longer resemble a human being. The plump maid's words were undoubtedly horrifying. To say he wasn't afraid would be impossible, especially since Zoro's body was already dotted with clumps of leopard cat fur in various sizes. There were few normal places left on his body. So what? As a swordsman, I have long seen through life and death. The deaths of swordsmen rarely come from natural causes. If I cannot fight to the death and die in battle, that is a pity indeed. Zoro managed to hook up a faint smile. He smoothed his hair back and charged at the plump maid without hesitation. Me? I'm the one who's going to become the greatest swordsman in the world. How can I afford to die here? Right, Kuina? The plump maid leaped clear of Zoro's attack. Standing more than 10 meters behind him, she fixed him with a sneer. Kuina, it seems you've lost your mind. My name is not Kuina. The plump maid raised her circular blades and repeated the same trick. She crossed the two blades, and the sickles attached to their outer edges flew out, shooting straight toward Zoro. I've already experienced the power of that move once. How could I possibly meet it head-on again? Zoro twisted his body at the last possible instant, dodging the two sickles thrown at him. He regained his footing and fixed his gaze on the plump maid. Now then, do you have any other tricks? Bring them all out. Annie has plenty of tricks. This little bit is nothing. Fat Annie stood where she was no longer attacking, but quietly watching Zoro. Oddly enough, when she saw that the two sickles she had hurled had failed to hit Zoro, she showed none of the surprise he expected. Instead, her expression seemed to say she had foreseen it. Strange, that expression of hers. Zoro looked at the plump maid again. She clearly knew the sickles had missed, yet she remained utterly unruffled. A thought seemed to cross his face. Could it be? He quickly leaped into the air to evade the hair-fine silver needles shooting toward him. However, because he was a fraction too slow, one needle still stabbed into his calf. Hiss! The pain of the needles sinking entirely into his flesh made Zoro gasp. His attention snapped to his calf, which felt numb, as if injected with anesthetic. He had lost all sensation there. Ha ha ha, you see. This is my follow-up move. Count yourself lucky for dodging fast enough to take only one needle. But even that one needle will be plenty to make you suffer. The plump maid twirled happily on the spot. Her pink high heels tapped against the floor, producing a series of creaking sounds. Zoro felt his vision begin to blur. It seemed as though everything was spinning. When he heard the creaking sounds of the plump maid's heels on the floor, an inexplicable irritability surged in his heart. Stop spinning. That sound is unbearable. Zoro finally couldn't help shouting. He looked toward the plump maid, feeling as though they were in two separate worlds. And the plump maid's face seemed to grow larger and larger in his vision. Ha ha ha, now I've caught you. In the end, only the plump maid's voice remained echoing in his mind. Dark energy stone. What is that? Chen Feng didn't understand. Gazing at the stone in his hand, he muttered by the name of it. This sounds a lot like something out of Balala the Fairies. Could it be some kind of world-destroying object? Ding. Host, you're only half right. The dark energy stone is an energy body containing a vast amount of dark matter. A stone this size generally contains at least several hundred years' worth of energy. It is born from resentment, and is also a product of nature. It sounds rather horrifying. But what's the actual use of this thing? Should I pick it up and put it into my storage space, waiting for it to increase in value? Chen Feng knew nothing about the dark energy stone. In his judgment, if what the system said was true, then this stone must be extremely dangerous. Ding. Collect enough dark energy stones, and you can upgrade the Jingja sword. Upgrade the Jingja sword. Isn't it already a divine artifact? How can it be upgraded further? Chen Feng was genuinely puzzled. According to his understanding, a divine grade sword was already the supreme sword. He had never heard of any sword above that level. Ding. The Jingja sword is an ancient divine sword. Its ranks from lowest to highest are divine, heavenly, divine, legendary, and chaos. At present, the Jingja sword is at its lowest rank. Chen Feng silently listened to all the system had to say, and it took him a long time to process it. So that's how it is. Chen Feng took the Jingja sword out from the system. Looking at its blade, he saw 10 grooves on the body of the sword for embedding energy stones. Now that you're already this powerful, what will the next stage look like? I'm truly curious. Nami and Ariel walked through the villa, having searched for hours, yet still unable to find any trace of Kaya. Strange, did Chen Feng and the others find her first? Ariel walked ahead of Nami, glancing cautiously around as she moved. I have no idea, but if he did find her, he would surely come looking for us. Nami kept watch as she walked, brushing back her long hair and fanning her flushed cheeks. Strange, don't you feel it getting hotter and hotter? Ariel stopped and said, I feel it too. I thought it might be my imagination, but it is summer after all, so a bit of heat is normal. Nami pondered and found her reasoning sound. She followed close behind Ariel, fanning herself as she walked. Even so, such a vast mansion should remain cool without direct sunlight. Why is it still so hot? Meow meow meow. The cat's cry interrupted Nami's thoughts. She turned toward the sound and spotted a kitten lying at the corner, seemingly beckoning them over. Wow, what an adorable kitty. Nami could never resist cute animals. Her steps lightened as she dashed toward the little kitten. Be careful, there might be danger. Ariel reached out to grab Nami's hand, but missed. She could only watch helplessly as Nami ran over to the kitten and crouched down. Hello there, little kitty. Just as Nami reached out to touch the kitten's paw, it darted away. So stingy, can't I even pet your chubby little paw? Nami pouted and looked up, but the next moment her smile froze. Standing at the corner was a man in oversized clothing, gazing at her with an unsettling smile. Well, look what I found. A lone little kitten. Sam licked his fingers, his eyes shifting toward Nami. Hello there, little kitty. Nami was terrified by Sam's appearance and stumbled backward, falling to the ground as she retreated from him. Strange, you seem awfully afraid of me, and I haven't even hurt you yet. Sam advanced step by step toward Nami. His face was deathly pale, his frame slight and thin, the oversized clothes hanging on him as though a child had stolen an adult's garments. Why, you? Don't come any closer. Nami backed away in fear, her eyes never leaving Sam's movements as she retreated. Meanwhile, upon hearing Nami's scream, Ariel instinctively moved to rush to her side. A stout man suddenly dropped from above, blocking Ariel's path. "Hee, little girl, where do you think you're going?" Butchie blocked Ariel's line of sight, patting his chest with a wicked grin. "You're fighting me now? Who are you?" Ariel gripped her spiked mace tightly, eyeing Butchie with deep wariness. "Who are we? Ha ha ha." Butchie burst into sudden laughter, cartwheeling backward to stand alongside Sam. The two clenched their fists in adopted horse stances, one facing forward and the other backward. "We are the strongest warriors of the Black Cat Pirates, the Catfolk Brothers." Sam licked his fingers and leaped forward. Codename Siamese Cat. Butchie pounded his chest and roared into the air, codename Tabby Cat. Catfolk Brothers, Black Cat Pirates. A flicker of apprehension passed through Ariel's eyes. She realized this was bad news. The Black Cat Pirates were somewhat well known in the East Blue. When Ariel was a captain herself, she had heard rumors that their leader was notorious for his deceitful schemes. The fact that members of the Black Cat Pirates had appeared here meant only one thing. "I've never heard of the Black Cat Pirates. Judging by the name alone, they must be a substandard crew." Ariel fixed her gaze on the Black Cat Brothers and sneered. "And do you happen to know the Yarret Pirates?" "The Yarret Pirates? You mean that crew whose captain is a fat woman?" "Oh, I know them. Got wiped out ages ago." Butchie pondered for a moment before biting his fingernail and replying. "You're mistaken. She is still alive." "Oh." Sam patted Butchie on the shoulder. "Ariel, please, she's a has-been. One kick from the Catfolk Brothers would send her flying 800 meters. "Is that so?" A mocking curve touched Ariel's lips. In a flash, she raised her spiked mace and charged straight at them. "I'm sorry, but you won't live to see that day." Taking advantage of their unguarded moment, Ariel swung her mace and sent Sam soaring through the air. "Now!" Ariel shouted to Nami. Understanding Ariel's signal, Nami quickly drew her pistol and fired at the isolated Butchie. "Goodbye." Butchie collapsed on impact, his bulky body crashing onto the corridor floor like a mountain toppling over. "Yeah." The two girls walked together and high-fived. "Perfect," Ariel said with a triumphant smile. Hand in hand, the two prepared to leave and continue searching for Kaya. "Wait." An icy voice echoed from behind Ariel and Nami. They froze and slowly turned around, only to find Sam and Butchie standing upright behind them, having appeared without a sound. "What?" Nami stared at the two in disbelief. Her bullets had clearly struck Butchie just moments ago. How could he now rise unscathed? It was utterly bizarre. "Hee. Did you really think a tiny bullet could do anything against us? You severely underestimate the Catfolk Brothers." Butchie raised one hand palm open and a bullet slid from between his fingers. "Take a look. Isn't that your bullet?" Nami watched in daze as the bullet she had fired tumbled from Butchie's hand. She stood frozen, unable to process what she was witnessing. "Impossible, how is this even possible?" Ariel glared fiercely at Sam as if trying to burn a hole through him. "My hammer struck you directly. What? Why are you unharmed?" "Ha ha ha. You're far too naive." "Who are we?" "We are the Catfolk Brothers." Sam and Butchie stood side by side and raised both hands high above their heads. What matters most to a cat? Speed, of course. No one has ever pulled off a sneak attack on the Catfolk Brothers and lived to tell the tale. Now it's our turn. Cat's claw. Sam extended his cat paw and lashed out toward Arielta, who was closest to him. "Let me show you the power of our Catfolk Brothers' claws." Arielta leaned backward, dodging Sam's first strike. She performed several backflips behind her, successfully creating a safe distance from Sam. "So what if that hammer missed just now?" Arielta refused to believe I can't defeat two people whose combined bounty doesn't even reach 10 million berries. "So you're that fat woman. No wonder you were asking about Arielta's pirate ship." Sam chased after Arielta, his speed astonishing, twice as fast as hers. "She's just a woman. I'll kill her whenever I please." Butchie was not far behind. He waddled in his cumbersome body toward Nami. "Little sister, your shot earlier really frightened me. Have you thought about how you'll make it up to me?" "Make it up, eh?" Nami retreated while scanning for an opportunity to draw her pistol again. "Then tell me, how exactly would you like to be compensated?" Nami blinked at Butchie with an expression of innocent confusion. "Honestly, a lovely woman like you must be worth quite a bit of money, wouldn't you say?" Butchie was not swayed by Nami's act. He approached her, forming his hands into claw shapes. "I need to be careful. Not a scratch on that pretty face of yours. A damaged face won't fetch a good price. I'm not worth anything." Nami waved her hands, attempting to persuade Butchie to stop. However, his actions made it clear there would be no stopping him. "In that case, then die." Nami raised her pistol abruptly and fired at the lunging Butchie. "If one bullet isn't enough, I'll keep shooting until one hits." Nami fired multiple shots at Butchie's head, but not a single one found its mark. Butchie's figure vanished before her eyes. Nami scanned her surroundings, but could find no trace of him. "Strange. Where did he go?" "Right here." Butchie's voice rang out from above. Nami quickly looked up and saw him plummeting straight toward her. "No. If he lands on me, I'll be completely incapacitated. I can't fall now." In the moment of crisis, Nami's feet seemed to sprout rocket boosters. She dodged Buji's attack in an unbelievable display of agility. Not bad. You're the first person to escape my ultimate drop attack. Looks like I underestimated you. Buji sat on the ground laughing uproariously as he watched Nami. If you have plenty more reasons to underestimate me. Nami fired at Buji again, but to her regret, all her bullets had been expended in the previous barrage. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tossed the empty pistol aside. Damn it. Of all times I'm out of ammo at the most critical moment. Well then I'll have to use this instead. Nami pulled out a collapsible staff from her chest and assembled it into a long stick right in front of Buji. If that's the case then I have no choice but to fight you head on. Nami faced Buji with unwavering determination, assuming a defensive stance. Ha ha ha. You think a single stick is enough to fight me? I'll sweat you away with one palm. Buji examined Nami's weapon and sneered. What does a woman know about staff techniques? Can you even use it properly with that puny strength of yours? Whether my skills are any good will only be known through testing. Nami decided to strike first, using offense to counter her opponent's attack. She twirled her staff and charged toward Buji. Take this. How much force can a little girl possibly have? I'll block it with one hand. Buji casually caught Nami's staff with his bare hand, but the next moment he froze. The intense impact sent a numbing shock through him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Buji stared at Nami in shock, his mocking expression replaced by serious focus. Looks like I did underestimate you. You're actually quite skilled. Recovering himself, Buji grabbed Nami's staff and yanked it hard, sending both the staff and Nami flying through the air. Nami's body moved with remarkable agility. Instead of crashing into the wall, she used the wall's momentum to perform a flawless flip and landed gracefully on her feet. Arielta swung her spiky mace at Sam. She knew his speed was extraordinary and she needed to create a protective perimeter around herself. But she had never mastered evasion techniques. Trying to match the Black Cat pirate's renowned speed was clearly impractical, so she chose to create an absolute safe zone through relentless offensive strikes. You're clever, using proactive attacks to carve out favorable terrain. Sam spun around Arielta, constantly probing for weaknesses in her defense. But how long can you sustain this? Sam showed no signs of urgency. He simply circled her, searching for openings while waiting for Arielta to exhaust herself. As long as I can. Ignoring Sam's taunts, Arielta focused on swinging her spiky mace, striving to maintain an impenetrable defensive sphere. She had sensed from the start how formidable the Black Cat pirates were. Engaging them directly was unwise, yet fleeing was equally futile. The only viable option was to stall and wait for Chen Feng's rescue. Arielta believed that once Chen Feng realized she and Nami had failed to regroup at the scheduled time, he would come to their aid. As long as she could hold out and keep the Black Cat brothers from harming her, she would surely wait for Chen Feng. You seem to be scheming something. Sam eyed Arielta's expression suspiciously, as if searching for some hidden clue on her face. Ha ha ha. Sam burst into sudden laughter, his echoes reverberating through the corridor. What's so funny? Arielta stopped, staring at Sam in bewilderment. I'm laughing at you for being sold out without even realizing it. Sam halted his movement. That person you're waiting for will never come. What do you mean? Arielta paused, regarding Sam with utter confusion. Let me spell it out for you. That person you're counting on will never come to rescue you. You don't genuinely expect rescue to arrive, do you? Your companion is struggling to survive themselves. How could they possibly come save you? I bet he's either been turned into cat meat or had his soul imprisoned, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. Impossible. Do you take me for a fool? I certainly didn't expect you to believe a word I say. But my purpose has been achieved. Sam revealed a triumphant grin and launched himself at Arielta. What should we do? Arielta stood rooted to the spot, her mind a total blank. She watched Sam's figure rushing at her, but her body remained stiff and frozen in place. Arielta dodged. Nami saw Arielta's state and shouted at her, but Arielta seemed not to hear Nami's words at all. Closer. Even closer. Arielta watched Sam's figure drawing nearer and nearer. Her mind ordered her body to react, but her body seemed to have lost all connection with her mind. What should she do? Arielta closed her eyes in despair. Chen Feng's figure surfaced in her mind. If only you were here. Goodbye, Arielta said in despair. Bang. A powerful impact echoed through the corridor, but the expected pain never came. Arielta opened her eyes in astonishment. Sam's body, like a crumpled ball of used toilet paper, had been flung more than 10 meters away, slamming into the corridor wall and smashing straight through it. What? Arielta had not yet registered what had happened. She stared blankly in Sam's direction. Saying goodbye so easily. I never agreed to let you say goodbye. Chen Feng walked slowly out from a fork at the other end of the corridor. He came to Arielta's side and patted her shoulder reassuringly. You did well, but next time don't be fooled by such a cheap trick. Chen Feng. It's you. It's you. Seeing Chen Feng, Arielta froze for a few seconds, then threw herself into his arms. I really thought you were as helpless as he said, unable to even protect yourself. Who am I? Just think about it. Chen Feng gently pushed Arielta away and looked at Buji, who was locked in a skirmish with Nami. You can't even beat a woman. You're a complete joke. Chen Feng walked casually toward Nami. His steps looked slow, but his speed was extremely fast. Before Buji could react, Chen Feng had already reached Nami's side and gently pushed her behind him. Step back. I'll handle this. Chen Feng could tell Nami was exhausted. If he had arrived, even a little later, she certainly would not have had the strength to keep dealing with Buji. Fortunately, he had come in time. Who are you? Buji stared at Chen Feng with fear and caution. This man who had appeared out of nowhere had sent Sam flying the moment he entered the scene. His speed was so fast that Buji did not even see how he made his move. Who am I? Isn't it obvious? You attacked my people, and then you ask who I am. Isn't that a bit too brain-dead? Chen Feng looked calmly at the wary Buji. He drew his long sword, but did not rush to use it. I'll fight you to the death. Buji realized that Chen Feng was an extremely dangerous man. Although no sign of a powerhouse could be seen from his person, judging by Sam's condition, this guy was not just a little strong. If he did not want to end up like Sam, struck dead in one blow, he had to find another way and strike first, catching Chen Feng unprepared. However, almost no method would work against a powerhouse like Chen Feng. Even escape was a distant hope. Buji was smart, and he understood this logic. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? The words kept echoing in Buji's mind, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Unlike the relaxed fight with Nami moments ago, Chen Feng's arrival was like a headsman's blade suspended above Buji's head, ready to fall at any moment, making him extremely nervous. Forget it. I'll bet it all on this one strike. This bastard won't let me off anyway. Buji gritted his teeth and gathered all the vitality in his body into his legs. The next second, Buji disappeared. Or rather, he executed the most extreme footwork within his ability, making his body vanish in an instant. Pretty fast. Chen Feng stood in place with no apparent intention to give chase. He lazily smoothed his hair. But if you think speed like that can escape my attack, you're way too naive. Chen Feng swung his long sword, and the fierce sword aura it released lashed out toward a certain direction in the corridor. After completing the move, he put the sword back into its sheath. Aya! Just as Chen Feng sheathed his sword, a heavy-set man plummeted from midair in the corridor, crashing to the ground with a miserable shriek. Your speed is indeed very fast, but when it comes to escaping my eyes, you're still a million miles away. Ding. Buji's despair, 288 points. Ding. Buji's shock, 388 points. Ding. Buji's fear, 388 points. Chen Feng did not even glance at Buji. He had long been accustomed to the system's point notifications. Against opponents of this caliber, Chen Feng usually felled them with a single stroke. Wow. Chen Feng, you're amazing. Such a powerful man, and you cut him down with one stroke. Nami ran to Buji's corpse, reached out a finger to test his breathing, and looked at Chen Feng in amazement. He was just a rookie. In front of me, he's nothing more than a little mosquito. That's a great metaphor. Arielta jogged to Chen Feng's side and looked at him with adoration. I want to get stronger too, so I won't have to be bothered by little mosquitoes anymore. Of course you need to get stronger. Once you do, I won't have to keep trailing behind you and cleaning up your messes. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Work hard. If you're going to be a member of my crew, you at least need the ability to protect yourself. Chen Feng looked at Arielta. There had always been a plan in his heart to train Arielta into an all-around crew member so that he could hand all the miscellaneous chores to her. But mentioning this now was still too early. Arielta was still too weak. I'll work hard. Arielta bowed deeply to Chen Feng, her eyes full of stars as she looked at him. Being able to board your ship and become one of your crew is a truly fortunate thing. I think I've used up all the luck in my life for it. After checking Sam's and Buji's corpses, Nami ran over to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, those two are dead for sure. Good. Chen Feng merely replied with a faint good. He knew that once he made a move, his opponent would have no chance of survival, especially this time when he had used a full 2/10 of his strength. So for those two to survive his attack was simply impossible. Without even looking, Chen Feng knew this with absolute clarity. You brat, I never expected you to endure for so long. The portly maid stood opposite Zoro, her face glistening with sweat as she watched him, unable to hide the admiration on her expression. Even I was nearly moved by your spirit, but no matter how fiercely you resist, the outcome will never change. You will ultimately fall beneath my blade. Man proposes, God disposes. As long as I haven't reached that final moment of death, I will never believe that I'll perish by your sword. Zoro stared resolutely at the portly maid. His condition was dire, with wounds of varying depths visible across his forehead, neck, abdomen, and thighs. He stood opposite the portly maid, his clothing drenched in sweat, revealing that the battle had not gone in his favor. Boy, I've already offered you the chance to beg for mercy, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, let me show you a truly terrifying technique. The portly maid combined her two circular blade weapons together, assembling them into a new weapon. She pressed the red button at the center of the circular blades, and two metallic chains extended from the outer edge, while the blades transformed again into a crescent shape. Love Kitchen performed the Swan Lake of Love. If anything, Zoro could not quite describe the shape of the weapon in the portly maid's hands. He could only say that the weapon resembled the necklace Nami often wore around her neck, with a cord leading to both ends attached to the reassembled crescent-shaped circular blades. Seeing this, Zoro sneered mockingly. "Annie, your weapon is quite flashy. Are you trying to perform magic tricks on me?" Zoro bit down on his sword hilt, carefully sensing his own body. His hands moved slightly, as if capable of gripping the hilt again. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the 2 katanas from the ground. "I'm fully recovered now." Zoro gripped the katanas tightly with both hands. His wounds split open and blood flowed heavily from his wrists, yet he seemed to relish it, squeezing even harder, as though he would never let go. "Stop boasting. Do you really think you're invincible? Look at your hands. They've reached their limit. Aren't you afraid you'll never be able to use them again?" "Afraid? Of course I am. But does my fear mean you'll spare me? Rather than dying in terror, I'd rather fight you to the end." Zoro tightened his grip on his katanas and charged at the portly maid once more. In previous encounters, he had been the one initiating attacks, but the results had been poor. You failed so many times and still refused to learn. Is this a common flaw among all swordsmen? The portly maid saw Zoro still charging recklessly, and a look of annoyance crossed her face. "Auntie despises the most inflexible people the most." Swan Lake, the proud spread of wings. The portly maid lifted one foot, crouched with her weapon, and began spinning in place. Learning from previous mistakes, Zoro did not recklessly charge this time. Instead, at the moment he was about to reach the portly maid, he halted and ran backward. Strange, why is this time different? The portly maid's technique was already in motion. This continuous style attack was difficult to stop due to inertia, which is why she rarely used it. The reason she used this technique against Zoro was that he appeared too dull, making her believe he could not find any opening even if she employed it. "I was careless." The portly maid wanted to stop her spinning body, but found it difficult to do so instantly. "Die, you old hag." Zoro suddenly attacked from above the portly maid, his speed incredibly fast, as if he had exerted all his strength. The portly maid's pupils contracted as she closely watched Zoro's rapidly approaching body. Not good. If she was struck by this attack, the tide could very well turn against her. No, absolutely not. The portly maid thought, large drops of sweat streaming down her face. Let's see how you escape this time." The portly maid's expression pleased Zoro, making him believe she had no chance to counterattack. But he was still too young. Ha ha ha. Just as Zoro's katana was about to reach the portly maid, her movement suddenly changed. Though still spinning, her weapon hand shifted from horizontal rotation to vertical. Oh no. Zoro realized something was amiss. His face flushed red as he tried to quickly withdraw. "You've already lost your chance, you know." The portly maid stared with bulging eyes, laughing recklessly. "Your actions have played right into my hands, poor little brother. Didn't anyone ever tell you how treacherous this world is?" As the crescent-shaped circular blade in the portly maid's hand was about to strike Zoro, he instinctively closed his eyes. Gripping his katana tightly, he understood in his heart that he had fallen into the portly maid's trap once again. Damned. Was he going to die by her hand today? But he did not want to die at all. A girl's silhouette appeared in Zoro's mind. She held a long sword in her hand, splitting firewood on a tree stump. She looked back at Zoro and said, "You can never defeat me." The girl spoke softly to Zoro. "No, I will. Zoro shouted back to his memory, but at this moment, he felt so powerless. "Kuina, I miss you so much." Ah! The portly maid was sent flying by an unknown force. She lay on the ground and violently vomited a mouthful of blood. "Who's there? Show yourself." The portly maid looked around, but could not find her attacker, sensing something was wrong. "You want me to come out so badly, so I'll come out. Are you ready to face my beating?" From the corner, a man in robes slowly emerged. His face was as beautiful as jade, extraordinarily handsome, with flowing long hair, adding a mysterious aura to his entire being. Chen Feng, holding a long sword, approached the unconscious Zoro. After glancing at him, and seeing that though his breath was faint he was still alive, he turned back to look at the portly maid. "Looks like you were having quite a good time just now. Want to add one more person? Let's have a three-way fight." The portly maid looked at Chen Feng with wariness, gripping her weapon tightly. "Who are you?" Chen Feng scratched his chin, his gaze drifting toward the sky, and said lightly, "How strange. Why do you ask who we are after attacking someone else's person? Isn't the answer obvious?" Chen Feng looked at the portly maid, splitting his lips into a smile. "After harming my person, what do you intend to offer as compensation?" Ding. The fat maid's fear has earned you 488 points. Ding. The fat maid's shock has earned you 588 points. Ding. The fat maid's injury has earned you 588 points. Hers. The maid muttered under her breath, but the next moment her expression froze. "Why you? You. Are you his accomplice?" The fat maid pointed at Chen Feng, trembling as she spoke. "Took you long enough to figure that out. You really are stupid beyond redemption." Chen Feng took slow, deliberate steps toward her. The fat maid scrambled backward, crawling and rolling in an attempt to escape. "It's no use running from me. You're not even worthy." Chen Feng seemed in no hurry to kill her. His pace was tortuously slow, as though each step pressed directly upon her very heart. The fat maid pressed a hand to her chest. Somehow Chen Feng's movements radiated an aura of pure terror. Perhaps because she had already endured one of his strikes, the mere sight of him filled her with uncontrollable dread. Noticing her terror, Chen Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. In general, fat people are more easily frightened. Their excess weight places a tremendous burden on the body, compressing the heart, and often leading to coronary disease and hypertension. And what those conditions fear most is exactly terror and fright. From the moment he entered, Chen Feng had known the cruelest way to kill someone was also the most merciless. To scare her to death, such a fate was utterly cruel. No one would ever imagine that someone so formidable would ultimately perish from sheer terror. And that was precisely Chen Feng's intention. He did not merely want the fat maid dead. A death alone could not satisfy his anger. He wanted a death wrapped in the deepest humiliation. Don't come closer. I was wrong earlier. I didn't know he was your ally. Please be the noble person you appear to be and spare me. The fat maid spun around and threw herself to the ground, banging her forehead repeatedly against the floor in desperate pleas for forgiveness. Humph. Someone like you is nothing but a cancer on society. Why would I ever forgive you? Chen Feng drew the long sword in his hand and pressed its cold edge against the fat maid's throat. I won't kill you quickly. I will peel your flesh away one slice at a time. Have you ever heard of Lingqi? Lingqi. The fat maid pondered for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. I haven't. Then have you ever heard of death by 1,000 cuts? Chen Feng gazed at the fat maid with an evil smile, delighted to see fear finally take root on her face. Her face crumpled into a mess of wrinkles. The heavy makeup on her face seemed ready to crack and fall apart at any moment. 2 streams of tears poured from her eyes. I know. Since you know, then I need not explain further. It begins at your chest. 1 cut more or 1 cut less, neither will occur. 3,000 slices of flesh will be taken from your body. Do not worry, you will not die during the process. Whoa. The fat maid covered her ears in terror, tears gushing forth like a fountain. I don't want to experience such agony. She screamed loudly. Oh, how strange. Given your past actions, I assumed you enjoyed the feeling of being abused. It seems you do not after all. Chen Feng's tone carried both confusion and mockery. He crouched down, his cold eyes locking onto hers. If you dislike it so, how did you manage to harm those innocent people? Did you never imagine this day would come? I was wrong, I will never dare do it again. The fat maid was terrified by Chen Feng's gaze. She gasped for breath, yet the air around her seemed bound by an invisible force refusing to enter her nostrils. So uncomfortable. I can't breathe. The fat maid clutched her throat tightly, desperately, trying to draw oxygen from the sparse air. Not being able to breathe is exactly the point. The air around you has been sealed by me. Though a thin stream may reach your lungs, it is far from enough to relieve your suffering. Chen Feng stepped back 2 paces, watching her with icy detachment. So painful. So painful. Someone save me. Deprived of air, the fat maid's vital energy surged in reverse. Veins bulged across her body, and her obese frame swelled like an overinflated balloon. Looks like she's about to explode. I'd better keep my distance. Chen Feng grabbed the unconscious Suolong and quickly exited the room. Inside the room, the fat maid's entire body floated upward. Her form continued to swell and swell, until like a balloon pushed beyond its limit, she burst apart. In an instant, the room was filled with fragments of the fat maid's remains. A thick, suffocating stench of blood wafted from within, and Chen Feng pinched his nose in disgust. He glanced at Suolong, whom he had laid gently on the ground, and a hint of admiration crossed his face. To endure so long against someone as powerful as me, you've put in considerable effort. However, if you had not been someone who resisted to the end, you would not be the Suolong I recognize. Chen Feng crouched and inspected Suolong's wounds. Suolong's injuries were severe. Nearly every part of his body bore wounds, his clothes soaked through with blood, his consciousness completely lost. What's this? Chen Feng pulled several strands of wildcat fur from Suolong's abdomen and examined them closely. Strange. How can animal fur grow inside a human body? Ding. This may have been caused by a weapon infused with dark magic. Oh. Chen Feng's eyes lit up with sudden interest. Dark magic again. I never noticed this world had so much of it when I watched the anime. Chen Feng produced a vitality potion and poured it into Suolong's mouth. He then stood and brushed the dust from his clothes. Ding. Strongly recommend the host return to the room to inspect. It is possible to obtain additional dark magic fragments. No way, I have to go back. That fat maid already self-destructed. The room is a mess of blood and flesh. Going back in there is disgusting. Chen Feng was reluctant. Just the thought of returning to the room and getting splattered by gore made him deeply uncomfortable. Ding. Strongly recommend the host return to the room to inspect. It is possible to obtain additional dark magic fragments. The mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. The system repeated the same words, clearly urging him to comply. Fine. I'll endure it and take a look. Who knows, maybe I'll find a dark magic fragment. With that, Chen Feng pushed open the door and re-entered the room. Ding. A dark magic carrier has been detected. Please go and inspect immediately. Ding. A dark magic carrier has been detected. Please go and inspect immediately. Following the system's instructions, Chen Feng walked into the range of the sorcery carrier. He squatted and picked up the fat maid's circular blade. The circular blade remained in its final form. Chen Feng gazed at the crescent-shaped weapon, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. This is quite interesting with quite a few mechanisms on it. Is this the sorcery carrier? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Ding. Yes, sorcery information has been detected. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a sorcery fragment. Information is being transmitted, please wait. Ding. Information transmission complete. Before the system's words had even finished echoing, Chen Feng felt a refreshing breeze lifting him into the air. The sensation was unmistakably familiar, and Chen Feng savored the physical euphoria, while equally absorbing the overwhelming surge of memories. After a long while, Chen Feng finally snapped back to reality. He lifted the circular blade and practiced a few swings in the air. This is quite a fine weapon. It would be a waste to leave it here. I'll take it back with me. Chen Feng was the type of person who felt unsettled when he missed out on advantages. He liked to maximize every benefit he gained. Chen Feng, Nami and Ariel came rushing over, but the moment they stepped into the room, they were horrified by the scene before them. Ugh! Nami couldn't hold back anymore and pressed herself against the wall, retching violently. Ariel, however, seemed far less disturbed by the scene in the room. She merely covered her mouth and nose and calmly approached Chen Feng. It appears a fierce battle took place here. From the looks of it, the enemy self-destructed. You guessed correctly. Chen Feng glanced at Ariel appreciatively. That guy nearly tortured Zoro to death. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have lost him as a companion. So powerful that even Zoro couldn't defeat him. Then, did you get hurt? Instinctively, Ariel grasped Chen Feng's arm and carefully examined his body. I'm fine. Chen Feng pushed away from Ariel. She may have bullied Zoro, but she's far from being a match for me. Chen Feng gave a cold smile. She's already reaping what she sowed. Ariel gazed at him with deep admiration. As their captain, he was truly the only one who could protect his crew in moments of crisis. By the way, where is Kaya? Chen Feng suddenly realized she wasn't with him. He turned to Ariel, his face full of questions. Kaya, we haven't seen her. Ariel looked puzzled. She stared at Chen Feng. I thought she was with you all. Oh no. Chen Feng scanned the area. Zoro, Nami, Ariel, and himself were all present. Only Kaya was missing. From his memory, the last time he had seen Kaya was when he was pursuing Xiao Carl. That meant Kaya was likely still in that garden. Let's go. To the garden. Zoro lay on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, his face pale, his wounds slowly knitting back together. He seemed to be muttering something. Nami leaned close to his lips and caught fragments of his breath, repeatedly whispering, Kana, and Sword Saint. Nami stared at Zoro and sighed. As expected of the most hard-working member of the group. Even in a coma, he can't stop thinking about training. In Zoro's dream, he was practicing swordsmanship with Kana when suddenly the fat maid's voice echoed through his dreamscape. He desperately wanted to flee, but thick clouds of poisonous gas surrounded him, sapping all his strength. Kuina, Kuina. Zoro shouted desperately, yet he couldn't find the person he sought. Where are you? Zoro stumbled through the dense fog, calling out repeatedly, but still couldn't find her. Give it up, kid. Give it up, kid. The fat maid's sinister voice echoed endlessly throughout his dream. Suddenly a flash of sword light sliced through the fog around him, and Chen Feng appeared before him. You? Who are you? Zoro stared blankly at Chen Feng's back, but Chen Feng didn't turn to look at him. The things you desire, the people you seek. They must be found through your own efforts to truly matter. Zoro jolted awake, sitting bolt upright on the ground. You're awake. Zoro turned around and saw Nami's face lit up with delight. How long was I out? Zoro croaked hoarsely. Not long. Chen Feng rescued you and gave you an antidote, otherwise you would have died. Nami helped Zoro to his feet and patted his shoulder. You really? You were incredibly lucky. If Chen Feng hadn't arrived in time, you would have been slain by that guy. Where is Chen Feng? Is he injured? Zoro asked again. Chen Feng went to the garden to find Kaya. He's unharmed. In fact, he killed that maid with a single strike. A single strike. A single strike. Zoro's pupils contracted, the two words echoing endlessly in his mind. When will I finally surpass you? I need to train even harder. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, making a silent vow. In the garden, Kaya stood shielded behind Usopp. Before them were Kuro and Xiao Carl. Ha ha ha. The guy you called for help will never come to save you now. Xiao Carl had discarded the maid disguise and revealed his true form. His frame was remarkably small and slight like a dwarf. He possessed two pointed ears and his eyes glowed with an eerie red light. He looked nothing like a human. Usopp, that monster is the one who killed my beloved maid. Thinking of this, Kaya gripped the fabric on Usopp's back tightly. Her force was considerable, her long nails digging into his flesh, causing Usopp to secretly frown. I understand, Miss Kaya. I will protect you. I won't let anything happen to you. Ha ha ha. You think you can protect her? Kuro threw back his head and laughed as though hearing the finest joke. You can't even protect yourself, let alone her. Shut up. Usopp roared at Kuro. He refused to let Kaya see him afraid. As a man, he would not disgrace himself before the woman he adored. I Usopp swear right here and now. If I fail to protect Miss Kaya, I will throw myself off this cliff and never find peace in death. Usopp's face flushed crimson as he glared furiously at the two who were mocking him. Usopp, don't speak like that. Kaya released her grip on his back. Never utter such words. That is absolutely forbidden. You are my friend, and I will fight alongside you. A flicker of determination crossed Kaya's eyes, though she was terrified and desperately wished for that sudden stranger to come save her. It seemed impossible now. Let me fight alongside you. It is out of the question, Kaya. As a man, how could I possibly let you fight alongside me? Usopp gently pushed Kaya behind him. Miss Kaya, rest assured. With me here, not a hair on your head will be harmed. Usopp turned his head and once again faced Kuro and Shokale. His gaze was resolute. I will never let you lay a hand on Miss Kaya. Usopp charged toward Kuro, but he held no weapon. Only a small slingshot rested in his backpack, which he did not take out. In such a situation, a slingshot was practically useless. Usopp harbored no illusions of winning with it. All he could do was stall Kuro and Shokale for as long as possible, waiting for Chen Feng's rescue. Yet deep down, Usopp had no certainty whether Chen Feng would actually come. After all, they had only just met, and Usopp did not expect anyone to risk their life for him. Still, harboring a glimmer of hope was better than none. I am prepared to give everything to protect Miss Kaya. No one shall harm her over my dead body. Usopp tightly wrapped his arms around Kuro's waist and pushed him backward. You think such a trivial move can harm me? Then you vastly underestimate me. Kuro was embraced by Usopp, yet he showed no anger. Instead, he looked at Usopp with mockery. Even if you know our plan, so what? A talkative fool, like you will never have anyone come to your rescue. Kuro was still unaware that Chen Feng and the others had visited the villa, nor did he know what Shokale had just experienced. Thus he entirely dismissed Usopp. Who says no one is coming to rescue me? Today I actually brought an extremely formidable hero inside. Thinking of this, Usopp smiled faintly. I know I love boasting, but when it matters most, someone still chooses to believe me. Ha 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 ha. So that person is the one you brought in. Shokale suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes locked onto Usopp, and a stream of cold breath erupted from his nostrils. His lips curled into a sinister grin. I forgot to tell you. That fellow was lured into the death forest by me. He is probably nothing but fertilizer for the trees by now. After speaking, Shokale tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. What? A wave of sorrow flashed across Usopp's face. The death forest. It was a place no one on the island dared to enter. Legend held that anyone who ventured inside never returned alive. On this island, the mere name of the death forest carried the weight of an absolute prohibition. The death forest. A flicker of shock crossed Kaya's eyes. From the conversation between Shokale and Usopp, she clearly understood that the person they spoke of was precisely the man who had saved her. And that man had now been led into the death forest by Shokale. It was well known that no one who entered the death forest had ever survived. She recalled that several years ago a maid from her household had vanished within the death forest. How could this happen? Kaya lowered her head and tears spilled from her eyes. It is all because of me. If I had not dragged you into this, you would not have to die. Kaya was overwhelmed with grief. She could not bear for an innocent person to perish because of her, yet she also despaired at her own impending fate. Kaya, do not be deceived by their words. Chen Feng is incredibly powerful. He will certainly be unharmed. Usopp shouted toward Kaya behind him. Although he did not truly believe his own words, one needed some semblance of faith, did one not? Kuro, hurry up and finish this. It is already dark. Shokale had no desire to dirty his own hands. He ordered Kuro to deal with Usopp swiftly. Yes, my lord. Kuro nodded to Shokale. He extended his hand, and cat-like claws emerged from his 5 fingers. Charging toward Usopp, who clung to him, he struck. No. Kaya watched Kuro's movement and cried out in anguish. Little girl. You should worry about yourself first. From behind Kaya, a chilling voice drifted toward her neck. A chill ran down her spine. She tried to escape, but her body refused to obey. Stop struggling, little girl. You have fallen under my technique. Escape is impossible. Shokale, walking on stilts, licked his fingers and regarded Kaya with satisfaction. I originally had no intention of using your delicate body and letting you die peacefully, but it seems this is the only option now. Rest assured my movements will be gentle. You will hardly feel pain. Shokale extended his 5 fingers. From beneath each nail, long black claws slowly grew. He raised his hand and gazed at his middle finger. Under his intense focus, a drop of viscous fluid seeped from the tip. Rest assured, this is something that can permanently separate your soul from your skin. It may hurt at first, but you will soon grow accustomed to it. No, don't. Kaya's body remained rigid. She watched Shokale bouncing around her on stilts, utterly unable to move. Tears streamed helplessly down her face. Let him go. Usopp noticed Shokale targeting Kaya and grew extremely agitated. He desperately tried to shove Kuro away and rush back to protect Kaya, but he was powerless to do so. You should worry about yourself first. A cold voice came from above Usopp's head. Usopp looked up and saw Kuro's 5 claws drawing nearer by the moment. I am sorry, Miss Kaya. In the end, I failed to keep my promise and could not protect you. I beg your forgiveness. Usopp shouted. I do not want to die. Kaya's inner voice screamed. She did not want to die. Not in the slightest. She still had a bright future ahead, so many places she had yet to visit, so many beautiful things she had yet to witness. She had not even seen the man who had helped her. Could she really accept death? In despair, Kaya closed her eyes. Tears flowed endlessly from her sockets. Who will save me? Who will save me? The figure of Chen Feng appeared in Kaya's mind. But in the next instant, Chen Feng's silhouette shattered into countless fragments and disappeared. Bang! A long sword pierced through Xiaokale's palm and simultaneously flew toward Kuro. Xiaokale's palm was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood. His 5 fingers even popped off. Clutching his ruined hand, he collapsed onto the ground in agony. My hand hurt so much. Aya! Kuro watched in silence as a golden longsword pierced straight through his chest. Aya! Kello looked at his chest in utter disbelief as a golden longsword had impaled him. Almost immediately, blood began to spread across his chest. This is impossible. Kello spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell backward. Usopp remained kneeling on the ground, his expression dazed and blank. He had not yet processed what had just happened. Chen Feng patted his hands together in satisfaction. When he had arrived, he saw both of them subdued. If he had rescued only one, the other would have been problematic, so he chose to kill 2 birds with one stone, piercing both of them with his sword. History proved him right. He had not only rescued Usopp and Kaya, but also killed one of them. Kaya let out a terrified scream upon seeing the gruesome sight of Xiaokale, her body shrinking backward. She sat on the ground and suddenly realized she could move again. She shook her hands, overwhelmed with a sense of surviving against all odds. She crawled to her feet and took several steps backward, putting distance between herself and Xiaokale. Chen Feng sauntered over to the group. Glancing down at Xiaokale, kneeling on the ground, a carefree smile played on his lips. I heard you thought I was dead. Chen Feng stood before Xiaokale and lifted his chin with a finger, smiling warmly. Who gave you the confidence to think so? To Xiaokale, Chen Feng's face appeared utterly terrifying now, like that of a demon. Frozen in dread, Xiaokale could barely speak. His body kept inching backward, hoping desperately to escape Chen Feng's reach. It's useless. Chen Feng chuckled softly. Xiaokale's face was drenched in large beads of sweat. He stared at Chen Feng with an expression of utter disbelief. You actually managed to escape from the death forest. That's absolutely impossible. Strange. If I could get out, why couldn't I? Chen Feng pretended to ponder, scratching his chin. Oh right, I should thank you. If you hadn't led me into the death forest, I never would have experienced such a miracle. Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of death. How should I thank you then? He fixed his gaze on Xiaokale with eyes as deep and still as an ancient well. Tell me, how should I repay you? No need to thank. No need at all. Xiaokale was drenched in sweat, completely enveloped by terror, far removed from the arrogance he had shown earlier. No. I am someone who must repay every kindness. Otherwise my heart would never feel at peace. Chen Feng stood up and rubbed his lower back. How about this? I'll give you one more chance. If you can put 10 meters between us, I'll let you go. You mean that for real? 10 meters, that was nothing. Hardly believing his ears, Xiaokale exhaled in relief and asked again. Absolutely. More genuine than pure gold. Xiaokale hastily rose to his feet and sprinted in the opposite direction from Chen Feng. A faint curve touched Chen Feng's lips. His left hand, hanging at his side, made a subtle gesture, and the long sword embedded in Kello's chest emitted a mournful hum. The sword flash glimmered so fast it seemed like little more than sunlight reflected in water. Ha! Xiaokale stood 50 meters away from Chen Feng, a look of sheer relief washing over his face. You said it yourself. Once I was 10 meters away, you'd let me live. Of course. I keep my word. You may leave. Xiaokale turned around, beaming with joy, and began to walk away. Chen Feng appeared to have no intention of pursuing him. He simply stood his ground, catching the returning sword. Chen Feng, how could you let her go? Usopp finally snapped back to reality, rising to his feet and staring at Chen Feng in disbelief. Exactly. If we let such a person live, he will only go on to harm more innocent people. Kaya also watched Chen Feng cautiously, still trembling and patting her chest to steady her nerves. I know perfectly well. Then why did you? Bang! Before Usopp could finish, the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground caught his attention. He turned around and saw Xiaokale's head suddenly detach from his body, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Chen Feng's feet. You promised, once I was 10 meters away, you'd spare my life. Xiaokale glared at Chen Feng with boundless resentment. You're a man without honor. I curse you. Who says I don't keep my word? Chen Feng pressed his foot down on Xiaokale's head as though it were a bouncing ball. Bending slightly, he peered into Xiaokale's eyes and said, I never said I wouldn't strike while you were within my range. Satisfied to see the look of shock cross Xiaokale's face, Chen Feng crushed his skull with a single stomp. I'm not the type who breaks promises, you know. Usopp and Kaya stood frozen, watching Chen Feng's actions in stunned silence. They could never have imagined his speed was so extraordinary. He had already reacted the very instant Xiaokale began to flee. It was a spectacular execution, one that left both of them with an indelible and unforgettable impression. So, good. Amazing. Kaya lowered her head, a suspicious blush appearing on her cheeks. As a well-behaved girl, this was her first exposure to such a world. Strangely enough, she felt no disgust. Instead, she felt a growing hunger for power. Chen Feng. Arialta's voice came from afar. The group turned their heads to see Arialta, Nami, and Zoro running toward them. Usopp hurried over with visible excitement. Is it already over? Arialta sounded somewhat disappointed. She muttered, "It's all my fault for being too slow. If only I'd run faster, I could have witnessed Chen Feng's magnificent technique." Zoro's face mirrored the same regret. He clenched his fists at his sides. Missed it again. So powerful. Simply too strong. Chen Feng ignored them all and took a few steps forward, murmuring softly, "System check-in." Ding. System is checking in. Ding. System check-in complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Absolute Domain, Space of Darkness. Absolute Domain, Space of Darkness. What exactly is that? The reward from this check-in was quite different from previous ones. It seemed to be some kind of technique vastly different from what he had expected. He had originally thought he would receive something akin to a shadow clone skill, but it now appeared his expectations were entirely misguided. Ding. System notification. Absolute Domain. Shadow space is an exceedingly formidable technique that unfolds with the host at its center. It is an absolute space from which none but the host can escape. Once an enemy enters, they will perish beneath the host's overwhelming dominance. Hearing the system say this, Chen Feng felt a strange sense of familiarity with the absolute domain, yet he couldn't pinpoint where that familiarity came from. What he could be certain of was that this kind of domain was quite common in many anime and novels. Still, I never expected to obtain such a powerful skill this time. It seems this trip of mine was truly worthwhile. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied with the check-in result. This was far stronger than the shadow clone technique he had anticipated, so what more could he possibly ask for? Chen Feng. A female voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw Kaya biting her lower lip, gazing at him with a hint of shyness. What's wrong? Chen Feng was somewhat puzzled. He noticed a slight blush on Kaya's face, as if she still hadn't recovered from the shock earlier. He gently patted the top of her head. So soft. The fluffy crown of Kaya's head gave Chen Feng's palm an unusual sensation, and he couldn't resist stroking it a few more times. It was as comfortable as the forehead of a little puppy. Kaya blushed, allowing Chen Feng to rub the top of her head heartily. Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I truly can't imagine what kind of ending I would have faced. There's no need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank Usopp properly. If he hadn't found us, we wouldn't have known what was about to happen here. Kaya turned around and finally noticed Usopp behind her. She was suddenly moved. Thank you, Usopp. I really haven't been a good friend. I actually didn't believe your words. Kaya trotted over to Usopp's side, her face full of gratitude. And no, it's nothing. This is all what I should do, and honestly, I didn't really help much. Usopp rubbed his own hair, not daring to meet Kaya's eyes. His gaze drifted elsewhere. Anyway, thank you. Kaya gave Usopp a sunny smile, and his face instantly turned red. Kaya, I Lee. Usopp stammered, but before he could finish, Kaya had already dashed off after the departing Chen Feng. Usopp stood alone in place, feeling awkward and bitter. Miss Kaya, I really wish I could let you know my true feelings. Chen Feng, wait for me. Kaya caught up with Chen Feng, who was about to leave with the others. She pressed her hand to her chest and lowered her head slightly. If you don't mind, please stay at my place tonight. I think the guest rooms in the villa will be more comfortable than the inns outside. How strange. How did you know we aren't from this island? Arietta asked in confusion. Yeah, you've never even left the villa, so how could you know that we're not from this island? Zoro suddenly spoke up as well, since this was a question he was also eager to know. Although I've never left the villa, I'm still very familiar with the island's customs. Today is Thanksgiving Day and the islanders all wear sunflower ornaments, yet you didn't. Also, I know all of Usopp's friends, but he never mentioned you before. That's how I could guess that you aren't residents of this island. Kaya said all of that in one breath, and she felt her mouth go dry, taking a few heavy breaths. Good, quite clever. Chen Feng looked at Kaya with admiration. It seemed this seemingly quiet and reserved little girl was not at all like her outward appearance, but was instead extremely sharp and perceptive. Feeling Chen Feng's gaze, Kaya shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Well, just a little timid, Chen Feng thought to himself. In that case, we'll stay. But the traces of battle here still need to be cleaned up, and those few servants of yours were just killed. Nami held Kaya's hands and said hesitantly, It's fine. I think they chose today to make their move because the servants in the villa were resting today. They'll be back soon, and they'll clean up the villa properly. That's great. Money really is something else. No wonder those guys were coveting your property. Nami took Kaya's hand and walked toward the villa with Arietta and Zoro following behind her. I'm exhausted, and there are so many bugs in the garden at night. I really want to take a shower first. Nami didn't act like an outsider at all, and naturally took Kaya's hand as she walked forward. Chen Feng smiled faintly. He didn't follow, instead watching their figures disappear into the night. He walked over to Hugh Carl's corpse, crouched down, and carefully studied the man's physical structure. While in the forest of death, he had already noticed that Hugh Carl's body structure differed from that of a human. Moreover, the very fact that he had managed to escape from the forest of death fully proved this point. Chen Feng exchanged for a pair of gloves and tweezers from the system. He put on the gloves, took the tweezers in hand, cut open Hugh Carl's abdomen, and studied his body structure. He was fine until he looked, and the sight startled him. Hugh Carl's internal organs were extraordinarily bizarre. Apart from his intestines, there was only a heart that could not beat. If the heart cannot beat, can it still be human? Clearly not. Yet his physique was not much different from a human's except that he was very short. Strange, this is truly the strangest thing I've ever seen. Chen Feng sighed as he used the tweezers to rummage through the body. Ding. Host need not be shocked. This world has always concealed many realms that ordinary people cannot access. Even Roger did not necessarily know many of these things. Ding. As the host chosen by the system, you will gradually uncover the truth of this world step by step. That actually sounds quite interesting. I've always been fascinated by urban legends and stories like that since I was young. If I could experience them firsthand, that would be absolutely amazing. Chen Feng felt no fear at all. Instead, he was eager and impatient to encounter more mysteries. Ding. It is recommended that the host collect Hugh Carl's heart. Hugh Carl belongs to the Dark Ghost clan, a race that usually parasitizes human bodies and is very difficult for humans to detect. According to system records, their hearts can replace the hearts of the dead and bring them back to life. They are excellent materials. Can a heart that cannot beat really be transplanted? Chen Feng was puzzled. According to modern medicine, a person with such a heart could never have survived to adulthood, let alone undergo a transplant. Ding. There is very little information about the Dark Ghost clan currently. The host can also collect their corpses and place them in the system. The system will automatically scan the corpse information, but it requires waiting 1 week. Anyway, the person is dead. If the corpse stays here, it will be cleared away anyway. I'll just collect it. Chen Feng had no particular reverence for the dead. After hearing the system's words, he found it quite reasonable and collected Xiao Cao's corpse according to the system's request. Inside the villa, Solon, Arielta, Kaya, and Nami sat in the living room. Kaya patted her chest with lingering fear. Ever since my parents passed away, all the family property fell into my hands. I never imagined those servants who were so close to me would plot for my wealth. Money makes the devil work, especially when you have more than just a little. Solon sat opposite Kaya with his legs crossed, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. There are bad people among the masses, so you must keep your eyes wide open. But after going through this incident, I believe you will definitely change your cowardly personality. Nami held Kaya's hand. The warmth from her palm made Kaya's eyes well up with tears, and she suddenly threw herself into Nami's arms. Ever since Mother passed away, no one has held my hand again. Gurgle, gurgle. Nami's stomach growled inappropriately. Kaya looked up at her. Nami scratched her head embarrassingly. I ate too little at noon and got hungry tonight. Kaya suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten either. She sat up awkwardly. At this hour, the maids haven't returned. Let me go see if there's anything to eat. Kaya tried to get up, but Nami stopped her. No need for such trouble. The villa should have food supplies. Why don't we make dinner ourselves? Cook ourselves? Kaya had never considered this. She looked at Nami blankly. But how do I do this? I don't know. You've never cooked before. But I suppose a young miss like you never needed to. Come, I'll teach you. You'll find lots of fun trying it occasionally. Nami pulled Kaya's hand and ran toward the kitchen on this floor. Cooking. Solon looked up. His stomach was also very hungry, constantly making gurgle-gurgle sounds. Indeed, the rice balls I ate at noon didn't fill me up at all. Solon's thoughts drifted away. Suddenly, he recalled the cat meat the fat maid had made in the kitchen. His previously longing expression turned dark. He covered his mouth and nose, nearly vomiting. What a wretched sight. After a long while, Solon slowly spoke. His face was ashen, clearly disgusted again by recalling the earlier scene. I don't bring up such things or nobody will be able to eat. Solon silently lit another cigarette, placed it in his mouth, took a deep drag, his face full of satisfaction. Seems I won't be able to eat tonight. Opposite Solon, Usopp curled on the sofa, staring at the carpet on the floor, his mouth trembling as he kept muttering something. My. Solon was somewhat puzzled. He leaned closer and heard Usopp constantly muttering words like confession and is it okay? I can't understand what he's saying at all. Solon leaned back and continued smoking. In the kitchen, the sound of shattering dishes came from the kitchen, followed by a woman's sigh. Sigh? Indeed, young Mrs. can't do this kind of work. In just a few minutes you've broken 10 plates. Nami held her forehead and sighed. Maybe you just don't have the talent for cooking. Truly. I'm sorry. Kaya wrung her hands together as if she had done something wrong. She stood there helplessly, unconsciously standing straight, as if being punished by a teacher. This isn't your fault. You were born a young miss and never learned. Leave this kind of thing to us. Nami pushed Kaya aside and gave her a playful gesture. Leave this to Arielta and me. Great. Arielta responded to Nami while holding a spatula. The spatula in her hand stirred in the pot. She stirred with great seriousness. Nami walked over to her side and looked into the pot. The next moment she froze. This This how is this supposed to be eaten? You made this. Nami watched Arielta pour the black substance from the pot onto a plate, her face filled with terror. What dish did you stir-fry? Egg fried rice. Arielta looked at Nami somewhat puzzled. Did I not do well? I think I did quite okay. Nami picked up chopsticks from the table and took a piece of eggshell out of the egg fried rice Arielta had made. Can this also be eaten? That was put in for decoration. How is it? Doesn't it have a very rock and roll feel? Want a taste? Nami looked at Arielta, seeing the other's face full of expectation. Nami fearfully stepped back a few steps and looked at Arielta. This. I'll do it. Kaya finally found her specialty. She pushed Nami aside and rushed forward, picked up chopsticks, and without looking put a bite into her mouth. Kaya closed her eyes and chewed seriously, as if carefully savoring the taste of the food. Nami and Arielta's gazes also stuck tightly to Kaya. Oh. Kaya rolled her eyes and fell to the ground, no longer breathing under their watchful eyes. Nami hurried to Kaya's side, placed her finger beside her nose, and carefully felt for her breathing. Fortunately, she's still breathing. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thought, indeed this stuff cannot be eaten. Was it that delicious? Delicious enough to faint. Arielta seemed very confident in her cooking skills. She picked up a spoon from the table and took a bite. Don't. Nami wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. So terrible. Arielta's body hit the ground. Nami helplessly held her forehead. Seems only I know how to cook in here. From now on, never let you two near kitchen things again. Together you're simply a weapon of mass destruction. At this moment Usopp walked in as if in a daze. Seeing Kaya lying unconscious on the ground, he was somewhat puzzled. What is this? Because she ate the egg fried rice on the table then. Is this Miss Kaya's cooking? It looks very delicious. Usopp picked up a spoon, scooped a bite, and put it in his mouth. Don't. Nami looked at Usopp lying on the ground and sighed. Why doesn't anyone listen to the end? On the shore of the small island stood a group of people. Chen Feng and the others watched as Usopp said goodbye to the three little kids. Usopp hugged the three children, his eyes brimming with reluctance. I'm leaving now. I'm going to follow Mr. Chen Feng and travel across the sea together. The Usopp pirates are hereby disbanded. Why? You said you'd be the captain and we'd be your crew. How could you go back on your word in the end? Radish head nestled in Usopp's arms, shouting loudly, tears streaming from his eyes like a fountain. Someone like me can't be your captain. I'm still too weak to protect the people I care about. Usopp wiped the tears from his eyes and said, but we can grow stronger together with you. Green Pepperhead was just as baffled. You don't understand. The best way to become strong is to stay beside an extremely powerful expert. And I've made up my mind to follow closely in Chen Feng's footsteps. Usopp patted the three little kids on their foreheads. I promise you once I've grown strong I'll come back and be your captain. Alright. The three little kids reluctantly pushed Usopp away, then said in unison, we get it. You absolutely must not forget us. I won't. As your captain, how could I ever forget you? After bidding farewell to the three little kids, Usopp left the shore together with Chen Feng and the others. At some point, a brand new ship appeared along the shore. It looked magnificent and extremely imposing. Whose ship is this? It's so gorgeous. Nami looked at the ship that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, her face full of envy. It seems there are no pirates on this island, so why is such a ship here? Arielta was also baffled. Just then a well-dressed butler walked over and adjusted his glasses. Sir, this is a gift from the young lady to thank you for saving her life. This is a gift. Everyone present was stunned. They stared at the ship resting by the shore and found themselves at a loss for words. Where is she? Only Chen Feng remained composed. He glanced at the butler behind him and asked casually. The young lady said she didn't want to see such a farewell scene, so she didn't come. By the way, this ship is named the Snowflake. It seems to match the emblem of the Wind Chaser travel troupe quite well. Indeed it does. Chen Feng cast a casual glance at the snowflake. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. In that case, please give my thanks to your young lady. It's getting late, so we should set sail. Watching the group board the Snowflake, the butler heaved a sigh and turned away. Aboard the Snowflake, Nami and Arielta kept pacing around the deck. No matter how one looked at it, this ship was far superior to any vessel they had sailed before. As expected of a rich young lady, she's so generous. A huge ship like this could support a middle-class family for a lifetime. Nami exclaimed as she walked. It would have been strange if she hadn't given a gift. Even though receiving such a big gift makes me feel a little guilty, I suppose someone that wealthy wouldn't care about one ship. Zoro, leaning against the bow, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Still, we've got a new partner this time. From now on, there's someone else to share the work aboard. Arielta gave Usopp's shoulder a hard smack. Newcomer, from now on you'll handle all the work on the ship, got it? Usopp nodded and thumped his chest. Don't worry, leave it all to me. As a newcomer, cleaning is definitely my job. I'm already mentally prepared. Arielta nodded in satisfaction, wearing a grave expression, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. Now that's what a newcomer should be like. Hey look, This ship even has an onboard swimming pool. How thoughtful. Nami jumped into the pool and waved at Arielta. Come on in. The sun has made the water really warm. I don't get why you women love an onboard pool so much. If you like swimming that much, wouldn't it be freer to jump into the sea and swim around? Zoro couldn't understand these girls' thoughts, so he leaned against the bow and smoked in silence. What do you know? If we swam in the sea, we couldn't enjoy a perfect sunbath, and swimming in the sea the whole time would be uncomfortable too. Nami pulled Arielta out of the pool and shot Zoro an annoyed glare. See, you stinking men don't understand a girl's heart at all. Zoro couldn't out-argue Nami, so he quietly slipped out of her sight. The ship sailed onward as Nami and Arielta had a wonderful time. Just then a furtive figure flickered in and out of sight at the stern. She watched the two in the pool with great envy. Chen Feng, however, had long since noticed that there was another person on the ship. Amusement flickered in his eyes, but he remained silent, quietly waiting for the two to discover her. At night a party was held aboard the ship. Zoro and Usopp cleaned and prepared the sea fish they had just caught, while Nami made them into barbecue. Chen Feng and Arielta, completely useless at such things naturally, had one responsible for eating and the other for cleaning up the battlefield. The aroma of food drifted across the ship. After eating and drinking their fill, the group sprawled on the deck. In the corner, however, Kaya was so hungry that her stomach growled and rumbled. Kaya crouched in the corner watching the fully satisfied group with envy flickering across her face, yet she didn't quite dare to come out. Should I go out and say hello to them after all? But the way I look right now probably isn't too good. Kaya murmured softly, but her stomach was unbearably hungry. From the moment she boarded the ship until now, she had gone more than 10 hours without eating, and the little sweets she had brought with her were all gone. Growl, growl. Her stomach suddenly made another sound, this time especially loud. Kaya quickly pressed her hands over her stomach, terrified that the others would hear it rumbling. Strange. Why did I just hear a growling sound? Zoro, who had always been highly alert, suddenly opened his eyes. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he said drunkenly, it sounded like someone didn't get enough to eat. How could anyone not be full? We grilled so much food. You must be hearing things from drinking too much. Nami had also drunk quite a bit. Clutching a wine bottle and leaning against the deck, she no longer had any trace of a lady about her. Maybe it's you who's hungry. Quick, eat a little more. Arielta lay sprawled on Nami and muttered as if talking in her sleep. Phew, it seems no one noticed. Kaya poked her head out again and glanced at the group. Seeing that none of them had sensed anything unusual, she finally sat down on the deck and let out a long breath. Good, but I'm really hungry. Then go out and get something to eat. But wouldn't that be bad? Besides, I came aboard secretly. If I'm discovered, what am I supposed to say? Kaya answered instinctively. Then she froze, turned her head stiffly, and found Chen Feng standing behind her. You, how did you find me? Kaya stared at Chen Feng in utter shock. Her face seemed to forget every other expression. There was nothing but shock. I spotted you before you even got on the ship. What the butler said truly doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Chen Feng grabbed the collar around Kaya's neck and lifted her up. Since you're so eager to come with us, why did you have to sneak around in hiding? Come on, let's go say hello to them. Oh no. Kaya waved her hands awkwardly, trying to break free from Chen Feng's grip. But Chen Feng was far too strong. After struggling a few times, she gave up. Chen Feng deposited Kaya in front of the group. Kaya stood there dumbstruck, not daring to speak. At that moment, Nami groggily opened her eyes. When she saw Kaya, she said, "Oh, it's you." After saying that, Nami dazedly closed her eyes again. Kaya let out a relieved breath and instinctively glanced at Chen Feng. A few seconds later, Nami snapped awake. She shot her eyes open and stared at Kaya. I thought I was dreaming. I can't believe you're actually on the ship. Nami's voice was so loud it woke up the other three. How are you on the ship? Shouldn't you be back on the little island? Hi. Kaya awkwardly greeted everyone. Her face flushed crimson as she clasped her hands behind her back like a child who had done something wrong. Kaya. Usopp, on the contrary, was delighted. He stood up and walked toward her in disbelief. I was just dreaming about you a moment ago. I never thought I'd see you the moment I woke up. I thought our next meeting would be years away. Usopp was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He wiped his long nose and gave his thigh a fierce pinch with his fingers. It really isn't a dream. So what exactly are you following us for? Zoro was awake too now. Sitting on the deck, he asked casually. I. Kaya wanted to say something, but the words reached the tip of her tongue and refused to come out. At that moment, a pair of broad hands rested on her shoulders. Their palms were very warm, giving Kaya an inexplicable surge of courage. Actually, I also want to go traveling with you. I want to see this vast world, and I want to become as strong as all of you. But you don't know how to do anything. You're just dead weight. Arielta suddenly said, letting out a sigh. But with someone as powerful as Chen Feng around, if anyone ever truly wanted to hurt you, it should be impossible. Everyone nodded. Clearly they all trusted Chen Feng greatly, and had all seen his strength with their own eyes. Then can I stay on the ship? I can start learning from the very beginning, and I can do work too. Kaya's eyes suddenly sparkled with stars as she looked at everyone with hopeful anticipation. You'll have to ask Chen Feng about that. Chen Feng is the captain. If he agrees, then we all agree. After a long moment, Zoro said calmly, Chen Feng, will you take me in? Kaya wrung her hands and looked at Chen Feng with great seriousness. She looked unbearably pitiful. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. Oh, silly girl. I never threw you off the ship, so don't you understand what I mean? Besides, you gave me such a wonderful gift. If all you ask is to sail with us, that's hardly a problem. Yeah. Kaya jumped for joy. The huge stone that had been weighing on her heart shattered. She no longer had to hide furtively on the ship. All right. Today we've welcomed 2 new members in total. This really is a good day. It was right to celebrate. Nami stood up and took Kaya's hands. Miss Kaya, welcome to the Windchaser travel crew. From now on, this place is your home. My home. Kaya's eyes suddenly grew moist. She quickly looked up at the sky so the others wouldn't notice her embarrassment. Ever since her family passed away, Kaya had never felt that sense of family again. She was really just a little girl in need of love, and she yearned for the feeling of everyone living together like this. Grumble. Grumble. My stomach is growling again. Kaya quickly covered her stomach, her face reddening as she dared not meet anyone's gaze. See, I knew I wasn't hearing things. So those 2 grumbling sounds earlier came from your stomach, Zoro said lazily with his eyes closed. Suddenly a sharp thump landed on top of his head. Zoro raised his head aggrievedly and looked at Nami, who had just withdrawn her hand. Did I say something wrong? Why did you hit me all of a sudden? How can you say something like that in front of a girl? You're awful, you deserve that, Nami said irritably to Zoro. Seeing this scene, everyone burst out laughing, and even a trace of amusement flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Sister Kaya, if you don't mind, let's just continue the party from earlier. Nami took Kaya's hand and led her to the barbecue grill. Then, as if remembering something, she turned back and glared fiercely at Zoro. You, go catch me some fish again. And make sure you pick the kind with fewer bones. But that kind of fish is hard to catch. Zoro got up lazily, wine bottle still in hand, looking thoroughly unwilling. If you can't catch them, don't bother coming back up. Nami shot Zoro another fierce glare. Hurry up, we can't let Kaya go hungry. It's all right. I can eat the bony fish too. I'm not picky. Kaya quickly tugged Nami's hand and said carefully, it's fine. This kind of work should be left to the men. You just wait here and get ready to eat. Nami patted Kaya's back, looking completely unconcerned. Miss Kaya, so you like fish with fewer bones? I can catch some for you. Just wait. I'll be quick. Usopp pulled off his shirt and dove straight into the sea. When he surfaced, he waved at Kaya, who was peering down from the deck. Miss Kaya, just wait for my good news. Who needs all that trouble? Chen Feng crooked his finger, and all sorts of sea fish leapt out of the water onto the ship on their own. Whatever kind you want to eat, just pick one yourself. Upon the sea, a pirate ship sailed steadily. On its deck, a man holding a telescope gazed across the waves. He was a grossly corpulent man with long, unkempt hair, and when he opened his mouth, his golden teeth gleamed. Women. It's women. That ship is full of women. Hagen Jesse lowered the telescope, his face creased with shameless glee. Pointing at the snowflake, he bellowed. Men, steer toward that ship. I see women. Is it really women, Captain? I haven't seen one in months. At the word women, a pirate scrambled over and glanced in the direction Hagen Jesse indicated. You rascal, the moment you hear women you perk right up, but where were you when it came to actual work? Hagen Jesse slapped the pirate hard on the back, his face twisted in a reckless grin. Haha, brothers, I may not have rewarded you with honors, but I've certainly shared hardships with you. Today you'll have your fill. Don't come complaining later that I've been unjust. Hooray! Cheers erupted from the pirates aboard the ship. Aboard the Snowflake, Chen Feng pointed casually at the assorted sea fish scattered across the deck. Pick whatever you'd like to eat. Anything left over we'll preserve as fish jerky for emergencies. This is incredible. I didn't even see how he did it. Nami stood dumbfounded before the mountain of fish, her face frozen in utter shock. So this is life at sea. It's truly fascinating. Kaya stared blankly at the towering pile of sea fish, a pair of peculiar crimson blushing her cheeks. I've never seen so many living fish in my life. Today's experience is truly extraordinary. It's just a few fish. Once you've eaten your fill, you won't be so easily amazed in the future. Chen Feng sat casually upon the railing, offering a carefree smile. Zoro and Usopp also clambered aboard, collapsing onto the deck as they displayed the sea fish each had caught. I don't know why, but catching fish has become strangely difficult today. I swam around down there for ages and only managed to catch a single crab. Zoro tossed the crab onto the deck, rose, and wrung out his drenched clothes. The next moment his eyes fell upon the mountain of fish before him. This. What's going on here? While you were down catching fish, Chen Feng employed some unknown technique that made these fish leap automatically from the sea onto the deck. Ariel Rose lazily poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip, her brows relaxing. It seems you still have a long way to go to catch up with Chen Feng. But that's only natural given how vast the gap in our strength is. Sighed. Zoro glanced between the towering pile of fish and the small crab in his hand, then dejectedly tossed the crab back into the sea. Compared to these fish, my little crab is far too feeble. Better let it return and grow up first. Usopp similarly surveyed his own catch, then the modest pile Chen Feng had reeled in. After a long pause he spoke. I always thought Chen Feng was merely skilled in combat, but I never expected him to be such a proficient fisherman. Usopp looked down at the sea turtle in his hands, and instantly grew awkward. This. Miss Kaya surely wouldn't fancy eating a turtle. Best set it free then. With that, Usopp hurled the large sea turtle back into the ocean. At the sound of the turtle splashing into the water, Chen Feng turned his head, his brows drawing together slightly, as though sensing something amiss. Just moments ago he seemed to have heard a faint sound, but the splashing had been so loud that he couldn't tell whether it was merely his imagination. Ha ha ha, hello there, little sisters. Everyone turned to see a corpulent, long-haired, middle-aged man with golden teeth grinning widely step out from the ship's stern. Behind him followed a dozen or so pirates clad in all manner of attire. Who are you? Nami stepped to shield Kaya, her expression grave, as she faced Hagen Jesse and his crew. Who are we? That's a rather peculiar question. Upon these seas who else but pirates would there be? Hagen Jesse leered shamelessly at Nami, swaying his head from side to side as he spoke. This young woman was precisely his type. The moment he laid eyes on Nami, he felt as though he'd wandered into a field of blossoms, sending restless shivers through his entire body. Little miss, the moment I see you my whole body tingles. Why don't you come help me cure this affliction? As he spoke, Hagen Jesse strode toward Nami, kneading his hands together as though itching to touch. Charge. The captain's already made his choice. The rest are ours. First come, first serve. Seeing their leader had chosen, the pirates behind him scattered toward the remaining Ariel and Kaya. I want that one. She looks fiery, full of spirit. One pirate sprinted toward Ariel, his face twisted with wicked glee, drool almost trickling from the corners of his mouth. I want that one. Nobody snatch her from me. I prefer those pure and lovely types. Seems like a proper good girl, safe to handle. Another pirate, his face contorted in malice, charged toward Kaya. He tore off his upper garment, hardly able to contain his impatience. Stop. A pebble struck Hagen Jesse squarely in the face, leaving a prominent lump. Hagen Jesse halted, his expression darkening with irritation as he glared toward his attacker. There stood a man with an elongated nose wielding a slingshot. You shall not harm anyone on this ship. Usopp's legs trembled, yet he maintained his defiant stance. He stole a fleeting glance at Kaya, determined not to let her notice his quivering limbs. You think a mere slingshot will stop us? Who do you take us for? We are pirates. Having boarded your vessel, do you truly believe we fear you? Hagen Jesse drew the pistol at his waist and fired several shots at Usopp. Bang! The bullets aimed at Usopp were deflected by Zoro's katana. His countenance darkening, he fixed his gaze upon Hagen Jesse and his pirates, a smirk curling his lips. Too bad. Your gun is no faster than my blade. Hagen Jesse did not grow angry, but instead laughed. His eyes locked onto Zoro as he grinned. Too bad you didn't notice. My bullets differ from ordinary ones. What? Instinctively Zoro glanced at the bullet he had cleaved in two. Purple smoke curled from its fragments, and behind him Usopp lay collapsed. Oh no, I was too careless. I didn't notice there was poison smoke in his bullets. Suo Long covered his mouth and nose belatedly, but it was already too late. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Ha 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 ha, so that's all you've got. I thought you were someone formidable. Huijin Jia, she threw his head back and laughed loudly. He glanced again at Na-Mei, his gaze lingering on her beauty as he licked his lips with difficulty, restrained desire. Little beauty, uncle's here now. Don't you worry. I'll take good care of you. Huijin Jia, she rubbed his hands together and lunged toward Na-Mei, but instead of the soft curves he had imagined, he found himself grappling with solid muscle that bruised his skull. Huijin Jia, she looked up and saw an unfamiliar man held in his arms, smiling enigmatically. You like me that much? You're making me shy. Chen Feng regarded Huijin Jia, she with what seemed like shyness, though his eyes betrayed none of it. Only cold calculation. Huijin Jia, she was startled by Chen Feng stumbling backward as he stared blankly. Several seconds passed before he finally snapped out of it. Who are you? My beauty. Where is she? Beauty. Chen Feng feigned contemplation. Strange. Weren't you coming for me? Now you're looking for someone else. You're too fickle. You deserve a slap for that. Chen Feng delivered a palm strike that sent Huijin Jia, she flying through the air. You claimed you'd treat me well just moments ago, and now you've already broken your word. That simply won't do. Chen Feng smoothed his hair and brushed dust from his clothes, barely sparing Huijin Jia a glance. This? Could I have been seeing things? I swear I just saw a stunning beauty. Huijin Jia, she slid down the wall. Miraculously, he bore no injuries. He turned his gaze back toward Chen Feng, and this time Na-Mei emerged from behind Chen Feng, flashing a playful grimace at him. So it wasn't a hallucination after all. Huijin Jia, she fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, once more his expression growing grave. The fact that he hadn't even registered the woman being replaced by a man spoke volumes about this opponent's martial prowess. Or perhaps his speed fast enough to swap them in an instant. He's going to be difficult to handle. Sweat poured down Huijin Jia's back. He had not forgotten the purpose of his assault on this ship. If he failed to capture those lovely young girls, the entire raid would have been meaningless. Yet the thought of achieving nothing but failure weighed heavily on him. After careful deliberation, she concluded that the women remained his priority, though Chen Feng's overwhelming power gave him pause. He stepped backward and signaled to his pirates with a wave of his hand. Upon receiving his command, they converged on Chen Feng in unison. How peculiar! Do you all admire me as well? Without even drawing his sword, Chen Feng effortlessly swept his hand through the air, sending the attacking pirates crashing to the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. The pirates' agonized cries echoed throughout the snowflake, yet Chen Feng merely cast them a cold glance, his heart unmoved. He's far stronger than I anticipated. I need to proceed with caution. She muttered quietly to himself. His gaze shifted behind Chen Feng, where the beautiful young woman he had set his sights on was still clutching Chen Feng's clothing, her expression utterly fearless. The sight irked Jieshi deeply. The beauty he had claimed as his own was interacting intimately with that man. It was an affront he found deeply disagreeable. For the sake of the beauty in my heart died. She charged toward Chen Feng, weaving between movements while firing his weapon. Chen Feng, watch out. Kaya, standing on the opposite side, suddenly cried out. But her warning had the unintended consequence of drawing She's full attention. She turned his gaze to Kaya, a sneer of contempt crossing his face. What pretense are you putting on? I despise nothing more than women like you who pose as pure flowers. Since you spoke first, I'll send you to hell before anyone else. She altered his trajectory, redirecting the barrel of his gun away from Chen Feng and toward Kaya. His teeth clenched wickedly. Die, you wretched woman. Kaya watched in horror as the bullet soared toward her. Its speed was too great for her to react. She could only stare, paralyzed with fear. Why are you just standing there? Run. At the critical moment, Chen Feng appeared behind her. He scooped Kaya up as easily as lifting a chick and leapt away in the opposite direction. You asked for it. She fired again at Chen Feng. It seemed his weapon held an endless supply of ammunition. Venomous dragon bullet. The venomous dragon bullet hurtled toward Chen Feng. Mid-flight, it suddenly split apart, coalescing into a black dragon forged from dense fog, which then lunged at Chen Feng. Pathetic tricks. Chen Feng drew his golden longsword and struck at the black dragon. However, since the dragon was not a creature of flesh and blood, but rather condensed poison gas, it was entirely immune to his blows. Strange. Why can the mist solidify into such a shape, and why won't it shatter no matter how many times I strike it? Chen Feng had never encountered anything like this before. He watched fascinated as the black dragon refused to disperse despite his relentless attacks. Ding. The system has detected energy similar to a devil fruit on this person. Please exercise caution, host. Energy similar to a devil fruit. Chen Feng repeated the words in confusion. Does that mean this man's abilities don't stem from a devil fruit? Chen Feng turned his gaze toward Jieshi. Originally, he had harbored no interest in such a trivial opponent, barely deigning to fight him. But after hearing what the system had said, his attitude suddenly shifted. Energy resembling a devil fruit. I'm suddenly quite curious. Chen Feng bounded forward, appearing behind Jieshi in an instant. How do you know about my situation? Chen Feng's words reached Jieshi's ears. He hurriedly turned around and fired at Chen Feng. You needn't concern yourself with how I know. What you should be focusing on is how to evade my attack. With that, Chen Feng unleashed several powerful palm strikes toward Jieshi. Several sharp gusts of palm wind converged into a tornado, trapping Jieshi within its vortex. Tell me, how did you acquire this ability? Chen Feng had never heard of any method to obtain superhuman powers other than devil fruits. Although he was aware that magic and witchcraft existed in this world, the manner in which Jieshi had gained his abilities remained an intriguing mystery. You'll never know. Jieshi struggled desperately within the tornado formed by Chen Feng's palm winds, clutching his pistol and firing several shots into the whirlwind. The pistol in his hand seemed capable of firing bullets with different effects, and under the impact of these shots the tornado miraculously dissipated. Don't think a mere tornado can trap me. I, Jieshi, am not someone to be trifled with. Jieshi stepped onto the deck. This time, he merely glanced casually at Nami and Kaya, neither lecherously charging toward Nami nor firing at Kaya. Instead, all his gaze and attention were fixed on Chen Feng. I know you're strong, but no matter how strong you are, you're still just an ordinary man. I, on the other hand, possess the power of a devil fruit. I am a being above you. So accept my judgment. Jieshi fired several more shots at Chen Feng, who dodged them with ease. Hep. Jieshi coldly watched Chen Feng evade his bullets, seemingly mocking his foolhardiness. He waved his hand, and the bullets that Chen Feng had dodged swerved back to attack him again. Oh, didn't expect your bullets to bend. Chen Feng dodged Jieshi's attack once more, then glanced at him, and suddenly reached out to catch the bullet. You don't think I was dodging because I had no way to deal with you, do you? Chen Feng pinched the bullet between his slender fingers and examined it closely. Two swirling symbols were engraved on the bullet's body, seemingly indicating its function. So this bullet of yours is a controllable one, isn't it? Chen Feng said calmly. Since you know it's controllable, why would you still hold on to it? What do you mean? Chen Feng wanted to ask more, but he saw Hogan Jesse clench his hand, and in the next instant the tiny bullet exploded in his palm. Chen Feng. No. In an instant the entire deck was shrouded in the dense smoke of the explosion. Nami, Arena, and Kaya rushed into the smoke-filled air with pained expressions. Ha ha ha. It's useless. No matter how much you cry or shout, it's all useless. This bullet of mine is immensely powerful. Once it strikes you, there's absolutely no chance of survival. Hogan Jesse was convinced that Chen Feng had been blown to death. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Seems you're quite pleased with yourself. But unfortunately that bullet of yours wasn't powerful enough to kill me. As the smoke cleared, Chen Feng stood exactly where he had been, his expression unchanged. No joy of having survived, only an unperturbed calm. Arielta, Nami, and Kaya, who had rushed into the smoke, stood behind Chen Feng, all letting out a collective sigh of relief. Hogan Jesse stared at Chen Feng in utter disbelief, stunned, speechless for a long while. You? How is this possible? My bullet was supposed to. Before absolute power, your bullet is nothing more than a toy. Chen Feng sneered and casually tossed the spent bullet casing to the ground. Hogan Jesse followed its path and saw that it had been crushed into a flat disc by sheer force. Hiss. Hogan Jesse drew a sharp breath, staring intently at the bullet casing on the ground, a trace of fear creeping onto his face. The bullets woven from superhuman abilities were far tougher than ordinary bullets. Until now, everyone who had opposed him had died to his bullets, without exception. Relying on this power, he had quickly established his foothold in the East Blue and looked down on everyone. But today Hogan Jesse knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. Clearly the opponent would not let him off so easily. Hogan Jesse gripped his gun tightly, staring at Chen Feng with wariness. If you have any more tricks, hurry up and show them. We're all busy and we're sleepy. We still need to sleep tonight. With that, Nami pretended to yawn, patting her mouth with her palm. Right, you'd better organize your next attack plan carefully, or it'll be bad if our captain cuts you down with one slash. Arielta chimed in. Chen Feng listened quietly, without speaking, his gaze sweeping over Hogan Jesse with keen interest, as if plotting something in his mind. Chen Feng had not yet performed his daily check-in. Initially, he had been reluctant to waste a precious check-in opportunity on this fellow, but now his mind had changed. The system had said that this man possessed energy similar to a devil fruit. That meant he had either consumed something akin to devil fruit energy, or had been artificially modified into his current state. Either way, Chen Feng believed that today's check-in would yield a great bounty. TCH. Hogan Jesse was deeply indignant. Why was it that Chen Feng got to stand behind three beautiful women while he was stuck with a pile of unconscious pirates? This was unfair, utterly unfair. At that thought, Hogan Jesse grew furious. Why? Why is this world so unfair? Why do you get three beautiful girls behind you while I suffer the agony of loneliness? Why are you so handsome while I'm so ugly? I refuse. I refuse to accept the arrangements of fate. Suddenly a surge of dark energy erupted around Hogan Jesse, enveloping him. Under the overwhelming power, his left and right arms underwent a qualitative transformation. That is. Nami's pupils violently contracted as she watched Hogan Jesse's arms grow hard and thick, visibly transforming into two cannon barrels. That shouldn't be possible. Arielta stared at Hogan Jesse, to her face filled with nothing but shock. How could human flesh transform into cannon barrels? Humans and cannons were two completely different forms. One pure flesh, one pure metal. How could anyone freely switch between the two? Kaya, however, was not affected by the same shock. She seemed to sense something repulsive covering her ears and closing her eyes. Chen Feng watched the transformation of Hogan Jesse's hands with great interest, unable to resist applauding. Not bad, not bad. Now this actually looks like a true ability user. Demon Metal Cannon, activate. Hogan Jesse raised both hands and opened fire at Chen Feng. Hehehe, no matter how formidable you are, you're nothing but a swordsman without superpowers before me. Remember, ordinary people and those blessed with superpowers are completely different. Two shells hurtled toward Chen Feng and his companions. Chen Feng watched them coolly, somewhat unimpressed by the attack Hogan Jesse had directed at him. Trifling tricks, yet you dare display such amateur skills before me. Chen Feng drew his golden longsword and slashed at the incoming shells. With two sharp swooshing sounds, both projectiles were cleaved in half by his single strike. Hogan Jesse stared in disbelief at the severed shell fragments. How is this possible? My shells are woven with supreme energy. Once launched, they absolutely cannot be shattered. There is always someone greater and a heaven beyond heavens. Even after obtaining superpowers, one must still treat every opponent with seriousness. Yet you have failed to do so. Chen Feng extended his finger toward Hogan Jesse, his expression grave. I assumed your technique would prove formidable, but you are nothing but an amateur. If you cannot unleash your strongest techniques against me, then let me end your life right now. This person. Hogan Jesse retreated several steps, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of person is this? He feels like someone madly obsessed with battle. At that moment, Hogan Jesse suddenly felt a strong desire to flee. Nami, who had once been his motivation to keep fighting, no longer held the same importance in his heart. I might as well run. A gentleman's revenge need not be rushed. There's no point expending energy on someone like this. As Hogan Jesse contemplated this, his feet transformed into wheels, and he attempted to escape, while Chen Feng was distracted. We'll want to run away. Chen Feng's voice suddenly echoed around Hogan Jesse. Confused, he looked around only to find the scenery abruptly shift. He was no longer standing on the deck of the Snowflake. What? What is happening? Hogan Jesse had never encountered such a phenomenon. The scene before him was completely unlike the ocean environment, as if he had been transported to another world entirely. Everything was shrouded in dark gray, and the air was thick with an unprecedented oppressive force. The pressure was so immense that he instinctively wanted to draw upon all his energy to resist it. But Hogan Jesse knew this world was treacherous. He could not simply follow his body's urges. How bizarre, where is this place? Hogan Jesse shouted into the void. In this world, he was entirely alone. Nami Ariel Koya and his pirate subordinates had not entered this realm. This world felt like nothing more than a figment of his imagination. This is my absolute domain. You are the first person fortunate enough to enter this world. Absolute domain. What is that? Hogan Jesse muttered the words, having no idea what it meant, yet sensing that this space held tremendous danger. You could understand it as an otherworldly dimension. Within this space, no one can escape my command, and no one can leave. Chen Feng's figure appeared above Hogan Jesse, his body adorned with a pair of golden wings radiating an aura of untouchable sanctity. I won't believe a word of what you say. What absolute domain, what no escape? I have never believed in anything absolute in this world. Hogan Jesse's hands transformed into cannon barrels again, and with considerable anger, he fired several shots at Chen Feng. However, before the shells could reach Chen Feng, they were automatically intercepted by the space itself. You're right. There truly is nothing absolute in this world. All absolutes are merely relative. Yet under the crushing weight of overwhelming power, you have no way to escape. So exert all your strength. Perhaps through your desperate resistance, you might find a way out. Chen Feng hovered in midair, and within the absolute domain, he was the master of this world. Therefore, anything he wished to do was as easy as turning his hand. It's just a pity that the current absolute domain is only a few dozen square meters in size. This bothers me somewhat. Oomph. Hogan Jesse could not bear Chen Feng's smug demeanor. He leaped from the ground and shouted, I don't need you telling me. I know I must fight to escape. You're just a pretty face playing the big shot in front of me. Hogan Jesse's hands shifted once more, this time transforming into 2 assault rifles. He raised the weapons and unleashed a barrage at Chen Feng, thinking, do you think you're invincible in this space? I refuse to believe it. Chen Feng waved his hand, and the bullets fired by Hogan Jesse froze suspended in midair. A cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he said, the absolute domain is not truly absolute, nor am I completely immune to injury. But within this space, harming me will be exceedingly difficult. With another wave of his hand, the suspended bullets reversed course and rained down upon Hogan Jesse's body. Since you're so fond of firearms, let me return the favor. Taste what it feels like to be struck. Hogan Jesse was hurled backward, blood gushing from his wounds as he floated in midair, as though this space were a world without resistance. Lying on the ground, Hogan Jesse watched in bewilderment as his blood drifted outward from his body, his face deep in thought. He reached out and caught his own blood, discovering that it had condensed into bullet-shaped spheres without wetting his hand. So that's how it works. It seems I've found a way to attack you. Demon heavy armor, infinite blood shells. Hogan Jesse, who had been lying on the ground, underwent a sudden transformation. In an instant, his body became a small tank, its cannon pointed at Chen Feng. I bet you cannot control the blood within your absolute domain. Oh. Chen Feng looked at the tank form Hogan Jesse with some confusion. Before he could say anything, Hogan Jesse's shell was already fired at him. You never expected this, did you? In such a short time, I discovered the weakness of your so-called absolute domain. Ha ha ha. The tank that was Hogan Jesse laughed arrogantly, his soul hidden within the armor, as he closely monitored Chen Feng. Your precious absolute domain, easily exposed. I truly cannot fathom the way your mind works. Do you believe you can defeat me because of this space's floating properties? However, you are overthinking it. As I said, the space of the absolute domain is controlled by me. I am the master of this world. Chen Feng waved his hand again, and the endless blood cannonballs hurtling toward him instantly became a pool of blood. The blood lost its buoyancy and splattered to the ground. You see, it's a very simple thing. Chen Feng landed on the ground and walked toward Hogan Jesse. If this is your strongest power, then let me tell you plainly, your so-called ability is nothing more than a trick to amuse children. You have never pushed your potential to its limit. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, and in an instant violent winds howled across the domain. Hogan Jesse also felt an overwhelming pressure. His transformed form was forced to dissolve and return to his original body. I bet that move of yours just now must have used quite a bit of blood. Chen Feng waved his hand, and before Hogan Jesse's eyes the pools of blood on the ground condensed into sharp blood spears that shot toward him. In that case, I should give you a proper blood replenishment. Let me return this blood to you. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the domain. Hogan Jesse fell to the ground in agony, his bloodshot eyes glaring viciously at Chen Feng. Since I can't defeat you, just give me a quick death. Why do you keep torturing me? Torture? I never said this was torture. I have simply been giving you chances because right now you are not yet worthy to be called a true opponent. Chen Feng walked slowly. Don't you want me to let you go? I know that's impossible. I'm not a fool. Hogan Jesse said in despair. He closed his eyes and all that echoed through his mind were painful images. I admit that I am not a good person, but in this world who is born evil? The world has never been kind to me, so why should I bring ease to others? I won't ask you to release me. I know I am outmatched, and I am willing to die beneath your blade. Unfortunately, I don't want to kill you right now. Chen Feng flew to Hogan Jesse's side and gently lifted his chin. Show me your strongest form. Let me witness your true power. I don't wanna. Chen Feng's words were like an imperial edict. No living being in the domain could defy them. At this moment, Hogan Jesse finally felt that immense pressure. Don't make me say it a second time. Chen Feng flew up into the air, sat back on a throne, and said, now let us begin. As Chen Feng's words faded, Hogan Jesse involuntarily mobilized the energy all over his body. The energy around him was profound, yet one could clearly sense a few impurities mixed within its depth. Aya! Hogan Jesse suddenly flung his arms wide and threw his head back as his body transformed. His entire form turned into gray-black metal. Hovering in midair, he shifted into an entirely different shape. Ultimate form fighter jet. Hogan Jesse bellowed. As his voice faded, his transformation was complete. At this point, there was no obese man left. Only a fighter jet circling in midair. Well, you've even transformed into a fighter jet. Seems you have some talent, kid. Chen Feng sat on the throne, propping himself up lazily with one arm, yet a hint of curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Suddenly, a brand new idea crossed his mind. It seems you do have some ability after all. If I were to kill you outright, it would be a bit of a waste. Accept your death. Sitting in the cockpit, Hogan Jesse's face was ashen as he pressed the attack button. Immediately, the fighter jet launched a furious assault at Chen Feng. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Hogan Jesse repeated those words over and over as if someone had issued him a command. His mind no longer seemed to be under his own control. There was no doubt that all of this originated from the overwhelming oppression of the absolute domain. Thus, without Chen Feng's command, even if one escaped from this space, one would end up no better than an idiot. To be honest, having lived 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've observed a fighter jet at such close range. I'm a bit reluctant to let this scene, and so let me add a little fun for you. Chen Feng snapped his fingers and countless fruits suddenly appeared in the air. He pointed at the fighter jet that Hogan Jesse had become, and the fruits flew on their own to surround the jet. I used to love aerial shooting games when I played games in the past. Why not combine aerial shooting with a fruit slicing game? I want to see if it's really that smooth. Chen Feng's wicked playfulness surfaced at this moment. There were still several hours remaining until the next day, so he was in no danger of missing today's daily check-in. You bastard, you're playing with me. Hogan Jesse's furious cry rang out through the space. His voice was tinged with threads of pain and suffocation. Clearly, the absolute domain had tormented him beyond recognition. That's right, I'm playing with you. What do you have a problem? Chen Feng yawned lazily and snapped his fingers again. Since you're not satisfied with ordinary fruit, I'll add a little extra something for you. Suddenly, mini bombs appeared among the fruit, sparks sputtering off them, an extremely dangerous sight. Let's play a bombardment game. If you hit a bomb, it will explode. If you slice a fruit, your stamina will recover a bit. It all depends on your own skill. Even while toying with his opponent, Chen Feng offered a small reward. He stood up and looked down at Hogan Jesse, who was busy slicing fruit. This is a wonderful opportunity for you. If you can slice all the fruit, you might gain the means to fight me. But if you shoot a bomb, you'll die instantly. What do you mean by this? You don't actually think I'd hit a bomb, do you? Hogan Jesse, who had thought he could only die here today, was suddenly handed a sliver of hope. A longing for life grew irresistibly in his heart. Perhaps this was simply human instinct. Hogan Jesse, under the pressure of survival, miraculously missed the bombs and hit every single fruit. As Chen Feng had said, with each fruit he struck, he gained a small measure of state restoration, and after hitting all the fruits, Hogan Jesse felt his body brimming with energy. I despise this world that revolves around you, but I also thank you for granting me the chance to fight you. Hogan Jesse piloted the fighter jet in circles around Chen Feng. So we have finally reached the last moment where we can fight on equal terms. I will spare no effort. Having said that, the fighter jet fired shells at Chen Feng, who floated in midair and finally drew his golden longsword. For an opponent like Hogan Jesse, he did not even need to draw the Jingja sword from his system to defeat him with ease. Fighter jet no. 1 ultimate shell. Countless shells rained toward Chen Feng, yet he showed no fear, swinging his longsword to cleave them all to pieces in one stroke. Fighter jet no. 2 ultimate tracking. The second wave of shells was still split apart by Chen Feng's blade, but several seemed to possess a mind of their own, evading his strike and circling behind him. Sword chi. Chen Feng's body remained motionless as he floated in midair, his sword still pointed forward, yet the sword he unleashed flew toward his own rear. Bang bang. In 2 strikes, the shells that had automatically circled behind him were eliminated by Chen Feng. Fighter jet no? 3. Lethal torpedo. A torpedo? Can those not only be launched at sea? Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback, gazing at the torpedo hurtling toward him, and faltered for a few seconds. Those conventions from the real world hold no power over me. I can simulate the form of any weapon, so launching a torpedo from a fighter jet is hardly unusual, is it? Hogan Jesse stated coldly, while controlling the fighter jet. At this moment, the oppressive force that had bound him had weakened considerably, and he had regained a fraction of his clarity. I see. Hearing Hogan Jesse's words, Chen Feng was no longer surprised. He fixed his gaze on the torpedo aimed at him, his expression growing grave. It seems incredibly fast. How should I intercept it? Chen Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. No matter which angle he chose to block from, it seemed imperfect, which troubled his mildly obsessive nature. No matter which direction you move, you cannot escape the fatal torpedo strike. It carries its own tracking system, and the instant you destroy it, it will detonate automatically. Either way, you will not survive. No one knew where this confidence stemmed from, but Hogan Jesse, who had previously been toyed with by Chen Feng, had now completely cast aside his earlier encounters. I see. Chen Feng muttered softly, yet no trace of fear appeared on his face. In fact, he looked quite interested. In that case, then I need not worry about whether my response will be flawless. Chen Feng gripped his longsword tightly, leaped onto the torpedo, drove his blade into it, and then jumped clear. A single boom echoed as the torpedo exploded. Chen Feng floated in midair, calmly observing the fierce shockwave, yet he seemed unexpectedly captivated by the dazzling brilliance of the explosion. I never imagined a torpedo explosion would look quite like this. There is actually a certain beauty to it. However, such a blast in the real world would surely devastate countless buildings, so appreciating it in reality would be impractical. At a moment like this, you still have the mood to admire some so-called beauty. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Hogan Jesse was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood. The torpedo he had launched with all his concentrated power had been casually neutralized by Chen Feng with a single sword stroke. As though he had not taken him seriously at all. Hogan Jesse grunted, staring at Chen Feng, but saw that Chen Feng seemed entirely absorbed by the spectacle of the explosion, as if he had not even noticed him. A sudden idea flashed through his mind, to seize the opportunity and ambush. When it came to sneak attacks, Hogan Jesse had considerable experience. He was no noble pirate. He had always believed that being a pirate left no room for lofty sentiments. Thus, he had always fought according to the philosophy of striking when possible and resorting to ambush when not, and had successfully carved out a foothold in the Eastern Sea by relying on this very doctrine. Before you realize it, I will take your life. Hogan Jesse pressed a control button, and the lower valve of the fighter jet opened, releasing a round red sphere. The red sphere was remarkably small, no larger than a thumb, yet a skull design was painted upon it, clearly indicating that this red sphere was a highly dangerous device. After releasing the red sphere, the fighter jet seemed to grow sluggish, charging straight toward Chen Feng. Oh ho! Chen Feng glanced sideways at the fighter jet, a strange gleam flashing across his eyes, then tightened his grip on his longsword and split the aircraft in two with a single strike. At that moment, Hogan Jesse's true form had already transferred to the red sphere, concealing the energy around him as he maneuvered behind Chen Feng. You would never expect it, but my true form is right here. The red sphere opened, revealing a miniature Gundam robot inside. The reason it was called a miniature Gundam was simple. A full-sized one would require immense energy, and even at his peak, Hogan Jesse could barely muster enough to form a single finger. Hogan Jesse had been a military enthusiast since childhood, fond of independently researching all manner of bizarre combat machines, with the Gundam being his most satisfactory masterpiece. However, relying on the technology of this world, it was clearly impossible. Even in the 22nd century, where Chen Feng lived, such a humanoid combat machine as a Gundam could not be manufactured. Fortunately, Hogan Jesse was a modified new human who could manifest any armor he desired, so this Gundam combat machine, which should have been impossible to achieve in any world, had actually succeeded in transforming. One armor shockwave. Hogan Jesse piloted the miniature Gundam combat machine, lurking behind Chen Feng's neck, raised his palm and fired directly at Chen Feng's throat. This time, let us see how you escape. I never had any intention of fleeing. Chen Feng's sword intercepted the shockwave, neutralizing it completely. You truly have given me too many surprises. Chen Feng's hand shot out and grabbed the miniature Gundam behind his neck, pulling Hogan Jesse up to his face. You're actually quite clever. Chen Feng threw Hogan Jesse aside. In the next instant, Hogan Jesse's Gundam form dissolved, and he dropped to his knees, vomiting a mouthful of blood. That move had been his ultimate technique, yet he never expected Chen Feng to effortlessly neutralize it. So in the end, I was just too weak. Kneeling on the ground, Hogan Jesse's expression was filled with unwillingness. He rose again and charged toward Chen Feng, his hands transforming into razor-sharp blades. Is that all the strength you have left? Chen Feng observed Hogan Jesse's final transformation form a scornful smile, curling his lips as he struck, once severing both of Hogan Jesse's arms. Hogan Jesse collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony. In the next moment, space shifted. The two reappeared on the deck of the Snowflake, and it was already deep into the night. Nami and Ariel spotted Chen Feng and Hogan Jesse materializing on deck, their faces lighting up with relief as they rushed over. Chen Feng, you're finally back? You disappeared without a word earlier today and nearly gave us a fright. Chen Feng gently patted Nami's head. I merely took him with me. Oh, I see. Ariel spotted Hogan Jesse sprawled on the deck and turned to Chen Feng with a questioning look. This marked the first time Chen Feng had spared a living captive, which puzzled Ariel. I've decided to spare his life. I see. Ariel did not ask why. She trusted Chen Feng instinctively, believing all his decisions were correct, even though this man had once brought his crew aboard with ill intentions toward the women. Chen Feng approached Hogan Jesse step by step, looking down at him from above. Why? Why won't you kill me? Hogan Jesse clutched his severed arms, his expression filled with confusion as he stared at Chen Feng. I am deeply curious about your abilities and equally about your origins. How did an ordinary person, who has never consumed a devil fruit, acquire such power? Chen Feng spoke slowly. As expected. You have guessed everything. Hogan Jesse lowered his head, lost in thought. Chen Feng did not disturb him, instead waiting quietly for Hogan Jesse to speak. Finally, Hogan Jesse pulled himself from his memories, steadied his emotions, and said, You are right. I never ate a devil fruit. I was merely a lab rat who happened to escape. Oh. Interest flashed across Chen Feng's face. What do you mean by that? Hogan Jesse fell into silence, clearly haunted by memories of inhuman experiments. Chen Feng was profoundly interested in such research and could hardly wait to hear what came next. Yet Hogan Jesse suddenly fell silent. He raised his cleanly severed arms before Chen Feng's eyes. Boss, you just chopped off my arms, and now you want me to recount my past. Don't you think that is rather inconvenient? Hardly had he finished speaking when a small green vial was tossed his way. Hogan Jesse caught it from his chest and examined it closely. What is this? A healing potion in payment for your story. Chen Feng showed no regret whatsoever, his tone perfectly calm. Hogan Jesse stared blankly at the vial in his hand, hesitant to drink. He had only hoped Chen Feng would give him some food, never expecting a healing potion. Having just severed his own arms, and now being offered a healing potion, Hogan Jesse could not fathom what Chen Feng truly intended. If Chen Feng wanted him dead, it would have been simple. No need for such elaborate schemes. Yet he spared him, driven only by curiosity about his past, and this confused Hogan Jesse deeply. Won't you drink it? Chen Feng asked mockingly. Right, I am afraid to. What if it is poison? Wouldn't that be worse? Realizing Chen Feng had seen through him, Hogan Jesse admitted it honestly. Uffed. Nami burst out laughing, covering her mouth as she stepped behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng could have killed you long ago. He would not waste such an expensive healing potion on you. But then again, whether you drink it or not is your choice. We have no right to interfere. Nami's smile lit up Hogan Jesse's eyes. He had always preferred girls with her kind of spirit, though he had not met anyone like her since escaping the lab. Over the years, he had become consumed by profit and lost whatever sense of goodness he once possessed. Yet seeing Nami's smile now brought a sudden ache to his heart. When I was very young, strangers lured me away from my parents and sent me to a laboratory. Hogan Jesse lowered his head, his face heavy with memories. A somber atmosphere enveloped him as he sank into sorrowful recollection. I lived in that lab for 5 or 6 years. I do not know what they were researching, but I do know one day they gave us some kind of fruit. We ate it, and out of 6 people in our dormitory, I was the only one who survived. Oh really? Did you undergo human experimentation? I am quite curious. Chen Feng sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. Human experimentation? Hogan Jesse jerked his head up, staring at Chen Feng in shock. How? How did you know about human experimentation? If you were sent to a lab, then human experimentation was inevitable. Were they supposed to give you a happy childhood instead? Chen Feng glanced coldly at Hogan Jesse. Even children raised by their parents do not always have happy childhoods. Think about kids like you who were stolen away. The world is a dark place. Hogan Jesse nodded in agreement, lowering his head as he continued. After that, I gained the ability to control my body. I discovered I could transform into any weapon. Later, I escaped from the lab with 4 other children. What happened? Nami suddenly asked, moved by Hogan Jesse's story, her face full of questions. Yes, that day the lab was attacked by the world nobles. We took the opportunity to escape, but hundreds of children did not make it out. Hogan Jesse sighed deeply. Unfortunately, I do not know where those who escaped have ended up. It seems this matter has always been a knot in your heart. But since you can't let it go, why not go find them? Perhaps you might still be able to locate them. Ariel looked at Hogan Jesse with a puzzled expression. The problem is I have no idea where that place is. On the day I escaped, we were hit by a shipwreck and the waves scattered all of us apart. Strange. Seeing you brings back memories of the past, memories I had resolved to forget. Hogan Jesse looked at Nami, a trace of nostalgia on his face. It feels like there was once a girl like this by my side too, but I can't remember who she was. Oh right. I vaguely remember that outside the laboratory there were several air raid bunkers and a few enormous rubber trees planted nearby. That's easy enough. Why not let us help you search? We're travelers of the sea who love journeying to all kinds of places. If we ever come across the place you described, we'll get in touch with you. Nami clapped her hands and suddenly offered to help Hogan Jesse find his companions. During the day, I was still plotting against you, yet now at night, you're already willing to forgive and forget. But I only remember that one scene. For you to help me search would be like fishing for a needle in the ocean. Hogan Jesse was deeply moved. His eyes glistened as he stared at Nami, stunned. Indeed, the girl he had taken a liking to at first sight truly possessed a healing, soothing magic. No worries, we have our captain here. I'm sure he'll find a way. Nami turned to look at Chen Feng, her face full of expectation. Chen Feng did not speak, merely giving a soft hum of consent. The next moment a seal appeared in his hand, engraved with the mark of a demon. However, you must sign a contract with me and become my pawn in the East Sea. Hogan Jesse looked at Chen Feng with hesitation, his gaze fixed on the seal in Chen Feng's hand. A contract? I'm not exactly a man of contractual honor. Besides, I don't even know what you'll ask me to do. Still, even if you demand something impossible, I have no choice but to agree now. After all, my life is in your hands. Good that you understand. Of course, I won't give you any chance to break the contract once you leave. Chen Feng walked toward Hogan Jesse with the demon seal in hand, his steps slow and his face carrying a languid smile. I can help you find your companions, and in return you must obey me. When you receive an order, you are absolutely forbidden to resist. That shall be the contract between us. Chen Feng stopped in front of Hogan Jesse and crouched down, bringing his eyes level with the man's. He gazed at him quietly. Now is still the time to back out if you wish. Back out of what? This life of mine was already spared by your hand. I'd be grateful enough that you didn't kill me, let alone that you promised to help me find my companions. To me, that's already an incredible stroke of luck. Hogan Jesse let out a self-deprecating laugh, then a look of resolve rose on his face. Come on then, use that brand of yours. Good. The seal pressed firmly onto Hogan Jesse's neck. As the contract took effect, Hogan Jesse felt as though a blazing fire was scorching his skin. Chen Feng lifted the seal away. Everyone looked and saw that on Hogan Jesse's neck there now appeared a demon pattern identical to the one on Ariel's body. This mark means our pact has taken effect. Hogan Jesse instinctively reached for his neck and felt a raised pattern, exactly where the demon emblem was. Is this some new style of tattooing? I've never seen anything like it. Hogan Jesse found it rather curious. He stood up, found a reflective surface, and examined it closely. Can a tiny tattoo like this really bind a person? Of course. If you defy my orders, I can make you explode at any moment. Hearing this, Hogan Jesse gave a violent shudder. He looked at Chen Feng. Let me say this first. I won't sell my body. Ariel burst out laughing. Big brother, look at yourself. Even if you were forced to sell your body, nobody would be willing to put up with that. Don't worry, Chen Feng is a good person. As long as you don't cross the line, he won't punish you. What happened? Kuya walked out of the room, rubbing her throbbing head. When she looked toward the deck and saw Hogan Jesse, she froze in place, a fearful expression spreading across her face. It's you. Kuya recalled everything that had happened on the deck during the day. Pointing at Hogan Jesse, she was unable to speak for a long time. You're awake, Kuya. Nami and Ariel trotted over to Kuya's side, each grabbing one of her hands as they looked her over from head to toe. Why did you suddenly faint earlier? Ariel, and I even thought you might be anemic. I don't know either. Just now when I saw her transform, I seemed to hear some horrible sound. And then I lost consciousness. Everyone followed the direction of Kuya's pointing finger. They saw Hogan Jesse kneeling on the ground, looking equally bewildered. Strange. How come we didn't hear any horrible sound? Ariel and Nami exchanged puzzled glances. Do you know the reason? Chen Feng suddenly asked Hogan Jesse. Hogan Jesse shook his head, equally perplexed. I've never encountered such a situation either. Maybe she's allergic to superpowers. That would be unheard of. How strange. Chen Feng muttered softly. Just then the system's mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding, ding. Detected that Kuya possesses a rare constitution that can sense abnormal energy in her surroundings. Rare constitution. How rare exactly? Explain it more clearly. Chen Feng asked with confusion. Ding. This constitution is 1 in 10,000. It allows its bearer to acutely perceive shifts in the surrounding magnetic field and changes in the energy within living beings. It is an extremely rare constitution, appearing only once in several hundred years. It belongs to the realm of legendary constitutions. That really is quite rare. Who would have thought that this supreme constitution, appearing only once in centuries, would end up on my ship? The corners of Chen Feng's mouth curved upward as his gaze fell deeply on Kuya, who was surrounded by Nami and Ariel. With such a fine seedling, I must nurture her carefully. Chen Feng chuckled softly. Ding. Those with this constitution can never practice martial arts for life, or otherwise their blood vessels will reverse, and they will die. Oh, Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. Such a formidable constitution, yet it couldn't practice martial arts. Wasn't that a complete waste? Ding. Perhaps a person with this physique could learn magic or witchcraft, yet the system currently lacks clear understanding of such traits. A person whom even the system cannot definitively diagnose. Chen Feng glanced toward Kia, who simultaneously raised her head, as though sensing his gaze. Their eyes met, and a pair of crimson blushing spread across her face. Chen Feng shifted his gaze to the sea. System sign in. Chen Feng said. Ding. The system is signing in. Ding. System sign in complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Warship Pursuit Cannon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning achievement points, plus 2,388. The Warship Pursuit Cannon seems to belong to the same series as the Warship Accelerator. Chen Feng muttered softly. Ding. The Warship Pursuit Cannon can provide defensive support for vessels. Its attacks are controllable. The host can regulate its firing speed, as well as its range. The maximum velocity of this pursuit cannon is 1.5 times that of ordinary defensive projectiles. The Warship Pursuit Cannon cannot be transferred and responds solely to the host's commands. Even the description resembles that of the Warship Accelerator. It appears products within this series differ only slightly in functionality. Chen Feng roughly understood the product series, withdrew the miniature Warship Pursuit Cannon from the system inventory, and installed it aboard Snowflake. Ding. This Warship Pursuit Cannon employs an encircling defense mode. Once installed, the vessel becomes surrounded. In the event of enemy attack, it guarantees 360-degree defense without blind spots. Quite excellent. Chen Feng waved his hand, and the Warship Pursuit Cannon automatically installed upon the prow of Snowflake. Suddenly, countless cannons appeared around Snowflake. After extending their muzzles and adjusting their positions, they retracted. What just happened? Everyone on board was stunned. They had only heard a strange sound, and then giant cannons had automatically appeared around the vessel. How is this possible? Why did cannons suddenly install themselves on Snowflake? Nami looked up at the sky in confusion. The cannon muzzles had already retracted, unlike moments ago when the entire ship had been shrouded in shadow. Kia, do you know anything about this? Aerial Tower turned toward Kia, curiously, suspecting Kia might have had the cannons installed beforehand. I have no idea. I've never heard that this vessel was equipped with any attacking devices. Kia shared the same bewildered expression. Zoro and Usopp emerged from their cabin, awakened by the thunderous noise of cannon installation. Stepping outside, they spotted the retracted cannons surrounding them. Strange, how did so many things suddenly appear? Zoro gazed blankly at the surroundings, and after a few seconds he grinned. But this is pretty good. Nothing would dare target Snowflake now. But when were these cannons installed? Installing something like this should have taken considerable time. Usopp remained utterly puzzled. He had always been fascinated by such mechanisms and knew well that equipping a massive vessel like this with defensive cannons all around could not possibly be accomplished in such a brief moment. I installed them. Chen Feng slowly walked from the prow toward the group. Somehow producing a fan, he waved it idly. I had these specially crafted by a master artisan beforehand. I didn't expect them to fit Snowflake so well. Look quite imposing, aren't they? So Chen Feng did this, no wonder none of us knew about it. Kia spoke softly. Chen Feng is exactly like that. He always quietly does things that astonish us, most importantly without treating it as anything remarkable. Nami smiled, her face radiating joy. With such excellent defensive armament around Snowflake, incidents like today would never occur again, bringing immense relief to her heart. Chen Feng, how many more surprises are you going to give us? You might as well finish them all at once. Being startled by you daily could give one a heart condition. Aerial Tower covered her mouth and laughed, her gaze burning brightly toward Chen Feng, her charming cheeks tinged with an extraordinary blush. Since you've boarded my ship, I cannot allow you to face any threats here. This is additional protection I provide, for you and also for myself. Although it holds little practical significance for me, I believe it will give you greater peace of mind. Chen Feng said casually. Today's battle against Hagen Jiez had been highly meaningful. He had never expected to obtain a Warship Pursuit Cannon. Snowflake was their stronghold. Although his power was formidable, he could not guarantee the ship would remain unattacked and undamaged. With the Pursuit Cannon's protection, he no longer needed to worry about such matters. Why are you still here? Suddenly Chen Feng noticed Hagen Jiez still present and raised an eyebrow. Such late hours, and you haven't returned yet. Could it be that you wish to dine on my ship? Upon hearing Chen Feng's dismissal, Hagen Jiez immediately understood he should leave. He gave everyone an awkward smile. Yes, look at me. Having just been pardoned, I didn't know what to do. I'll be going now. My ship is off to the side. No need to see me off. Hagen Jiez slipped away shamefully from the stern. Goodness, if he stayed any longer, and Chen Feng grew displeased, and used him to test the cannon's firepower, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Chen Feng and his party stood on the ship watching Hagen Jiez and his pirate crew sail away. Only then did the others return to the deck, leaving Zoro and Usopp still standing there utterly confused. Strange, wasn't this guy the pirate who attacked our travel group? How did he end up being let go? Usopp looked bewildered, turning to Zoro with a questioning expression. Who knows, I have no idea what happened in between. Seems we missed a great deal. Zoro pressed his forehead in exasperation. Next time I shouldn't drink so much. Drinking too much causes blackouts. Snowflake sailed across the vast sea. Suddenly a woman's scream rang out from the deck. Zoro and Usopp hurried over only to find Chen Feng had arrived first, shielding the frightened Kia in his embrace. Hiding within Chen Feng's arms, Kia pointed tremblingly at a chest placed upon the prow, her face pale with terror. There. What about it? Usopp looked at Kia, thoroughly puzzled. He saw Kia subconsciously hiding in Chen Feng's embrace, a trace of irritation stirring in his heart. If you want to know what's there, just look. Zoro walked to the bow and opened the chest. The next moment, he froze where he stood. What is this? There's something inside what could make even you dumbfounded. Nami approached, her face filled with confusion. Following Zoro's gaze, she looked into the chest and saw a shriveled human head placed inside. This? Nami stood frozen. After a long while, she finally reacted. Strange, why would there be a human head in a chest? Everyone gathered around the chest. Following Nami and Zoro's line of sight, they all saw a desiccated human head lying inside. Chen Feng took a glance, his brows furrowing as though he had thought of something. Strange, this human head looks so familiar. Nami stared intently at the shriveled head in the chest. Her expression grew solemn. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she put on rubber gloves and took the head out of the box. This is... Chen Feng also experienced a moment of astonishment. That head was very familiar. It belonged to someone he had encountered before in the East Blue. That person was equally well known to Nami. If not for him, she would never have joined Chen Feng's expedition party. And that person, namely the owner of this desiccated head, was Bill Simon, the captain of the nameless pirate crew. When Nami realized this was someone she had seen before, she was deeply shocked. She turned to look at Chen Feng, her expression unreadable. Clearly this head has nothing to do with us. But why it was placed at the bow is something hard to fathom. How terrifying. What kind of person could be so cruel as to actually tear a human head from their neck? Kia covered her mouth, staring with disgust at the shriveled head in Nami's hand. He got what he deserved. After harming so many people, death by decapitation is almost a merciful end. Nami spat on the ground, speaking with visible disgust. But this method of death, I've never encountered anything like it before. Without even needing to think about it, the person who did this must have hated him to death, which is why they chose such a method. Ariel casually leaned against the railing, looking at the shriveled head in Nami's hands, and said, I once heard that some island natives enjoy turning their enemies' heads into shriveled trophies to commemorate victory. And this particular craft of preservation is no ordinary feat. Ariel gazed at the sea, her tone indifferent. Wait a moment, there seems to be something beneath it. Usopp with his sharp eyes noticed something underneath the shriveled head. He quickly walked over, reached beneath it, and pulled out a silk scarf. Usopp unfolded the scarf and directly saw a message written on it. The head of Bill Simon, captain of the nameless pirate crew, is hereby presented as a token of gratitude for your lordship's great kindness. This object can protect the vessel from storms, and furthermore, when encountering followers of the sun god Faith, this item ensures safe passage. After Usopp finished reading, a puzzled expression crossed his face. After all, it's just a human head. How did it suddenly connect to the sun god Faith and storms? It's truly incomprehensible. Nami meanwhile looked at Chen Feng. Their eyes met, and the unspoken understanding between them was clear. I know who did this. Chen Feng smiled. This isn't a provocation, it's a sign that a man has awakened. But having such an object on a ship is too ominous. Throw it away. Chen Feng turned and walked away. Whatever sun god Faith, whatever supernatural abilities, none of it held any significance for him. Who was he? He was a man blessed with a system possessing a golden sheet. He feared no crisis this world could throw at him. Seems like this thing could actually be quite useful. Are we really just throwing it away? Usopp looked at the shriveled head in Nami's hands. Picking up the chest, he placed the head back inside. Doesn't matter. It's such a horrifying thing anyway. Like Chen Feng said, keeping something like that on a ship is truly terrifying. Just thinking about it keeps me awake at night. Nami removed the gloves from her hands, clapped them together, and pulled Kia and Ariel along as they left. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Usopp. Please make sure to dispose of it properly. Are really just throwing it away? Usopp asked Zoro, his gaze searching. If this thing truly has as much use as claimed, discarding it seems unwise. Whatever. It's not something important anyway. You handle it. Zoro lazily patted the corner of his mouth, drowsy, and followed the others, leaving the bow. Just throwing it away. But he does seem somewhat useful. Usopp hesitantly gazed at the chest in his hands. The box containing the shriveled head felt as heavy as 1,000 jin, making it extremely difficult for him to make a decision. What if we might need it someday? At that moment, whether from selfishness or something else, Usopp extended his arm, holding the chest over the side of the ship, but he couldn't let go. After deliberating for a long time, he withdrew his hand and did not toss the chest into the sea. Let's keep it for now. Anyway, no one needs to know. The next day, everyone gathered on the deck. They had all rested well, except Usopp was conspicuously absent. Strange, where's Usopp? Ariel was doing cleaning work alone. She tossed aside the broom in her hand, a hint of displeasure on her face. This cleaning work was clearly agreed to be his responsibility. Why is he nowhere to be found today? Occasionally sleeping in isn't such a terrible thing, is it? Nami wiped the ship's railing with a cloth. Morning. Usopp emerged from his room. His face was haggard, looking as though he hadn't slept in a week. He dragged out his voice, lazily greeting the others. What's wrong with you today? You look completely sleep-deprived. Nami, fresh and lively, walked over to Usopp and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Such beautiful weather, you can't keep looking like that. Perks up. Okay. Nami, I don't know what's wrong with me either. I had nightmares all night yesterday. I haven't had nightmares in years. Usopp sleepily patted his own mouth and yawned. Just then Kaya and Chen Feng emerged from their rooms one after another. When Kaya saw Usopp's appearance, she suddenly froze, letting out a terrified scream. Eh-ha! Kaya stared at Usopp as though she had seen something horrifying. She pointed at him, but couldn't utter a word. Miss Kaya, what's wrong? Usopp cared deeply for Kaya and could not bear to see her frightened. He hurried toward her, hoping to soothe her. Stay away from me. As Usopp drew closer, Kaya pushed him away. He froze in place, his face etched with hurt as he looked at her. Chen Feng stepped out, and Kaya quickly hid behind him, clutching his arm, her eyes filled with wariness as she glared at Usopp. He's been acting very strange today, hasn't he? You sensed some peculiar energy from him, didn't you? Chen Feng suddenly asked. How did you know? I felt something was terribly wrong with him today. Kaya nodded. I have the feeling he's no longer my friend. It's as if he's become a completely different person. Chen Feng gazed quietly at Usopp, his eyes brimming with scrutiny. As the system had explained, Kaya possessed a rare constitution capable of detecting abnormal magnetic fields, so her words could not be false. Indeed, Usopp's behavior today was rather odd. Yet had it not been for Kaya's scream, he would have simply attributed his condition to a lack of sleep. Usopp, think carefully. Did anything strange happen to you last night? Chen Feng was convinced that some eerie entity had ensnared Usopp, and he directed his question toward him. Strange things. No, I didn't encounter anything unusual. I just felt incredibly sleepy, as though I could fall asleep at any moment. The moment he finished speaking, Usopp let out a yawn and collapsed onto the ground, instantly overcome by slumber. Everyone present could now confirm that Usopp was acting exceedingly strange. No ordinary person could simply drop into a deep sleep on the spot like that. Nami approached Usopp and placed her hand on his forehead. Strange, his temperature is perfectly normal. It doesn't seem like an illness. Before she could finish her sentence, Usopp's mouth suddenly opened, and a wisp of black mist poured forth, taking the shape of a hand that violently grasped Nami's wrist. Ugh! Nami fell to her knees in terror, her wrist clutched by the phantom hand formed from the black mist. Chaos erupted around them. What is that? Everyone's attention was drawn to the black mist gripping Nami's wrist. Zoro, quick-eyed and swift-handed, slashed through the shadowy tendril with a single stroke, severing its hold on her. Feeling the grip release, Nami immediately scrambled to her feet and ran toward Chen Feng. She took refuge behind him, her expression still trembling with fright. The group turned their gaze to Nami's wrist, where a bluish mark was yet to fade from the skin. Interesting. Chen Feng looked at Usopp's body and walked toward him, releasing the overwhelming pressure radiating from within as he moved. Ugh! 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 The devastating pressure forced the ghost hiding within Usopp to manifest. The spirit condensed into a vaguely humanoid figure, brandishing a cane and snarling fiercely at Chen Feng. You dare make a move? Chen Feng swiftly severed the shadow with a single sword strike. However, the shadow was not human and possessed no physical form. It coalesced once again in midair, this time growing several times its original size, enveloping the entire Thousand Sunny. Ha ha ha! Your energy makes me stronger. Every attack you unleash only enlarges my form. Surrender now and offer yourselves to me willingly, and I may spare your lives. The shadow's voice carried an unsettling familiarity. Chen Feng tilted his head, straining to recall where he had heard it before. You're dreaming. Our captain is not one to bow to threats. Yorick watched the shadow warily and shouted defiantly. Oh ho ho, so there's a little beauty here too. I'll accept both of you. Keep dreaming. Enraged, Yorick hurled her spiked club at the shadow. But the weapon passed straight through the shadow's body and crashed onto the deck, carving a massive gouge into the wood. Ha ha ha. I told you. Your energy only makes me stronger. Another arm burst from the shadow's abdomen. It retrieved Yorick's spiked club and gripped it firmly in its newly formed hand. This hammer will do nicely as a weapon against you all. Ha ha ha. Damn you. Yorick growled, seething with frustration at the smug shadow. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Applause echoed across the deck. The shadow turned to see Chen Feng clapping slowly as he strode forward. I surmise you must be the vengeful spirit of Bill Simon. I never killed you, yet you were slain by your own subordinates. How satisfying indeed. The magnetic field around the shadow shifted, and rain began to fall from the sky. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, that slave servant would never have dared to rebel against me. With that, Bill Simon hurled the spiked club toward Chen Feng. Can you imagine? Even after that wretch killed me, I still exist in this world. And I've grown even stronger. Chen Feng caught the club, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he regarded the shadow that was once Bill Simon. At the end of the day, you're nothing more than a dead man. I suspect you wouldn't dare face the very slave who murdered you. Chen Feng had once heard a saying, ghosts born from the resentment of the dead are most afraid of the person who killed them in life. If his guess was correct, Bill Simon would be no exception. So what? That fellow has no idea where I am now. Even if he did, he'd never come all the way back to the East Blue just to hunt me down. Unfazed, Bill Simon sprouted countless tentacles, pointing them at Chen Feng. I came here specifically for revenge. Today I will absorb you all and turn you into my nourishment. The endless tentacles lunged toward Chen Feng, who met them with a single swift strike, severing them all in one blow. Ha ha ha. As I said, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot kill me. The stronger you fight, the stronger my abilities become. Bill Simon laughed wildly, reveling in his new form. Ever since being slain by the slave servant, he had discovered a new world, one free from the constraints of flesh, where he could kill whomever he pleased without restraint. Oh, is that so? Then take a good look. Has your wound healed yet? Chen Feng curled his lips into a mocking smile, his composure unshaken. What do you mean? Bill Simon turned his gaze toward his tentacles and froze in shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I've tested this countless times. No matter who attacks me, their energy ultimately becomes my sustenance. Why does it fail against you? Bill Simon trembled with fury, his body shrinking considerably in size. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bill Simon shouted, but in the next second he stopped. Ha 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 ha, you didn't think I would actually shout like that, did you? I forgot to tell you. I can't be hurt, so your earlier effort was pointless. I see. I never expected that sword strike to kill you outright. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. Bill Simon's words seemed to be within his expectations, having no effect on him whatsoever. Absolute domain, dark space. The next second the scene around Bill Simon shifted, and he found himself inside a gray-black space. Where is this? Strange, I was on the ship just a moment ago. Bill Simon looked around in confusion. It seemed this was an alternate dimension isolating him from the world on the ship. Once you enter my space, there is no way out. Not even for a spirit. Chen Feng floated in midair. He snapped his fingers, and a golden throne appeared behind him. He slowly sat down upon it. You're quite arrogant. Let me ask you, how exactly did you get aboard my ship? Chen Feng straightened up slightly, propped his arm, and lazily watched the struggling dark figure below. Humph. Don't ask how I did it. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. With that, countless black orbs materialized from Bill Simon's body and hurtled toward Chen Feng. It seems you still haven't figured out who is the master of this world. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, and the figure of Chernu appeared within the space. Seeing the dark shadow, his face blazed with fury. You are. This is impossible. Bill Simon flinched, his growing tentacles retracting completely. He wanted to flee, but Chernu had already locked onto him. This is impossible. You should be far away from Donghai by now. How can you appear here? Bill Simon clearly knew that Chernu, the one who had killed him, was no longer in Donghai, but in another sea area. He had escaped from Chernu's ship and drifted for a long time before finding Chen Feng's vessel. There was no way Chernu could have caught up so quickly. Of course, he couldn't possibly be here. But have you forgotten? This space is an alternate dimension ruled by me. Here I am God. I can create anything that terrifies you. What nonsense about space. In this world, no one but the Creator could possibly possess a space of their own. I don't believe it. After hearing Chen Feng say that the Chernu here was not the one who had killed him, Bill Simon immediately regained his courage and was no longer afraid at all. It's just a counterfeit. Watch me, your grandpa stab you to pieces. From Bill Simon's body extended countless tentacles that transformed into spears thrusting toward Chernu. Humph. The manifested Chernu didn't take Bill Simon seriously. With a swing of his hammer, he smashed Bill Simon's tentacles to mush. Aya! Bill Simon shrieked in agony as his tentacles were crushed. He stared at Chernu in disbelief. Strange. How can this counterfeit also hurt me? I'm supposed to be immune to all attacks. No matter how Bill Simon pondered, he couldn't understand why. Could it really be as that man had said, that in this world his once proud abilities simply didn't count? At that thought, Bill Simon cautiously stepped back. If he were still human, fear-induced sweat would have been visible on him. But now he had no body. He was nothing more than a phantom. I don't believe it. That must have been my imagination just now. Having learned his lesson, Bill Simon did not attack recklessly this time. Instead, his body split in half, and both halves lunged at Chernu. Humph. I don't believe I can't hurt you this time. Just as the two split dark shadows were about to touch Chernu suddenly turned around, and his body likewise split into two. WHWHWH what? Bill Simon wanted to retreat, wanted to dodge Chernu's attack, but by then it was already too late. The split Chernu effortlessly seized Bill Simon and pounded him repeatedly with his hammer. It hurts so much. Bill Simon screamed in agony. His split forms vanished, leaving only his main body to silently endure Chernu's pounding. You truly are foolish. I told you that all resistance is futile within this space, so why do you still insist on bringing suffering upon yourself? Chen Feng sat in a commanding position, lazily watching Bill Simon, now a dark shadow. Indeed, in the real world, I couldn't harm you. But once you're here, this is my territory. Humph, you little brat, don't think you've won. Bill Simon suddenly opened his mouth and began chanting something. His voice was incredibly piercing, and its tone so bizarre that Chen Feng felt deeply uncomfortable. What are you doing? Chen Feng stood up somewhat curious and saw wisps of white smoke rising from Bill Simon's shadow form. Surprisingly, the smoke pierced through the space and drifted outward. This is... Chen Feng stared at the white smoke in shock and astonished expression on his face. This was the first time anyone had broken through his dark space, leaving him greatly shaken. No living being can escape from my space. Don't tell me what drifted out just now wasn't your true body. Of course not. Bill Simon rose from the ground, staring at Chen Feng with some weakness and a sinister expression. Do you know what a telegram is? A telegram? Of course I know. Chen Feng answered, somewhat bewildered. In truth, the telegram existed in both the modern world and the world of pirates, but few people ever used it. So few that many would never touch one in their lifetime. Why would he suddenly bring up such a question at this moment? Chen Feng frowned slightly, gazing at the dark shadow below in confusion. Ever since I became a ghost, I've discovered that I possess abilities no human could have. My ability is like a telegram. No matter where I am, as long as I emit a specific signal, I can connect and communicate with another me. Another you. Chen Feng repeated in a low voice, his expression turning grim. Don't tell me this isn't your true body. Ha 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 ha, you only realize now. But it's a little too late. The dark shadow below burst into manic laughter. His laughter was piercing and spiritually corrosive, causing Chen Feng to cover his ears in displeasure. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson lest you think you can escape alive. Chen Feng snapped his fingers and countless sparrows appeared in the sky. Ha, you don't actually think these sparrows can hurt me, do you? I am invincible. Bill Simon laughed maniacally, the shadow he had conjured trembling continuously within the space. Of course I don't think that. I just want to make you suffer, and I don't want to hear your filthy laughter anymore. Chen Feng pointed to the shadow below, and countless sparrows flew toward it. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. Damn, you're chirping. Chirp your head off. Irritated by the sparrows chirping, Bill Simon roared at them. Yet his roar had no effect on them. Instead, they flew straight into his mouth. In this space, although Bill Simon was a ghost, he could still be attacked. He seemed to have been given a new body, one that could feel the damage inflicted upon it. Countless sparrows kept pecking at Bill Simon's body. A single sparrow's peck may not have hurt, but when many pecks came together, they caused him great agony. Aya, stop torturing me. Bill Simon had never suffered such torment. He screamed in pain and released an oppressive aura, burning all the attacking sparrows to death. Do you think that's enough to deal with me? You've forgotten. You are human while I am but a wisp of a soul. I have countless selves, but you have only one you. What do you mean? Chen Feng looked lazily at Bill Simon shouting below. Finally, a flicker of emotion appeared on his face. I'll show you what despair really is. Bill Simon let out a long howl, then looked at Chen Feng. Look at your companions. Will you save them or torture me? Sensing something was wrong, Chen Feng waved his hand, and a transparent screen appeared before him. On it was the scene aboard the snowflake. When he saw the scene on the snowflake, he suddenly rose from his throne. On the screen, Usopp got up from the ground. His body suddenly mutated as countless tentacles extended from his abdomen. Controlled by the tentacles, he attacked the people on the ship. Ha ha ha. I underestimated you. In that case, I'll deal with you first, then settle the rest. Chen Feng waved his hand and flew toward Bill Simon. Clenching the Jinja sword in his hand, he slashed at Bill Simon. One strike slash. Chen Feng coldly uttered the name of his ultimate move. As he gripped the Jinja sword, a dense sword aura radiated from his body. Even the Jinja sword trembled, its blade humming in resonance. Ha ha ha, with just. Before Bill Simon could finish his sentence, Chen Feng's Jinja sword cut him in half at the waist. The next moment, his body shattered into countless fragments and vanished from the space. Now that you're dealt with, it's time to deal with the one outside. Chen Feng flicked his sleeve. The space vanished instantly, and he reappeared on the deck. Ah, Usopp. Usopp, don't come any closer. Nami was kneeling on the ground, crawling backward in terror, as Usopp closed in step by step. As if trying to wake him, she kept shouting his name. Ha 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 ha. Usopp. What Usopp? The one controlling this body now is me, Bill Simon. Ha 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 ha, who would have guessed? This is my true body. Countless tentacles reached for Nami. In despair, she closed her eyes, unwilling to see the miserable fate about to befall her. However, the pain she expected never came. Instead, a warm arm wrapped around her. Nami opened her eyes and saw Chen Feng, who had just disappeared, standing before her again, and she was in his arms. Thank goodness you're back, Chen Feng. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Nami excitedly threw her arms around Chen Feng's neck, tears sliding from her eyes. How could that be? I've come back, haven't I? Chen Feng firmly held Nami's slender waist as the two landed on the sail. Chen Feng looked down and saw Usopp with an ashen face. All the moisture in his body seemed to have been drained, leaving him looking dry and shriveled. Chen Feng, Usopp is... Nami wanted to say more, but Chen Feng stopped her. He placed Nami on the sail. He'll be fine. He's my crew member. As the captain, how could I let one of my own die? With that, Chen Feng leaped off the sail and landed behind Usopp. Over here. Chen Feng's voice came from behind Usopp. Usopp turned around with his eyes wide and axe still in his hand. Ha 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 ha, got you. Got you. At this moment, Usopp was like a walking corpse devoid of his own thoughts and controlled by Bill Simon. He suddenly raised the axe in his hand and chopped at Chen Feng. It's useless. Chen Feng did not want to hurt Usopp, so he did not draw the Jinja sword. Instead, he caught Usopp's wrist with his bare hand, and using overwhelming strength forced him to let go of the axe. Ha 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 ha, so you don't want to hurt him. But if you want to kill me, you'll have to kill him first. Hiding inside Usopp's body, Bill Simon laughed sinisterly. He suddenly extended his tentacles and thrust them toward Usopp's abdomen. Ha 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 ha. Since you don't dare to act, I'll do it myself. No. Kaya's frightened voice reached Bill Simon's ears. He suddenly stopped and looked toward Kaya. Usopp's head twisted at an impossible angle, and everyone could hear his bones cracking. Kaya was so frightened by the movement that she couldn't speak. Ha 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 ha, found her. I found the person Usopp cares about most. Then I'll strike at you first. Aya. Kaya could only watch helplessly as countless tentacles extended from Usopp's abdomen and rushed toward her. She stood rooted to the spot, her feet, as if nailed to the floor, unable to move. Silly girl, don't you know how to run at all? A voice that sounded almost like a sigh came from behind Kaya, and a broad, thick hand grabbed her collar. Aya. Kaya was yanked into the air, screaming in fright. The next moment, she fell into a warm embrace. Next time you run into danger, remember to run first, okay? Terrified Kaya clutched Chen Feng's collar. She looked at the deck and saw Usopp staring up at her with an expressionless face. Stay here for now. I'll come back for you in a moment. Chen Feng set Kaya down on the sail, placing her beside Nami. Wait until I'm done dealing with this. Roar. Usopp screamed, suddenly countless tentacles burrowing out from within him and lashing toward Chen Feng. Now it's time to finish you off. Chen Feng drew the Jinja sword from his system. To avoid harming Usopp, he deliberately attacked with the hilt. His strikes were incredibly fast, and in an instant he forced Bill Simon, who had possessed Usopp, out of his body. You thought that because I cannot harm Usopp, I would be unable to take you down. You are far too naive. Chen Feng gripped the hilt of the Jinja sword tightly. Unlike the novice village sword he normally wielded, the Jinja sword was an ancient divine blade capable of vanquishing evil with a single strike. The reason he had not drawn it earlier was to spare Usopp from recalling the terror it inspired. Impossible. This cannot be. Bill Simon stared in disbelief at Chen Feng, who stood beside Usopp wielding the Jinja sword. His soul had been driven dozens of meters away. Although this place differed from the absolute domain, where he had not been forcibly given a physical form, Chen Feng had still managed to wound him, inflicting a pain he had not felt in ages. Bill Simon raised his tentacle only to find that the severed portion had not regrown. His face was contorted in shock, and his renewed gaze toward Chen Feng was filled with dread. That sword is tremendously powerful. It actually severed my body. Bill Simon eyed the Jinja sword in Chen Feng's hand with palpable fear, his very soul trembling. Clearly that blade is no ordinary weapon. I cannot allow it to harm me further. Bill Simon's fearful stare remained fixed on Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the dark clouds in the sky continued to gather, forming vast expanses of ominous cover, evoking the feeling of a siege upon the city. Upon witnessing the sky's transformation, Bill Simon's face erupted into manic glee. This is wonderful. It seems even the heavens sighed in my favor. With sunlight blotted out by dark clouds, Bill Simon reached his peak strength. At this moment, the intense solar rays could not penetrate the gloom, allowing the abilities of ghosts to grow significantly stronger, perhaps even tenfold. Chen Feng seemed to sense the surge of agitated energy radiating from around Bill Simon. Turning his gaze toward him, he saw that the energy surrounding Bill Simon grew increasingly dense. Even an ordinary person could easily perceive his dramatic change. Bill Simon continuously absorbed resentful energy from his surroundings. His body grew larger and larger, eventually reaching a size comparable to 2 snowflake-class vessels. This is getting interesting. Only someone like Chen Feng could still smile at a moment like this. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curved upward. Unconsciously, under the guidance of the system, he seemed to become more battle-hungry. Chen Feng harbored no worry about his own combativeness, rather he embraced it. Simply put, he never feared defeat. Jinja sword, do you sense this dense energy as well? The Jinja sword vibrated in Chen Feng's hand, emitting a mournful humming sound. Then let us savor this rare moment of battle together. Chen Feng placed Usopp into the absolute domain, a space inaccessible to outsiders, ensuring that Usopp would be safe from Bill Simon's continued persecution. Ha ha ha. Did you really send him into that space as well? But no matter what you do, it will be useless. Everyone I have possessed has perished in the end, and Usopp is no exception. Whether he lives or dies is entirely up to me. I am his captain. If I grant him life, he lives. If I decree his death, he shall perish without question. Chen Feng radiated absolute confidence. Although he projected the image of a swordsman to the outside world, he was actually the inheritor of 6,000 years of Chinese medical knowledge. How could he possibly fail to cure such a minor affliction? Empty boasting. What I am now is far from what I was before. Prepare to witness my true power. Bill Simon made no move, or rather his body had grown so enormous that it completely enveloped the snowflake-class vessel. He had no need to move. Countless tentacles erupted from his body and lashed toward Chen Feng. During their attack, they split again, sprouting barbs dripping with dark black fluid that was unmistakably venomous. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe it. Even if you are a skilled swordsman, how can you possibly defeat me when heaven and earth both favor my side? Bill Simon laughed madly as his tentacles charged at Chen Feng. This time he would not repeat his earlier carelessness. Instead, he carefully observed every move Chen Feng made. Heaven and earth favor me. How do you know they do not favor you as well? What? Chen Feng's words filled Bill Simon with an ominous sense of foreboding. However, it was only at this moment that he realized subtle changes were occurring around Chen Feng without warning. The black greatsword in Chen Feng's hand was trembling as if filled with joy. Around him, an invisible energy danced and leaped. Bad moved. Bill Simon finally realized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to retract the tentacles attacking Chen Feng, but they were severed in a single stroke by the black greatsword in Chen Feng's grip. Took you long enough to realize. Too late. Agonizing pain surged through Bill Simon's entire body from the severed tentacles, as if consumed by raging flames, plunging him into a torment akin to hell itself. Impossible. How can you be so overwhelmingly powerful? Far stronger than before. Bill Simon glared at Chen Feng. To his eyes, Chen Feng appeared as small as an ant, yet this ant-sized figure was capable of dealing catastrophic damage to him. Could it be? You have been growing stronger all along. Bill Simon finally voiced the question that had long plagued him, even though he knew such rapid growth within such a short span should be virtually impossible. Yet this person before him seemed to possess some extraordinary ability. Isn't becoming stronger the most natural thing? If you have sailed these seas for so long and still cannot grow stronger, then you should thoroughly reflect upon yourself and consider whether you are simply too foolish. Chen Feng's words struck Bill Simon like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. After all, his decades of navigation experience had never relied on martial prowess, but rather on his cunning and deceitful tactics. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Bill Simon suddenly felt as though everything he had learned over the years had been fundamentally flawed. Only the brave achieve victory after victory. But you, someone who only knows how to cheat and manipulate others, have no right to claim the title of bravery. You're talking nonsense. I am the most cunning man on this East Sea, and I won't accept your rebuttal. Bill Simon was enraged by Chen Feng's words. His body trembled and spear-like tentacles sprouted from within him, a technique he had just realized. If only he could add the forms of cold weapons to his combat, how magnificent would that be? Oh, suddenly gotten smarter, have you? Chen Feng looked at the tentacles reaching toward him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now this looks a bit like a real fight. Otherwise, defeating you would feel like winning without honor. Take this. Bill Simon didn't want to see Chen Feng's smug expression. He struck with incredible speed, and in an instant his attack closed to within an inch of Chen Feng. Even though your speed is fast in my eyes, it's still far too slow. Chen Feng did not even use the Jingzhi sword in his hand. Instead, he mobilized the surrounding aura and gave it physical form instantly, severing the attacking tentacles cleanly. This is impossible. Bill Simon, thwarted in his attack, once again looked at Chen Feng's surroundings in utter disbelief. Could that be the legendary Haki? Bill Simon had sailed the East Sea for many years. He had heard that powerful people each possessed their own Haki, and it was said that those with Haki only needed to stamp their foot lightly to make their enemies die with their intestines ruptured. Yet in all his years on the East Sea, he had never met a single one. So he believed those so-called Haki possessors were nothing more than fabrications of rumor. Haki? What is that anyway? My energy is something 10,000 times more powerful than Haki. You should thank your lucky stars for getting to witness it. Chen Feng leapt, and with one sword stroke, sliced off most of Bill Simon's body. When he landed, the energy around him repelled the corrosive assault of the venom. Impossible. How could you possibly hurt me? Bill Simon was shocked once again. He stared at Chen Feng's Jingzhi sword, his face full of fear. My sword can cut through all evil beings. You right now are the most perfect example. A dense sword aura blazed around Chen Feng. With every step he took, the burning sword aura grew thicker. It's getting late and lunchtime is almost here. So let me just finish you off. Chen Feng said airily. His body rose and fell, graceful yet fierce, darting back and forth around Bill Simon. He moved so fast that no one could tell how he did it. The instant he landed, Bill Simon's colossal body burst apart into countless fragments and vanished into the air. Done. Solved. Chen Feng landed, clapped his hands, and brushed the dust from his clothes. Next life, use your eyes more carefully. Don't ever run into me again, Chen Feng said coldly toward the empty air. However, the matter was far from over. At the stern, a head wreathed in ghostly fire was secretly watching Chen Feng, its face twisted with resentment. You never expected this, did you? No matter how many times, you can never completely kill me. As long as I have this head to protect me, I can regenerate countless times. This time I'll let you go. Bill Simon controlled his head to turn around, intending to leave the snowflake. Yet behind him a pair of energy-radiating legs had silently appeared at some unknown moment. You. How do you know? Before Bill Simon could finish, Chen Feng split the head in two with a single sword stroke. I already guessed you couldn't have appeared out of thin air, so I stayed alert from the very beginning. This time Bill Simon was finally defeated. Seeing his head cleaved in two, he knew he no longer had a place to inhabit. His body gradually turned transparent in midair and ultimately dispersed. Chen Feng. Nami's shout came from above. Chen Feng looked up at her and saw her pointing toward the stern. There an enormous ship was sailing toward the snowflake. Chen Feng, the ship is leaking. Nami pointed anxiously at the hull, where water was constantly pouring in. Chen Feng stared at the damaged snowflake, and for a moment had no idea how to stop it. At that moment, the huge ship sailing behind the snowflake drew up alongside it, and cast several grappling hooks onto it. Hey, kid, are you all right? An aged voice called out from the ship. Chen Feng looked over and saw a blond man with a two-pronged beard standing at the bow watching him. Chen Feng found him very familiar, yet he couldn't remember who he was. Only then did Chen Feng notice the large words written on the ship's hull. Sea Restaurant. Chen Feng suddenly had a faint memory. The Sea Restaurant. Wasn't this where the pirate Sanji had appeared in the anime? It seemed he had stumbled by luck upon a restaurant that sailed the seas. Not bad. I can have a proper meal for lunch. Chen Feng thought to himself. Red-Leg Zeph looked at Chen Feng and stroked his beard. Kid, your ship is already broken. Why didn't you run? As he spoke, the restaurant's crew climbed onto Chen Feng's ship using the grappling hooks. Carrying repair tools, they fixed Chen Feng's ship in no time. Why should I run? In a moment like this, the more anxious you are, the calmer you should be in facing it. Chen Feng looked at Zeph and answered casually. Ha ha ha. After all these years, you're the first person to answer me like that. Red-Leg Zeph laughed while sweeping his sharp gaze over Chen Feng's body. His intuition told him this young man was no ordinary fellow, and the kid's character also suited his taste. Kid, how about coming aboard to experience the food of the Sea Restaurant? Red-Leg Zeph formally extended the invitation to Chen Feng. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's lunchtime anyway. With a leap, Chen Feng carried Nami and Kaya down from the sail. The sailors of the Sea Restaurant watched Chen Feng with a beauty on each arm, envy visible on every face. How enviable. We can't even see a few beauties in an entire year, yet he gets to hold two at once. Didn't you see how handsome he is? So what if he's holding two? Even if he held 10, there would still be women willing. Get to work. One day you lock and hold 10 too. The sailors of the Sea Restaurant gossiped among themselves as Chen Feng brought Kaya and Nami aboard Red-Leg Zeph's ship. Strange. Where are Alvida and Zoro? It was only then that Nami realized two people were missing, and she hurriedly asked. I just saw them go below the ship, and they haven't come back up yet. Kaya suddenly spoke up. Wait here for me, I'll be right back. Chen Feng placed Kaya and Nami at the Sea Restaurant, then turned around and leaped back onto the snowflake following the direction Kaya had indicated. Inside the cargo hold at the stern of the ship, Zoro and Ariel were trapped in the storage room. As the snowflake sank, water flooding into the stern was about to drown the two of them, but the warehouse door was tightly locked. Damn it, that guy must have locked it. Zoro kicked the door violently in the water. He looked at Ariel crouching on the cabinet waiting for rescue, and shook his head helplessly. Looks like we're going to be locked in here. That guy anticipated this all along. He lured us in first, then plans to deal with whoever's outside. Zoro gritted his teeth in frustration, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only punch the warehouse door repeatedly to vent his anger. Underwater, no matter how skilled his swordsmanship was, it was nearly impossible to force the door open. Let's just wait for rescue. Chen Feng will handle them soon. I'm sure he's already noticed we're gone. Ariel sat on the cabinet as the water level continued to rise, threatening to submerge it at any moment. There's no choice but to wait for Chen Feng's rescue. I hope he hurries up. Zoro sighed and attempted to climb onto the cabinet to wait alongside Ariel. However, at that moment, a whirlpool formed in the seawater outside the breach at the stern. The tremendous suction of the vortex, much like the drainpipe of a swimming pool, dragged Zoro and Ariel outward with immense force. No good, a sea whirlpool. Zoro realized the danger and gripped the wall tightly with one hand, while grabbing Ariel with the other, terrified she would be swept away. However, the overwhelming suction seemed determined to oppose him, pulling both of them off the cabinet. What should we do? I don't want to die. Ariel and Zoro clung to the fallen cabinet, resisting the fierce suction of the whirlpool. Strange. By all rights, forming a sea whirlpool in these waters is virtually impossible. The probability is only 1 in 1,000. How could we encounter one so easily? Zoro's hands clutched the massive cabinet tightly, yet despite its considerable weight, the whirlpool within the sea continued to drag it forward. Perhaps you didn't notice, but when that entity appeared, it started raining from the sky. I don't know what it is, but it seems capable of influencing the weather. Ariel suddenly spoke, her expression grave. I've never heard of any creature capable of controlling the weather. You see, pirates rely entirely on experience to navigate the seas. If weather could be controlled at will, everything would make no sense. Zoro had no patience for Ariel's muttering. As he pushed the cabinet drifting toward the gap, a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. There's no time for your speculation. I've thought of a great idea. We'll push this cabinet together toward the opening. Perhaps it can solve our problem. Zoro's reasoning was straightforward. If they could push the cabinet to the gap and block the whirlpool beneath it, they could resist its powerful suction and find a way to escape. You're right, that's a great idea. I think it could work. A light suddenly appeared in Ariel's eyes. After hearing Zoro's suggestion, she cast aside her previous doubts. She turned her body in the water and swam to Zoro's side, pushing the cabinet along with him in the direction of the current. As long as we block the opening, the rest is simply waiting for rescue. Ariel was optimistic. She instinctively felt that Zoro's plan was viable because the breach at the stern was smaller than the cabinet, meaning it could easily seal the opening. However, they had overlooked one critical issue. Both inside and outside the ship, vast amounts of seawater pressed against the cabinet. How could they possibly ensure it would effectively block the opening? Working together, the two managed to wedge the cabinet into the breach. Seeing that no more water was flooding in, Ariel wiped her sweaty forehead and flashed a relieved smile. Wonderful. Now we just need to wait for rescue. Ariel spoke, but before she could finish, the cabinet wedged in the opening suddenly exploded as though struck by a tremendous force. What? How is this possible? Zoro and Ariel gazed in utter disbelief at the shattered cabinet. Every item aboard the Snowflake had been meticulously crafted, and this particular cabinet weighed at least 100 pounds. Yet the fierce pressure from outside the ship had effortlessly torn apart a cabinet weighing over 100 G. What manner of terrifying power could achieve such destruction? Bad. A massive splinter hurtled toward them, destined to strike squarely. Zoro, reacting swiftly, threw himself in front of Ariel and used his body to block the fragment from causing further harm. Hiss, that really hurt. Zoro yanked the board off his body and wore a resolute smile. Blood streamed from his forehead, clearly indicating the impact had taken a heavy toll on him. Are you all right? Ariel asked, anxiously looking at the injured Zoro. She glanced apprehensively at the broken planks swirling near the breach and felt a growing sense of foreboding. We should retreat backward. We might get hurt again. Ariel pulled the wounded Zoro backward, but their timing seemed to have come too late. Another larger splinter flew toward them. Underwater movement was hindered by resistance, so both used their hands and feet to try and dodge the incoming danger. However, their speed was far too slow to match the force propelling the splinter forward. Bad. The splinter hurtled toward them, drawing closer and closer, about to smash down upon their heads. Ariel tensely closed her eyes. Suddenly, an image of Chen Feng wielding his long sword surfaced in her mind. What should I do? In moments like this, the first person I think of is always you. But such swift speed. How could I possibly expect you to reach us in time? Ariel opened her eyes and watched the splinter hurtling toward herself and Zoro. If this hits us, our heads will surely burst open. Of course, a burst head would be the least of our worries. A familiar teasing voice echoed through the warehouse. Subconsciously, Ariel turned her head and saw a familiar figure crouching on the wall behind them. Chen Feng, is that you, Chen Feng? It's me. The figure crouched on the wall drew the long sword from his waist, seemingly with a faint smile. What's so hard to believe? Who else would come to rescue you, if not me? The next second, he slashed his long sword through the air, cleaving apart the planks, hurtling toward Yaliurta and Zoro in a single strike. Hey, at a moment like this, failing to protect the lady by your side is a bit unprofessional, don't you think? Chen Feng looked at Zoro, who was soaking in the water, looking utterly disheveled, and teased him. Of course I know. Sometimes I even wish I were a woman. Zoro took no offense. He grinned from ear to ear. Right on time. Good thing you showed up at the crucial moment, or I might really have to reincarnate as a girl. Standing beside Zoro, Yaliurta couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with her hand, but her smile only grew wider. Good thing Chen Feng arrived in time. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a mood to joke around. Chen Feng's arrival lifted Yaliurta's spirits tremendously. She had been certain she was about to die moments ago, yet now she stood here safe and sound. The feeling of surviving a brush with death was not merely good, it was absolutely splendid. Chen Feng, let's get out of here quickly. Yaliurta swam toward Chen Feng with a carefree expression. However, the moment Chen Feng caught sight of her approaching, his face suddenly turned grim. He shouted at her to get away at once. What is it? Yaliurta looked at Chen Feng in confusion, thinking he didn't want her to come near. She stood still, hurt coloring her face. I see. You have Nami and Ko. Before she could finish, a hand grabbed her by the collar and lifted her out of the water. I told you to get away from that place. What nonsense are you muttering about there? Chen Feng's expression darkened. He stared coldly at Yaliurta. A moment ago he had come within a hair's breadth of seeing her dragged away by the monster lurking beneath the water. Yaliurta stared at Chen Feng, dumbfounded. She had never seen him like this, not even on the very first day. It was as though Yaliurta were meeting Chen Feng for the very first time. She bit her lip at a loss for words while tears slipped from her eyes, making her look forlorn and pitiful. Yet Chen Feng had no interest in her expression. Instead, his gaze shifted to the gaping hole at the stern of the ship. After this entire series of events, Zoro keenly sensed that something lurked beneath the ship. Finding a solid footing, he gripped the long sword at his waist, his back tensed, ready to fight side by side with Chen Feng at any moment. Only Yali remained oblivious to the situation. Believing Chen Feng had grown tired of her, she suddenly threw caution to the wind and swam straight toward the broken hole. Wow! Chen Feng and Zoro jolted simultaneously. They watched her movements, baffled as to why she would do such a thing. Suffice it to say, at this moment, they were completely caught off guard. The direction Yali was swimming toward was exactly the spot Chen Feng and Zoro dreaded. They had no idea what was there, only knowing that it was immensely powerful. They had planned to hold their ground and wait for an opening, but Yali reckless actions had thrown all their plans into disarray. What are we going to do? Zoro stared in shock toward Yali. Great beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and sweat mingled with blood blurred his eyes. Yet he dared not wipe it away, terrified that even the slightest move might give the creature beneath the water an opening. Sigh. After all, you are my comrade. How could I truly refuse to save you? Once this is over, I'm definitely going to give you a good lesson. With that, Chen Feng leaped to the opening and blocked Yali path. Yali stared at Chen Feng in bewilderment. Rising from the water, she looked at him with a wounded expression. You have no need for me, don't you? Then why did you come over? Move aside, I want to get out. As she spoke, she shoved her hands against Chen Feng's chest. At this moment, she had utterly failed to grasp the reality of the situation, still believing it was simply a matter of Chen Feng neglecting her. When she had heard Chen Feng's words, just now she had impulsively swum toward the opening. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to do such a thing. But today her mind was inexplicably out of control, as if driven mad. All she could think of was escaping this place as quickly as possible. Calm down. This is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. Chen Feng looked at Yali and spoke with a certain coldness. His attention, however, was concentrated entirely behind him, fearful of a sudden strike from the monster in the water. Yali, however, clearly still had no idea what was going on. She glared at Chen Feng, her face a mixture of hurt and pride. Do you think I'm throwing a tantrum? Do you think I'm throwing a tantrum? Fine, I'll just leave you right now. I don't need anything from you. With that, Yali suddenly pushed Chen Feng aside with all her might. But his attention had remained fixed on what was behind him. He had never even imagined that Yali would push him, and in that instant, he left himself wide open. A voice that was neither wholly human nor wholly beast, carrying an eerie and sinister aura, echoed from behind Chen Feng. The next second, a long strip of red flesh snaked out and coiled around Yali's wrist. Alt. The mysterious red strip was coated with a suspicious translucent liquid that reeked of an unbearable stench. Yali had never expected a crimson tentacle to lash out from behind Chen Feng. She shrieked in terror, her mind going blank and her body freezing in place. You girl, why do you never listen to me? Brother Shun let out a soft sigh. With one stroke of his blade, he severed the tentacle coiled around Yali. Then, gripping the tentacle tightly, he allowed himself to be dragged out through the opening by it. In the final moment before being dragged out of the opening, Chen Feng hurled his long sword at the warehouse door. The heavy door was shattered by the powerful throw. Chen Feng shot Zoro a meaningful glance, then gripping the crimson tentacle disappeared through the opening. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Yali sprinted toward the opening, desperately trying to grab Chen Feng's hand. But she was 1 second too late. When she tried to follow him, Zoro caught her and held her back. Zoro grabbed Yali by the arm and pulled her toward the warehouse door. Surely you understand Chen Feng's intention by now. If you go near that place, whatever consequences may follow, no one will be there to bear them for you anymore. What you need to do now is follow me out of here. Yali struggled to break free, but Zoro held her fast. She turned to him, her face frantic. But Chen Feng is still in there. I can't just stand by while he's caught in grave danger. But what could you possibly do? Perhaps you'd only be adding to his burdens, creating even greater danger for him. Zoro said flatly. Come with me. Sulong dragged Arielta out of the warehouse. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Feng, dragged from the warehouse by crimson tentacles, followed them to an unfamiliar place. This was 500 meters beneath the sea surface, a depth where ordinary divers would typically turn back. However, Chen Feng felt only a slight discomfort. 500 meters represented his limit. Beyond that, he would need specialized equipment. While the system offered diving gear, Chen Feng preferred not to rely on it. He actually enjoyed that faint pressure against his body. Chen Feng heard that same sound once more. A strange noise that seemed caught between human and animal, impossible to identify its source. Those long tentacles originated not from the 500-meter depth, but from somewhere even deeper below. What creature could emerge from such crushing depths? Creatures in those abyssal zones shunned light entirely, making Chen Feng deeply curious about anything capable of sending tendrils above the surface. Chen Feng heard that same sound again. It carried some peculiar allure, compelling him to dive even deeper. Ding! A gentle reminder: you have descended to 700 meters. Please deploy professional diving equipment to prevent undue strain on your body. A mechanical voice resonated within Chen Feng's mind. Only then did he realize his lungs were beginning to swell. Sensing danger, he communicated with the system through thought. Exchange for diving equipment. Ding. This time the system recommended the diving no-worry granules, convenient to consume underwater and perfectly suited for combat, allowing for a lightweight approach. Their function alters the host's pulmonary structure, enabling unrestricted breathing beneath the waves. However, the maximum depth achievable is 1,500 meters, and only one packet may be used per session. They cannot be combined with other equipment. Diving no-worry granules. Does the system now name its products so carelessly? Chen Feng repeated it aloud before commanding, exchange. Ding. Your purchased item has been delivered to your inventory. Please check your backpack. Take it out. The next instant, a long packet of granules appeared in Chen Feng's hand. The packaging bore the words, diving no worry, giving it the appearance of a questionable product. But Chen Feng understood this wasn't some knockoff. It was an exceptionally potent substance. Even a single packet thrown onto the black market could trigger a frenzy among thousands. Without hesitation, Chen Feng tore open the packet and poured the granules into his mouth. Remarkably, the substance didn't dissolve in water, allowing him to consume it cleanly rather than losing it to the currents. The moment the granules entered his system, Chen Feng felt a surge of potent energy coursing wildly through his body. The next second, he convulsed as if his very soul had been momentarily displaced. The diving no-worry granules were working their effect within him. When the strange sensation subsided, Chen Feng opened his eyes and found everything before him transformed. The once pitch-black seabed where visibility had been impossible now revealed itself clearly. Though darkness still prevailed, his eyes felt as though searchlights had been installed within them, cutting through the gloom. This is incredible. Even Chen Feng, who had been repeatedly amazed by the system's offerings, couldn't help but express his wonder. As the words left his mouth, Chen Feng froze. His hand flew to his lips. This can't be real. I can actually speak underwater. Ding. Host, there's no need for alarm. This is merely a standard function. The granules have altered your pulmonary system, enabling you to breathe underwater. Consequently, you can now speak freely, just like marine creatures. Incredible. With this, I won't need to know how to swim anymore. Chen Feng exclaimed. His hands still gripped the crimson tendril, which continued pulling him towards some unknown destination. What's the current depth? Chen Feng hadn't forgotten what the system had warned. These granules allowed descent to a maximum of 1,500 meters. He needed to monitor his depth at all times to maintain optimal performance. Ding. You have now descended to 1,000 meters. Focus your mind forward, and you will see depth markers along your horizon. This feature is impressive. The granules are quite intelligent. Chen Feng followed the system's instructions. He focused ahead and, sure enough, spotted a faint red marking indicating a depth of 1,000 meters. The crimson tentacle dragging Chen Feng downward seemed to have reached its destination. It halted and released him. Chen Feng followed the direction of the tentacle and stopped in shock. Before him in the water lay a massive dark black toad, its two eyes resembling enormous lanterns fixed unblinkingly on him. Despite having witnessed many extraordinary scenes, Chen Feng was still startled by this giant toad. But as he thought about it, he suddenly froze. The reason was simple. He wondered how a toad could exist in seawater when normally they inhabited freshwater ponds. But considering its massive size, even a small pond wouldn't be enough for it. Hee. Chen Feng heard that familiar hee sound again. He studied the enormous black toad in the seawater and noticed the membranes on both sides of its mouth constantly pulsing, the source of those eerie sounds. If anyone could see Chen Feng at that moment, they would notice dark lines appearing across his face. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he never would have guessed that those human-like croaking sounds were simply the toad breathing. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly froze. Looking at the toad, he saw something horrifying. A complete skull hanging from each of the toad's cheeks. Perhaps those hee-hee sounds were produced when the toad's cheeks collided with the skulls, transmitting the noise through their hollow mouths. Hee-hee. The toad opened its mouth and shot out a crimson tongue toward Chen Feng. He flipped backward with remarkable agility, narrowly escaping the strike. Staring at the toad's gaping maw and that protruding tongue, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming wave of disgust. Damn it all. So that crimson tentacle was your tongue the entire time. It wrapped around me for so long I'm about to be sick. In that instant, Chen Feng desperately wished he were dead. Ha 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 ha. The enormous black toad suddenly burst out of the water and lunged down at Chen Feng to crush him. Dodge. Chen Feng flipped backward, once more evading the attack. No joke. If he hadn't dodged that strike, the toad could easily have snapped his back. Ha 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 ha. The giant toad sprang out of the water once again and came crashing down toward Chen Feng. I've given you too much face. Chen Feng chose to meet it head-on this time, sending the toad flying with a single punch. Yet that blow also left him feeling intensely uncomfortable. Chen Feng withdrew his fist and saw a red patch on his knuckles. The black toad's hide was extremely hard, even harder than a century-old crocodile skin. If he had to fight it bare-fisted blow after blow, it would hardly be easy. It would hurt like hell. With that thought, Chen Feng produced the Jingzhe sword from his system and assumed a head-on stance against the toad. However, the toad seemed to retain some wits. Seeing Chen Feng produce a giant black sword and take an attacking posture, it knew the situation was grim and refused to clash with him head-on. While even the giant toads in the deep sea have become spirits, Chen Feng looked at the toad, a hint of surprise on his face. The giant toad, seemingly unable to gauge Chen Feng's real strength, extended its tongue and probed toward him. Disgusting. Let me take some weight off you. Chen Feng swung the Jingzhe sword and sliced the toad's tongue into many pieces with a single strike. Now that looks much better. Chen Feng gazed at the tongueless toad with a satisfied expression. After all, no one could stand a reeking tongue stretching toward them. Ha 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 ha. With its tongue completely severed, the toad reeled backward in pain, black blood spilling from its mouth. A truly disgusting sight. And its ha 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 sound had turned sharp and piercing. Chen Feng covered his ears to keep the sound from reaching his eardrums. The toad's agonized cries produced powerful infrasonic waves that nearly shattered his defenseless eardrums. Ha 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 ha. Enraged by Chen Feng's cutting off its tongue, the giant toad threw itself backward, leaped up again, and came crashing down at Chen Feng. If the toad had still possessed some semblance of reason earlier, now it had returned entirely to its animal instincts. An ordinary toad was only the size of a human palm and would flee at the sight of people. But this giant toad was several times larger than a human. Once angered, it could swallow a person in one gulp, as easily as swallowing a mosquito. Chen Feng watched the huge toad mouth gaping open toward him. He took a step back, feigning retreat to deceive the clumsy creature. Then the hand gripping the Jingzhe sword swung fiercely, piercing through the toad's mouth in a single stroke. Ah! Croak, croak, croak. The toad was sent flying by Chen Feng's kick. Smarting from Chen Feng's action, it floated in the water and croaked loudly at him like a wild beast. Yet Chen Feng was not afraid of it at all. Ha! 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 Croak! 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 The toad leaped up, croaking, while great amounts of black blood poured from its mouth. Let's see how you cackle now. Tonight I'll cook you, spicy toad legs. Chen Feng raised the Jingzhe sword upright, wiped his nose with his hand, and walked a full circle around the giant toad he had defeated. Hey, would you believe it? This toad actually looks plump and delicious. One leg alone could feed an entire boatload of people, let alone the eggs in its belly. Of course, Chen Feng didn't care for the eggs in the toad's belly. His favorite part was the legs. The meat was chewy, savory, and superb as an appetizer with drinks. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already run through all 108 ways to cook a toad in his mind. On the other side, the toad floated up from the water in fury. Its two lantern-like eyes flushed crimson as it stared at Chen Feng with sheer hatred. Had it possessed teeth, one could almost hear the sound of it gnashing them. Croak, croak, croak. The giant black toad charged at Chen Feng again. Without even looking, Chen Feng swung his blade and sliced off half of its webbed paw. The toad screeched in agony, yet the red gleam in its eyes seemed to blaze ever brighter. A dense stench wafted around Chen Feng. Seeing blood spraying toward him, he hurriedly dodged. Phew! I almost got splattered by that filthy blood. If it had gotten my clothes dirty, May would definitely nag at me when I get back. Chen Feng dodged the toad's blood. He looked back, and his face went pale. Good heavens. It's lucky I'm so particular about cleanliness. Otherwise I'd have walked right into its trap. Chen Feng watched the fish stained with blood turn into white bones in an instant and couldn't help marveling at the toad's extreme toxicity. Croak, croak, croak. Seeing Chen Feng evade its underhanded trick, the toad could no longer hold itself back. Turning its back to Chen Feng, it leaped up and sprayed a burst of venom at him. Normally speaking, toads are different from frogs. A toad's back is covered with countless rough, warty bumps that look extremely creepy. But in reality, only those who pay attention know that inside those bumps is pure toad venom, also known as toad oil. The benefits of toad oil are too numerous to go into detail here, but one thing is certain: the venom shot from the back of this giant toad had to be far more potent than that of an ordinary toad, as could be seen from the fish that had turned to bones just now. This venom was not something one could casually withstand, much less when the toad before him was a giant dozens of times his size. Facing its venomous onslaught, Chen Feng was virtually under one-sided attack, with no way to escape. Good heavens! With this much toad oil, if those old folks saw it, wouldn't they come carrying a giant vat to fill up? Even at such a moment, Chen Feng still had the mood to crack jokes. Chen Feng gripped the Jingzhe sword tightly, staring seriously at the toad's back. The venom fired from the toad's back came with ferocious force. Chen Feng could be certain that if he got caught in it, he would instantly turn into bones, just like the fish from a moment ago. However, Chen Feng was not afraid. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. This feeling of wandering on the edge of death fascinated him deeply. Had such obsession gripped anyone else, they would probably laugh at themselves knowing their death was near. But placed on Chen Feng, it was an entirely different matter. Because he knew he would not die, instead this battle would earn him a mountain of rewards. Thank heavens I didn't check in when I defeated Bill Simon earlier, or I'd have missed out on the big catch today. However, if I were to counter such an attack with ordinary techniques, a few drops would still splatter onto me. After saying that, Chen Feng leaped up. Raising the Jingja sword in front of himself, he blocked the venom that shot toward him. The next moment, he swung at the toad using sword aura to vaporize the venom, and with the same strike, sliced off the skin from the toad's back. Now let's see how you can still use your venom attack. Chen Feng landed back in his original spot, the entire toad skin from its back still in his hand. System, if even the toad oil produced by ordinary toads is already so precious, wouldn't the oil from this giant toad be even more valuable? Chen Feng suddenly asked the system, holding the toad skin in his hand. Ding. The host is right. The venom of this giant toad is a universal blending oil, and most life-saving medicines contain it. However, why such a giant toad would appear in this world is a truly intriguing matter. The system requires further inspection and asks the host to wait 1 week. Alright, I just want to know if the meat of this toad can be eaten. Those legs look like they should be delicious. Ding. Giant toad meat is edible. Its flesh is tender, delicious, and juicy, and it is excellent when roasted. It can also strengthen the body, so the system suggests the host eat it. That's wonderful. Even the system says it can strengthen the body. Just how massive must the effect be? Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Chen Feng, who had been eager to try toad meat all along, became even more eager now. If the square dancing elders found out about this, wouldn't they form an elite assassin squad to kill it? At that thought, Chen Feng smiled. But this was the pirate world, not the 22nd century. There were no greedy, unreasonable old folks here. Only far more formidable opponents. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The toad looked back at Chen Feng aggrievedly, then hopped away in fright. However, Chen Feng was not about to let it leave easily. After all, he still wanted to eat its meat. He had finally caught one, so how could he let it slip away? What are you running for? Let me take one of your legs first. Chen Feng gripped the Jingja sword and leaped up, slashing toward the toad. His speed was lightning quick. Before the toad could react, it had already been slain by Chen Feng. Chen Feng sat atop the giant toad's head, the blade of the Jingja sword driven deep into its skull. After one shrill cry, the toad that Chen Feng had slain departed from this world. It's huge. Dragging it onto the ship seems a little difficult. Chen Feng sat atop the giant toad's head, rubbing his chin in hesitation. How about I just cut off one leg and take it with me? Anyway, there's nowhere to put it. Chen Feng stood up, pulled the Jingja sword out of the toad's skull, and was just about to cut off its leg when he was stunned by the scene around him. Around the dead toad were even more toads lying prone. One could say that the toad before dying had lured Chen Feng into the toad's den. These toads, however, were much larger than the one Chen Feng had killed. Compared to them, the one he had just slain was like an elementary school student next to his parents. Hey, hello there. Chen Feng awkwardly waved at the toads that were eyeing him menacingly, while gripping the Jingja sword tightly, prepared to strike at any sign of trouble. Good heavens. The one before had already been hard enough to deal with, and now here were even more and much bigger ones at that. The heavens above really must think he had too much free time. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It seemed that Chen Feng's actions had enraged the toad horde. The giant toad's eyes turned bloodshot as they glared at him with hate. Like the one he had just killed, they appeared to possess sentience, able to distinguish right from wrong. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Suddenly a toad cried out at Chen Feng, and then the toads behind it lunged fiercely toward him. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Facing the assault of so many giant toads, Chen Feng knew this was not the time to be cutting off legs. It was more important to dodge their attacks first. The toads were fast, but Chen Feng's speed was nothing to scoff at. He rose lightly with a leap, and using the momentum of the water and his own frame, slipped through the toad horde with ease, evading their attacks. Ha ha ha. The toad's breathing sounds rose and fell around Chen Feng. The sound was so deafening that he could not help covering his ears. If a single toad's breathing had already been unbearable, then this with so many of them was all the worse. Chen Feng's face grew troubled. He knew that if he could not overcome this problem of being vulnerable to sound, there was no way he could defeat these toads today. Even on the level of sound waves, he had already lost. Ding. The host may try using the chi in his body to seal his eardrums, preventing the sound from entering. Seal the eardrums. How would I do that? Chen Feng was not entirely sure what the system meant. He had seen ancient people in costume dramas use inner power to seal off their 5 senses. Could he do the same now? Ding. The answer is in your memories. Think. Among the Sword Saint's inherited memories, is there a part you have forgotten? The system's mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind, and its words made him shudder. Is there some part that I've forgotten? Have I forgotten something? Have I forgotten something? Chen Feng repeated the system's words over and over. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he remembered the Sword Saint's memories he had inherited. Hold your breath and focus your spirit. Look inward at your dantian, and do not forget your original heart. Circulate your chi. That passage from the Sword Saint suddenly emerged in his mind. Chen Feng closed his eyes and followed it. Hold your breath and focus your spirit. Look inward at your dantian. Do not forget your original heart. Circulate your chi. The next second, he opened his eyes joyfully and looked toward the toad horde. The giant toad's cheeks were still puffing, but Chen Feng could no longer hear them. He only felt utter stillness all around him, so quiet that it seemed he could hear a pin drop. That was the effect of closing one of his 5 senses, hearing. Excellent. This time I can finally have a real go at them. Chen Feng slung the Jingzha sword over his back, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Let me see whether your strength is stronger or weaker than that toad from just now. Chen Feng leaped up and charged into the toad horde. Hee. Gua 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 gua. Gua 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 gua. Hee. The chorus of croaking and heavy breathing from the swarm of toads did not disturb Chen Feng in the least. His mind was as still as water, his senses sealed inward, his combat state flawless. Gua gua gua. One toad struck first. It leapt into the air and flicked out its long tongue, aiming straight for Chen Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng's 2 swift slashes cleaved the toad's tongue into several pieces. To his surprise, the tongueless toad wore an expression of pure terror and retreated several steps. Gua 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 gua. Gua 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 gua. More toads lunged forward, shooting out their tongues toward Chen Feng. He made no move to counterattack. Instead, his body wove gracefully between the tangle of extended tongues, and within moments every toad's tongue became hopelessly knotted together. Gua gua. Gua gua. Gua gua. Gua gua. With their tongues entangled, the toads couldn't leap freely. Instead, they collided with one another in chaotic frustration. Then let's finish this all at once. Chen Feng raised his grip on the Jingzha sword and slashed down at the knot of tongues. In a flurry of swift strikes, every toad was left tongueless. I have zero interest in your tongues. Otherwise, I'd collect a few and make a plate of stir-fried toad tongues. With that, Chen Feng bounded into the midst of the toad swarm. He needed to slice open the skin on their backs before they coordinated a full-scale assault. Once they attacked in unison, things would become far more troublesome. Hee guagua guagua. The lead giant toad seemed to be issuing commands to the horde behind it. Remarkably intelligent, it appeared to have evolved a level of tactical awareness. Under its direction, the massive toads surrounding Chen Feng simultaneously turned, presenting their backs to him. Oh, come on, not this trick again. Chen Feng immediately moved to dodge. With so many toads preparing venom spray simultaneously, one misstep would be fatal. However, escaping a surround of this scale was hardly feasible. The moment Chen Feng shifted his footing, the toads unleashed their assault. Venom sprayed toward Chen Feng from all directions. Under the encircling barrage, he failed to dodge several times, and corrosive droplets splashed onto his body. Hiss! That actually hurts. Chen Feng looked down at his arm. The intensely burning, highly corrosive toad venom had already eaten through his clothing. The venom contacted his skin, producing a fierce burning sensation. Strangely, though the pain was intense, his skin remained unbroken. Strange. What's going on? Chen Feng muttered to himself, deeply puzzled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a latent physical potential defense power. Ding. Congratulations. Your physique has been reinforced. 688 points awarded. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained poison-resistant body. 688 points awarded. Ding. Congratulations. Your overall defense has increased by 0.8. What? Is this a blessing in disguise? Chen Feng stood frozen, at a loss for words. The scene felt straight out of an anime, where the protagonist maxes out their defense stat. He was now certain. Even if he lay in a toxic fog all night like the heroine of such a story, he wouldn't sustain a scratch. On one side, Chen Feng had stopped moving, entirely standing rigid, as if time itself had paused. On the other, the giant toads likewise ceased their attack, watching him with suspicion. If they could speak, they would surely cry out in disbelief. Why hadn't this creature melted into a skeleton upon contact with their venom? Instead, he appeared completely unharmed. I think I know how to play this game now. Chen Feng cast a wicked grin toward the giant toads. A brilliant plan suddenly flashed through his mind. He would use these toads to push his defense even higher. This time, Chen Feng didn't even draw the Jingzha sword. Sheathing it once more, he slowly began jogging toward the giant toad swarm. His pace appeared deliberately slow, almost inviting them to attack. Any intelligent human would have recognized the bait immediately. But his opponents were mutated giant toads, creatures incapable of human scheming. They simply assumed Chen Feng wasn't being poisoned enough and decided to intensify their assault. Hee. Gua 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 gua. The toads attacked once more, surrounding Chen Feng in a wall of venom spray. He made no attempt to flee. Gua 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 gua. Hee. Triumphant croaks echoed from within the swarm, filled with excitement and smugness. Even Chen Feng could read their jubilation. Yes, that's it. Come on, come on. Let the storm rage all the more. Chen Feng was thoroughly satisfied with their assault. He closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and basked in the defense-boosting properties of toad venom. Ding. Congratulations. Host's defense has increased by 0.001 ding. Congratulations. Host's defense has increased by 0.001 ding. Congratulations. Host's defense has increased by 0.001. The mechanical voice continued echoing inside Chen Feng's mind, and he could not have been happier. After all, even a 0.001 001 increase in defense translated to the ability to withstand 500 tons of force. Who wouldn't covet such resilience? And he already possessed a 0.8 defense boost capable of further augmenting it by absorbing their venom. If others learned of this, they'd be envious enough to lose all their teeth. Gua gua. Gua 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 gua. Gua 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 gua. The giant toads seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Their lantern-sized eyes blinked in utter confusion. If they were human, they would undoubtedly have voiced their bewilderment. Unfortunately, they were merely mutated toads, and even if they could have asked, Chen Feng wouldn't have understood them. Still, Chen Feng roughly grasped what they were trying to convey, sheer astonishment. Their ultimate technique had been casually neutralized. Facing Chen Feng, who stood unscathed, and indeed glowing with vitality, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Gua 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 gua. The lead giant toad issued commands to the horde behind it, but the smaller toads, now terrified, dared not approach. Some even shuffled backward several steps. Only now do you find me strange. Too bad you have no other options. Chen Feng tightened his grip on the Jingzhi sword and took a step forward into the toad swarm. The step sent many of the toads scrambling backward. Think about what last words you might want to say. Oh wait, you beasts can't speak anyway. Chen Feng did not want to waste any more time on the seafloor. He gripped the Jingzhi sword in his hand and leapt into the midst of the toad swarm. Croak 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 croak. Croak 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 croak. Croak 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 croak. The toads seemed to sense the fate about to befall them. They shrank back, trying to flee the swarm, but found themselves unable to move. Chen Feng's oppressive aura froze them where they stood, too terrified to stir. 1. Chen Feng unleashed a self-created ultimate technique. Swinging the Jingzhi sword, he severed the toads' heads from their bodies with a single slash. The poor giant toads were dead before they could even feel any pain. Chen Feng swiftly chopped off one toad's leg and, gripping it, struggled to swim back up toward the surface. Meanwhile, Yaliurta and Zoro had also boarded Redfoot Zeph's floating restaurant. Yaliurta had been leaning against the railing at the bow waiting for Chen Feng to come up. As time ticked by, she grew anxious. How strange. Why hasn't Chen Feng come up after all this time? Yaliurta grew more and more frantic. A normal person could not keep breathing in the sea. They had to rise to the surface for air and then dive down again. But Chen Feng had been dragged under by that monster. How could he possibly have had a chance to come up for breath? Thinking of this, Yaliurta's panic mounted. It's all because of me. If I hadn't been so stubborn, you wouldn't have been dragged down by that monster. The calm sea seemed to confirm her fears, and despair gradually crept into Yaliurta's heart. It's all my fault, all my fault. If it weren't for me. A pair of hands pressed down on Yaliurta's shoulders and patted them lightly twice. She turned around instinctively, but when she saw who it was, the surprise on her face turned to disappointment. Why is it you? Yaliurta was deeply disappointed. She glanced at Zoro, then turned back to the sea. It's getting late. You should eat something. Waiting for him like this won't do any good. Zoro's expression was just as grim. He had witnessed Chen Feng being dragged away by strange tentacles alongside Yaliurta, and he knew in his heart that Chen Feng had little chance of survival. Go and get something to eat first, Zoro said in a heavy voice, standing behind Yaliurta. Maybe he'll be back by the time you've eaten. No, I won't. I want to wait for Chen Feng to come back. I want to be with him. Yaliurta stared at the sea with determined eyes, her expression both sorrowful and resolute. Sigh. Why put yourself through this? Zoro sighed, turned around, and left the deck. Inside the restaurant, Nami and Kaya sat at a table enjoying afternoon tea. Still unaware that Chen Feng had been dragged away by a monster, they seemed quite cheerful. Just then a man in a suit with golden hair walked over and sat down beside Nami and Kaya. Hello, lovely ladies. Would I have the honor of sharing this afternoon tea with you? Sanji snapped his fingers, and a waiter carried over 2 plates of desserts. Under the gaze of Kaya and Nami, he set them down on the table. Wow, are these for us? Nami looked at the desserts, then at Sanji, and suddenly asked. Of course. This pink heart dessert is for you. It represents passionate feelings. Sanji pointed at the dessert in front of Nami with a smile. Then beaming, he pointed at the small white cake before Kaya. And this one is for you. Its name is Camellia and me. It represents pure, innocent affection. With that, Sanji braced his hands on the table with a gentlemanly smile. Ladies, may I invite you both to join tonight's moonwatching event. Moonwatching event? Kaya was curious, and she asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, a moonwatching event. Let me tell you a secret. On this ship, there's a telescope with an extremely long viewing range, so you can clearly see the moon's surface. And another secret. Only the 3 of us know about this. Sanji's gaze rested on Kaya, then shifted to Nami a few seconds later, his gentlemanly smile still in place. Those 2 beauties were far too eye-catching. He had noticed them the moment they walked in. To please the 2 ladies, he had spent quite a while working in the kitchen. Now it seemed there should be no problem inviting them out to watch the moon. Okay. Nami, seated beside Sanji, replied softly. Sanji turned to look at her. The sweet smile on Nami's face captivated him. Of course, an event this wonderful has to include Chen Feng. Kaya added shyly, holding up a finger. Chen Feng. Who is that? Is she a close friend of yours? Sanji couldn't stop himself from dreaming of watching the moon with 3 girls, and he couldn't help wondering what kind of girl Chen Feng might be. Would she be the aloof type? Or maybe the tsundere kind? Whichever she was, Sanji would be fond of her. No, he's our captain. And let me tell you a secret, he is far better looking than you. I was afraid you might faint from his handsomeness when you see him, so I wanted to warn you in advance. Kaya raised a finger, leaned close to Sanji, and spoke softly. Innocent Kaya was truly just sharing how handsome Chen Feng was, but Sanji felt as if she looked down on him, and his pride took a small blow. Still being an optimist, he soon lifted his spirits. Ha ha ha, great. Ha ha, let's all go tonight. But I think most guys aren't that into moon watching. After all, not everyone is as romantic as I am. A little embarrassed, Sanji still wanted to show off in front of the 2 beautiful women. He straightened his tie and pretended to look cool. If Chen Feng isn't coming, then what's the point of moon watching? Kaya said. She was Chen Feng's biggest fangirl. She could hardly bear being apart from him for even a moment. At that thought, Kaya suddenly froze. She looked at Nami with a puzzled expression. Strange. Chen Feng has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Nami understood her meaning in an instant. She stood frozen as well, finally realizing that Chen Feng was missing. Right? Both Yaliurta and Zoro are back. So why hasn't Chen Feng returned? The 2 women hurried to their feet and ran toward the bow, leaving Sanji behind as he still tried to show off. At the bow, Yaliurta was leaning against the railing, crying softly to herself. When Nami and Kaya saw this, they seemed to think of the same thing at once. They exchanged a glance, and their expressions turned grim. Could it be? Has something happened to Chen Feng? Nami stepped forward and gently patted Yaliurta's shoulder, her face carrying a worry known only to herself. Yes, he was dragged underwater by a monster and hasn't come up yet. Yaliurta sobbed amid her tears, her expression dejected and filled with self-reproach. What? A monster? What monster? Nami could hardly understand what Yaliurta was saying. At first, Chen Feng had only gone to find Yaliurta and Sualong. So why now had he been dragged into the sea by some phantom monster? She had no idea what was happening. Chen Feng went to the warehouse to rescue us who were trapped, but then he was dragged into the sea by a monster. He was taken because he was saving me. It's my fault, I was too willful. At that, Yaliurta crouched on the ground, her tears flowing even more freely. A plop jolted Nami and Yaliurta out of their own worlds. They looked toward the source of the sound and saw to their astonishment Kuya leaping into the sea, swimming down into the depths. Kuya, you. Nami watched Kuya's departing figure in a daze. She wanted to jump in after her, but Sualong, who had appeared out of nowhere, caught her by the arm. Don't go. You'll only make more trouble for Chen Feng. Chen Feng is in danger, isn't he? Nami stared at Sualong's face and asked with utter seriousness. Why, yes. That's right. Sualong didn't quite dare to look into Nami's earnest eyes. He turned his head to avoid her gaze. Chen Feng was dragged off by some unknown sea monster. Yaliurta and I kept watch here all afternoon, and never once did we see him surface for a breath. I'm afraid things are looking bad. Then why didn't you go down to save him? Nami suddenly seized Sualong's shoulders, shaking him as she spoke. I wanted to, but I was afraid that if I went, no one would be left to take care of you all, Sualong said in a low voice. In truth, the very moment Chen Feng had been dragged into the ocean, Sualong had wanted to rescue him. But if he abandoned his companions and went after Chen Feng only for both of them to die in the sea, wouldn't the Juefeng travel group fall apart? After all, Wu Sopu was useless at everything, and Nami, Kuya, and Yaliurta were 3 young women. He was the only one who could steady the group. But if even he were to die in the sea, who would be left to take care of them? Whenever he thought of the dreadful consequences awaiting them, Sualong could not bring himself to act without regard for his own life. Nami was stunned. She had not considered this aspect. Yaliurta, standing beside her, was equally stunned. She hadn't thought of it either. But Kuya, Nami pointed at the sea. But Kuya has already jumped in. If there really is some monster in the sea, then we should bring Kuya back first. It was a long while before Nami spoke. What? Kuya has already gone down. Sualong hadn't seen Kuya jump into the sea. He had only noticed Nami's movement, as if she were about to leap into the water, so he had stopped her in time, assuming that Yaliurta had told Nami about Chen Feng. Not good. You two wait here. I'll go bring Kuya back. With that, Sualong dove into the sea. He searched everywhere beneath the water, but found no trace of Kuya. Sualong surfaced to catch his breath, his expression grave. Strange. In such a short time, she couldn't possibly have reached deep water. Why can't I find Kuya? With his breath renewed, Sualong plunged headfirst into the water once more. He had to find Kuya as quickly as possible. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying that monster was. If anything happened to Kuya now, he would never forgive himself, nor would he be able to face Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Kuya, who had gradually swum into the deep water zone, felt a slight ache in her head. But strangely, though she had been underwater for a long while, she didn't feel short of breath. Instead, she felt somewhat comfortable. Kuya's gaze swept through the water. Although it was very dark, she seemed able to sense everything around her. I can feel it. Chen Feng is in that direction ahead. Kuya swam in the direction her intuition pointed. After a long while, she finally caught sight of the figure she had been longing to see. Chen Feng, is that you? Chen Feng. Kuya called out loudly to the figure not far away. Strangely enough, Kuya was able to speak while underwater. As everyone knows, ordinary people who stay underwater for a long time must surface to breathe fresh air and replenish their breath. But Kuya didn't need to at all. She could even speak in the water. If anyone else saw this, they would surely marvel at how strange she was. Yet Kuya had grown up without contact with anyone outside her family, and this was even her first time swimming. Her ability to survive in the water was as if it were innate, mastered without a teacher. Why are you here? Chen Feng turned around and looked at Kuya in disbelief. This place was 1,200 meters deep. An ordinary person could never reach it. An ordinary person diving to 500 meters might already find their heart giving out. Yet here in a place 1,200 meters deep beneath the sea, Kuya had actually appeared. Chen Feng could hardly believe it. Thank goodness, Chen Feng. I thought you had been hurt. Kuya swam to Chen Feng's side, and in a surge of emotion hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If you had died, I really wouldn't know how to go on living. Chen Feng gently stroked Kuya's forehead, his expression still rather dazed. Silly girl, who am I? I'm your captain. How could I die that easily? Hearing his words, Kuya pulled back from his embrace. Taking his hand, she carefully examined him from head to toe. How strange. Your clothes. Why are there so many holes in them? They look as if they've been corroded by strong acid. Kuya looked at Chen Feng's disheveled appearance, a flush rising to her cheeks. She wanted to look at him, yet didn't quite dare. Her shy, evasive demeanor was utterly adorable. These are marks left when the undersea monster attacked me. But its attacks had no effect on me. Instead, they only made my defenses stronger. Chen Feng smiled proudly. Recalling how he had been attacked by that giant toad just moments ago, he felt both thrilled and a little shaken. Just as I thought. I'm growing more and more fond of battle. Kuya stared at Chen Feng in a daze. After going through such a life-and-death struggle, his face bore no fear whatsoever. Instead, he radiated vibrant energy. She couldn't help but stare entranced. Indeed, the captain is the most charming man of all, Kuya said softly, her cheeks reddening. What? Chen Feng hadn't heard what Kuya said. Chen Feng asked in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Kuya quickly waved her hands, signaling that she had said nothing. The words she had just spoken had slipped out unintentionally. Fortunately, Chen Feng had not heard them. If he had, she would have been utterly embarrassed. Noticing Kuya's flushed face, Chen Feng assumed it was due to the water pressure. He grabbed her collar and swam upward with her. The water below is too cold and dark. Let me take you up first, or you might struggle to breathe. Chen Feng believed that Kuya could breathe underwater merely because her aptitude was slightly better than ordinary people's. As a normal person, she certainly could not swim freely in the sea as he could with the help of his system. Okay. Kuya obediently allowed Chen Feng to pull her by the collar. But when she noticed something in his other hand, her blood pressure suddenly spiked, and she felt as though she could not breathe. Chen Feng, what is that thing you're holding? Kuya looked at Chen Feng in confusion. In his hand, he held a massive object resembling an animal's leg, oozing black blood and looking rather disgusting. Kuya said she had never seen anything like it before. Oh, this is a toad's leg. Eating it has benefits. It strengthens the physique. It's just a bit heavy. Chen Feng said casually. The deeper the water, the greater the resistance. Dragging such a heavy object upward was naturally taxing, but for the sake of delicious food, Chen Feng was willing to endure it. Toad leg. Aren't toads ground-dwelling creatures? Shouldn't they only be about the size of a palm? Is this really a toad leg? Kuya knew toads well. Every night, while sleeping, she could hear their croaking outside the window, clear and melodious, yet somewhat noisy. Sometimes it brought peace to her heart, and other times it drove her mad with irritation. Yes, but this toad is different from the ones you know. It is a giant toad, a mysterious creature that has never appeared before humans. However, the taste should be the same, and it is quite good for your health. As Chen Feng spoke, he continued pulling Kuya upward. It seemed as though endless strength coursed through his body, allowing him to swim freely in the sea, even while dragging such a massive object. Chen Feng, you're amazing. Dragging something so heavy from the deep sea should require enormous effort, yet you don't seem tired at all. Kuya was once again stunned by Chen Feng's powerful physique. In her over 10 years of life, she had never encountered anyone who shook her world so profoundly. From the day they first met, her life had seemingly become something entirely different. If you master the technique, you can do it too. Chen Feng did not say much further. After all, strength was not something easily explained, especially to a girl who could not cultivate. Soon the two of them reached a depth of around 500 meters. Chen Feng could clearly feel the water resistance decreasing and the surroundings growing brighter. Moreover, a familiar energy seemed to be closing in on him from nearby. Zoro held his breath, releasing small bubbles from his mouth as he searched carefully through the sea. Finally, he spotted Chen Feng and Kuya and swam toward them swiftly. When he saw the enormous toad leg in Chen Feng's hand, his face twisted in shock. If he could have spoken at that moment, he would have marveled at Chen Feng's monstrous strength. In his view, the thing Chen Feng was holding must have been the very monster that had attacked them. Who would have thought that instead of killing Chen Feng, the monster had lost a leg to him? The situation seemed utterly bizarre. Yet for Zoro this was undoubtedly a blessing. Not only could his captain continue sailing with him, but he could also follow in this man's footsteps and strive together to become the strongest swordsman in the world. The three of them surfaced. Chen Feng and Kuya felt no strain, but Zoro began gasping for breath in large ragged breaths. Zoro glanced toward the deck of the floating restaurant. Above, Ariel and Nami waited anxiously. When they caught sight of the three figures emerging from the water, their worry vanished, replaced by pure delight. Great. Chen Feng, you're all right. Tears had dried on Ariel's face. She stared blankly at Chen Feng, her heart pounding wildly, as though she had found the very meaning of her continued existence. Just moments ago, after Chen Feng had been missing for too long, she had been overwhelmed by thoughts of self-destruction. The urge had grown so intense that she nearly acted upon it, but fortunately Nami discovered and stopped her in time. Nami had also been watching intently as the three emerged from the water. Upon hearing Ariel say that Chen Feng was gone, her heart had refused to accept it. She could not believe someone as strong as Chen Feng would be killed by some sea monster. She had kept pretending to be strong, waiting for his return. Now she no longer had to pretend. Nami bit her lower lip tightly to keep from shedding tears of emotion. After all, there were already enough weak-willed people on the ship. If she broke down as well, she would surely be despised. She gazed at Chen Feng's silhouette and slowly spoke, Chen Feng. At that moment, Sanji stepped out with an annoyed expression. When he heard Nami call Chen Feng's name, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. Strange, who exactly is this Chen Feng that he could make both these lovely girls so emotional? He suddenly remembered the words Kuya had spoken in the restaurant, and a hint of jealousy appeared on his face. I want to see for myself what kind of person this Chen Feng is, and just how handsome he truly is. Sanji walked onto the deck, gripping the railing as he looked out to sea. He saw Zoro, Sanji, and Kuya in the water, and when his gaze fell upon Chen Feng, he was utterly stunned by his handsomeness. This. There actually exists someone more handsome than me in this world. With such fair skin and such sharp charisma, how could someone who earns the praise of two beauties possibly be an ordinary man? This was the first time Sanji had ever seen someone more handsome than himself. He had always considered himself the most dashing man in the world, but now his entire facade crumbled. Wait a moment, what is that he's holding? Sanji squinted and saw Chen Feng lifting something resembling an animal leg from the water. The creature's paw had 5 toes, looking remarkably like a toad leg. Toad leg. Toad leg. Toad leg. Suddenly Sanji froze as though struck by some revelation. Just then a crew member from the floating restaurant rushed over and shouted anxiously at Sanji, bad news. It seems the ship ran into something hard beneath the surface and broke open the iron plates. Water is leaking in steadily, and Master Zeph told me to take you away first. Strange, how is this possible? This is the East Blue. Since when has the East Blue produced anything this formidable? Sanji refused to believe it, speaking with confusion. However, the crew member gave Sanji no room to think. He grabbed Sanji and made to drag him away. Realizing that this truly was an accident, Sanji suddenly turned to Nami, wanting to bring her with him and escape. Miss Nami, the ship has suffered a collision. Come with me along with Kaya and Arlita and get to safety first. Nami looked at Sanji, then at Chen Feng, and said firmly, but there aren't only 3 women on our ship. Chen Feng, Zoro, and Usopp are still there. If the 3 of us escape, what will happen to the 3 of them? Sanji could read what was on Nami's mind. Just as he was about to speak, the crew member beside him tugged his arm and shook his head. Each lifeboat can hold 4 people at most. With you and these 3 young ladies, there is no room for one more. Otherwise, we might not escape. We could capsize and sink into the sea instead. What you say is true, but what can we do? Sanji sank into thought once more. The floating restaurant had always been well maintained, so there were not many lifeboats prepared for evacuation. At this time of year, it happened to be the floating restaurant's busiest season. It was clearly impossible to save everyone with lifeboats, yet Sanji could not simply abandon them. After a long moment, Sanji said, then you all escape together. I'll cover your retreat. Nami looked at him suddenly at a loss for words. After thinking it over, she took Arlita's and Kaya's hands and walked toward the lifeboat. Sanji looked at Chen Feng and suddenly asked, aren't you going to escape? Chen Feng stood firmly rooted in place, his expression unchanged. Unlike the other panicked passengers on the ship, he gazed at the ship's ladder with keen interest. Run? Why should I run? Chen Feng spoke with great confidence, and he had every right to be confident. He could already sense how terrifying the creature beneath the ship was. Thus he understood that when facing such a horrifying opponent, fleeing was not the solution, defeating the opponent was. Sanji stared blankly at Chen Feng. The man before him was not only handsome, but possessed a bearing of exceptional composure. At a moment like this, even Sanji could not help but panic, yet Chen Feng looked as though nothing whatsoever had happened. Fine, then I'll stay and fight alongside you. Chen Feng suddenly looked Sanji up and down with an appraising eye. A trace of contempt flickered in his gaze before he spoke. You are too fragile right now. You should flee with Nami and the others. I'm enough to handle things here. Sanji suddenly felt his pride suffer a tremendous blow. In fact, he was a very formidable man. Aboard the ship, few besides Zeph could defeat him. Yet now, when faced with Chen Feng, he felt an enormous pressure radiating from the other man. That pressure originated from a true strong one's oppressive might over the weak. Fine. Only after a long while did Sanji speak. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Be careful not to die here. Your crew will be waiting for you on a small island not far away for your safe arrival. With that, Sanji turned to leave and collided with Red Leg Zeph, who was standing behind him. Red Leg Zeph radiated a heavy low-pressure aura. Without a word, he solemnly clapped his hand on Sanji's shoulder. That gesture made Sanji feel deeply uneasy. In ordinary times, Zeph would either shout at Sanji or show him no kindness. Seeing Zeph present such a demeanor now filled Sanji with intense unease. Go. It was a long time before Zeph finally spoke. Sanji tried to say something, but the words reached his lips and were swallowed back. He nodded at Zeph, then turned and left the deck with a look of absolute resolve. No sooner had Sanji boarded the lifeboat than he saw a giant tentacle covered with suckers slam into the ship's hull. Sanji's eyes flew open in shock, and he stared at the scene in disbelief. This. Everyone fortunate enough to have escaped onto a lifeboat stared in fear at the floating restaurant now seized by the tentacle. At the same time, many faces were marked with grief, pain, and complicated sorrow. Many people on the floating restaurant had not made it onto the lifeboats. It was not so much that they failed to board as that they were unable to leave. They were among the abandoned left to wait obediently for death to descend. Boy, you've got nerve. Red Leg Zeph cast an admiring glance at Chen Feng. Indeed, the young man had weathered many storms, yet a moment like this he still managed to keep a bold, reckless smile on his face. Not too bad. Chen Feng said nothing more, his face somewhat grave. The enemy he had encountered today was 100 times more powerful than any he had faced before, and even the system had issued an S-class alert. Yet Chen Feng knew that although the system wanted him to retreat, carrying that out would be extremely difficult. Before an enemy of this caliber attempting to escape was a laughable notion. So Chen Feng chose a path opposite to the system's warning. He was going to take the enemy head on. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt you were a child with real guts, and that you were someone extraordinary. Now it seems I was exactly right. You are stronger than any junior I have ever met. I think that if you survive this, you will definitely become someone no less than the Pirate King. Red Leg Zeph looked at Chen Feng and spoke with unreserved admiration. Chen Feng was the junior who suited Zeph's tastes best among all he had met. That feeling of regretting they had not met sooner had not appeared for many years. Even Sanji had never stirred such an emotion in him. All the fighting spirit in my body has been roused. Red Leg Zeph stamped his foot, and a fierce fighting intent rose on his face. Within that surge of excitement seemed to be the flavor of a heroic sacrifice, and it was deeply moving. Chen Feng was also moved by his words. He drew the Jingja sword from the system and laid it across his shoulder. Boy, your sword has a remarkable origin. Zeph glanced at the Jingja sword on Chen Feng's shoulder, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This enormous black sword was clearly no ordinary object at first glance. Yet when held in the young man's hand, it looked remarkably natural. You have a sharp eye. A smile rose on Chen Feng's face. He looked toward the afterglow of the setting sun on the horizon. The evening light fell on both their faces with an apocalyptic calm. Then, are you ready? Let's give it everything we've got. Very well, let's begin. Red Leg Zephu finished his last drag and flicked the cigarette butt onto the deck. Without another word, he crushed the still sparking ember underfoot, pushed off the railing, and leaped onto one of the tentacles. This way of fighting is a bit taxing for me. Though he spoke thus, there was no trace of fear on Red Leg Zephu's face. Instead, his expression carried a carefree daring. Monster, let me show you what Red Leg Zephu is made of. Red Leg Zephu's leg techniques were formidable. Once a single kick had sent a particularly fearsome pirate sprawling dozens of meters away. His prowess with his legs had reached a realm of near supernatural mastery. Yet against these suction-cupped octopus-like tentacles he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Damn it, what kind of creature is this? Today I'll stew you and eat you alive. Red Leg Zephu fought with all his might, while his peripheral vision kept tracking Chen Feng. Boy, I'm placing my life in your hands. Don't let me down. Red Leg Zephu shouted toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng gripped the Jingja sword tightly. A sinister smile played on his lips as an invisible aura of sword intent spiraled around him, transforming his demeanor entirely. No longer did he resemble a refined gentleman. He looked instead like a powerhouse radiating absolute authority. Of course, since you risked yourself to draw its attention, how could I let you down? Chen Feng pushed off the ground and launched himself into the air, swinging straight down at the tentacle. Success or death, there is no middle ground. The Jingja sword hummed in his grip. The closer it drew to the tentacle, the more violently the blade vibrated. Chen Feng knew this meant the sword was eager, thrilled for battle. With a sharp crack, Chen Feng's sword cleaved straight through the tentacle. The massive appendage plummeted into the sea like a boulder striking water, sending up a thunderous splash. And at that very instant, Red Leg Zephu used the force of his kicks to break free and escape. Good lad, I was right to bet on you. Seeing Chen Feng's movements so swift and decisive, Zephu's admiration grew. his cheeks flushed with excitement. In his decades of life, such thrilling moments were rare. His entire body trembled with adrenaline, yet Chen Feng remained as steady as a crouching tiger. Boy, to keep your wits about you in a moment like this is truly rare. Remember, guard that clarity of mind, for it will carry you further, perhaps even to the pinnacle of the world. Japu's voice rang out powerfully, thick with emotion. Clearly shaken by what he had just witnessed, he reached out to clap Chen Feng on the shoulder, but before his hand could make contact, another tentacle lashed out and seized him. Boy, strike now? Kill it. Leave me behind. I'm just an old man. One less old man makes no difference. Even facing death, Japu could not stop urging Chen Feng. He was a man of fierce justice, and he could not bear to die without purpose. So in his final moments, he pushed Chen Feng onward, wanting to do one last thing. Don't worry, old man. Watch closely. Chen Feng sprang into the air, once more heading for the tentacle. But this time the creature was no fool. It shifted direction, and another tentacle rose from the depths, shooting upward toward Chen Feng. Pathetic. Chen Feng sliced through the new tentacle in one stroke, his motion unhindered. Swiftly, he flew toward Red Leg Japu. In their brief time together, Chen Feng had seen that Japu was a man of strong justice. Such a person should not perish at the claws of a monster. And Chen Feng would not allow it to happen before his eyes. One slash. A single downward cut carried razor-sharp, sword intent, severing the tentacle completely. The lingering energy clung to the stump like oil, preventing any regeneration. This is the price of kidnapping people. Chen Feng stood upon the severed tentacle, one arm cradling the unconscious Red Leg Japu. Now let us see your true form. Driving his sword deep into the tentacle, Chen Feng channeled a relentless flow of sword intent into the creature. The monster lurking beneath the waves could not withstand the brutal energy, and finally rose to the surface. Resembling an octopus, but different, it bore 3 heads and countless tentacles beneath its bulk. Counting roughly, there must have been over 100. So it's just a giant octopus. I was wondering what the fuss was about. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Chen Feng's forehead. His expression grew somber, yet his tone remained light, as though the giant octopus posed no threat at all. You pesky boy. Before I find my real meal, I'll deal with you first. What startled Chen Feng most was that the giant octopus could speak, and in the voice of a middle-aged woman. It seemed the creature had observed the underwater world for centuries, absorbing human language through endless watching. Food. Old octopus woman, haven't you considered that once you surface, it won't be you who finds food, but rather you who becomes the meal? Chen Feng slung the Jingjia sword over his shoulder and regarded the octopus matriarch with a wicked grin. No fear showed on his face. If anything, there was a spark of exhilaration. The giant octopus stared at Chen Feng with obvious suspicion. For the first time, it could not determine whether he was strong or weak. In the past, weaker humans either fell to their knees begging for mercy or played dead to deceive it. Neither reaction resembled this calm confidence. Chen Feng knew his act had worked. He exhaled softly within, easing a fraction of his tension, yet his focus sharpened to its peak. How difficult this giant beast truly was, only he himself could gauge. But whatever the case, he could not reveal any weakness before the octopus, or he would be slaughtered without mercy. Never mind, kill it first, and worry later. In the end, the giant octopus was but a beast. Its intelligence was limited, and most of its actions were driven by instinct. Sensing that Chen Feng was not stronger than it abandoned human cunning and chose direct attack to test the boy's bravado. Standing atop one of the giant octopus's tentacles, Chen Feng watched another lash toward him. His keen eyes caught a crucial detail. This particular tentacle was lined with jagged teeth of varying sizes. As the tentacle struck, those teeth ground together with a hungry rasp. If that attack were to strike him with those tentacles, the injury would surely be severe. Moreover, he had no idea whether those teeth contained poison, so it was best to avoid contact entirely. At this thought, Chen Feng suddenly leaned backward, dodging the tentacle strike. Just as the tentacle was about to hit him, Chen Feng turned his wrist outward and applied force. The blade sliced across the tentacle's surface, stripping off its entire outer layer of skin. This was a move Chen Feng favored greatly. He had employed this very technique when battling the giant toad, and it had proven highly effective. Naturally, this time, as well, his opponent failed to escape his assault. Aya! The giant octopus screamed in agony, its 3 heads thrashing violently. The eyes on each head turned crimson red, as though consumed by madness. This is bad. Seeing the giant octopus in such a state, Chen Feng realized it had fallen into a frenzied rage. These were the most dangerous moments. When facing such a creature, he must never engage in direct confrontation. Chen Feng leaped down from the octopus's tentacle and turned his gaze toward the sea restaurant. It was slowly sinking, and Chen Feng calculated that it would take another hour for it to fully descend to the ocean floor. Chen Feng grabbed Redleg Zeph and swiftly leaped aboard the sea restaurant, carrying him to the highest point and setting him down safely. Once Redleg Zeph was settled, Chen Feng turned his attention back to the giant octopus. Its tentacles were slithering across the sea surface at terrifying speed, transforming what had been calm waters into something perilous. What shocked Chen Feng most was that Nami and the others who had already fled by boat were somehow pulled back by the octopus's movements. Countless lifeboats were packed with people, while submarines circled the giant octopus. With a mere gesture, it could send anyone aboard those lifeboats to their death. Things are looking increasingly dire. Chen Feng did not care about the lives of strangers, but he could not disregard his own people. He sprang upward once more, hurtling toward the octopus. What should we do, Nami? Are we going to die here? Kaya clutched Nami's arm tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the tentacle hovering dangerously close. The proximity to death made her extremely uneasy, desperate to flee. Nami felt the same terror deep inside, but she dared not show it. There were already too many frightened souls aboard. She could not allow herself to succumb to fear. She had to remain composed at all times. It's all right, we'll be fine. Chen Feng will come rescue us. Don't worry. Nami patted Kaya's shoulder reassuringly and pulled her into an embrace. Ariel was too terrified to speak, and the three girls huddled together like shivering pigeons seeking warmth. Of course, there was one more person on this lifeboat, Sanji. Clutching Nami's clothes in fear, he glanced at the massive octopus outside and was paralyzed by its enormous form. Count me in, I have megaphobia. I'm going to die of fright. I'm going to die. Nami rolled her eyes. In a moment like this, shouldn't the only man be the one pulling himself together? Instead, she found herself becoming the anchor for everyone on this lifeboat. But remembering that death treated all equally, Nami said nothing. The giant octopus sensed the countless prey surrounding it. It casually snatched a lifeboat with its tentacle and hurled everyone aboard into its mouth, chewing contentedly. Too little. Barely fills my teeth. I need more. I need much more. The scent of blood stoked its hunger. The giant octopus surveyed its surroundings while dragging whatever it could reach into its maw. Those who hadn't reached the lifeboats in time became its meal. Soon the giant octopus's gaze fixed upon Nami's group, more precisely upon Kaya. Ha, found something special. Come quickly to my belly, little girl. The giant octopus deliberately extended a newly grown tentacle, carefully reaching toward Kaya. Such premium ingredients must not be damaged, even slightly. Eager to devour Kaya immediately, the octopus hesitated at her frail frame. It feared crushing her with its massive tentacles and losing the freshness of its prize. So it chose its thinnest tentacle. This proved convenient for Chen Feng, who arrived just in time. With a single stroke, he severed the octopus's tentacle and stood at the edge of the lifeboat, watching coldly as the giant creature continued to chew on living prey. My opponent is you, not them. Chen Feng resented the creature targeting his people. Just moments ago, a flicker of fear had crossed him. What if he had arrived too late? The thought left a trace of self-reproach. Chen Feng, I'm all right. Please stay safe yourself. Kaya, trembling with tears streaming down her face, could not stop urging him. Don't worry. Who am I? I'm your captain. How could I let my crew perish right before my eyes? With those words, Chen Feng glanced back at Kaya, giving her a confident look. Run. Get as far away as possible. Chen Feng pushed the lifeboat, carrying Kaya away, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, hurtling toward the giant octopus's face. Looks like you're asking for it. Let me show you what real pain feels like. His blade drove into one of the octopus's heads, gushing blood as the creature shrieked. Pulling back the Jingzha sword, Chen Feng turned toward the direction Kaya had gone. She needed to get far away. This battle would not end easily, and he could not guarantee the octopus would spare them during the fight. Nami and the others pushed aside, watched Chen Feng with deep concern. They said nothing, simply memorizing his face, trying to etch his final image into their minds. Chen Feng, don't die. Please don't die. Without you, how can we possibly survive? Nami finally broke down. She lowered her head, her hands buried in her palms. Sanji, meanwhile, watched Chen Feng with admiration. As a man, compared to Chen Feng, he had fallen terribly short. He had failed to protect those around him and had fled at the critical moment. This behavior is simply not what a man should do. Thinking of this, Sanji regretfully slapped himself. Really not a man. At a moment like this, you should rush out to protect everyone. Sanji was deeply troubled. Facing such a colossal creature for the first time, he felt completely at a loss. Even Japu couldn't gain any advantage against it, so rushing in himself would only be adding to the trouble. One day, someday, I will become as strong as you. Suddenly Sanji clenched his fist, gazed resolutely at the sky, and shouted. Soon the lifeboat reached the nearby small island. Several people stepped ashore and stood at the edge, eagerly scanning the surroundings. However, this place was too far from Chen Feng's location. They could only see a blurry silhouette. Chen Feng, please don't come to any harm. Nami clenched her fists, her face filled with worry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Feng sliced off one of the giant octopus's heads with a single strike. Stepping on the falling head, he rescued the passengers trapped there and pushed them away. It seems today is truly a special day. You see, creatures who usually never show your heads have suddenly come out in crowds. Chen Feng smiled at the giant octopus. You don't understand. Today is a special day. The ceremony is about to begin, and the most important treasure has already appeared in these waters. The giant octopus spoke nonsensically, its gaze fixed on the small island where Nami and the others had fled. The ceremony has already begun. Everyone in these waters will become sacrifices. After saying this, the giant octopus went wild, attacking Chen Feng with all its tentacles. The giant octopus's previous words left Chen Feng completely baffled. Still pondering their meaning, he was met with the opponent's attack. Good heavens, why so sudden zeal? Such ferocious attacks were too much for Chen Feng to withstand at once, so he chose to evade and maneuver. Chen Feng's figure could be seen continuously weaving between the giant octopus's tentacles, always perfectly dodging its attacks. Ha 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 ha, hiding like this is useless. You must defeat me to leave. If you cannot defeat me, your friends will die. The giant octopus's words plunged Chen Feng into deep thought. Could it be? There are not just giant octopuses as monsters in these waters. Recalling the scene of being attacked by a giant toad earlier that day, Chen Feng suddenly realized that there might not be just one giant octopus, but multiple. Oh no, this fellow is stalling for time. I must deal with it quickly. Thinking of this, a sudden anxiety surfaced in Chen Feng's heart. If his guess was correct, there was no absolutely safe place in these waters. Possibly Nami and the others were already under attack by unknown monsters. The giant octopus noticed Chen Feng's change and chuckled, "Jegj," only now realizing something's wrong. It's already too late. You humans are always like this, always thinking your wisdom is supreme. Yet in reality, those who consider themselves clever are often the most foolish. The giant octopus gave Chen Feng no chance to catch his breath. It extended its tentacles and stabbed towards Chen Feng. Just as he was about to be attacked by the octopus, a more powerful energy suddenly erupted around Chen Feng. This energy supported him to forcibly dodge the octopus's attack and burned off its topmost tentacles evenly. NG. What's happening? What is that exactly? The giant octopus looked at Chen Feng with suspicion. The powerful energy that had erupted from Chen Feng just now made it feel the descent of the Grim Reaper for the first time. This feeling was very ominous. The last time it felt this was on Roger. This feeling was different from the hockey on Roger. It was an energy that inspired even greater fear. You ask what this is? I cannot answer because not everyone possesses such energy. In this world, perhaps only I alone have it. Chen Feng answered the giant octopus very confidently. This unique sword intent, inheriting a millennium of Chinese swordsman's legacy, was one of kind in this world, visible only on Chen Feng. Regardless of what that is today, I will definitely eat you. A powerful swordsman like you eating you will surely absorb a lot of energy. After saying this, the giant octopus's tentacle shook and new flesh buds grew from the severed area. The buds quickly merged, leaving no trace of being cut. Yo, such strong regenerative power. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. After expressing his surprise, he gripped the Jingja sword in his hand, condensed the energy in his body, and transferred it to his palm, ready for battle at any moment. To be praised by my food, I really don't know whether to feel joyful or troubled. The giant octopus attacked Chen Feng again, this time with ferocity, dozens of times greater than before. Its speed was too fast to follow. To prevent Chen Feng from escaping again in the previous manner, it specifically pushed its speed to the maximum, striving to kill Chen Feng quickly. Meanwhile, Nami and the others stood at the edge of the island, faces anxious as they watched Chen Feng's direction. Unbeknownst to them, a tentacle crept out stealthily towards Nami, who was completely unaware. Bang! The tentacle preparing to ambush was severed by a long sword. Nami heard the sound, turned her head in confusion, and then saw the timely arrived Zoro along with the severed tentacle. "Aya!" Kaya screamed in terror upon seeing the severed tentacle on the ground. She recalled the scene on the sea surface just now, while Nami's face was equally pale, also staring blankly at the tentacle on the ground. Could this be? Nami hurriedly looked towards Chen Feng's direction. Dense fog had appeared without warning, obscuring her view and preventing her from even seeing the last blurry silhouette. Chen Feng isn't dead, he's not dead. Zoro shouted breathlessly. Looking at Nami, he continued. And this one isn't the same as the previous one, it's a group. Several people followed Zoro's gaze and saw that around the island countless giant octopuses had surrounded it without them noticing. They no longer hid, but revealed their heads with eyes as large as two lanterns, tightly staring at them, eager to devour them immediately. Nami nervously covered her mouth and nose, too frightened to make a sound. Don't worry, these fellows navigate by sound. As long as we stay quiet, they can't find us. Don't worry, these fellows navigate by sound. As long as we stay quiet, they can't find us. Nami covered her mouth and nose, nodding with a grave expression. Zoro's words had eased her mind, but as she looked around and spotted the lifeboats closing in on the island, fear crept back onto her face. Nami rushed to the shore, waving urgently at the group about to land. Yet at such a moment, none of the survivors could notice Nami's unusual behavior. Panic-stricken, they scrambled onto the island without even glancing at their surroundings. Phew, we're saved, someone finally exclaimed. The octopuses encircling the island snapped their heads toward the voice, their eyes gleaming with greed, and swiftly reacted. The one who spoke was seized by a giant octopus and devoured in an instant. The other survivors beside him met the same fate. dragged off the island and torn apart by the octopuses. Witnessing the gruesome end of the survivors, the group dared not speak. They huddled together in a low-lying spot, finding some sense of safety there, and let out uneasy breaths. I only just realized this myself. These giant octopuses have extremely sluggish reactions, but are highly sensitive to sound. If anyone gets close, they'll be detected immediately, and then exactly what we just saw happens. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword's shoulders, and elbows tensed, ready to spring into battle at any moment. God, those people were so horrifically killed. If you hadn't arrived in time, we'd have ended up the same way. Kaya whispered, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Chen Feng. At a time like this, Chen Feng has no one to help him. How is he going to face it? Kaya's words silenced the group. Indeed, Chen Feng was the only one capable of fighting the giant octopuses. This task fell to him alone. All the others could do was pray that Chen Feng would return unscathed. Worry less. Chen Feng won't die, at least not now. Ariel, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. She seemed exhausted as she revealed the demonic mark on her body to the group. It was the first time she had shown her demonic mark to anyone. I can sense that Chen Feng is very active right now. It's probably because I signed a contract with him, so I can feel his condition. All we need to do now is protect ourselves and wait for his rescue. Don't think about anything else, Ariel said softly. The others nodded, their lingering worries dissolving as they breathed sighs of relief. But the cries of the survivors did not cease. Survivors kept climbing ashore, only to be devoured one after another. Their anguished screams made it impossible for the group to stand by and do nothing. We can't let this go on. We can't let the survivors keep throwing their lives away. We have to do something. Nami rose abruptly from the ground, clenching her fists and speaking in a low voice. Do you have an idea? Sanji, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked. Approval was written on his face. He too wanted to save those innocent people. Nami pointed at the nearby lifeboat and whispered, Use that. We'll use that to warn the survivors. The others looked at the lifeboat, instantly understanding her plan, and nodded in unison. Meanwhile, Chen Feng once again dodged a giant octopus attack at a bizarre angle, but this time, he didn't look so relaxed. Hidden behind the octopus, he gasped for breath in ragged, heavy gulps. Phew. At this rate, even if I don't die by the octopus's tentacles, I'll die of exhaustion. Chen Feng stared at the giant octopus, his back drenched in sweat. I have to do something. With that, Chen Feng raised the Jingxia sword. A steady stream of energy flowed from his palm into the blade. Soon the sword split open to form a second hilt. Chen Feng grabbed it with his other hand and pulled the Jingxia sword's twin free from the blade. The twin of the Jingxia sword was an extremely slender longsword, so thin it was only as thick as a chopstick, yet half a meter in length. With this blade, Chen Feng could both defend and strike. I need to take you down fast. I still have far more important things to do. With that, Chen Feng leaped into the air, flying straight for the giant octopus's head. This octopus had no weaknesses anywhere on its body, except for one, the teeth beneath its 3 heads, which led directly to its internal organs. Only by destroying that spot could the creature be truly finished. For an ordinary strong warrior, fighting such a giant octopus would be nearly impossible, just like Red Leg Zeph at the very beginning falling into a disadvantage from the very first moment. Of course, Chen Feng's disadvantage was also great, but compared with the others, he had far better odds. NNNNNNGH. The giant octopus's second head was severed, leaving it with only one. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng thrust the slender sword into the gap between the 2 severed heads. Instantly, torrents of black blood burst from the octopus's body. Looks like I found the right spot. A smile spread across Chen Feng's face. He drove the sword deeper, his wrist trembling as he felt the blade sink into a ring-shaped area, the octopus's vital point. Aya! The giant octopus howled in agony, its roar so thunderous that it woke Zeph, who had collapsed unconscious on the bar tie. Red Leg Zeph rose and looked toward Chen Feng's direction. When he saw Chen Feng deftly slay the giant octopus, a smile spread across his face. Kid, I really didn't misjudge you. Why? How do you know my vital point? How could you possibly know that? The giant octopus could not understand. It refused to accept its fate and roared out its question. Because when you get right down to it, you're just an octopus. Who hasn't killed an octopus or 2 before? Chen Feng gasped heavily. This is the actual reason. The giant octopus refused to believe it. Even at death's door, it would not place itself in the same category as the octopuses that are casually eaten by humans. Is that even a weakness? I never knew I had such a weakness. I never knew. The giant octopus roared in unwilling agony as its life force drained away beneath Chen Feng's slender sword. At the same time, Chen Feng was absorbing the energy flowing from the giant octopus's body. If I hadn't pushed myself, how would I have discovered that the Jingxia sword is actually 2 swords? All I can say is it was fortune and coincidence. And I, Chen Feng, am clearly not destined to die here. Chen Feng looked toward Nami and the others. Wait for me. I'm coming right now. Nami and the others carried the lifeboat to the shore, gently setting it down. Warnings were still written on it. This should suffice. If the survivors this time are anything like before, then we truly have no other options. Yes, we have exerted all the strength at our disposal. If anyone still cannot see it, then it must be written by fate. Sanji watched the thick fog outside the island and spoke in a low voice. The few of them wiped the sweat from their faces and left the most dangerous area. Oh! Kaoya screamed in terror. A grass snake had landed on her shoulder without her noticing, and she froze in place, too terrified to move. Kaoya's scream had dire consequences. It awakened the giant octopuses surrounding the island. Hearing her panicked cry, they hurried toward them at incredible speed. Trouble! Roronoa removed the grass snake from Kaoya's shoulder and flicked it away, then grabbed her and sprinted forward. Go quickly, they're about to arrive. The group ran frantically ahead while countless tentacles reached out behind them. This won't do. We have to stop their advance. Roronoa deliberately stopped. He swung his long sword, cutting through several tentacles rushing toward him with swift slashes. Those strikes had consumed all his strength. Damn it, these tentacles are incredibly tough. Even with all my strength, I can only slow them down. Roronoa crouched low, gripping his katana tightly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. As a swordsman, I must fight for the last chance of survival for these vulnerable women, even if it costs me my life. Soon countless tentacles came at him from all directions. Roronoa steeled himself, constantly swinging his katana to block the reaching limbs. At this rate, I won't last long. Not alone. A figure in a suit joined the battle, kicking away a tentacle that was about to strike Roronoa's back. Roronoa turned around and saw Sanji finish his last cigarette, tossing it to the ground. His expression was somewhat bewildered. Aren't you afraid of dying? Roronoa asked in confusion. Die? Who isn't afraid? But if I'm to be protected like a delicate woman, I would rather perish here, forging a path to survival for the three ladies. Sanji said softly, his gaze lifting toward the sky. Seth, I've finally become someone brave enough to face danger. Will you be proud of me? Standing here and fighting them yields little result. Why not draw them toward the shore? That way they'll grow farther from Nami and the others. Sanji thought for a moment before speaking aloud. Indeed, he had already resolved to use his remaining life to lure away these tentacles. You are truly a brave man. After a long pause, Roronoa finally spoke. He gripped his katana tightly, and a fierce battle aura suddenly appeared on his face. In that case, let us make a stand in our own way. After exchanging a glance, the two ran in opposite directions simultaneously. Run, get even farther away. The farther we run, the higher their chances of survival, Roronoa said as he ran. Soon they reached the shore. Since the island was so small, they had little space to maneuver. Ha ha ha. If you think this method can save those ladies, you are far too naive. A male voice emerged from among the octopus swarm. Roronoa and Sanji looked in shock toward the sound. There was no person there, only some talking giant octopuses. It can actually talk. Roronoa had guessed many things, but never expected the opponent to speak. Hadn't all his efforts to lure them here been seen through? Realizing this, Roronoa's face turned pale instantly. Ha 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 ha, just now did it occur to you. But it's already too late. Let's start with you two as appetizers. Those young girls will be the main course. With that, a tentacle struck toward Roronoa. Meanwhile, Nami, Arieltha, and Kaoya had also escaped in the opposite direction. The three stopped running, hands resting on their thighs, gasping heavily. Is Roronoa in danger? I'm so worried. Kaoya asked with deep concern. Yet at this moment, they could not choose to return and search for Sanji and Roronoa. All they could do was wait for the two to return. If they went back, it would surely make the situation even worse, and the consequences would be beyond what they could bear. Let's just wait. I believe Chen Feng will arrive to rescue us soon. At this moment, the only thing they could pin their hopes on was Chen Feng to ease their worries. I heard everything you said. Unfortunately, you may be disappointed. That so-called Chen Feng has long been eaten, hasn't he? A voice came from the sea. The group turned their heads and saw several giant octopuses staring intently at them. Terrified, they immediately tried to flee. Now you want to run. It's too late. The octopus tentacles rushed toward the group, and it seemed as though Arieltha, the closest to the tentacles, would be dragged away. Arieltha closed her eyes in despair, unwilling to witness what awaited her. Ack! The octopus let out a painful scream. Arieltha opened her eyes in confusion and saw a familiar figure standing before her. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, is that you? Arieltha asked softly. Was this an illusion before death? She couldn't even believe herself. It's me. Chen Feng did not say more. He gripped his sword with both hands, looking coldly at the giant octopuses floating in the seawater. How unfortunate I wasn't eaten by your companions. But it's not that I didn't want it to happen. It simply lacked the strength. Chen Feng suddenly charged toward the giant octopuses submerged in the seawater. Having experienced the previous battle, Chen Feng had already figured out these octopuses' tactics. This time he handled them more skillfully. Since you've stepped forward, let's eat you first. Someone as strong as you must provide abundant energy. One of the octopuses could no longer contain its impatience. It extended a tentacle toward Chen Feng. Let me taste first. As if you could. Chen Feng severed a tentacle of the giant octopus with a single sword strike, then slung the Jingxia sword over his shoulder. If you truly believe you can handle this, then by all means give it a try. Yaliurta gazed at Chen Feng. Seated on the ground, she momentarily forgot to rise and flee. Chen Feng turned back looking at her with a teasing expression. So thrilled to see me that you've forgotten to run. Yaliurta finally snapped out of her daze. With Nami and Kaya's assistance, she stood up. Gazing at Chen Feng, her face radiated the joy of someone who had nearly lost everything. Chen Feng stayed safe. With Chen Feng by their side, it was as though a reassuring talisman had been taken. No matter what difficulties arose, there was no longer any fear. The three girls quickly evacuated the battlefield, fearful that their presence might only hinder Chen Feng's combat. Chen Feng turned back, his gaze cold as he faced the giant octopuses charging toward him. Very well. It is time to finish you. Clenching his long sword, Chen Feng caused a powerful surge of energy to erupt around him. That. What is that? The giant octopuses watched Chen Feng's transformation with mounting dread, too frightened to strike for the moment. What manner of power is this? Why do I feel my energy constantly draining away? The giant octopuses were deeply terrified by Chen Feng's change. They sought to flee, but it seemed already too late. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng's figure appeared before them. Wielding his sword in one fluid motion, these giant octopuses had not even time to attack before Chen Feng dispatched them all in a single stroke. It must be said that Chen Feng's combat talent was exceptionally formidable. When battling the earlier octopus, he had occasionally been at a disadvantage, yet now he could skillfully slaughter a group of giant octopuses. Meanwhile, Nami, Yaliurta, and Kaya stood not far away watching Chen Feng's battle unfold before their eyes. Each of their faces bore expressions of deep admiration. As expected of Chen Feng, that fearsome monster was slain with but a single slash. Kaya was captivated by Chen Feng's heroic bearing, unable to help but exclaim aloud. Of course, don't you see who Chen Feng is? He is our captain. If he is not strong, then who could be? Yaliurta resumed her usual tsundere demeanor. Crossing her arms, she gazed at Chen Feng with appreciation lingering in her eyes. I wonder how Zoro and the others are faring right now. But given the gap between him and Chen Feng, he should have finished one by now. Nami spoke up suddenly. In this moment, she thought of Zoro, the teammate who had covered their escape. Nami was deeply worried about his peril as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Zoro and Sanji was extraordinarily arduous. Even combining their efforts, they could only sever all the tentacles of a single octopus. What they never anticipated was that these octopuses possessed the ability to regenerate, and the regenerated forms grew even more formidable, making it extremely difficult for the two to hold their ground. Zoro, continuing like this is futile. My stamina is nearly exhausted. Sanji, covered in wounds, looked toward Zoro, who was also struggling ahead, and spoke with difficulty. They should have escaped by now. Find the right moment and run. Zoro spoke with equal effort. Large beads of sweat streamed down his face, and his hands, gripping the katana, trembled slightly, revealing the toll this battle had exacted upon him. Can we even escape? If I flee first, all their aggression will focus entirely on you. As a man, I cannot abandon my teammate and run, Sanji declared. Having been raised with proper knightly ideals since childhood, as a man, he absolutely could not commit such a cowardly act, abandoning others to save himself. You are not my teammate either. Run away. If you flee, no one will blame you. Zoro shouted loudly. He was grateful that Sanji had made the same choice as him, and he deeply admired Sanji. Thus he did not wish for someone like him to perish here alongside him. Sanji hesitated for a moment. If asked whether he wished to flee, the answer was undoubtedly yes. Everyone entertains such thoughts when facing adversity. Yet his convictions forbade him from acting upon them. Weak humans, none of you shall escape. You will all become our prey in the end. Abandon your futile resistance. The sooner you are devoured, the less suffering you shall endure. The mocking laughter of the giant octopuses echoed from the seawater. Sanji and Zoro both turned toward the source, their faces brimming with hatred. I will not flee. How can I allow a creature like this to continue existing in this world? Even if I perish, I will take one with me. Having spoken, Sanji seized the tentacle lashing toward him, leaped upon it, and sprinted toward the octopus's head. I will make you regret ever crossing me. As if you could, oi. The giant octopuses had long recognized Sanji as a mere amateur and never considered him a threat. In their eyes, Sanji's actions were like a grasshopper leaping onto a rooster, truly overestimating himself. Indeed, as me. Sanji dodged the relentless assaults of the giant octopuses, leaped onto the octopus's crown, and ferociously kicked its head with all his might. You are merely tickling us. Do you truly believe you can harm us? Though the head is our weakest point, it is not something a mere human like you can pierce through, especially since you wield no long blade. Oh, is that so? A peculiar smile suddenly appeared on Sanji's face. I admittedly possess nothing, but I possess wisdom. Dodging the tentacle's attack, Sanji looked triumphantly toward the rear of the octopus head. Between the three heads, a man wielding a katana had somehow appeared without warning. I naturally knew my attacks would have no effect upon you, so I never relied upon them to cause real harm. What I counted upon was another person. Zoro acted in perfect synchronization with Sanji's words. He thrust his katana into the octopus's weakest point and twisted it fiercely. The very next moment the octopus beneath his feet erupted violently. The intense energy released from within sent Zoro flying, and he landed precisely beside Sanji. Brother, that maneuver was truly excellent. Sanji shook Zoro's hand. Yet around them, ever more giant octopuses closed in surrounding the two. Even if we die, we take one with us. Acceptable. We have earned our due. Sanji watched the tentacles reaching toward him, desperate to resist. He tried to rise and move, but collapsed to his knees. Only then did he realize that overusing his legs had snapped the tendons in both feet, leaving him utterly unable to walk. Heh, it seems heaven itself has decreed my doom. Sanji gave a bitter smile and glanced back at Zoro. What about you? Do you still have the strength to run? Zoro shook his head with a similar bitter smile. I'm spent as well. It looks like we are destined to die here today. Still, to have teamed up and slain a giant octopus before meeting our end, I would have no regrets. Zoro added self-deprecatingly. Both men watched helplessly as the octopus's tentacles lunged toward them, powerless to mount any resistance. Perhaps this was simply fate, they thought to themselves. A single kill is all it takes for you to claim you've lived without regret. Then your ambitions are far too small. A familiar voice rang out from a distance, pulling Sanji and Zoro from their despair. Both turned sharply toward the source, where Chen Feng's figure came into view, perched upon a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, Chen Feng regarded them with a teasing grin. To have held out this long against giant octopuses, well done. His words gave the two a sudden jolt of vigor, though their eyes immediately darted back to the towering cephalopods with renewed tension. Stay quiet. They can pinpoint your location by sound. Zoro suddenly shouted toward Chen Feng. Yet Chen Feng merely cast a cold glance at the swarm of octopuses encircling the coastline before openly leaping down from the tree. I couldn't care less whether they hear my voice. To my eyes they are naught but lifeless husks. Hearing those words, Sanji and Zoro stared at Chen Feng in utter disbelief. What arrogance! Had anyone else spoken thus, they would have scoffed outright. Yet coming from Chen Feng, the words somehow lent them an inexplicable sense of solace. Admittedly, Chen Feng's words were incredibly bold, but he possessed the means to back them. With a single strike, he could now dispatch these giant octopuses. Why on earth would he afford them a second glance? Zoro watched Chen Feng with profound admiration. The image of Chen Feng's clash with the giant octopuses still echoed in his mind. During the earlier fight, he had tried to mirror Chen Feng's combat pace, but had fallen short. Neither those lightning-fast evasions, nor those devastating single strikes were techniques he could easily replicate. Ha ha ha! Which kid are you speaking with such arrogance? You look so soft and tender. You must taste delicious. With that, the octopuses thrust their massive tentacles toward Chen Feng. Those appendages were enormous. A mere touch could prove instantly fatal. Yet Chen Feng harbored no fear. Having endured countless battles, he had already discerned the very rhythm of fighting these colossal cephalopods. Thus, with a mere thought, he could slay them all. That trick won't work on me. Chen Feng's sword flashed, severing every tentacle that darted toward him in one fluid motion. Glancing back at Zoro, he remarked, absolute strength is the true mark of a swordsman. Imitation and flashy techniques unsupported by genuine power amount to nothing more than the antics of a circus clown. Zoro froze at Chen Feng's words. Was he instructing him in the ways of the sword? The scene that followed would remain etched in Zoro's memory for a lifetime. Eyes wide open, he watched Chen Feng cleave through the attacking tentacles in a single stroke, then leap into the air. Amazingly, without any apparent aid, he soared around the octopuses and felled them all with one decisive slash. He hadn't even drawn near their massive bodies, yet he dispatched them from a distance. This is just too incredible. Sanji's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as he observed Chen Feng's movements, fluid as water and swift as clouds. He dared to affirm that Chen Feng's current cultivation far surpassed that of Red-Leg Zeph. Even if Zeph were to face such giant octopuses, he would struggle to find a solution in the short term. Now that is what a man ought to strive for, Sanji murmured, his head bowed. A broad hand landed on his shoulder. Sanji looked up to see Zoro wearing an identical expression. I understand how you feel. But as long as we train hard enough, one day we can stand on equal ground with him, Zoro assured him. Sanji nodded firmly. Since we have escaped death today, it means there will surely come a time when our strengths shine. We need only prepare ourselves and wait patiently. Zoro deeply understood Sanji's feelings. For the first time, he had spoken so extensively to a stranger. Looking at Sanji was like looking at himself, and his words were just as much for his own ears. Sanji, Zoro, thank goodness you are both unharmed. Nami, Yalatirda, and Kaya rushed over to their sides, helping Sanji and Zoro to their feet. These must be the last few. Chen Feng has already cleared out the octopuses outside the island, Nami said happily. Upon hearing her words, Sanji and Zoro grew even more astonished, both turning their gaze simultaneously toward Chen Feng. They had fought tirelessly for half a day and managed to slay only one, whereas Chen Feng had dispatched an entire group in a single burst. This was more than a disparity. It was a chasm separating two different worlds. Chen Feng is truly a man among men. Without him, we would have been wiped out today. What incredible luck brought us together. Sanji lamented. Suddenly remembering something, he hurried toward the coastline. The others watched him go bewildered. Nami called after his retreating figure, "Sanji, where are you going?" Reaching the shore, Sanji gazed toward the direction of the sea kitchen. If Chen Feng had finished off the giant octopuses, why hadn't Zeph appeared? Recalling the sheer terror of those colossal beasts, a foul premonition gripped his heart. Surely not. Please tell me it isn't so. Master Zeph, you cannot abandon me like this. Sanji fell to his knees. A single tear slipped from his eye. They say a man's tears never fall easily. It simply takes the right moment of sorrow. For Sanji, that moment had indeed arrived. Why the long face? Don't go mourning like I'm already dead. Old man's alive and well. A hearty voice rang out from behind Sanji. Instinctively turning around, he saw red-legged Zeph standing unharmed though marked with minor scrapes, and a look of fatigue. Master Zeph, thank goodness you are all right. Sanji threw himself into Zeph's embrace. Zeph patted Sanji's shoulder, gazing out over the sea. All right. You are a grown man now, why are you sniffling like a child? Those pretty girls behind us will laugh at you if they see this. Sanji sniffled. I wasn't crying. Don't go twisting my words. Everything seemed to have finally settled. Nami and the others stood behind Sanji, smiling as they watched him reunite with Zeph. But at that moment the island suddenly collapsed, plunging everyone into the sea. The violent impact swept everyone more than 2,000 meters beneath the sea. Because it all happened in an instant after being carried down to that depth, everyone found that they could actually breathe. Before them stood a transparent barrier. Everyone stared at it in shock. Why? Why is there something like this here? It seems as if the other side is an entirely different world. Nami said, then immediately covered her mouth. How strange, I can actually speak here. The girls huddled together, chattering animatedly as they looked at the transparent barrier. Chen Feng, however, stared at the barrier, lost in thought. Ding. I strongly suggest that the host enter. A mechanical voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. He looked up puzzled. Could there be something on the other side of this barrier? Ding. It is hard to say for now. I can only analyze it after the host sees it in person. So far there seems to be no danger there. If the host and these people remain here for long, they will soon die. Chen Feng looked at the transparent barrier and reached out to touch it. The soft, yielding texture convinced him that this substance was different from seawater. In that case, let's go in and take a look. We don't have any other choice for now. Chen Feng glanced behind him. All the passages around them were blocked by rocks from the island's collapse, leaving them no way out. If things continued like this, even if they could breathe, death would not be far away. Follow me. Chen Feng tore open the barrier and stepped inside first. Is there something dangerous in here? Sanji was somewhat afraid. He had a deep fear of the unknown, which was only human nature, especially when he was now deep beneath the sea. Let's go in. It's the only choice we have now. Red-legged Zeph, who had not spoken until now, suddenly said. He pushed Sanji forward and followed Chen Feng into the barrier. Oh, what's there to be afraid of with Chen Feng around? I just called you brave, and now you're being timid again. Nami shoved Sanji, then entered the barrier together with Alvida and Kaya. The three girls trusted Chen Feng completely. No matter how many dangers they had encountered along the way, they had always believed that Chen Feng could protect them, and every time he did. Right? Since there's no turning back, why not move forward? Sanji laughed at himself and finally snapped out of it. He waved at Nami and the others. Wait for me, all of you. Sanji and Zoro followed the others into the barrier. Inside was a brand new world. There was no seawater here, instead the air was remarkably fresh and plentiful. Strangely, the fish here could actually swim in a space without water. Wow, this is truly amazing. Kaya had never seen such a scene. She looked around, captivated by the beauty before her. This strange space contained living creatures and plants from the sea, the land, and the sky. For such a scene to appear in a place like this was simply too bizarre. This place is so beautiful, it's like a fairyland from a dream. Alvida walked a full circle around the lawn, spread her arms wide, and let out a long breath. Even Chen Feng was captivated by this world. He felt his body brimming with energy. With every step, the power within him seemed about to burst forth, filling him with extraordinary comfort. Even the injured Zoro and Sanji sensed that this place was extraordinary. The wounds on their bodies healed and vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as everyone was marveling at the energy and beauty of this world, several soldiers approached. Spears in hand, they forced the group into a corner. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the sea god's palace? The group looked around in confusion. No matter how they looked at it, this place did not resemble a palace at all. What puzzled them even more was that human beings could actually survive at a depth of over 2,000 meters beneath the sea. No, they were not human. When the guards turned around, everyone saw that their ears were fitted with gill-like appendages, which made them very different from humans. Yet in every other way they were exactly the same. Could they be the legendary merfolk? Kaya suddenly whispered. The guards' hearing was exceptionally sharp, and they heard Kaya's words with perfect clarity. We are beings far superior to merfolk. The residents here are all descendants of the sea god, the most noble existence in the ocean. Suddenly, one of the guards caught sight of Kaya. He froze. That girl looks exactly like the little princess. When the other guards heard this, they all turned to look at Kaya. It had not mattered when they did not look, but now that they did, all of them were startled. Whoa, she really does look like her. So alike. But the little princess has been sleeping in the palace all along. The guards muttered in low voices. After hearing the guards' words, everyone turned to look at Kaya in unison. Kaya stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Chen Feng, having listened to the guards' conversation, turned his gaze to Kaya. Recalling how she had been able to speak underwater without breathing, a few conjectures suddenly rose in his mind. Forget it. Take these people back first. Especially that girl. The sea god must see her. Several guards walked up to the group with weapons pointing at them. Intruders, come with us. Why should we? Zoro was about to say something when Chen Feng pressed a hand on his shoulder and nodded. Zoro instantly understood what Chen Feng meant. Zoro said no more and let the guards escort him alongside Chen Feng. Sanji started to say, but Zeph covered his mouth. Haven't you figured it out yet? Chen Feng doesn't want to fight. Redleg, Zeph said softly. Although he was old and his fighting power was no longer what it had once been, his hearing remained keen. After overhearing the guards' words, he had begun to suspect that Kaya might have some extraordinary connection to this underwater world. Perhaps it was precisely because of Kaya that they had been brought here. Sometimes one cannot help but believe in fate. Redleg Zeph had not believed in fate when he was young, but as he grew older he had come to believe it more and more. The group was escorted by the guards of the Sea God Palace to the Coral Reef Prison. Every intruder is confined here. You will wait for now, as we must report your matter to His Majesty the Sea God. Several guards led the group into the cell and bolted the heavy door behind them. Escaping from this place is impossible, so I suggest you conserve your energy. Every intruder. Did others break in before us? Nami asked, bewildered. In her view, a location thousands of meters beneath the ocean was something no ordinary person could possibly reach. Indeed, the previous intruder was over a century ago. Such occurrences are rather uncommon, as ordinary humans simply cannot survive in the deep sea. Several guards, unwilling to linger or disclose further, retrieved their spears and departed from the prison. Ridiculous. They fled at the mere questioning. Nami pouted, surveyed her surroundings, and sat upon a chair carved from seashells. Even if this is a prison, the facilities are surprisingly luxurious. Their surroundings were equipped with every living convenience imaginable. Even bathrooms familiar from the surface world existed in this underwater realm. Things are hardly ordinary here. I expect they'll let us go soon. Redleg Zeph casually plucked a wild fruit growing nearby, tossed it into his mouth, and after a few chews his brows relaxed. I never expected the wild fruits scattered throughout the ocean floor to taste so delightful. Seeing Zeph taste the fruit first and show no adverse reaction, the others cautiously tried some as well. Chen Feng alone remained at the prison entrance, his expression inscrutable as he stared out into the darkness beyond. Look, there are some humans. The small fish swimming outside the prison spied Chen Feng and his companions, then swam closer to peer through the bars. Look, there's a beautiful girl inside. One particularly bold fish actually reached out toward the others, pointing at Kaya in the cell and calling out excitedly. In the blink of an eye, schools of fish gathered outside the prison, their curious eyes fixed on the humans within. Kaya and the others felt as though they were captive monkeys on display, their embarrassment overwhelming. She is quite lovely, isn't she? But there's something strikingly familiar about her face. I swear I've encountered her before. The leader of the fish tapped its chin, thoughtfully studying Kaya with keen interest. After a lengthy pause, it shook its head. I can't recall. I've completely forgotten where I've seen you. You're confusing me with someone else, little one. I'm human. There's no way we could have met before. Kaya observed the swarm of fish drawn to the cell, amusement softening her expression. Fiddling with her fingers, she approached the water's edge and spoke in a gentle whisper. I'm certain I've encountered you before. No one could look like you and be forgotten. But for some reason I can't recall where. Frustrated, the fish struck its own head repeatedly. Suddenly the school of fish behind it scattered in all directions. Quick, run. The guards are approaching. If they catch us, we're finished. Even the leader darted away instantly, but cast one last glance backward at Kaya. I truly do feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. The guards who had initially escorted the group approached, and trailing behind them was a fishman commander armored in gleaming gold. Are these the ones you reported? The armored fishman studied them with evident curiosity, his attention pausing notably on Kaya's features. There is truth to that resemblance. Has this been reported to His Majesty the Sea God? I have already reported it to His Majesty. The golden armored fishman seemed to hold considerable authority. The guards who had escorted Chen Feng and his companions lowered their heads and answered with submission. I understand. With the grand ceremony imminent, I suspect His Majesty may prefer not to be disturbed by this matter just now. Hold them in custody for the time being. We shall present her before the throne when His Majesty finds the opportunity. As the armored commander turned to leave, Chen Feng called out to stop him. Wait. What exactly is this grand ceremony you speak of? Chen Feng frowned in confusion. Even during his earlier battle with the colossal octopus on the ocean's surface, he had overheard the beast speaking of a grand ceremony. Now having descended nearly 2,000 meters into this submerged domain, the same mysterious term echoed through his thoughts. Yet the true significance of this grand ceremony remained entirely obscure to him. Very well. I shall inform you. The grand ceremony is a momentous occasion held by the Sea God Palace once every 500 years. With each passing half-millennium, a new monarch claims the throne. Tomorrow is the day the new sovereign is inaugurated. During the ceremony, His Majesty the Sea God shall conduct the sacred transmission ritual, and the newly ascended king will inherit the blessings of the entire Sea God Palace, gaining immense power. While that does sound impressive, Nami murmured quietly. Of course it does. The Sea God occupies a position comparable to the deities your kind venerates. Not every mortal can aspire to such a role. I see. Then those colossal octopuses terrorizing passengers across the Eastern Sea, were they under your command? Rorinoa suddenly demanded, catching the general completely off guard. Octopuses assaulting humans. A sudden pallor washed over the general's features. The Sea God Palace has never sanctioned such creatures. Yet in the crushing depths of the oceanic abyss, such entities do indeed exist. Such creatures are extraordinarily fearsome. They were sealed within the oceanic abyss centuries ago and should never have surfaced. The general's revelation prompted Chen Feng to fall into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally broke his silence. Your sealing enchantments have clearly broken down. Today I eliminated over 100 of those colossal octopuses alone. Before that confrontation, I had already destroyed more than 50 giant toads at depths exceeding 1,000 meters beneath the sea. What? The general stood petrified, his face draining of all color. This is most grave. I must immediately convey this to His Majesty. The general hastened away from the coral reef prison alongside his guards. Moments later he returned with a retinue of attendants. Positioning himself before the prison entrance, he waved his hand, and the attendants reverently unlatched and swung open the massive gates. Young master, His Majesty possesses a most urgent desire to learn of these giant octopuses from your own account. Therefore I must request that you accompany me at once. Following these words, the general extended a graceful gesture toward Chen Feng. Very well. I will accompany you. Chen Feng entertained no reservations. With measured steps, he moved toward the prison exit, yet Nami and her companions were immediately intercepted by the attendants. Ladies, His Majesty has summoned only this young gentleman. For yourselves we have secured alternative quarters. But Nami turned to Chen Feng with a questioning gaze. He offered a reassuring nod. Proceed. I shall rejoin you shortly. Nami and her companions nodded in acknowledgement, following the attendants as they departed. Kaya made to follow after Nami, but the general raised a hand to stop her. You are Kaya, are you not? I must request your company as well. Along the way, Chen Feng quietly observed his surroundings. This sea god he had never met was quite cunning. By placing his own teammates under soft confinement, he ensured their unquestioning cooperation. It was not that Chen Feng was given to overthinking, as such matters were simply far too commonplace. Those in positions of authority rarely considered the feelings of ordinary people. Young master, the palace ahead is His Majesty the Sea God's residence. Before entering, you must first undergo purification by the attendants, after which you may present yourself before His Majesty. The general patiently explained the audience protocol to Chen Feng, his expression grave, yet his gaze carrying a hint of approval toward the young man. Regarding the new ruler ascending the throne, does it refer to that princess who has slumbered within your Sea God Palace for countless years? Chen Feng had not forgotten the words of several guards. He recalled the folk legends. The sea god had only 2 daughters, one of whom had transformed into the demon fruit tree, while the other had remained sequestered in the deep sea palace ever since. No, it is the sea god's adopted son. His Majesty holds him in exceptionally high regard, and has insisted against all opposition that he succeed as the next sea god. I see. Chen Feng nodded, then turned to Kaya, and continued, Did you summon Kaya, because she bears a striking resemblance to the sea god's youngest daughter? How did you know that? The general paused, then chuckled. The young princess has been in a coma for centuries. His Majesty has always fervently wished for her awakening. Since he cannot behold the living princess, showing him the young woman beside you will surely bring him comfort. The general said this with a beaming smile. I see. Chen Feng said nothing further and followed the general into the Sea God Palace. Kaya's face was clouded with bewilderment. Though deeply confused, she said nothing and chose instead to follow Chen Feng into the Sea God's inner chambers. The Sea God's residence was extraordinarily vast, and the Sea God himself sat upon his throne, regarding both Chen Feng and Kaya with penetrating curiosity. Your Majesty, I have brought the 2 of them. The general stepped forward and bowed to the Sea God. He then turned to Chen Feng and said, You are not subjects of the Sea God Palace, so there is no need to bow. Chen Feng nodded and regarded the Sea God. The deity appeared quite aged, his beard streaked with white, bearing little difference from the elderly men of the mainland. You must be the youth who single-handedly slew over 100 giant monsters. The sea god adjusted his spectacles and fixed Chen Feng with a deeply inquisitive gaze. Tall and distinguished in bearing, he was clearly no ordinary person. Such was the sea god's assessment of Chen Feng. But when his gaze fell upon Kaya, the sea god froze. This? He sprang abruptly from his throne and strode quickly toward Kaya. So alike. Truly too alike. He suddenly grasped Kaya's hands. You are my youngest daughter. Startled by his sudden grip, Kaya felt a surge of resistance within her. She tried to withdraw her hands from the sea god's grasp, but her strength was insufficient to free herself. Your Majesty, perhaps we should first discuss the matter of the giant creatures in the sea. I believe this matter holds greater importance for your realm. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the sea god released his grip and turned his gaze back to him. You are right. If what you say is truly the case, this world faces gravest peril. Oh, pray explain. Chen Feng was somewhat puzzled. While those giant creatures were indeed formidable, he did not believe they warranted such alarm. These giant creatures have existed since hundreds of millions of years ago. 5 centuries past, I banished them into the oceanic abyss and left a divine treasure as a sealing barrier. The fact that they have escaped now indicates their power has undergone a fundamental transformation. My divine treasure can no longer contain them, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them once more. By all rights, a seal should never be broken. What on earth has gone wrong? The general suddenly spoke up, his own countenance dark. This incident was a matter of survival and destruction. Should they fail to resolve the giant creatures, this world would likely plunge into an age of darkness. Perhaps it was deliberately damaged by human hands. Chen Feng interjected. Normally a barrier cannot be destroyed from within. It must be breached externally. Chen Feng's words sent both the sea god and the general rigid with shock. They exchanged glances, eyes flashing with a suspicion known only to themselves. Could there be a traitor within the sea god palace? After a long silence, the general finally spoke slowly, his voice so faint that he scarcely seemed to believe his own words. That possibility exists. Chen Feng answered with certainty. In my view, those giant creatures from the oceanic abyss are targeting this grand celebration. Perhaps they will attack the sea god palace during the ceremony. This? Chen Feng's words once again sent the sea god and the general reeling. Though they were unwilling to think so ill of those within their own palace, they could not help but follow Chen Feng's reasoning to its conclusion. It is quite possible that the one plotting in secret is precisely the one intending to usurp the throne. Kaya interjected at just the right moment. Having read numerous storybooks since childhood, she was well acquainted with such scenarios. She felt that what unfolded within the sea god palace bore little difference from the tales she had once read. I know who it is. Inspired by Kaya's words, the sea god suddenly thought of someone. He turned toward the general. Bring her here at once. The general instantly understood the sea god's meaning. He sighed heavily and departed from the sea god's chambers. May I ask whom His Majesty intends to summon? Nami asked curiously, her expression filled with bewilderment. It is my second son. He and my eldest have long been at odds, and he has always fabricated accusations against him. I never imagined he would commit such a depraved act at such a critical moment. The sea god spoke with profound sorrow. To him, both the eldest and second sons were adopted children and individuals of great importance. He could not accept that one would seek to destroy the other. I see. However, we cannot simply attribute primary responsibility for this incident to him based solely on his past conduct. I believe this matter still deserves proper investigation. Kaya voiced her thoughts. She found herself unable to comprehend why the sea god, without even conducting an inquiry, had ordered General Xiang to arrest the second prince. There is no need for investigation. His character is known throughout the entire sea god palace. It would be strange if he were innocent. The sea god did not heed Kaya's advice, but instead authoritatively cut off her following words. He turned and strode toward his throne. I have been merciful beyond measure toward him, yet he persists in harming my eldest son. Soon the sea god's second son was brought to the Qin palace. He was forced to kneel by the guards, his face full of reluctance. Since you said you would no longer summon me, why are you doing this now? The second prince looked at the sea god seated upon the throne, his expression complex, love and hatred warring in his gaze. Chen Feng glanced at this legendary second prince. The second prince was exceedingly handsome, beautiful enough to rival any woman. His voice carried a note of delicate softness, which puzzled Chen Feng greatly. Such traits were hardly those of a true male. Chen Feng examined the second prince's throat intently, only to find it smooth and flawless without the prominent Adam's apple that marked a man. Interesting. Chen Feng studied the second prince with keen amusement, a faint curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. A woman disguised as a man who had even become the sea god's adopted son. How had she managed such a feat? That was what sparked Chen Feng's curiosity. Tell me, was the matter of the abyssal deep you're doing? The sea god glared furiously at the second prince, his broad hand clamped tightly upon the armrest, as though he wished to stride over and strike the prince across the face on the spot. Abyssal deep. What? What deep? The second prince could not comprehend the sea god's words. He had never known much about the affairs of the sea god palace, and as for the abyssal deep, where was it? He had no idea. Still playing dumb with me. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The Sea King angrily slapped the armrest, pointing at the second prince as he roared, "Confess at once. How exactly did you destroy the seal?" "I truly don't know. If I don't even know what matter you're referring to, how could I possibly have done it?" The second prince shook his head helplessly, his face full of grievance. "Fine. You refuse to talk, do you? Guards, cast the second prince into the 18th abyss." The sea god shouted toward the outer court. Soon several guards entered and hauled the second prince up from the ground. "Father, why won't you believe me? If I say I never did it, then I never did it. Why do you never trust me?" The second prince's face was filled with despair as she allowed the guards to drag her away without the slightest resistance. "Lies upon lies. This sovereign shall never believe you again." The sea god shouted in rage. "Your Majesty, since he claims it was not him, why not investigate before reaching a conclusion?" Kaya could no longer stand by. She stepped forward and boldly spoke to the sea god. "What would a little girl like you understand? If you plead for him again, I shall cast you into the 18th abyss as well. Do not think you can act so brazenly just because you bear some slight resemblance to my youngest daughter." Kaya ceased her pleas and turned her gaze toward the second prince being dragged away, her eyes full of sympathy. What could have happened? The sea god passed judgment on his own child without even launching an investigation. "Your Majesty, the first prince requests an audience." A guard walked and bowed to the sea god and spoke. "Let him enter." At the words first prince, a trace of tenderness flickered in the sea god's eyes, and his tone softened considerably. "Father, this is the ceremonial procession list for the grand celebration. Please review it." The first prince handed the tray to a servant who carried it to the sea god and presented the ledger resting upon it. Yet the sea god had no mood to browse through it now. He said with some dejection, "Just handle everything as you see fit." A strange glint passed through the first prince's eyes. He nodded to the sea god and rose, saying, "Then your child shall make the arrangements accordingly." Chen Feng observed the first prince with a probing gaze. This eldest prince did not strike him as a good person. If one claimed the second prince was wicked, Chen Feng would not believe it. But if one claimed the first prince was wicked, he most certainly would. The first prince departed, brushing past Kaya. Just before leaving, his gaze fell upon her, sending a wave of revulsion creeping across her skin and raising goosebumps all over her body. "He's terrifying. That man just now, his gaze felt like he wanted to devour me." Kaya quietly sidled up to Chen Feng and whispered to him, "In my view, the second prince doesn't seem like a bad person. On the contrary, the first prince is very likely someone of questionable character." Chen Feng said to Kaya. Yet they had no evidence. They were merely intruders and had no way to prove their case to the sea god. Elsewhere, Nami and her companions were lodged in an inn near the sea god palace. The attendants had not confined them, so they were free to come and go from the inn as they pleased. Outside the inn lay a bustling district. Vendors hawked their wares along both sides of the street. Nami and Arilta, consumed by curiosity, dragged Zoro along to explore the town. They had barely walked a short distance from the inn when a speeding seahorse carriage nearly crashed into them. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going? There are so many people on this road, and you still charge straight ahead." Nami shouted angrily at the carriage. The fishfolk beside her quickly pulled her back and whispered, Miss, please keep your voice down. That carriage carries people from the first prince. If the first prince learns of this, you'll be in deep trouble." The first prince. Does being the first prince give you the right to rampage all over the main road? Unlike the local residents, Nami could not stand those who abused their power to bully others. "Little girl, was it you calling out at us?" The seahorse carriage came to a halt, and several burly men stepped down, approaching Nami with hostile expressions. "Do you know what happens to those who offend the first prince?" The men threatened. "What happens? Do you boys know what would have happened if your carriage had crashed into us just now?" Nami was not to be outdone, throwing their threat back in their faces. "Ha ha ha ha, what happens? You offend the first prince, and you still ask what happens? Why, straight into the dungeon you go." The men laughed loudly. Their eyes roamed over Nami until one of them noticed her ears. "Little girl, you're not from the Sea God Palace, are you? Don't you know that trespassing in the Sea God Palace is a capital offense?" One of the burly men said with a lecherous grin, his gaze crawling up and down Nami's body. "How about this? Keep us fellows company for a day, and we won't report your little intrusion to anyone. You bastards." Zoro could no longer endure it. He tightened his grip on the sword at his waist and was about to draw when Nami stopped him. Nami shot Zoro a look, then turned back to the burly men. "If I keep you company for a day, you truly won't tell anyone about us?" Nami said with a blank expression. Seeing that she seemed willing, the men eagerly nodded their heads. "Then come with me." Nami took the lead and walked in the opposite direction, while Zoro, gripping the katana at his waist, followed behind her. The burly men exchanged glances, nodded, and followed Nami in the opposite direction. Nami led them to a deserted place, then turned around and coldly regarded the burly men. "Do you know what happens when you offend us?" Nami suddenly spoke. "What happens? What other outcome could there be? Our backer is the eldest prince, and he will soon become the new king of the Sea God Palace. When that time comes, the entire Sea God Palace will be in the palm of his hand. Everyone in the Sea God Palace will die. This is your fate." One of the burly men said this insolently, seeing that no one else was around. His words made Nami and the others freeze. Everyone in the Sea God Palace would die. Judging by what these men said, this so-called eldest prince was most likely plotting some earth-shaking conspiracy. "But little beauty with looks like yours, as long as you come with us, we guarantee you won't die, provided you make us feel good." "Is that so? Then what exactly would count as making you feel good?" Nami pretended not to understand. "It's simple. Just take off your clothes." The men grew excited, seeing that Nami seemed not to know such things. "Oh, is that so?" Nami bit her finger as if hesitating. "Then that won't do." "What?" The men had not expected their sure thing to slip away, and they became frantic with anger. "Zoro, just leave one alive." Nami gave the order coldly. Looking at the burly men, she spat on the ground in contempt. "Against scum like you. In your dreams." Zoro was extremely fast. In an instant, before the burly men could even realize what had happened, he cut them down with a single stroke of his sword, leaving only one alive. Pathetic. Zoro sheathed his sword and coldly looked at the people lying dead on the ground. "We'll take the survivor back to Chen Feng. If Chen Feng's trip doesn't go well, he's our lifeline," Nami said calmly. Hearing this, Yali and Zoro both cast admiring glances at Nami. "That's right. None of us thought of that. Since this man is connected with the princes and knows the eldest prince's secret, if we ever face a crisis, we can simply push him out as a shield." Yali suddenly caught on and marveled. "Of course, but his uses are far more than that." Nami looked coldly at the burly man Zoro had tied up. One of his arms had been severed by the katana and was still bleeding profusely. "Stop his bleeding. We'll deal with everything once Chen Feng returns." "But we're outsiders after all. How are we supposed to bring this fellow back to the inn?" Zoro asked, completely ignorant of such scheming, seeking enlightenment from Nami. "Simple. Yali, I'll leave this to you." "Me?" Yali pointed to herself, baffled. Then she suddenly remembered the puppet art Chen Feng had taught her. "Could it be? You want me to use the puppet art to move this guy into the inn? Clever. You catch on after one hint." Nami smiled. "Your puppet art is more than capable. No one will notice." In the private chamber, the sea god rose from his throne. He walked toward Chen Feng. "Young man, from your strength, I can tell that even the eldest prince is no match for you. I hope you will stay in the Sea God Palace and help us through this crisis. Of course we will not treat you unfairly. Whatever you want, just name it. If it is within my power to give, I will give it to you." The sea god solemnly patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. He was old, no longer the sea god he had once been. He could hardly fight at all now, and against the power the eldest prince currently possessed, he was utterly powerless to resist. All he could do was plead for Chen Feng's help. "I can help you, but there is one condition." Chen Feng had long expected that the sea god would ask him for a favor. There was no surprise in his eyes as he said this in a calm, detached tone. "What condition?" "Just say it, as long as I can do it," the sea god said. In truth, the sea god harbored a hidden motive. These people were merely ordinary humans who had stumbled into the Sea God Palace by chance. They knew nothing of its treasures, and even if they died fighting in the abyss, he would not feel the least sorrow. That was why he had asked for Chen Feng's help. "I want the second prince," Chen Feng said. "The second prince?" For a moment the sea god did not know how to answer. The Sea God Palace held countless treasures, yet Chen Feng wanted none of them. Instead, he wanted the second prince, a man already stripped of rank and reduced to a good-for-nothing. While the second prince was useless anyway, keeping him only caused frustration, so he might as well give him to this man. After only a few seconds of thought, the sea god made his decision. "Very well, I agree. Guards, bring the second prince out from the 18th heaven." The sea god shouted toward the entrance of the private chamber. Before long, the second prince was brought unharmed before Chen Feng and the others. "What now? Are you trying to throw more filth on me?" "I've said it before, I didn't do it, and that's that." The second prince glared at the sea god with hatred. The sea god had never believed him. "I don't want to discuss those matters with you. You are already his slave now." The sea god pointed at Chen Feng as he spoke, as if to him the second prince was merely someone he could dispose of as he pleased. The second prince looked at Chen Feng, a trace of sorrow on his face. He had not imagined that in the end someone who had once been so noble would be casually given away to an outsider as a possession. "Kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you please, but I will never be your slave." Chen Feng carefully looked over the second prince, then helped him up from the ground. "Did I ever say I would make you my slave?" Chen Feng found it rather amusing. A slight arc lifted the corner of his mouth, and his smile was like a gentle breeze, as if spring had swept past, leaving people bathed in warmth. The second prince could not help but stare in a daze. "Then you—" The second prince was about to say something when the sea god cut him off. "From this day onward you have no connection to me whatsoever. Do not let anyone address you as the second prince, lest you bring shame upon the royal family." The former second prince had been given away by his own hand to another as a slave. If word of this ever spread, it would certainly cause an uproar throughout the city, and the sea god did not want that. No matter what, even when you refused to believe me and punished me, I still regarded you as my most beloved imperial father. But now you have done something like this to me. I cannot bear it. From now on, I will no longer call you father, and my life and death will have nothing to do with you. The second prince glared at the sea god, hatred written all over his face. That would be better. I never wanted anyone to know I had an unfilial son like you. Hearing the second prince say this, Haishan actually breathed a sigh of relief. In my eyes, only a child like the crown prince could be someone I can entrust the succession to. At these words, the second prince felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Looking coldly at Haishan, he said, when you one day discover how despicable the crown prince truly is, you will understand that no matter what you do, all the harm you've caused me cannot be undone. Undo? Are you even worth it? Haishan didn't say anything more, instead sitting back on his throne. Young Master Chen Feng, you must fulfill your promise. In truth, what Haishan desired most was for Chen Feng to keep his word and venture into the abyss to eliminate the monsters there. The prince's life or death mattered not to him. Of course. May I take him with me now? Chen Feng glanced at the second prince and asked casually. Go ahead. He's yours to dispose of as you see fit. Haishan spoke coldly. Upon hearing these words, the second prince lost all remaining affection for his father. His eyes grew vacant and unfocused, and he allowed Chen Feng to drag him out of the palace chamber. Chen Feng, why did you save him? Kia asked, curiously, wondering if her earlier words had somehow changed his mind. Because I have a feeling this second prince isn't a bad person. Chen Feng replied. He could see that the prince was both pure-hearted and loyal, absolutely not someone capable of doing evil. As for the crown prince, he didn't look like a good sort at all. You believe me? The second prince suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring at Chen Feng and Kia in utter disbelief. Why shouldn't we believe you? Everyone has the right to be trusted. Kia looked at the second prince, bewildered, unable to understand why he was acting this way. I never thought anyone would be willing to believe me. Perhaps only you two in the Haishan Palace would do this. I am someone abandoned by the Haishan Palace, even though I've never done anything wrong. The second prince lowered his head, hands clenched into fists, speaking with pain. What exactly did you do to make Haishan distrust you so completely? Kia asked with a puzzled expression. Ever since they arrived, she had been curious about why Haishan would treat his own son so differently. Because I was framed by the crown prince. He made Father Emperor witness what appeared to be me molesting his wife. However, that was merely his carefully crafted scheme. I was simply drunk that night. The second prince gritted his teeth as he recounted this part. I never expected his wife would die the next day. From then on, Father Emperor exiled me, reducing me to nothing more than a nominal prince. You probably wouldn't believe me if I said this, but such is the truth. Father Emperor simply refuses to trust me. After this incident, the crown prince even fabricated false accusations against me, and Father Emperor actually believed them all. I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Chen Feng replied firmly, his gaze glancing at the second prince's throat once more. Why, oi? The second prince looked at Chen Feng in shock. After this incident, even his closest friends had abandoned him, yet Chen Feng, a complete stranger, actually believed his words. How could you, a woman, do such a thing to another woman? Chen Feng's words left both the second prince and Kia stunned. After a long moment, the second prince pointed at himself and said, You say I'm a woman? That's impossible. No one has ever told me I'm a woman. Kia also found it hard to believe. She looked at Chen Feng, perplexed. Chen Feng, although he is quite handsome, you shouldn't say he's a woman. To find out if he's a woman, just check for yourself. I guess he was raised as a boy since childhood, which is why he has this self-denial about his gender. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Kia couldn't stand still anymore. She walked toward the second prince and bowed to him. Your Royal Highness, I'm sorry, but let me check whether you're male or female. Kia's hand reached toward the second prince's chest, and upon looking, she froze in the next instant. She truly is a woman. Chen Feng, how on earth did you figure this out? Kia gazed at Chen Feng with admiration. Chen Feng was truly remarkable, able to determine the second prince's gender at a single glance. You silly girl, women don't have Adam's apples. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the second prince instinctively touched his Adam's apple, his expression dazed. I never expected the result to be this. Since childhood, I always thought it was because of my weak physique that I couldn't develop an Adam's apple. After all these years, you never discovered your true origins. It seems no one around you ever taught you about this. Chen Feng said calmly, looking at the second prince with some pity. Being a woman forced to live in this world under a man's identity must have been extremely difficult, and being expected to bear responsibilities like a man was fundamentally unfair. No one ever told me that I was adopted as a boy. Moreover, if Father Emperor had known my gender, he would never have adopted me. At this point, a touch of melancholy appeared on the second prince's face. Well, stop thinking about those things. From now on, Chen Feng and I will be your family. Whatever he cannot give you, we will provide. Kia playfully patted the second prince's shoulder. You would look wonderful in women's clothing. I have many outfits. Alas, they're back on the ship. I'll bring them for you to wear later. Meanwhile, Ariel used puppet techniques to control the burly man, and the group entered the inn. Sanji stood at the corner watching the burly man following Ariel and asked with some confusion, "Who is this?" As the burly man approached, Sanji finally saw his expression. The man's face was ashen gray with his eyes rolling upward, looking truly terrifying. This? Sanji was at a loss for words, staring dumbfounded as the burly man followed Ariel into the room. A few seconds later, he snapped out of it and quickly followed Ariel into the room. What's going on? Sanji asked confusedly, looking at Ariel. It's puppetry, did you not know? Hasn't anyone told you that Yaliurta is skilled in the puppet arts? Zoro took a drag from his cigarette and replied, Come on, I've only known you all for a day. How am I supposed to know something that private? Sanji rolled his eyes, walked over to Yaliurta and Nami, and asked, So, he's still alive then? Of course. If he died, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Nami plopped down on the edge of the bed and grinned at the hulking man crouched in the corner. That's way too powerful. I definitely don't want to provoke Yaliurta. Sanji took a few frightened steps backward. Puppetry was a technique said to be the forte of sorcerers. The mere thought of it being used was terrifying enough, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. Relax. You haven't seen the truly terrifying stuff yet. We once went to a place where the people used puppetry to control countless young women who had been dead for a very long time. Nami fanned herself, feeling a little hot. She opened the window and looked outside, but when she spotted two familiar figures on the street, delight lit up her face. Great, Chen Feng and the others are back. Wait, who is that behind him? Nami's gaze locked tightly onto the second prince. Could be a new crew member, Zoro said as he walked over. After a glance out the window, he looked back and added, he looks rather handsome. Looks like from now on I'll be the ugliest one on the ship. Zoro gave a self-deprecating laugh and left Nami's room. I'm going to train. Call me if anything happens. Chen Feng led the second prince into the inn and happened to bump into the innkeeper. Young master is back. Huh, you are. The innkeeper's face, which had been all smiles, instantly went expressionless at the sight of the second prince. Second prince, please leave my humble inn. There are no women here for you to assault. The second prince smiled bitterly and looked helplessly at Chen Feng. See, I told you no one would believe me. He is mine. You have no right to interfere. Chen Feng stared coldly at the innkeeper. What do you mean yours? Did the sea god permit you to say that? Besides, the second prince is a pariah. How dare you bring him into my inn? If anything happens, can you bear the responsibility? The innkeeper shouted at Chen Feng in anger. However, Chen Feng was not angry. He understood the innkeeper's feelings, so he did not hold it against him. The sea god gave him to me. From now on, he is no longer a member of your sea god palace. So tell me, do I have the right to bring him in? The innkeeper was stunned. He could not imagine that the sea god would do such a thing. It was far more serious than assaulting women. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Of course. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Chen Feng led the second prince upstairs. As soon as they reached the top, Nami blocked them. Chen Feng, aren't you going to introduce us? Who is this? Nami studied the second prince with curiosity. He was exceedingly handsome, yet the sight stirred no strange thoughts in her at all. This is the second prince of the Sea God Palace. From now on, he's one of us. Chen Feng said. Second prince, then what is your relationship with the first prince? Nami couldn't help but ask the second prince. The first prince is my enemy, my mortal enemy. I wish I could kill him this very instant. At the mention of the first prince, the second prince answered with seething hatred. The hatred in those eyes was so vivid that even Nami was visibly shaken. Hearing this, Nami immediately grabbed the second prince by the hand and dragged the prince into her room. What are you doing? Chen Feng and Kaya exchanged puzzled looks and followed Nami into the room. Nami led the group over to the hulking man in the corner and pointed at him. Quick, spill out all your schemes. The hulking man had never met such a fearsome woman. In a matter of moments, Nami had completely cowed him. The very sight of her made him tremble all over. I am the first prince's subordinate. Once he becomes the new king, he plans to lead the monsters from the abyss to destroy the Sea God Palace and create a whole new world. The hulking man poured out the first prince's entire conspiracy in one breath. The second prince, too, was rendered speechless by the revelation. So that's how it is. That explains why he framed me and pushed me out. Originally, I was the one my father, the sea god, favored most. If nothing unexpected had happened, I would have been the one to inherit the throne. The second prince stood there in a daze, unable to accept the hulking man's words. Having already cut all ties with the sea god, the second prince no longer knew what to do. Even if I said it, no one would believe me. That's not necessarily true. I can help you. The submarine abyss, a place at an unfathomable distance from the Sea God Palace. This place was shrouded in perpetual darkness. Weak creatures were devoured in no time. It could be called the most dangerous place in the sea. Moreover, reaching the submarine abyss was extremely difficult. The only way to get there was through the teleportation altar inside the Sea God Palace. The pressure in the submarine abyss was extremely high. According to legend, once a person descended, it was nearly impossible to return. Chen Feng, of course, was not afraid. He came alone to this legendary abyss, the most dangerous and mysterious place beneath the sea. System, can you detect dangerous creatures? Chen Feng asked. Ding. There is an R-class creature within 100 meters of the host. It poses no threat, so you may advance at ease. Ding. There is an S-class creature 500 meters ahead of the host. It poses a slight threat and can be easily handled. Ding. There is an SSS-class creature 2 kilometers ahead of the host. It poses a huge threat and must be dealt with cautiously. Following the system's directions, Chen Feng kept moving forward. Soon at a distance within 500 meters, he met the giant octopuses that had attacked him before. Having slain them many times before, Chen Feng moved without wasted motion. A few slashes later, all the nearby S-class creatures were dead. Ding. Host beware, danger is drawing near. The system's warning echoed in his mind. The moment Chen Feng heard it, he understood instantly that his opponent would be an extraordinarily powerful abyssal creature. I didn't expect to run into an SS-class creature this soon. Looks like my luck is pretty good. Chen Feng gripped the Jingzha sword, rested it on his shoulder, and a wild rakish smile spread across his face. If the sea god of the Sea God Palace saw this, he would surely marvel at Chen Feng's strength. Even he back in his day had not been able to face an abyssal creature with such an unflinching expression. One cut slash. Chen Feng swung the Jingzha sword, carving a brilliant streak of sword energy through the air. The SS-level creatures lurking within the abyss had never witnessed such radiance. As the luminous attack descended upon them, the SS-level beast shrieked in agony. It seems your strength still falls short. Chen Feng wielded the one cut slash once more. The SS-level creatures were merely mid-tier beings within the abyss. Such opponents required none of his time. Oh woo! The wretched SS-level creatures never comprehended what struck them before Chen Feng slaughtered them all. These creatures are no better than I thought. Beings classified as dangerous by the system possess merely this level of power. Ding. These abyssal creatures aren't weak at all. It's that you, the host, are too powerful. Even the system cannot determine which tier your strength truly belongs to. I see. I've always felt that my power grows stronger with each battle. It appears my intuition was correct. Within just a single day, Chen Feng had endured countless battles, his strength surging forward at a pace that left onlookers stunned. Had those he had defeated appeared now, they would never dare face him again. Who wouldn't flee from such a terrifying power? Ding, ding, ding. An SS-level creature has been detected within 200 meters. Host remained fully alert to avoid attack. An SSS-level creature. How much stronger would that be compared to an SS-level beast? If one imagined a worldview based on card games, an SSS-level creature would undoubtedly sit at the pinnacle of the food chain. Considering even the sea god failed to destroy them, and could only banish them to the oceanic abyss, their true power became devastatingly clear. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated I become. Every fiber of my being thrums with power. Chen Feng rotated his shoulders, his palms itching with anticipation, desperate for a chance to fight an SSS-level creature. Ding. An SSS-level creature approaches the host. Prepare for combat. Chen Feng knew the moment had finally arrived. He channeled all his energy inward, waiting for the SSS-level creature to reveal itself. Young one, do you know where you are? A resonant voice echoed from all directions around Chen Feng, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. A deeply unsettling feeling that sent a chill through him. This is the underwater abyss, Chen Feng replied with calm composure. Though the enemy held the advantage of secrecy and could strike at any moment, Chen Feng felt no fear, only steady calm. Ha, you're remarkably composed for someone in your position. Let me guess, did that old relic from the Sea God Palace send you? Chen Feng paused briefly, then realized that if even the colossal octopus possessed consciousness, this SSS-level creature of the sea depths would undoubtedly be ancient and cunning, meaning any tricks or ruses would prove useless against it. Your guess is spot on. That old tyrant from the sea god's fortress did bring me here. The compensation was simply too substantial to refuse, so I've come to eliminate you. Chen Feng spoke the truth without hesitation. His voice carried a hint of reluctance, and he scratched his head in a gesture of pretended apology. Huh. You're refreshingly honest, but killing me is far from simple. Have you never heard the tales of those who've entered this abyss? They all became my meals. So what? They say money makes the world go round. Since I accepted payment, I'll see this through. In that case, you shall be my appetizer. The abyssal beast emerged from the shadows, spreading its wings to reveal itself before Chen Feng. The sight that met his eyes caused a sudden flicker of surprise. Suddenly his urge to kill it diminished. The SSS-level creature conversing with Chen Feng was a golden-scaled dragon. Fire erupted from its maw, and its five-clawed talons seemed capable of shattering mountains. Undeniably majestic. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. To destroy such magnificence would be a waste. Why not become my mount? Chen Feng said with a playful grin. You insolent whelp. You dare ask me, a creature of my stature, to serve as your mount? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Enraged beyond endurance, the dragon unleashed a torrent of fire directly at Chen Feng. The one lacking in wisdom is you. Though you may have been mighty once, from now on you will obey my every command. Chen Feng's words rang out with supreme arrogance as he gripped his long sword and targeted the dragon's wings. For a creature of such massive proportions, the wings were essential to its aerial combat prowess. Without them, it would fall from the sky. A dragon that falls from the sky ceases to be a dragon and becomes merely a jiao. Let me teach you what it truly means to be a dragon. This time Chen Feng unleashed his true power. Closing his eyes, he released torrents of battle chi from within, and in an instant the Jingja sword in his hand transformed into blazing gold. An endless surge of combat energy flooded into the Jingja sword, reactivating it once more. One cut slash. A brilliant arc of light shot forth from the blade, striking directly at the dragon's wings. Merely a flashy display of swordsmanship. There's no need to dodge. You cannot harm me. The dragon refused to believe Chen Feng possessed such devastating power. It made no attempt to evade, its expression dripping with the contempt a strong holds for the weak. Then in the next instant, the piercing light severed into its wing, inflicting unbearable pain. Aya! What was that? Such incredible power. The sword energy, brimming with tremendous force, completely destroyed the wing upon impact. Though the exterior appeared unscathed, the meridians and flesh within had been reduced to pulp. The dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing onto a massive coral reef. Gazing up at Chen Feng in shock, it cried, "Impossible! Impossible! How could someone defeat me? I am the strongest being in this world. Have you never heard the saying, the waves behind drive on those ahead, and the prior wave perishes upon the shore? And you, my friend, are that prior wave. You who have dwelled in the abyssal depths for so many years must never have known how greatly the outside world has changed. Of course, with your strength you could perfectly slay even the mightiest of opponents should you encounter them. But I'm sorry, this time you have met me." Chen Feng gripped the Jingja sword tightly and strode toward the golden dragon lying upon the ground. Pressing the blade against the dragon's throat, he asked coldly, "Do you wish to live or perish?" The dragon let out a bitter laugh. "Do I truly have the freedom to choose between life and death? I would rather die beneath your sword than become your mount. As a golden dragon born of nobility, bowing my head to anyone is simply unthinkable." Though defeated and fallen, the dragon still held its head high, its black pupils fixed upon Chen Feng. "I would rather perish than let you benefit from me. Go ahead, strike me down, and return to report your success." Hearing the golden dragon's words, Chen Feng did not grow angry. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! How could you possibly think I intend to kill you? I truly admire your spirit." Gazing at Chen Feng, a flicker of memory passed through the golden dragon's eyes. Once it had resided within the sea god palace, where the environment was exquisite, a veritable pure land unmatched throughout the underwater world. Yet one day the first sea god had driven it from its homeland. Having been expelled as a young drake, it only made sense that centuries later it would launch an attack upon the sea god palace. But once again the new sovereign of the sea god palace drove it away a second time while it lay exhausted. Thinking of this, sorrow filled the golden dragon's eyes. It was the last dragon remaining in this world. If it perished, no dragon would ever exist again. Of course, death would bring it relief as well. As if having discerned the dragon's thoughts, Chen Feng sheathed the Jingja sword and ceased his assault. Rather, he tossed a vial of vitality elixir toward the golden dragon. "I have no intention of killing you, nor do I force you to become my mount. To me, all who join my side are companions, and I would never harm any of them." Chen Feng turned his back to the golden dragon, exposing his defenseless rear. Witnessing Chen Feng's utterly unguarded posture, a killing intent suddenly surged within the golden dragon. It wished to rise and strike him down, but just as it began to stir, Chen Feng's words gave it pause. "Consider well. I can lead you out of this abyss provided you agree to be my companion. I will not compel you. Think it over." The golden dragon fell silent. Lowering its head, it happened upon the vitality elixir Chen Feng had thrown. It lifted the vial with its claw and brought it to its nostrils to sniff. The next moment its eyes blazed with luminous wonder. This, such a precious treasure. Is it meant for me?" The golden dragon could scarcely believe it. This vitality elixir bore a striking resemblance to the medicine it had consumed during its youth, a formula whose lineage had long been lost, of which it had tasted but a single time. It was truly invaluable, yet Chen Feng had surrendered it without a second thought, as though it were of no consequence. It was almost incomprehensible. The golden dragon stared intently at Chen Feng's retreating figure. It desired to strike, but could not bring itself to do so. How could one such magnanimous, so generous, and so broad-minded inspire anything but loyalty? "Very well, I accept. But on one condition. You must help me escape this endless abyss." The golden dragon consumed Chen Feng's vitality elixir. Its wings mended completely, and it took flight once more, surveying Chen Feng from above. "Let me speak plainly. The abyssal depths is a realm of no return. Even with immense strength, the crushing water pressure upon your ascent to the sea god palace will wreak havoc upon your body. You must have arrived via the sea god's altar. Such altars permit entry but deny departure." Chen Feng paused for a moment, then smiled carelessly. "Altar or no altar, it matters not to me. Before absolute power, what is water pressure?" Chen Feng's words astonished the golden dragon greatly. It once attempted an escape and paid an excruciating price for that single effort. That previous attempt had been made only because the abyssal depth's pressure had somewhat diminished. Even then it had shed its entire outer scale layer before breaking free. An escape now would be even more arduous. In the centuries it had spent within the abyssal depths, it had exhaustively sought every conceivable means of escape to no avail. To its knowledge, the outer barrier had already been opened, allowing surface creatures free passage, but not for itself. Because its strength was far too formidable. Such power meant that any departure would exact a cruel toll commensurate with its strength. Chen Feng, who surpassed even it, would undoubtedly face an even greater price. Are you certain you wish to take me out? The golden dragon found it difficult to believe. After carefully observing Chen Feng and finding no trace of deception, a spark of hope ignited within its heart. Of course. How is your body feeling now? Much improved. Your elixir is remarkably effective. I wish I could consume one daily. The golden dragon licked its lips. Such an elixir was an extraordinary treasure for the dragon race. With daily consumption, its strength would grow to unfathomable heights. Your demands are quite modest then. How about 2 vials per day as compensation? Chen Feng chuckled casually and tossed several flasks toward the golden dragon. Here, your wages for today. The golden dragon was utterly stunned by Chen Feng's gesture. She had never encountered anyone so dashing. He was quite simply her ideal. What? Let's go. Chen Feng patted the golden dragon's shoulder, then suddenly felt something peculiar. Traveling like this does seem rather odd. How about, I understand. Before Chen Feng could finish, the golden dragon spun around and transformed into a delicate, adorable girl. Is this how it's done, eh? Chen Feng stared at the girl before him, momentarily unable to trust his own eyes. Where had the fearsome majesty gone? In its place was something altogether enchanting and irresistibly charming. The girl before him possessed silver hair and silver eyes along with a petite figure, an appearance of rare and captivating beauty. Master, shall we depart the abyssal depths now? I doubt this form will cause you any inconvenience. Far from inconvenience. Walking beside you like this would turn every head on the street. Chen Feng murmured softly, then took the transformed golden dragon's hand as they together made their way out of the abyssal depths. The Sea God Palace Succession Ceremony. The eldest prince, resplendent in ceremonial attire, knelt upon the high platform as the sea god seated upon his throne bestowed the crown upon him. My son, from this day forward you shall be the new sovereign of the Sea God Palace. You must represent us and safeguard the lives and welfare of our people. You must bear the weight of this kingdom. The sea god rose from his seat, gazing upon the eldest prince with satisfaction. I am now advanced in years and can no longer aid you. My only hope is that you wed my youngest daughter and unite our houses. Then I shall depart this world without regret. Certainly, your majesty. Ensuring you pass peacefully is but my duty. A look of relief spread across the sea god's face. Yet in the next instant his hand clutched his chest as his expression twisted into agony. Why are you doing this? With those words the sea god collapsed back onto his throne, his hand pressed to his chest, staring at the eldest prince in utter disbelief. Why would I do otherwise? I have no desire to marry your daughter who has lain in a coma for many years. Nor do I seek merely the Sea God Palace. Today my abyssal army shall storm these walls, and this world shall be remade through my hand. This. The sea god found himself at a loss for words. He stared blankly at the eldest prince standing before him, his eyes filled with both anguish and turmoil. Now let me end your life. The eldest prince showed not an ounce of sympathy for the sea god, or rather no trace of affection for the man who had raised him. In his left hand he clutched a dagger stained with blood, the very weapon that had wounded the sea god. Why you? Don't come any closer. The sea god stammered, trembling. He had wished only to enjoy his golden years, not to die at the hands of his own son. It is not for you to decide, eh? The eldest prince spoke coldly, raising his arm, wielding the dagger, and thrusting it fiercely toward the sea god. The sea god tightly shut his eyes. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Confused, he opened his eyes to see the second prince standing before him, having caught the eldest prince's strike with his bare hands. Your Majesty, I told you long ago that this eldest prince is no good person. Now you finally believe me. The sea god stared blankly at the second prince, shielding him momentarily at a loss for words. His mind was flooded with memories of the second prince's pleas and his own cold indifference. He covered his eyes with both hands, unwilling for the second prince to witness his wretched state. I'm sorry. Your father never believed you. I was wrong. Come back to my side and I shall treat you as my most beloved son. The second prince did not look at the sea god, his gaze locked with the eldest prince's. If I had heard those words even one day sooner, I might have reconsidered. But now I am already a companion of Chen Feng, and I have no ties with you whatsoever. That boy can never return. He went to the abyss and is destined to perish there. You may continue as the second prince. No one will ever know your past. That boy can never return. He went to the abyss and is destined to perish there. You may continue as the second prince. No one will ever know your past. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. The second prince finally turned to look at the sea god, his eyes filled with disappointment. I never thought you would still be so selfish, caring only for your own interests while disregarding the lives of others. I could never be like you. The second prince drew the short blade at his waist and plunged it into the eldest prince's chest. Everything I have done today is merely to repay the great kindness of your upbringing. The second prince and the eldest prince engaged in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Just then screams of terror erupted from within the sea god palace. What is that? A monster! Run! The citizens of the sea god palace scattered in all directions. Several people turned toward the source of the commotion and saw countless giant jellyfish breaching the palace walls. Their tentacles crackled with intense high-voltage electricity, striking down all who made contact. That's what. The second prince gazed at the giant jellyfish in utter shock. Before him lay a hell on earth, and the agonized cries of the citizens pierced his heart. Ha ha ha! My abyssal army has arrived as promised. The eldest prince shoved the second prince aside, a wicked smile spreading across his face, appearing slightly unhinged. What a magnificent day this is. Now I shall have my abyssal army slaughter the people of the sea god palace. The eldest prince leaped from the high platform and was caught smoothly by a jellyfish. Seated atop the giant creature, he looked toward the second prince and the sea god. Savor the hell I have delivered to you. From this day forward your tragic lives begin. Ha ha ha. With manic laughter the eldest prince rode away on the giant jellyfish. The sea god and the second prince were left to face the swarm. Go quickly. Let your father bear this burden alone. The sea god struggled to rise from his throne. Gazing at the crystal coffin on the high platform, he said, Remember to take your sister with you. I do not want her to witness such devastation in the sea god palace. The sea god drew the long sword at his waist, leaped from the platform, and positioned himself before a young girl. Run. I shall handle this. The sea god fought relentlessly against the giant jellyfish. However, he was far too aged, his swordsmanship no longer matched the skill of his youth. Perhaps due to a life of luxury his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Old man, you're too weak, roared the giant jellyfish battling the sea god. Its electrified tentacle stretched toward him moments from making contact. You truly believe you can defeat me? How ridiculous. The sea god clutched his chest, glaring at the jellyfish. Even if I perish here, I will not retreat. Then perish. Aware of the overwhelming odds, the sea god harbored no hope of victory. Farewell, my daughter. On the verge of death, his thoughts remained with his youngest daughter, who yet lay in an unbroken slumber. At the mere thought of her, a deep ache resonated within his heart. I wish to see you one more time. The sea god closed his eyes. I cannot give up at this moment. A familiar voice echoed in the sea god's ear. Startled, he opened his eyes to find the second prince standing before him. Why you? Didn't I tell you to take the little princess and leave? Why have you returned? Though pleased to see the second prince back, the sea god felt a tinge of anger. Why have you returned? Would it not have been better for me to fight alone here? The sea god looked at the second prince. There was a measure of guilt in his heart toward her, which is precisely why he had chosen to sacrifice himself to ensure the survival of both the second prince and the princess. I did not return for your sake, but for the people of the sea god palace. If you were to die, their leader would be lost. The second prince did not look at the sea god, oh, she was locked in combat with a colossal jellyfish. Now pick up your sword and continue fighting. Hearing these words, the sea god sighed, retrieved his long sword, and cast his gaze toward the raised platform, only to find the crystal coffin of his youngest daughter missing. I have made certain arrangements for the little princess. Upon hearing the second prince's words, the sea god finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped back, intercepting a jellyfish strike aimed at the second prince's rear. Leave your back to your father. I would never let my own son die before my eyes. The second prince said nothing, as if silently acquiescing to the sea god's words. In truth, the second prince had come today intent on exposing the eldest prince's conspiracy. Alas, she had arrived far too late. The sea god was already wounded. Fortunately, she had managed to intercept the eldest prince. The sea god palace had been breached, and countless colossal sea creatures poured into its grounds. Even Nami and the others staying at the inn could not stand idly by. Nami watched as the innkeeper was dragged out by a giant squid. She glanced at Ariel and gave a slight nod. Ariel released her hands from her chest. Upon each fingertip, a thread-like filament resembling a ring began to manifest. No sooner had she finished speaking when the giant squid abruptly halted its movements and turned to attack its own kind. Excellent. Puppetry has finally found its true purpose. Ariel spoke with good humor, yet her expression told a different story. Great drops of sweat streamed from her forehead, making her appear utterly exhausted. If you feel tired, there is no need to force yourself. You are not the only one who can fight here. We can as well. With those words, Nami raised her pistol and fired upon the giant squids. We meet again, you monstrous sea creatures. This time we shall not be so easily overwhelmed. Zoro and Sanji exchanged a glance, vaulted over the railing, and sprinted toward the giant pirate crews swarming the streets. This time let them witness our true strength. Working in tandem, they slew one squid, then a second, then a third. But there were simply too many. Their movements grew increasingly laborious. Similarly, Ariel knelt upon the ground, her face drained of color. This is bad. I have overextended myself using the puppetry technique. My body has reached its limit. With those words, Ariel collapsed weakly onto the ground and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji found themselves surrounded by giant squids. At this rate, we will be defeated soon. Sanji gritted his teeth, glaring at the colossal creatures. Zoro gripped his sword tightly. His wrist trembled slightly. The strenuous exertion made it difficult for him to maintain his hold. Yet even so, he clung to his blade with unyielding determination. A sword is a swordsman's entire being. How could I let you fall to the ground? Zoro offered a bitter smile, his strength finally failing him. He dropped to one knee, driving his sword deep into the soil. You have already shown remarkable strength. I am proud of you. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated beside their ears. Nami, Zoro, and Sanji looked up together. There, seated upon a golden dragon like a divine being, was Chen Feng. Gazing at the four-cornered beyond hope, a faint smile played upon his lips. Now it is my turn to perform. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the colossal creatures besieging them. A formidable energy erupted from his body, scattering the enemy in disarray. Want to flee? Too late. Dragon, show them your power. As you command, master. The golden dragon bearing Chen Feng actually spoke. It breathed a torrent of flame upon the fleeing creatures, a living fire that consumed them entirely. Within moments, all those touched by the flames were reduced to ashes. Is that a dragon? Zoro stared at Chen Feng in utter astonishment. Having returned from the ocean abyss, he had grown even more powerful, and had acquired a mount. And that mount was a dragon. A dragon, a creature existing only in legend, far more thrilling than the treasure of Pirate King Roger. How had Chen Feng come to subjugate such a beast? Zoro watched Chen Feng with envy, clenching his fists secretly. Wonderful. The stronger you become, the more fierce my desire to grow stronger grows. The golden dragon descended, and Chen Feng leapt from its back. Approaching the group, he noticed Ariel unconscious on the ground. He pressed 2 fingers to her nose, checked her breath, and after a few seconds smiled. It seems you expended considerable effort. Fortunately, I arrived in time. At that moment, the golden dragon transformed into a young maiden. She approached Chen Feng, and Ariel gently exhaled upon Ariel's face, and in the next instant Ariel awakened. Where am I? Still groggy from unconsciousness, Ariel regarded the silver-haired maiden before her, stunned by her peerless beauty. Is this heaven? Such a beautiful maiden must surely be in paradise. Uffed. The dragon could not help but laugh aloud. Beaming, she said to Ariel, Miss, this is not heaven. You are still at the Sea God Palace. Turning her head, the dragon looked toward Chen Feng. Following her gaze, Ariel saw the man she had longed for, and her shoulders relaxed with relief. Chen Feng, you have finally returned. Chen Feng patted Ariel's head, rose to his feet, and declared, Let us go and eradicate every last one of those who attacked the Sea God Palace. Chen Feng extended his hand toward the dragon. In the next instant, the silver-haired maiden transformed back into the golden dragon, submission personified, allowing Chen Feng to mount her. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Chen Feng rode the golden dragon toward the site of the celebration. The second prince and the sea god knelt back to back upon the ground, both utterly spent, gasping for breath. The second prince surveyed the colossal jellyfish surrounding her, hatred etched across her face. That damn eldest prince. If I ever lay hands on you, I will never forgive you. Ha ha ha. Then let me appear. I would like to see precisely how you intend to withhold your forgiveness. The eldest prince, riding a jellyfish, materialized before the second prince and the sea god. He carried himself with such arrogance that he had even donned a suit of crystal armor for the occasion. The sea god stared at the crystal armor worn by the first prince. Enraged, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. That armor was the true dragon armor passed down through generations. Wearing it, even the mightiest dragons could not contend with him. It was with this very armor that his ancestors had driven out the giant dragons that once dwelled here. You actually dare to wear that armor. Do you not fear divine retribution? The sea god shouted, pointing at the first prince. Ha! What retribution? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have done this. As for you, you have repeatedly framed your own second son. Are you not afraid of retribution yourself? Hearing the sea god's words, the first prince was not angry. Instead, he burst into unbridled laughter. Is that so? I care not what the sea god does, but I know this. Your retribution has arrived now. The sea god was about to speak when he was interrupted by the appearance of a familiar voice. The sea god and the second prince turned toward the source of the sound, and saw Chen Feng riding a golden dragon appearing on the battlefield. That is. The sea god stared in shock at Chen Feng, and the golden dragon beneath him, his face filled with disbelief. Unbelievable. You actually appear riding that dragon. Both the first prince and the second prince looked at Chen Feng at the same time, their gazes drawn to the golden dragon beneath him. In the history of the sea god palace, dragons had always been inextricably connected with it. The golden yellow dragon was their totem, and the dragon Chen Feng rode today was precisely golden yellow. Thank goodness, Chen Feng, you're alive. The second prince looked at Chen Feng, weeping tears of joy. In just a single day together, she had developed deep feelings for Chen Feng. The moment she heard the sea god say Chen Feng would never return, she even wanted to end her life, but reason pulled her back. Now seeing Chen Feng, she felt nothing but overwhelming joy. Of course I would return alive. A mere abyss at the bottom of the sea is far too weak to trap me. With that, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the first prince. A clown, even wearing crystal armor, is nothing but a clown. With those words, Chen Feng drew the Jingzhe sword and, seated on the dragon, slashed at the first prince through the air. The strike was immensely powerful. Before the first prince could react, he was effortlessly finished off by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the sea god and the second prince watched Chen Feng's action in shock, unable to speak for a long time. They had been fighting for so long and had nearly been slain by their opponent, yet Chen Feng had finished him off the moment he arrived. It must be said that Chen Feng's strength was terrifying to the extreme. Unwilling to dwell on what the two were feeling, he swung his sword toward his surroundings once more, and in the next second the giant creatures encircling them dropped dead. At this, the second prince and the sea god were even more stunned, their mouths hanging open. The two swallowed hard before speaking. This is too powerful. The golden dragon landed on the ground and instantly transformed into a young maiden, while Chen Feng slowly walked toward the second prince. The moment Chen Feng reached the second prince's side, she could not help but throw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Thank goodness, Chen Feng. Thank goodness, Chen Feng. I almost thought I would never see you again. Chen Feng gently patted the second prince on the back. How could that be? Don't forget that I am the strongest person in this world. Haven't two men hugging each other a bit inappropriate? Seeing the second prince and Chen Feng embracing the sea god, felt it was unbearable to watch, and turned his head away, not daring to look at them. Ha, have you not yet told your father the truth? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the sea god turned back and asked in confusion, what truth? Your Majesty, actually. I am a woman. The second prince lowered her head and set her face flushed red. The next second the sea god was so shocked that he clutched his chest and almost stopped breathing. What nonsense are you talking about? You are genuinely a man. It was only yesterday that I learned I am a woman and I possess something that only women possess. Look, I don't have an Adam's apple. The second prince pulled open her high collar, revealing her smooth neck to the sea god. At that, the sea god finally believed that the second prince was a woman. The sea god hung his head in dejection. What can be done? In the sea god palace, there has never been such a thing as a female heir. Why can't a woman inherit? Such outdated thinking. Hearing the sea god's words, Chen Feng gave a light snort. Women hold up half the sky. They can do just as well. Chen Feng's words left the sea god stunned. After a long silence, he nodded. Indeed, it is clear that the second prince is far more talented than the first prince. Therefore, from now on, the new ruler of the sea god palace shall be the second prince. You are wrong. I have no more ties with the royal family. I mean every word. The second prince refused the sea god's suggestion. Father. A sweet, delicate voice came from behind Chen Feng, drawing the sea god's gaze. He looked behind Chen Feng, and the next moment he froze. Princess, you're awake. Trembling, he stepped forward and held his daughter in his arms. Chen Feng also turned his gaze to the girl who had suddenly appeared. She truly bore a striking resemblance to Kuya, differing only in the color of her hair and pupils. Feeling Chen Feng's gaze, the little princess turned back and even gave Chen Feng a sweet smile. Princess, how so suddenly? For a moment the sea god did not know what to say. Looking at the daughter in his arms, he was filled with the joy of regaining what he had lost. I heard a man's voice, and following that voice I came here. With that, the little princess turned her gaze toward Chen Feng. Was it you who awakened me? Chen Feng waved his hand. I wouldn't know anything about that. I have decided. You are the warrior who awakened me. With that, the little princess walked over to Chen Feng, took his hand, and pressed it against her chest. Seeing this, the second prince turned her head away awkwardly. What a flirt. Her voice was so low that Chen Feng could not make out what she said. What? Chen Feng asked. Nothing. I'm going to check if the first prince is dead. Pouting, the second prince trotted over to the first prince's side. Meanwhile, Na Mei and the others followed the trail of the giant creatures' corpses and found this place. Seeing the little princess who looked so much like Kuya, they were at a loss for words. Since everything has come to an end, we should leave tomorrow. Chen Feng turned around and checked in with his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mysterious island. Ding. The mysterious island can accommodate 10,000 people and will keep upgrading. It is a must-have for home and travel. A few years later, the Zhuifeng travel group rose to fame. Throughout the entire Grand Line, people came to know of this group. Neither pirates nor navy, but somewhere in between, and invincible in strength. It was said that Roger's treasure had been found by them. Legend had it that aboard the Zhuifeng travel group, there were a dragon maiden fishman sisters, a bewitching puppeteer, and a pure-hearted navigator. And legend had it that the strongest person on the Zhuifeng travel group was named Chen Feng. This Chen Feng seemed to have created a new world, a secluded world that attracted countless voyaging crews. Do you want to find the treasure of the pirate king, Chen Feng? Then go and seek it.